In the realm of beast tamers, the elite soldier Lin Feng unexpectedly found himself transported to a fantastical world filled with mystical creatures. Soon after, he awakened a unique bloodline cultivation system. At the outset, he hatched an 8-star Qilin spirit beast, astonishing all present. By completing system tasks, he could swiftly ascend in power. Numerous spirit beast pills and advancement elixirs lay before him. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the bloodline of the divine beast Pixiu. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the bloodline of the divine beast Taotie. Congratulations, host! Your spirit beast has now reached full stars. Congratulations, host! You are now invincible. Chapter 1. The Hatching of Spirit Beasts. In the 5th safe zone, Fenghua City, a group of young men and women, all of whom had just turned 18, seemed to be gathered around something with bursts of laughter erupting. Intermittently, "You useless fool! Your spirit beast egg doesn't even have a crack, and you dare to push me? I'll show you. I'll push you." A youth clad in resplendent attire viciously kicked the boy who lay on the ground. "Everyone look! Doesn't he resemble a dog in his current state?" Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Lin Feng experienced a wave of dizziness. He could barely recall being on the battlefield when an enemy had fired upon him. Upon opening his eyes again, he realized he had arrived in this unfamiliar place. Memories flooded his mind, revealing the truth. He had crossed into a world of beast tamers. The original owner of this body had inadvertently pushed the arrogant youth before him and was subsequently beaten to death. The assailant remained oblivious, continuing to torment Lin Feng, while none of the onlookers intervened. "He'll kick you to death," the lavishly dressed youth snarled. However, Lin Feng, a former Special Forces soldier, was not someone to be easily bullied. As he lay on the ground, he suddenly seized the youth's foot and forcefully pushed it against the other. With a resounding crack, the youth's legs were forced into a splits position, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In an instant, Lin Feng sprang to his feet, executing a powerful kick that landed squarely on the youth's chest, sending him flying several meters away. The spectators were left in stunned silence, witnessing this unexpected turn of events that in this world of beast tamers. Every individual is born with a spirit beast egg that develops within them. The larger the cracks on the egg before hatching, the higher the spirit beast's star rank. Unfortunately, the original owner had such poor aptitude that, after 18 years, his spirit beast egg remained flawless, indicative of a likely worthless beast, perhaps even a rotten egg. Thus, the youth of Fenghua City engaged daily in 3 activities: eating, sleeping, and bullying Lin Feng. Yet today, the usually submissive Lin Feng had fought back and even dared to strike down the city's genius, Huang Mingqi. Huang Mingqi's spirit beast egg bore 5 cracks, at least promising a 5-star spirit beast, marking him as a true prodigy in Fenghua City. All onlookers shared a single thought: Lin Feng was surely finished today. "You dare to strike me? Just wait, I will make you pay dearly." Huang Mingqi, grimacing in pain, staggered toward Lin Feng. They could see that moment. Lin Feng was gasping heavily. The body he inhabited was too frail, leaving him drenched in sweat after a single maneuver. "Everyone, cease this. On such an important day as the hatching ceremony, no one is permitted to cause trouble." A robust voice boomed from behind the crowd. "Quickly disperse. Lord Gua has arrived." The youths hastily scattered. "But Uncle Gua, Lin Feng hit me." Huang Mingqi whined, his face contorted. Lord Gua cast a glance at Lin Feng before approaching Huang Mingqi, whispering, "Focus on hatching your spirit beast first. Once that is done, Lin Feng will be at your mercy." Huang Mingqi's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. Among all the youths in Fenghua City, his spirit beast egg had the most cracks. Once he hatched a 5-star spirit beast, dealing with the worthless Lin Feng would be a trivial task. In the world of beast tamers, spirit beasts are ranked from 1 to 10 stars, with star rank indicating strength. However, to become a beast tamer, one must possess at least a 3-star spirit beast, as 1 and 2-star beasts show no potential for cultivation and merely serve as ordinary helpers. In this world, most youths hatch spirit beasts of 3 or 4 stars, while those capable of producing 5-star beasts are celebrated. The emergence of 6 or 7-star spirit beasts incites fierce competition among prestigious academies, while 8 or 9-star beasts are exceedingly rare across the 5 major safe zones. A 10-star beast, however, is merely a legend spoken of in hushed tones. Thus, Huang Mingqi begrudgingly endured the humiliation, glaring at Lin Feng and warning, "You better watch out once the hatching is over. I will make you suffer." Lin Feng paid no heed to such empty threats, instead continuing to assimilate the memories within his mind that he learned of a cataclysm that had occurred a millennium ago, resulting in the emergence of numerous monstrous beasts. Humanity had established a new profession, beast tamers. Under their leadership, 5 major safe zones were formed to combat these formidable creatures that on the day of hatching, every youth who turned 18 would partake in the ceremony to bring forth the spirit beast egg within them. Today marked that auspicious occasion. It seems that in order to survive in this world, I must first acquire a spirit beast. I wonder if this egg will successfully hatch. Lin Feng pondered as he followed the crowd to the hatching site. In the hatching square, dozens of semi-spherical devices awaited, ready to incubate spirit beasts. This year, over 100 eligible youths from Fenghua City were to be divided into 2 groups for the hatching process. With a command from Lord Gua, the first group of youths began to take their places on the hatching platforms. Lin Feng was among them, seated within the semi-spherical incubator, donning the helmet above him. As Lin Feng's consciousness entered the beast taming space, Huang Mingqi was assisted onto the platform, trembling with rage as he shot Lin Feng a venomous glare. "You will pay dearly for this once I finish hatching." Within Lin Feng's beast taming space, the spirit beast egg floated silently. Just as he pondered how to hatch it, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have activated the Bloodline Cultivation System. Please select a bloodline for cultivation." Simultaneously, 3 options materialized in Lin Feng's mind. Crimson, Feather, Golden Eagle. Cultivation difficulty 2 stars. Initial star rank 4 stars. Capable of growth to 7 stars. 3-headed hell dragon. Cultivation difficulty 3 stars. Initial star rank 6 stars. Capable of growth to 9 stars. Obsidian, Fire Qilin. Cultivation difficulty 5 stars. Initial star rank 7 stars. Capable of growth to 10 stars. It was a system. Lin Feng understood this was the privilege granted to him as a transmigrator. Since he had come to this world, he resolved to achieve greatness. Thus, Lin Feng made his decision. I choose the Obsidian Fire Qilin. The selection has been successfully completed. The bloodline of the Ink Jade Fire Qilin has been integrated into the Spirit Beast Egg and is on the verge of hatching. Chapter 2. The Ink Jade Fire Qilin. Lin Feng felt an intense wave of heat emanating from the Spirit Beast Egg. Almost immediately, a series of cracking sounds resonated through the air. The incredibly sturdy shell of the egg began to develop fissures, and soon, a fiery red claw emerged from one of the cracks. With a powerful swipe, the Spirit Beast Egg shattered, and a magnificent Spirit Beast, radiating flames, leaped forth. Congratulations, host, on successfully hatching the Spirit Beast. Reward: 1 Spirit Beast Pill and 1 Advancement Pill. Each use of the Spirit Beast Pill can elevate the Beast's cultivation by 100 points. The Advancement Pill can enhance the Spirit Beast star level. The higher the star level, the more Advancement Pills required. At that moment, the information regarding the newly hatched Spirit Beast appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Ink Jade Fire Qilin star level, 7 stars, can evolve to 8 stars, low grade with the use of an Advancement Pill, attribute. Fire category, Combat Cultivation, 1st level. Stage 10100 description, an ancient divine beast capable of exerting bloodline pressure over all beast-type spirit beasts, unafraid of any flames. Detection indicates star level can be enhanced. Would you like to use an Advancement Pill? To Lin Feng's astonishment, the opportunity to elevate the star level had come so swiftly. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. Advancement Pill is being used. Duration, 10 minutes. Upon completion, the Spirit Beast star level will be elevated to 8 stars, low grade. Spirit Beasts above 8 stars are categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades. As Lin Feng gazed at the Spirit Beast undergoing advancement, his heart brimmed with excitement. With this Spirit Beast, he had secured the means to thrive in this world. At that moment, most of the youths on the hatching platform had completed their own hatchings. Those who had hatched 1 or 2-star Spirit Beasts wore despondent expressions, as their futures now seemed bleak. In contrast, those who had successfully hatched 3 or 4-star Spirit Beasts descended from the platform with exuberance, their faces alight with hope for what lay ahead. They anticipated entrance into prestigious academies, aspiring to become qualified beast tamers and bask in endless glory. "Is there anyone else?" Huang Mingqi bellowed, looking skyward from the hatching platform. In response, a dazzling light emanated from his forehead, and a magical array appeared beneath him. A Spirit Beast emerged from the array. Thunderous Porcupine star level, 5 stars cultivation. 1st level, stage 1 attribute. Thunder skills, Spike Shot, Howl. Indeed, a 5-star Spirit Beast. Truly worthy of Huang Xiao, our city's prodigy. With this Spirit Beast, Huang Xiao would undoubtedly secure a place in one of the top 3 prestigious academies of our 5th safe zone. Wow, Huang Xiao is so handsome. Can he be my boyfriend? As Huang Mingqi's Spirit Beast information was revealed, The crowd erupted in a chorus of awe. City Lord Guo wore a broad smile. It had been years since Fenghua City had seen a 5-star spirit beast, and he was finally free from the shame of being at the bottom. Thus, City Lord Guo stepped up beside Huang Mingqi, patting him on the shoulder. Well done, truly the pride of Fenghua City. Huang Mingqi reveled in the adoration from the crowd, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Yet, this moment of triumph was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of deep resentment. For he had not forgotten the pain Lin Feng had inflicted upon him moments ago. Stop right there. Having completed his hatching, Lin Feng was confronted by Huang Mingqi and his spirit beast. You think you can just walk away after what happened? Lin Feng snorted coldly, his gaze icy as he met Huang Mingqi's eyes. Do you wish to get beaten again? I now possess a 5-star spirit beast, the pride of Fenghua City. Do you dare to defy me? Huang Mingqi declared fiercely. Are you in such a hurry to leave, Lin Feng? Have you not even hatched a spirit beast? Huang Mingqi taunted. I advise you to apologize to Huang Xiao quickly. He is not someone you can afford to provoke. The surrounding crowd joined in the mockery. Huang Mingqi sneered. Lin Feng, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now, bow to me 3 times, and crawl between my legs. And I will let you go today. Otherwise, you will taste the wrath of my thunderous porcupine. This provocation ignited Lin Feng's anger. Had he not crossed over, the original owner of this body would have perished under such humiliation. The incessant bullying was intolerable. In an instant, Lin Feng surged forward, appearing right before Huang Mingqi. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as Lin Feng struck Huang Mingqi's face, sending his teeth flying. Huang Mingqi was stunned. The onlookers were equally shocked, unable to fathom that Lin Feng would dare to strike Huang Mingqi at such a moment. Did he truly seek his own demise? Huang Mingqi, clutching his swollen face, felt the blood rush to his eyes. Lin Feng, you will pay for this. Overcome by humiliation, he roared, Thunderous Porcupine, kill him. With the command given, the Thunderous Porcupine charged at Lin Feng, its spines crackling with electric sparks. Is this truly a 5-star spirit beast? What a terrifying presence. This time, Lin Feng would surely be electrocuted. The spectators gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Advancement complete. Spirit Beast has successfully advanced to 8 stars. Low grade. A blinding light enveloped Lin Feng on the hatching platform. A fiery red magical array materialized beneath his feet, and the crowd felt the temperature around them surge, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Roar. A deep and resonant roar pierced the air, instilling a sense of unparalleled authority and power. From the array, a beastly figure, towering over 3 meters, began to take shape. With the head of a dragon, the tail of a lion, the legs of a deer, and the hooves of an ox. As this majestic figure emerged, those with beast-type spirit beasts felt their own creatures tremble in their taming spaces. A robust and imposing spirit beast stood beside Lin Feng, covered in dark scales, enveloped in searing flames, each breath releasing plumes of white smoke. Someone produced a mystic light mirror to probe the spirit beast's information. Curiosity piqued. Upon doing so, the mirror emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Inked Jade Fire Qilin star level. 8 stars, low grade. The vast square fell into a profound silence. An 8-star spirit beast. Unbelievable. City Lord Guofeng trembled, gazing at Lin Feng's spirit beast in disbelief. In his 40-plus years of life, he had never encountered an 8-star spirit beast. To think that this so-called waste of Fenghua City had hatched one, it was simply inconceivable. The thunderous porcupine let out a pitiful cry, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror, losing control of its bowels in an instant. The overwhelming pressure of an 8-star spirit beast was far beyond what a mere 5-star creature could withstand. In a battle of equal strength, star levels dictated everything. Huang Mingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that Lin Feng's spirit beast was an 8-star. Had he known this earlier, even with 10 times the courage, he would never have dared to provoke Lin Feng. Lin Feng strode toward Huang Mingqi, the inked Jade Fire Qilin beside him emanating an unmatched aura. With each step he took, the ground bore the scorch marks of flames. At this moment, Huang Mingqi's heart was gripped by an overwhelming terror for Lin Feng. Possessing the 8-star spirit beast had ascended to a status he could only look up to in awe. Humph, what has become of your previously defiant demeanor? Lin Feng coldly regarded Huang Mingqi. Subsequently, Huang Mingqi's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, his voice laced with desperation as he pleaded, Brother Feng, I was wrong. I shall serve you like a beast from this day forth. I hope you can show mercy and spare me. Spare you? Lin Feng retorted, advancing towards him. Did you ever consider sparing me? Were it not for my hatching of the 8-star spirit beast, I might not have lived to this day. He continued, keeping you around serves no purpose. It would be better to render you powerless now, preventing you from bullying others in the future. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the inked Jade Fire Qilin understood his intent. raising its flame-covered paw and crushing it down upon the thunderbolt hedgehog. Instantly, flames engulfed the creature, and soon it was reduced to ashes. No. Huang Mingqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. The death of a Beastmaster's spirit beast would render them utterly incapacitated, inferior even to those with merely a one-star spirit beast. The tragic demise of the spirit beast caused Huang Mingqi to vomit blood, his body swaying before he fainted. This scene prompted all onlookers to gasp in shock. Those who had once bullied Lin Feng wished they could hide their heads in shame, terrified that they might be next. As the Lord of Fenghua City, Guoguofeng observed the scene unfold but did not intervene. After all, even 10 Huang Mingqis could not compare to the significance of one Lin Feng with an 8-star spirit beast. Thus, he approached Lin Feng with a broad smile, expressing his admiration. Truly, you are a young talent of Fenghua City, possessing both strength and courage. I hold you in high esteem. Lin Feng regarded Guoguofeng with a cold gaze, deeming him a mere opportunist. Nevertheless, out of respect for his elder, he responded perfunctorily. Thank you for your praise. City Lord. Guoguofeng nodded in satisfaction. A remarkable talent like you is far too exceptional for ordinary higher academies. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in the selection for the Starry Academy? Chapter 3. The Narrow-Minded. Among the 5 safe zones, there are 3 elite academies: the Sunlight Academy, the Moonshadow Academy, and the Starry Academy. These institutions boast the finest educational resources and the most formidable instructors. Their students are the paragons of each safe zone, with the minimum admission requirement being a 6-star spirit beast. It is worth noting that a 6-star spirit beast is already considered a rare gem in ordinary higher academies, while for these 3 academies, it is merely the baseline for admission. Additionally, a rigorous selection process is in place, wherein only the top 10 candidates earn the right to enroll. Each city has its quota annually. However, Fenghua City, being the weakest in the 5th safe zone, has not utilized this quota for many years. Now that Lin Feng, possessing an 8-star spirit beast, has emerged, Guoguofeng perceives a glimmer of hope for Fenghua City. Should Lin Feng gain admission to the Starry Academy, it would bring immeasurable honor and possibly rid the city of its reputation as the weakest. Lin Feng, recalling the information about the Starry Academy from his memories, recognized it as an excellent opportunity for growth, leaving him with no reason to decline. Task issued. Gain admission to the Starry Academy. Reward: 5 Spirit Beast Pills. 1 Ascension Pill. Achieve first place for doubled rewards. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, further solidifying Lin Feng's resolve to join the Starry Academy. He turned to Guoguofeng and inquired, "Very well, when shall I participate in the selection?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Guoguofeng's smile broadened, and he reached into his Beastmaster space, retrieving 2 items to present to Lin Feng. This is a letter of recommendation. With this letter, you may attend the selection in Luin City a week from now. Additionally, this card contains 10,000 spirit stones as a reward from Fenghua City. Lin Feng accepted the 2 items, placing them into his Beastmaster space. Guoguofeng then draped an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and addressed the crowd. Today marks a momentous occasion for Fenghua City. Lin Feng has not only hatched an 8-star spirit beast, but will also represent us in the selection for the Starry Academy. Let us cheer for Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Those who had once looked down upon him now found themselves shouting his name in support. Meanwhile, Huang Mingqi, the former prodigy, was cast aside, ignored by all. Originally, Guoguofeng wished to host a celebration for Lin Feng, but he declined, not wanting to witness the ugly faces of those who had belittled him. Instead, he returned home. Being an orphan, Lin Feng lived alone in a house on the outskirts of Fenghua City. Lying in bed, he opened the system interface in his mind. Within this bloodline cultivation system, numerous functions awaited, all requiring a certain level of power to unlock. He casually opened the task interface, and a new task promptly appeared. Please name your spirit beast. Reward: 1 spirit beast pill, 1 skill book. Let us call him Little Mo. Lin Feng exclaimed. Naming complete. Rewards have been issued to the Beastmaster space. At that moment, within the Beastmaster space, Lin Feng already possessed 2 spirit beast pills, and he contemplated it was time to enhance Little Mo's cultivation. Typically, a Beastmaster would need to meditate and train to improve their spirit beast's abilities. However, Lin Feng was different. He could not only cultivate through meditation, but also acquire spirit beast pills by completing system tasks. Furthermore, for every 10 demon beasts he defeated, he could exchange them for 1 spirit beast pill. This enabled his cultivation rate to far surpass that of others. Lin Feng fed the 2 spirit beast pills to Little Mo, and instantly, Little Mo's cultivation began to rise, simultaneously enhancing Lin Feng's own physique. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng felt his strength had more than doubled compared to before. System notification: enhancing the spirit beast cultivation provides a comprehensive boost to the host. Wow, this function is quite remarkable. Lin Feng rejoiced internally. In this world, beast masters were typically frail, relying solely on their spirit beasts in battle. With the system's enhancement, an audacious thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind. As a former Special Forces soldier with formidable combat skills, combined with the system's augmentation, he aspired to be the first beast master to fight alongside his spirit beast. At that moment, information about the spirit beast appeared. Ink Jade Fire Qilin, Juvenile Phase. Star Level, 8-star Low Grade. Cultivation, First Stage, Level 2, 100, 500. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Flame Immunity, Pressure, Charge. Aside from enhancing their cultivation through innate understanding, spirit beasts could also learn new skills by studying skill books of their respective attributes. Coincidentally, the skill book he just acquired was Fire Attribute, titled Hellfire. Thus, Lin Feng utilized the skill book, enabling little Mo to master the new skill. The subsequent week was spent entirely in training, with Lin Feng also engaging in combat exercises with little Mo. One early morning, Lin Feng meticulously packed his belongings and boarded the train to Luin City. The Starry Academy's headquarters was situated at the heart of the 4th and 5th safe zones, with the selection taking place in Luin City, a metropolis cloaked in lush forests. Upon entering the city, Lin Feng was immediately struck by the refreshing air. Lin Feng, concerned about Xiao Mo feeling lonely in the beast mastery space, decided to keep it by his side. As an 8-star spirit beast, Xiao Mo possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate its size. Presently, it had transformed into a diminutive creature resembling a puppy, perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder, its large eyes curiously surveying the surrounding sights. Greenshade City was significantly larger than Fenghua City, bustling with throngs of people on the streets, accompanied by various exotic spirit beasts following their beast masters, filling Lin Feng with a sense of novelty. Following the address, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of an academy, which served as the selection venue for the Star Academy this time. "Halt!" barked the guard at the entrance, his voice laden with authority. "I am here from Fenghua City to participate in the Star Academy selection," Lin Feng replied. "Ha! Fenghua City? That feeble place actually has someone participating in the selection this year? Likely just another underachiever barely meeting the criteria." The two guards erupted into laughter. "A trash city produces trash. I advise you, spare yourself the embarrassment and don't even think about entering, as you are bound to fail the selection," scoffed one of the guards, Dawu, disdain evident in his tone. Lin Feng frowned, irritation bubbling within him as he coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours? Guard dog, how dare you insult me? I shall see what qualifications you possess to participate in the selection." Dawu stepped forward, his gaze fixed menacingly on Lin Feng. In that moment, a radiant glow emanated from Dawu's forehead, conjuring a blue magic array before him, from which a colossal wolf's head slowly emerged, followed by its blue wolf body. "Howling Wind Wolf King," Dawu commanded, summoning the spirit beast. Students selected for the Star Academy were referred to as elite students. Those who were not selected but chose to remain would serve the academy in exchange for educational resources, known as borrowing students. Being one of the 3 major academies, even the education received by borrowing students surpassed that of ordinary higher education institutions. Thus, many youths willingly stayed at the academy to borrow. Dawu, a borrowing student who had failed to be selected yet possessed a 6-star spirit beast, harbored an unwarranted sense of superiority. Seeing Lin Feng, a newcomer from a small city, daring to speak back, he aimed to teach him a lesson. The Howling Wind Wolf King let out a fierce howl, stirring a whirlwind around them. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize and get down on your knees, or you'll regret it," Dawu threatened, pointing a finger at Lin Feng's nose. "Who gave you the audacity to point at me?" Lin Feng's annoyance peaked, and in a swift motion, he seized Dawu's finger with his right hand, twisting it forcefully. The guard felt as though his finger was caught in a vice, the pain making him grimace uncontrollably. "Howling Wind, attack!" Dawu shouted through gritted teeth. Following the command, the Howling Wind Wolf King lunged forward. At that moment, Xiao Mo, resting on Lin Feng's shoulder, sprang into action. It leapt into the air, its form rapidly shifting. And with a thunderous roar, the fiery-hued Mo Jade Fire Qilin made its dazzling entrance. Upon its appearance, the Howling Wind Wolf King froze, its body collapsing to the ground as it emitted pitiful whimpers. The overwhelming aura of the Mo Jade Fire Qilin left the two guards paralyzed with astonishment. Dawu, whose finger Lin Feng had seized, could only gape in disbelief. Is this a Qilin-type spirit beast? How could such a powerful creature emerge from a backwater like Fenghua City? Meanwhile, the other guard, Xiao Lu, quickly comprehended that this young man was not someone they could provoke. He pleaded, "We'll let you in, just release my brother." "Blind fools." Lin Feng pressed down harder, and a distinct crack echoed as Dawu's finger likely fractured. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream erupted from Dawu. "Who dares to harm our students at the Star Academy?" A cold voice resonated from within the academy. Accompanied by the voice, A female teacher approached from a distance. She was clad in a fitted suit that accentuated her graceful figure, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism. Upon seeing her, Xiao Lu immediately lamented, "Teacher He, you've arrived." This guy broke Dawu's finger. Teacher He's expression turned serious. Borrowing students selected as guards typically had cultivation levels above the first stage, 5th level. The fact that this young man could break Dawu's finger suggested his identity was not ordinary. As a teacher, she could not overlook an injury to a student. So she questioned Lin Feng, "Why did you harm him?" Lin Feng scoffed, "Your Star Academy truly exudes arrogance. Even the guards wield such grandiose airs." Xiao Mo also let out an indignant roar, startling the teacher. Turning to face the source of the sound, her astonishment deepened. This is a Qilin-type spirit beast. Who exactly is this young man to possess such a rare creature? Consequently, teacher He inquired of Xiao Lu, what transpired? Why did he break Dawu's finger? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained, "Teacher He came from Fenghua City to participate in the selection. We thought someone from such a small place was unworthy of entering, so we stopped him. However, when Dawu attempted to teach him a lesson, he ended up breaking his finger. You insolent fools." Teacher He's gaze sharpened, her voice laced with fury. "Who decides who can participate in the selection? Is it you two borrowing students? You've brought disgrace upon our Star Academy." Horrified by Teacher He's wrath, Dawu and Xiao Lu stammered, "Teacher, we were wrong. No need for further discussion. Pack your belongings and go home. The Star Academy has no need for students like you." Teacher He dismissed their pleas, turning to Lin Feng with a conciliatory smile. "I apologize for the inconvenience. These two are merely borrowing students, and I have expelled them." In the face of the Mo Jade Fire Qilin and this young man, Teacher He could easily discern who was more significant. Lin Feng was taken aback by her decisiveness and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" With a smile that concealed her amusement, Teacher He replied, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the reception teacher responsible for this selection. My name is He Ningxue. May I proceed to participate in the selection now, Teacher He?" Lin Feng asked. "Certainly. Follow me." He Ningxue gestured for him to follow, while the two guards remained frozen in dismay, wailing in despair. If given another chance, they would undoubtedly refrain from speaking out of turn. Alas, there are no second chances in this world. As they entered the academy, He Ningxue turned to Lin Feng and remarked, "So this is your spirit beast? It is indeed rare to see one that can hatch a Qilin type." Spirit beasts are classified not only by their star levels, but also by their bloodlines. For instance, among spirit beasts of the same star level, tiger-type beasts are invariably superior to rabbit-type ones. Moreover, creatures such as dragon types, phoenix types, mutated types, and Qilin types are exceedingly rare. To possess any one of the aforementioned spirit beasts is to be endowed with a growth potential and abilities that far surpass those of other spirit beasts of the same star rank. "I presume your spirit beast must be of the 7-star caliber," He Ningxuang conjectured. "It is of the 8-star inferior quality," Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, He Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback. Even within their esteemed Star Academy, there was but one 8-star quality spirit beast, and it belonged to a student on the verge of graduation. Most students admitted in recent years had spirit beasts of around the 7-star rank, often of rare breeds. The emergence of an 8-star spirit beast from a place as modest as Fenghua this year was nothing short of astonishing for He Ningxuang. "Given this, allow me to escort you to your quarters. You may head directly to the Academy's playground tomorrow," He Ningxuang stated decisively. "I shall take care of the remaining matters on your behalf." "Certainly, I appreciate your assistance, Teacher He," Lin Feng replied to the enchanting instructor. "No need for formality." He Ningxuang smiled as she led Lin Feng to a quaint villa. She then departed to attend to other administrative tasks with a letter from Guofeng in hand. Reclining on the soft bed, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder the stark disparity between those with power and those without in this world. Were it not for his system, which had enabled him to hatch a Mou Fire Qilin, he might have found himself in a position so dire that even the most menial tasks in Fenghua would go unheeded. After a brief respite, Lin Feng entered a state of cultivation. After a week of diligent practice, little Mo had reached the 3rd tier of the first stage, 170-700. Lin Feng's strength had also escalated to 300 kilograms, with a speed of 10 meters per second. Having spent the night immersed in his training, the following day, Lin Feng followed the route He Ningxuang had provided to arrive at the Academy's playground. The crowd was not overly dense at this hour, and Lin Feng chose a spot to sit and await the others. Approximately half an hour later, a multitude of youths participating in the selection had gathered, and Lin Feng estimated there were over 300 individuals on the field. These individuals hailed from various cities within the 4th and 5th safe zones. The 3 academies, Riguang Academy, which catered to the largest population and spanned the widest area in the 1st safe zone, Yueying Academy, responsible for the 2nd and 3rd safe zones, and Xingqian Academy, which oversaw the 4th and 5th safe zones, had all sent their representatives. The 300-plus participants formed 2 lines according to the star rank of their spirit beasts. The 6-star spirit beasts outnumbered the others, with over 200 present, while there were only a handful of 7-star beasts. Lin Feng stood alone in a line of his own, drawing the attention of every youth around him. What makes this fellow so special, standing in isolation? Shoo! Lower your voices. Do you not see the symbol beneath his feet? That is the mark of an 8-star. We actually have an 8-star spirit beast this year. How are we to compete? He is surely among the top 10. As Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a tall young woman in the 7-star group. She had short hair, donned a strapless top and a short skirt, and sported heavily smoky eye makeup. Her gaze, framed by thick black eyeliner, bore into him with an unusual intensity. What a peculiar look. Lin Feng discerned no hint of emotional fluctuation in her eyes. At that moment, several teachers approached the playground, including He Ningxuang, who today wore a delicate blue gown that exuded elegance. Among the faculty, the elder with the most years of experience spoke up. We thank you for attending the selection for Star Academy. We seek only the elite among elites. Hence we have established 2 tests. His voice resonated clearly, ensuring all present could hear. The first test, the Mystic Realm. Those who can traverse the Mystic Realm within 1 hour will qualify for the second test. Within this realm, numerous demonic beasts await. Only by defeating the leader of these beasts can one be considered to have successfully passed. While the elder spoke, several teachers began their tasks, inscribing intricate formations on the playground. Once the formations were complete, they placed various demonic beast crystals at the corners. With a blinding flash of white light, the formation was activated. Soon after, the Academy's students distributed wooden tokens to each participant. Once the tokens were handed out, the elder continued. This token will record your passage time. Should you encounter peril, you may shatter the token. However, once the token is destroyed, it signifies your withdrawal from the test, resulting in immediate elimination. Now, let the test commence. Upon hearing the prospect of slaying demonic beasts, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. For every 10 beasts he defeated, he could exchange them for a spirit beast pill, which would enhance his cultivation far more swiftly than conventional training. Thus, he eagerly stepped into the mystic realm ahead of the others. After all participants had entered, several large screens arose on the playground, displaying real-time occurrences within the mystic realm. As a dazzling white light enveloped him, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and found himself amidst a dense forest, shrouded in a delicate white mist, from which the distant calls of demonic beasts could be heard. Is this the mystic realm? Lin Feng summoned little Mo from the beast conjuring space. Upon its appearance, the intense heat radiating from the MOU fire Qilin dissipated much of the surrounding mist, capturing the attention of the teachers watching the screens. Heavens! A Qilin breed! Exclaimed the elder, addressing He Ningxuang beside him. Is this the young man you spoke of yesterday? He Ningxuang nodded affirmatively. Yes, Dean Mu, it is indeed him. Impressive. Truly worthy of the Qilin breed. The aura it exudes is extraordinary. The elder remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. At that moment, Lin Feng was swiftly advancing through the forest, having chosen a direction with purpose. Before long, he detected traces of a demonic beast ahead. It was a creature concealed among the trees. Had Lin Feng not possessed keen eyes, it would have been nearly undetectable. Drawing out the Xianguang mirror used for discerning demonic beasts, he examined the creature's attributes. Spike Tree Demon. Level, 1st stage, 2nd tier. Attribute, Wood. Description, often hidden within forests, it strikes swiftly, catching its prey off guard. Skills, Spike Assault, Entangle. Given that the youths participating in the selection had only recently hatched their spirit beasts, their cultivation levels were relatively low. Therefore, the demonic beasts designed for the Mystic Realm by Star Academy were all below the 5th tier of the 1st stage. Such creatures posed no lethal threats at their current stage, provided they coordinated well with their spirit beasts. Seeing this demonic beast ignited Lin Feng's excitement. This was an opportunity for cultivation. However, he refrained from commanding little Mo to attack. He wished to test his own abilities. Thus, he instructed little Mo to remain on standby, ready to assist, while he stealthily approached the Spike Tree Demon. Observing Lin Feng's actions, the watching teachers exchanged puzzled glances. What is he doing? Why is he leaving his spirit beast behind to confront the demonic beast alone? Surely, he cannot be foolish? In the minds of these instructors, the notion of commanding spirit beasts in battle was deeply ingrained. It was unprecedented for a beast master to face a demonic beast alone. Thus, they found Lin Feng's behavior perplexing. As the esteemed Director Mu, a beast master with decades of experience, observed the unfolding events, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him regarding Lin Feng's actions. What could this young lad possibly be up to? On the expansive screen, Lin Feng was seen lifting his leg with grace, gradually approaching the spiked tree demon. Suddenly, the bushes beside him began to tremble, and several sharp projectiles whistled through the air towards him. Oh no, Lin Feng thought to himself, realizing there was yet another hidden beast. Fortunately, his enhanced physique allowed him swift reflexes. At a crucial moment, he rolled to the ground, evading the incoming spikes. The bushes then revealed their true form, spike grass. Level, First Order, Second Grade. Attribute, Wood. Skill, Poison Spike Shot. Lin Feng was taken aback to discover that this bush was, in fact, a beast. The spiked tree demon also detected Lin Feng and swung its massive trunk menacingly toward him. Caught in the vice of two beasts, Lin Feng found himself in a perilous situation. Alas, he thought, how impulsive of me. I cannot fathom why I did this. Such a pity for this 8-star spirit beast. It felt like a waste. Several instructors began to critique Lin Feng's actions, deeming the assessment effectively over. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, for his previous evasive maneuvers had demonstrated that his speed surpassed that of both beasts. In an instant, he dashed towards the spiked tree demon like an arrow released from a bow. The tree trunk's attack was poised to land squarely on his head, but Lin Feng deftly sidestepped at the last moment. The spiked tree demon's strike crashed into the ground, sending debris flying. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng closed the distance to the demon, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch to its trunk. The impact created a gaping hole in the demon's sturdy body, causing the 3-meter-tall creature to topple to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng leaped onto the fallen demon, raining down blows that elicited pained cries from the beast. This astonishing display left all the instructors before the screen agape in disbelief. How could this young man possess such strength, capable of toppling a spiked tree demon with a single punch? The force of his blow could rival that of a 4-star spirit beast. Was this the expected prowess of a beastmaster? They never imagined that a beastmaster could engage in close combat with a demon, far exceeding their expectations. How intriguing. Director Mu smiled faintly at the sight of Lin Feng's raw power. After a week of rigorous training, Lin Feng and the spirit beast Xiao Mo had developed a certain synergy. Observing Lin Feng being flanked, Xiao Mo rushed to his aid, unleashing a fireball that engulfed the spiked grass, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Slightly bewildered, Xiao Mo shook its head, pondering why it had been so fragile. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to pummel the spiked tree demon, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Glancing at his slightly reddened fists, Lin Feng resolved to craft a pair of knuckle dusters in the future. Otherwise, his fists might not withstand such punishment. Having gauged his strength, Lin Feng recognized that the beasts within this secret realm were no match for him and Xiao Mo. Thus, the instructors before the screen witnessed a scene they had never encountered in their lives. A beastmaster charging ahead, accompanied by a fiery Qilin spirit beast providing support from behind. In the dense forest, Xiao Mo unleashed flames in all directions, igniting the secret realm in a blazing inferno. The stealthy beasts, accustomed to hiding, were utterly unprepared for such indiscriminate onslaughts. In moments, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of the beasts. Lin Feng reveled in the escalating tally of defeated beasts displayed on his system, his heart brimming with joy. The temperature in the forest soared, and the white mist gradually dissipated. Soon, the secret realm lay transformed into a charred wasteland. Around Lin Feng, not a single living creature remained. Suddenly, the ground at the center of the now blackened forest began to swell, as if something from beneath was forcing its way to the surface. As the ground rose higher, Lin Feng sensed the presence of a formidable entity below. This must be the realm-s leader that the elder spoke of. He activated the Xian Guang mirror to investigate. Mandala Flower King. Level, First Order, 5th Grade. Attribute, Wood, Poison. Skills, Devour, Bind, Poison Mist. Description, often manifests as a stunning flower. It conceals deadly toxins and feeds on other beasts. With a thunderous explosion, the colossal Mandala Flower King erupted from the earth, its numerous vines thrashing about while toxic fumes spewed forth from its petals. At last, a worthy opponent had arrived. Lin Feng cracked his knuckles, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Mo, let us go. Xiao Mo responded with a fierce roar. Lin Feng surged forward, swiftly closing in on the Mandala Flower King and delivering a punch to its form. Xiao Mo, not to be outdone, propelled itself with flames and executed a charging attack. The robust body collided with the Mandala Flower King, flames instantly enveloping it. The creature let out a piercing scream, its vines thrashing wildly toward Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng skillfully evaded, darting around the Mandala Flower King. In its frantic pursuit, the vines became entangled, forming a knot. This beast truly was foolish. Let us finish it, Lin Feng declared, sensing the opportune moment. Xiao Mo comprehended his intent and stomped the ground, causing surging magma to emerge beneath the Mandala Flower King. Skill: Hellfire Eruption. The magma flowed, and a torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the Mandala Flower King. The creature writhed in the flames, unable to escape. Moments later, as the flames extinguished, only a pile of ash remained on the ground. Upon the Mandala Flower King's demise, the wooden token in Lin Feng's hand radiated light, coalescing into 2 lines of text. Success. Past the secret realm in 10 minutes. The portal has opened. Please return. A swirling blue vortex appeared at Lin Feng's feet. Was that it? He mused, astonished at his own prowess. Previously, the record set by the strongest individual in their academy had exceeded 20 minutes. And here was this boy, having bulldozed through, defeating a first-order 5-star beast leader in under 2 minutes. Had he truly only hatched his spirit beast a week ago? Even a second-order beastmaster would struggle to achieve such speed. The instructors stared in disbelief at Lin Feng entering the portal, their astonishment palpable. Dean Mu was profoundly astonished by Lin Feng's performance. Yet his heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of such a prodigious young talent becoming a student of their Star Academy. I propose that Lin Feng be granted admission without the need for the second assessment. Chapter 6. Choosing a Mentor. Several teachers exchanged glances and concurred with Dean Mu's sentiments. The second assessment involved one-on-one combat, and given Lin Feng's 8-star Qilin spirit beast and his extraordinary strength, it was unlikely that any of the 300 candidates could withstand him. Thus, there was no necessity for Lin Feng to partake in this subsequent test. As a radiant beam of light flashed within the magic circle, Lin Feng emerged alongside his spirit beast, Xiaomo. What is this all about? Lin Feng inquired, observing the group of teachers before him, their faces adorned with smiles. A bespectacled male teacher spoke first. Lin Feng, students admitted to Star Academy are assigned dedicated mentors. How about I become your teacher? I possess a 7-star fire-type spirit beast and have achieved 5th-tier cultivation. I assure you, I will devote my utmost efforts to guide you. Beside him, a burly male teacher pushed him aside with disdain, remarking, Chui Feng, step aside. Do you think a student like Lin Feng is someone you can mentor? Introducing himself, the robust teacher declared, I am Xiong Xing, with a 7-star spirit beast, the explosive kangaroo, and I am at the 6th tier. I noticed your penchant for using your fists. My spirit beast specializes in boxing. If you become my student, I guarantee you will become a boxing master within a year. Lin Feng, do not heed his words. Choose me instead. The teachers continued to present themselves, leaving Lin Feng somewhat overwhelmed. Enough. Calm down for a moment. Dean Mu intervened, halting the animated and flushed teachers. What kind of impression do you think Lin Feng will have of our Star Academy in such a manner? Upon hearing Dean Mu speak, the teachers quieted down, though their competitive glances persisted. Lin Feng, first and foremost, congratulations. After our deliberation, you are exempt from the second assessment. Dean Mu said with a warm smile directed at Lin Feng. Are you implying that I have passed the selection? Lin Feng asked incredulously. Indeed. The achievements you have attained in this secret realm surpass even those of our second-tier students. Hence you have been granted exceptional admission. Dean Mu presented Lin Feng with a gleaming medal, adorned with a depiction of a myriad of stars, with the inscription Star Academy etched at the bottom. Lin Feng accepted the medal, feeling its weight as he affixed it to his left chest, and bowed respectfully to the dean, saying, Thank you, Dean. Now, Lin Feng, among these teachers, do you have a preference? Dean Mu inquired, assisting Lin Feng to his feet and turning to address the male teachers. Our Star Academy only admits 10 students each year. To ensure the best guidance, we select 5 mentors who are at least 5th-tier beast tamers. Noticing Lin Feng's confusion, Dean Mu elaborated, each mentor accepts only 2 students, and they will exert their utmost efforts to aid you in your training and studies. Lin Feng was taken aback. It was no wonder Star Academy was one of the 3 prestigious institutions, employing 5th-tier beast tamers as mentors. The ranking of beast tamers correlates with their cultivation, classified from 1 to 10 tiers. For reasons unknown, the strongest beings in this world seldom exceed 8th-tier strength. A 5th-tier beast tamer is more than capable of serving as a city lord in larger cities, such as Greenshade City. In contrast, according to Lin Feng's recollections from before his transmigration, Fenghua City was merely a county at best. Dean, may I select her? Lin Feng pointed towards Ningxuang. Dean Mu followed the direction of Lin Feng's finger and paused. You wish to choose Ningxuang? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lin Feng. While Ningxuang is indeed the most exceptional among our young instructors, having reached late 4th-tier cultivation, she primarily oversees the management of transfer students. However, she lacks experience in mentoring elite students. Are you certain you wish to select her? Dean Mu pressed further. I have made up my mind. I choose her. Lin Feng asserted resolutely. Recognizing Lin Feng's earnestness, Dean Mu summoned He Ningxuang. Ningxuang, come here. Still engrossed in the large screen, He Ningxuang hurried over. Dean, did you call for me? Ningxuang, Lin Feng has chosen you as his mentor. Dean, You must be joking. I am hardly qualified to instruct elite students. Shuang was clearly taken aback and hurriedly protested. You are diligent in your teaching. This opportunity to mentor Lin Feng will also serve as a test for you. Dean Mu insisted. But, Dean, Shuang attempted to decline once more, but was cut off by Dean Mu's gesture. It is settled. Oh, Shuang pouted, feeling immense pressure as she noticed the predatory expressions of the other male teachers. She promptly pulled Lin Feng aside and asked, Why would you choose me when you are so exceptional? I thought you were quite responsible yesterday, assisting me with so many matters. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Is that really the only reason? Shuang was momentarily speechless, yet she continued, Although this is my first time mentoring elite students, I must inform you that I am quite strict. If you fail to meet my standards, I will not go easy on you. All right. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. In truth, he was indifferent to who his mentor was. With the system by his side, he preferred to select a teacher he found amiable. The male teachers watched with envy as Lin Feng was led away by Shuang, their expressions ablaze with frustration. They regretted not having strolled by the school entrance the previous day. At that moment, the magic circle shimmered once more, and a peculiarly dressed girl emerged. 24 minutes. She announced. This time was commendable, and had it not been for Lin Feng, she would have been the fastest this year. Subsequently, students continued to emerge from the magic circle in succession, the majority being 7-star beast tamers. After an hour, with a command from Dean Mu, the first assessment concluded. Fewer than 100 had successfully passed through the secret realm, resulting in the disqualification of 2/3 of the candidates. Those who did not qualify departed dejectedly, having failed to earn even the status of a transfer student at Star Academy. For the second assessment, one-on-one combat, please step forward to draw lots. Dean Mu announced. Go rest for now. Once everything is settled, I will call for you. Shuang said to Lin Feng, who had been granted exceptional admission. While the remaining candidates fiercely vied for acceptance, Lin Feng returned to the villa, leisurely enjoying the air conditioning and relishing the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 7. Unyielding Together. Reclining on the villa's sofa, Lin Feng accessed the system interface. Upon locating the task panel, he noticed that the mission to enroll in the academy was still marked as incomplete. Did this mean that his exceptional admission did not count? Never mind, he thought. It was more crucial to exchange for spirit beast pills to enhance his cultivation. Thus, Lin Feng opened the exchange interface, which displayed the number of demon beasts he had defeated. The inferno he and Xiao Mo unleashed had incinerated over 60 demon beasts. For every 10 demon beasts, he could exchange for 1 spirit beast pill. After exchanging 6 spirit beast pills, Lin Feng promptly administered them all to Xiao Mo, the Fire Jade Qilin. Now at the first rank, level 4, 130, 1000, boasts a star rating of 8 stars, with a fire attribute and skills including fire immunity, charge, pressure, and hellfire. Following the enhancement of its cultivation, Xiao Mo's flames roared to life with increased vigor, and its physique slightly expanded. Naturally, Lin Feng also experienced a boost in his own cultivation, his strength now reaching an impressive 500 kilograms, while his speed soared to 15 meters per second. If only there were a constant stream of demon beasts to slay. The explosive power surging through Lin Feng's body ignited his imagination. He removed his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique. Come on, let us test our strength. He challenged Xiao Mo, who lay languidly on the sofa. With a resounding call, Xiao Mo transformed into a battle stance. In an instant, the sofa beneath them was reduced to ashes by the flames emanating from Xiao Mo's body. Perhaps we should head outside. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. The ferocity of Xiao Mo's flames was overwhelming, and if this continued, their villa would be reduced to cinders. Once outside, Xiao Mo stood opposite Lin Feng, provocatively shaking its head as if to say, Come at me, dare to challenge me, and see how I handle you. Lin Feng performed a brief warm-up before launching himself forward. With a sudden powerful thrust, Xiao Mo's hind hooves propelled it off the ground, and its twin horns charged directly at Lin Feng. The impact of its horns collided fiercely with Lin Feng's hands, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Lin Feng dug in his feet, ramming his forehead against Xiao Mo's head to absorb its forward momentum. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself unable to budge Xiao Mo an inch. The strength of an 8-star spirit beast is truly formidable. Lin Feng pondered. He then renewed his effort, pushing forward once more, while Xiao Mo, equally determined, pushed back with its hind legs. Thus, the two engaged in a contest of strength in the villa's courtyard. After a quarter of an hour of stalemate, Lin Feng felt his stamina waning, prompting him to concede. All right, this time you win. Xiao Mo joyfully cried out, tossing Lin Feng onto its back and bouncing with exuberance. Easy there. Watch my backside. After a playful bout with Xiao Mo, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. He had merely sought to gauge his strength, and though he fell short compared to Xiao Mo, the 8-star spirit beast, He remained confident that his power would reach terrifying heights as his cultivation progressed. As dusk descended, Lin Feng lay idly on the ground outside the villa, gazing at the stars that had begun to twinkle in the sky, a twinge of melancholy washing over him. Though this world was fascinating, it was not without its loneliness. Would he ever return home? Acknowledging his mood, Xiao Emo nudged him with its head and nestled in his embrace. I'm glad to have you by my side, Lin Feng said, affectionately stroking Xiao Emo. If the opportunity arises, I will surely take you back with me. Suddenly, a pair of slender, fair legs appeared before him. Lin Feng looked up to see He Ningxuang, adorned in a light blue dress, her exquisite face captivating him. What are you doing here without a shirt? Upon noticing He Ningxuang, Lin Feng hurriedly sat up and donned his shirt, replying, nothing. Just finished training. The assessment has concluded. Come with me to the gathering, she instructed. All right. Lin Feng placed Xiao Mo on his shoulder and followed He Ningxuang to the training ground of the academy. There, they found Dean Mu and several male instructors present. Opposite them stood 9 individuals, 3 girls and 6 boys, including the oddly dressed short-haired girl, who continued to regard Lin Feng with an unyielding expression. Now that all the elite students of the Star Academy are assembled, I have a few announcements to make, Dean Mu declared, signaling Lin Feng to stand among the group. First, regarding the selection of mentors. Before he could finish, a boy stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Lin Feng. Dean, why wasn't he part of the second assessment? The interruption visibly irked Dean Mu. Seeing this, the hot-tempered Xiongxing immediately stepped in, declaring, Lin Feng completed the secret realm in 10 minutes. This is a record for our academy, and thus he is admitted regardless of the usual criteria. Do you have an issue with that? 10 minutes? Impossible. He must have cheated. The boy exclaimed incredulously. An overwhelming aura radiated from Xiongxing as he coldly retorted. Are you questioning the integrity of our Star Academy? The boy appeared intimidated by Xiongxing's presence, but did not back down. We were all selected through one-on-one combat. Why should he be exempt? This isn't fair. His words sparked agreement from the other boys, who echoed, exactly. Do you dare to rebel? Xiongxing advanced menacingly toward the group. Dean Mu raised a hand to calm him, addressing the boys with a gentle demeanor. What would you consider fair? At the very least, he should have to defeat our strongest. One boy challenged, pointing directly at Lin Feng. Are you willing to face me? He Ningxuang, standing nearby, wore a worried expression. After all, these young men were exceptionally talented and undoubtedly proud. It was only natural for them to feel disgruntled upon seeing Lin Feng admitted without the usual trials. She subtly advised Lin Feng. There's no need to engage with them. Your admission was sanctioned by Dean Mu, and their discontent is irrelevant. However, Lin Feng, confronted with provocation, would not retreat. He strode forward, his gaze icy as he met the boy's eyes. I despise being pointed at. You're not satisfied? Then let us make it a group challenge. With Lin Feng's proclamation, the entire assembly fell silent, stunned by his boldness. Such audacity was remarkable. These 9 individuals were among the most outstanding youths in the 4th and 5th safe zones, each a paragon of talent. It was inconceivable for Lin Feng to challenge them all simultaneously. He Ningxuang whispered anxiously, have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, the boy facing Lin Feng erupted into laughter. The one you all admitted by exception can't possibly be serious. He must be a fool to speak so boldly. I can handle this idiot alone. The boy sneered, stepping closer and pointing at Lin Feng. I'm Feng Chong. Prepare yourself. Before he could finish, Lin Feng closed the distance in an instant, swiftly grasping Feng Chong's finger and forcefully bending it downward. A sharp crack echoed as Feng Chong's finger contorted at an unnatural angle. What speed? Several male instructors gasped in astonishment. Observing Lin Feng's recently unleashed speed, one could not help but notice that it surpassed even that exhibited earlier in the secret realm by a considerable margin. I have warned you not to point your fingers at me. Lin Feng's voice, cold as ice, addressed the 9 individuals standing before him. Each of them, being the pride of their respective cities, carried an air of arrogance. Thus, witnessing Lin Feng's blatant disregard for them ignited a surge of fury within. Consequently, they summoned their spirit beasts, and in an instant, the training ground was illuminated with a dazzling array of colors. As the magical formations materialized, powerful spirit beasts emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura. However, a peculiar girl with short hair remained motionless, merely observing Lin Feng intently. Director Mu, what should we do now? He Ningxiang, concerned for Lin Feng's safety, inquired of Director Mu. The director, gazing meaningfully at the group of young individuals, replied, regardless of the outcome, this will temper their arrogance. Should danger arise, I shall intervene. Nevertheless, He Ningxiang remained apprehensive about Lin Feng. She was poised to summon her spirit beast at any moment to shield him. After all, he was her first elite student. As Lin Feng surveyed the scene, he noted that 5 of the youths possessed spirit beasts of 7-star quality. while the remaining 3 commanded mutated 6-star beasts. Feeling the pressure they exerted, Lin Feng's blood surged with excitement. Xiao Mo leaped into the air, unleashing a thunderous roar, transforming into a battle form engulfed in flames. Upon landing, the ground beneath it ignited. The dominant aura of the Beast King permeated the arena, causing the spirit beasts of the young men to cower and retreat. Just as the young men were intimidated by Xiao Mo's presence, Lin Feng sprang into action. Just as Feng Chong summoned his 7-star spirit beast, the Shadow Black Panther, Lin Feng was upon him. However, the Shadow Black Panther, overwhelmed by Xiao Mo's oppressive aura, was caught off guard as Lin Feng's fist struck its eye with precision. Simultaneously, Lin Feng kicked Feng Chong in the abdomen. By the time the young man adjusted to Xiao Mo's formidable presence and prepared to retaliate, Feng Chong and his spirit beast were already sent flying. Goodness, this guy is ferocious. Is he even human? He dispatched Feng Chong without even using his spirit beast? They gasped in shock, recalling that Feng Chong had ranked 3rd in the recent assessment. As they stood in astonishment, Lin Feng charged towards another male adversary, with Xiao Mo trailing closely behind. This one is mine, don't steal it. Lin Feng admonished Xiao Mo a while. Xiao Mo promptly switched targets. The young man's spirit beast was a 6-star mutated Thunderfire giant ape, a dual attribute creature whose strength rivaled that of an ordinary 7-star beast. Seeing Lin Feng approach, the boy hastily commanded the Thunderfire giant ape to attack. The beast roared, pounding its chest, as sparks of electricity crackled around its massive frame. Electromagnetic storm. The boy shouted, and bolts of lightning radiated outward from the Thunderfire giant ape's body. Experiencing a spirit beast of the lightning attribute for the first time, Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, his hair standing on end. As the assault of the electromagnetic storm surged toward him, Lin Feng swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, another boy commanded his 7-star spirit beast, the Azure Water Scorpion King, to execute a water wave attack. Instantly, a surge of water erupted from the ground. The boy had intended to ambush Lin Feng from both sides, but Lin Feng, having anticipated his strategy, deftly dodged to the right, performing a forward roll to escape the range of their attacks. The collision of the water wave and the electromagnetic storm sent water spraying everywhere, drenching the 2 boys. They soon felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, followed by a powerful current coursing through their bodies. These fools, do they not realize that water conducts electricity? Chui Feng scolded angrily. The 2 boys trembled from the electric shock, their hair standing on end, and among the 8, 3 had already lost their combat effectiveness. The 2 girls, witnessing this, quickly cried out, "Big brother, please don't hit me. I'm out." They retreated to the back, withdrawing their spirit beasts into their beast-controlling space. Fearing that Lin Feng's lack of restraint would result in their own defeat, Xiao Mo's opponent, similarly charred, raised both hands in surrender. The battlefield now contained only 2 boys remaining. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo approached them with mischievous smiles. Moments later, agonized cries erupted. It was a complete rout. Although Lin Feng faced 8 adversaries simultaneously, they fought entirely independently, lacking any coordination. Coupled with Lin Feng's extraordinary speed, strength, and the synergy with his 8-star MOU Fire Qilin, none of them stood a chance against him. Moreover, these youths had not anticipated the scenario where a beast master and their spirit beast would fight in unison. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Xiongxing applauded, clearly impressed. This child, Lin Feng, is truly remarkable. To triumph against 8 opponents is astonishing. Director Mu's face radiated with delight. At that moment, as he gazed at Lin Feng, he perceived a treasure before him. Both Lin Feng's exceptional combat talent and his 8-star quality Qilin spirit beast made him feel as though he had struck gold this year. He Ningxiang was already flushed with excitement, astounded by Lin Feng's prowess. How fortunate she was to be his mentor. After Lin Feng and Xiao Mo dispatched the last 2 boys, an emotionless voice resonated behind Lin Feng. Ouyang Mafei, 1st level 3rd tier, spirit beast, 7-star dragon type, dark-scale dragon serpent. With Ouyang Mafei's proclamation, an eerie black aura enveloped her. A dark magic circle appeared on her forehead, akin to stars in the night sky. As the formation manifested, a formidable presence emanated from it. Accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, a spirit beast emerged from the circle, a massive black serpent, approximately 5 meters in length. With a girth akin to a barrel, 2 horn-like spikes protruded from its head, and 4 fleshy orbs were symmetrically positioned beneath its belly. "Haha, you're finished." Feng Chong, who had been sent flying, clutched his stomach and shouted frantically. Upon witnessing the emergence of this spirit beast, he Ningxiang cautioned Lin Feng, "Be careful. This is the champion of the 2nd selection, possessing both dark and poisonous dual attributes in a 7-star dragon-type spirit beast." Feeling the pressure emitted by the serpent coiling around Ouyang Mafei, Lin Feng's excitement surged. This was undoubtedly the most formidable spirit beast he had encountered thus far. With its dual dark attributes and dragon lineage, it was on par with an inferior 8-star beast. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Lin Feng steeled himself. Lin Feng. First level 4th tier, MOU Fire Qilin, inferior 8-star. Xiao Mo raised its head high and roared defiantly at the dark-scaled dragon serpent. Upon hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Ouyang Mafei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that someone could attain the formidable rank of first stage level 4 in just a week's time. How on earth did this young man cultivate to such a level? Back in my day, I was merely at first stage level 2 at this point. The current generation of youth is utterly extraordinary, Cui Feng exclaimed in disbelief from the sidelines. At that very moment, the battle commenced. Dark Scale attack. Ouyang Mafei commanded the Dark Scale Dragon Serpent, launching the first offensive towards Lin Feng. A billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from the serpent's maw. This was the serpent's signature move, heart-piercing black poison, a noxious cloud imbued with potent toxins that would inflict excruciating agony upon inhalation. Dean Mu murmured nearby, Lin Feng. How will you confront this assault? Lin Feng understood the gravity of the black smoke's potency, yet Little Mo's Qilin fire was no feeble opponent either. Infernal flames. Little Mo planted her feet firmly on the ground, conjuring a towering inferno in the path of the black smoke. In an instant, the two forces collided. Within the blink of an eye, the black smoke was consumed by the flames, incinerated entirely. Ouyang Mafei was taken aback, astonished at the sheer power of the MOU Fire Qilin's ability, which even outmatched her own heart-piercing black poison. Nevertheless, despite her shock, her hands did not falter. Ouyang Mafei continued to direct the dark-scale dragon serpent in its assault on Lin Feng. The massive serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw agape, revealing fangs that glistened with a sinister sheen. Dragon serpent's fangs. Seeing those venomous teeth, Lin Feng comprehended that a bite from them would likely spell the end of the battle. He quickly instructed Little Mo to evade while he maneuvered swiftly around to the left. Lin Feng had always believed in fighting alongside his spirit beasts. His earlier restraint had been due to the fear of being poisoned. Now that the noxious smoke had dissipated, the moment to strike had arrived. Lin Feng surged forward toward Ouyang Mafei with astounding speed. After several bouts, he understood that these beast tamers were relatively fragile. If he could subdue the tamer, dealing with the spirit beast would be considerably easier. His form was like a wraith, arriving before Ouyang Mafei in an instant, delivering a punch aimed at her abdomen. A flicker of terror crossed Ouyang Mafei's face. Facing Lin Feng directly revealed just how perilous he truly was. She barely had time to react, merely managing to twist her body away in an attempt to mitigate the blow. A sharp pain radiated from her abdomen, causing a tumult within her. Yield. Lin Feng whispered in her ear. In your dreams. Ouyang Mafei retorted, swiftly lifting her leg to kick at Lin Feng. Yet, with her speed, she was no match for him. Lin Feng effortlessly caught her slender leg, gently placing it down. You cannot best me, Lin Feng declared. Humph. Ouyang Mafei scoffed. I refuse to believe it. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a rush of wind behind him. Not good, he thought, realizing that the dark scale dragon serpent was launching an attack. He hastily turned to evade, narrowly avoiding the serpent's massive jaws that grazed his body. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been crushed. You're quite fierce, little girl, Lin Feng resolved, realizing that he needed to show her the consequences of her actions. Charge, he commanded, and Little Mo's form blazed like a fiery meteor, crashing into the dark scale dragon serpent. The searing flames instantly engulfed the serpent's body. Following this, Lin Feng leaped onto the serpent's neck, delivering a powerful punch. His strike sent the dark scale dragon serpent crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The force of his blow was even greater than Little Mo's charge. Lin Feng had discerned the serpent's weakness. Though it bore draconic traits, its lineage was predominantly serpentine. Every snake has its vulnerabilities, and theirs lay in the 7 inches behind the head. Lin Feng's punch landed precisely there, rendering the serpent temporarily unable to fight. He then seized the serpent's tail and, with all his might, swung it with increasing velocity, making the dark scale dragon's serpent whirl like a giant pinwheel. Black scale. Ouyang Mafei watched in horror as her spirit beast was tossed about like a mere toy in Lin Feng's grasp, her eyes betraying a flicker of sorrow. Do you still refuse to concede? Lin Feng inquired once more. Ouyang Mafei pouted in frustration. I concede. Just put Black Scale down. Despite her reluctance, the reality was undeniable. Lin Feng's strength far surpassed her own. Upon hearing Ouyang Mafei's concession, Lin Feng slowly released the dark scale dragon serpent. At that moment, the serpent lay motionless on the ground, dazed and battered. Ouyang Mafei rushed over, tenderly stroking her spirit beast before recalling it to her beast taming space for healing. Just then, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. for exceeding the mission requirements. Now awarding double rewards. Reward, 2 advancement pills. 10 Spirit Beast pills. Special reward, 1 Spirit Surge pill. Rewards have been placed in the host's Beast Taming space. Please check. Finally, it has arrived. Lin Feng rejoiced at the system's announcement. It turned out that to complete the task, he must defeat all the selection participants. He was eager to return and enhance his strength, but there were still matters to attend to, so he could only bide his time. Dean Mu and everyone present were utterly astonished by Lin Feng's prowess. This young man was not only formidable with his spirit beast, but also possessed unparalleled strength in his own right. With just his physical power, he was an invincible entity at his level. Was there anyone present who still doubted Lin Feng's qualification for exceptional admission? Dean Mu addressed the group, led by Ouyang Mafei. They exchanged glances before Feng Chong lowered his head and said, "I yield." We all yield. The others echoed in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to the selection of mentors. After Dean Mu concluded his introductions, Ouyang Mafei, as the champion of the second round of the selection, was the first to choose. Mafei, my spirit beast, is also dual attribute. I can teach you to maximize the advantages of both attributes. My strength is at 6th stage, the strongest among them. Choosing me will bring you numerous benefits. As mentors at the Star Academy, they were eager to cultivate excellent students to secure better training resources. The better the students performed, the more resources the mentors would receive. Thus, several mentors, unable to secure Lin Feng, turned their efforts toward Ouyang Mafei, each extending their olive branch in hopes she would select them. Once the mentors finished their introductions, Ouyang Mafei spoke. Who among you can guarantee that I will surpass Lin Feng in a year? I will choose whoever can. The mentors were taken aback by her bold statement. After all, Lin Feng's capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. They had never encountered anything like this before. One might wonder, which normal young individual could triumph over 9 peers at this stage, especially when those peers are all exceptionally gifted? It could take decades for another to emerge. Even with Ouyang Mafei's talents, surpassing Lin Feng within a year would prove to be exceedingly challenging. The several mentors exchanged glances, hesitant to make any guarantees. Why not let her come to me? He Ningxuang stepped forward and proposed, though I may lack the extensive experience of my esteemed colleagues, with Lin Feng present, I can better inspire Ouyang Mafei's growth. Upon hearing this, the mentor's eyes brightened. Indeed, if Ouyang Mafei were to study under He Ningxuang, even if she did not surpass Lin Feng within a year, it would be her responsibility. At that point, they could take the opportunity to recruit Ouyang Mafei without tarnishing their own reputations. Cui Feng nodded in agreement. This is indeed a commendable plan. Having them both under the same mentor would certainly foster mutual encouragement. Let us send Ouyang Mafei to teach her he. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Mu stroked his chin and said, "Very well, let us set a time frame of 1 year, after which the two will compete. The one who loses will transfer to another mentor's tutelage. Do you agree?" Dean Mu inquired of Ouyang Mafei. With a glance at Lin Feng, Ouyang Mafei replied, "As long as it enables me to defeat him, I am amenable to any mentor." "Excellent. Then I shall rely on you, Ningxuang. Both of these individuals are rare geniuses. You must guide them diligently." Dean Mu reassured. "Rest assured, I will give it my all," He Ningxuang affirmed resolutely. Subsequently, Ouyang Mafei moved beside He Ningxuang, standing alongside Lin Feng. "Why do you always wear such a serious expression? Smile more," He Ningxuang remarked, observing Ouyang Mafei's inscrutable countenance. I find it difficult to smile, teacher," Ouyang Mafei responded awkwardly. He Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to reply. At that moment, Dean Mu approached and whispered a few words into He Ningxuang's ear. I see. That must be quite challenging for her." He Ningxuang gently embraced Ouyang Mafei, softly assuring her, "It's all right. I will teach you slowly." Feeling the warmth of He Ningxuang's embrace, Ouyang Mafei nodded obediently. The subsequent selection of mentors proceeded with relative ease. Once the mentors were chosen, Dean Mu announced the second matter. At our Star Academy, there is a tradition: new students must personally hunt a wild beast. There are no restrictions on cultivation levels. However, rankings will be determined based on the beast's cultivation levels. The higher the ranking, the more substantial the rewards. Adjacent to Green Shade City lies a forest inhabited by these beasts, and your respective mentors will escort you there. Unless it is a matter of life and death, the mentors will not intervene. You will have 1 week, after which your mentors will return you to the headquarters of Star Academy. Is that clear? Dean Mu inquired loudly. Clear. The students responded in unison, then returned to rest. We shall depart early tomorrow. Yes. He Ningxuang led Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei to the villa she resided in. It is late now, you both may rest here. Lin Feng made himself comfortable by sinking into the sofa, while Ouyang Mafei followed He Ningxuang to the bedroom to change. Seizing the opportunity with both girls out of the room, Lin Feng entered the Beastmaster space. Gazing at the array of task rewards, an overwhelming joy filled his heart. He picked up a special reward, the Spirit Enhancement Pill, and the introduction of the pill appeared before him. Spirit Enhancement Pill can elevate the comprehension and intelligence of spirit beasts, increasing the probability of grasping skills during cultivation. Wow, this is a treasure, Lin Feng exclaimed, quickly administering it to Xiaomo. After consuming the Spirit Enhancement Pill, Xiaomo's eyes became clearer, her large eyes sparkling as if imbued with newfound wisdom. Master, delicious. A childlike voice echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Is that Xiaomo's voice? Previously, Lin Feng had to rely on verbal commands to guide Xiaomo, interpreting her thoughts through her actions. Now a direct mental connection had formed. How marvelous. Lin Feng marveled aloud. This ability would greatly facilitate future battles and enhance their coordination. All right, I will give you the Spirit Beast pills now. Lin Feng responded mentally to Xiaomo. He administered all 10 Spirit Beast pills to Xiaomo Master, Tasty. Soon after, Lin Feng witnessed a dazzling light enveloping Xiaomo Moyuo Qilin. Cultivation, first stage, level 5, 130, 1500. Star rating, 8 stars, low tier, can be advanced. Attribute, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin. Indeed, the Spirit Enhancement Pill proved its worth, as Xiaomo autonomously comprehended a new skill. Furthermore, her star rating had risen. In that case, advancement is imperative. Lin Feng eagerly administered 2 advancement pills to Xiaomo. The system's voice rang out. Advancement notification, spirit beasts require 12 hours for advancement. Please be patient. Chapter 11, Entering the Beast Forest. As the system notification echoed, Xiaomo slowly closed her eyes within the Beast Master space, surrounded by a faint red glow. Let Xiaomo advance in peace. It is merely 12 hours. Lin Feng thought, reassured by his own recent enhancement in power and speed, confident in his ability to protect himself. At that moment, He Ningxuang and Ouyang Mafei emerged, both attired in new garments. He Ningxuang wore a loose, cream-colored loungewear set that gently caressed her skin, the neckline slightly open, revealing her elegant neck and delicate collarbone. Exuding a languid yet alluring aura, Lin Feng was particularly astonished by Ouyang Mafei's transformation. She had shed the heavy smoky makeup, her short hair framing her exquisite features, bestowing her with a charming appearance. Ouyang Mafei's tall figure made He Ningxuang's loungewear appear somewhat snug, revealing her flat abdomen. This was in stark contrast to her previous nonconformist style during the day. While He Ningxuang exuded a mature sophistication, Ouyang Mafei radiated an air of innocence. The presence of these two beautiful women momentarily captivated Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why are you dazed? Come over and listen. I will explain the precautions for tomorrow. He Ningxuang nudged him. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a question. Is the beast forest dangerous? He Ningxuang seated herself on the sofa, her expression serious as she replied, Indeed, it is perilous. The beasts within the beast forest range from 1st to 5th stage in cultivation. Furthermore, these wild beasts are exponentially more ferocious than those found in the secret realms. A 1st stage, level 5 beast encountered in a secret realm is comparable to a 1st stage, level 3 beast in the wild. Lin Feng expressed his astonishment. The difference is that substantial? He Ningxuang nodded and continued. However, these beasts are not the most dangerous entities in the forest. What is? Ouyang Mafei inquired curiously. Hunter. These hunters make their living by hunting beasts and collecting their crystals. However, once confronted with humanity, they may engage in heinous acts of murder and plunder. They are far more ferocious than demonic beasts, and the prowess of certain beast hunters matches my own. Thus, once we enter the demonic beast forest tomorrow, we must exercise utmost caution. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, then inquired, Teacher, what exactly is the demonic beast crystal you mentioned? It is the source of power within each demonic beast. Every demonic beast possesses one, which can be exchanged for spiritual stones. A crystal from a 1st-tier demonic beast is worth 500 spiritual stones. Is it truly so valuable? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. To put it into perspective, in Fenghua City, an ordinary family's annual income barely reaches 1,000 spiritual stones. But teacher, why didn't I find any crystals from the demonic beasts I hunted in the secret realm? Lin Feng recalled the 60 or so demonic beasts he had slain, which would have amounted to a fortune. He Ningxua chuckled, covering her mouth. I didn't realize you were such a miser. The secret realm is a unique entity created by the Academy to enhance the combat abilities of its students. The demonic beasts within are akin to projections. I see. Fortunately, the system keeps a record of the demonic beasts hunted in the secret realm, so it isn't a total loss. He Ningxua then retrieved some medicinal pills from her beast space and distributed them to the two. The forest is fraught with peril. and these healing pills could prove vital in a critical moment. Furthermore, the demonic beasts in the forest are significantly more formidable than those in the secret realm. So we must not let our guard down. He Ningxue reiterated with gravity. Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei nodded in agreement, both filled with anticipation for their journey into the demonic beast forest the following day. Early the next morning, they set off towards the outskirts of the demonic beast forest. Numerous camps were stationed along the periphery, with merchants vociferously hawking medicinal pills and announcing quests. Lin Feng also caught sight of the beast hunters that he Ningxue had mentioned. These individuals donned crude leather armor, marked with scratches from various demonic beasts, wielding an assortment of metal weapons. Their weathered faces starkly contrasted with Lin Feng and his companions. He Ningxue and Ouyang Mafei had opted for practical training attire for ease of combat. As the two applied their makeup that morning, Ouyang Mafei attempted to don her usual smoky eye look, only to be halted by He Ningxue. Mafei, why apply such heavy makeup? You are already quite beautiful. But teacher, I don't know any other style. I'll teach you. Under He Ningxue's guidance, Ouyang Mafei settled for a light touch of makeup that showcased her stunning features. At that moment, several beast hunters, noticing He Ningxue and Ouyang Mafei beside Lin Feng, gazed at them with fervent eyes, unabashedly whistling. Look at these two lovely ladies, they are truly stunning. Indeed, that long-haired one has such ample curves. She seems quite fertile. The short-haired one is not bad either. Ha! What are you all chattering about? Unable to tolerate their lewd remarks, Ouyang Mafei rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. He Ningxue swiftly restrained her. Do not provoke trouble. This is the domain of the beast hunters. If a scuffle breaks out, we would be at a disadvantage. Let us proceed into the forest first. He Ningxue guided Ouyang Mafei directly towards the entrance of the forest. All the while, the surrounding lewd laughter persisted. Lin Feng, listening to their vile words, felt compelled to teach them a lesson. He picked up a stone from the ground and, just before entering the forest, hurled it with force. The stone flew straight towards the beast hunter who had made the most offensive remarks, striking him directly in the right eye. A piercing scream erupted. The beast hunter clutched his eye, howling in agony as blood streamed through his fingers. Third brother. A burly beast hunter scanned the area, shouting in fury, "Who did this?" Inside the demonic beast forest, Ouyang Mafei expressed her indignation. These beast hunters are utterly disgusting. Why is there no one to oversee the safety zone? Though they are repugnant, the higher-ups must turn a blind eye for the sake of the resources within the demonic beast forest. He Ningxue replied with a hint of resignation. The trio continued deeper into the forest. This area marks the habitat of first-tier demonic beasts. You may commence your hunt. I shall only intervene if your lives are in peril, He Ningxue instructed her companions. Beep. System task. Hunt a second-tier demonic beast. Reward. 1 divine fire crystal. A system task has appeared. The challenge of hunting a second-tier demonic beast is indeed formidable. However, once Xiao Mo completes its evolution, Lin Feng is confident he can fulfill this task. Lin Feng, are you not summoning your spirit beast? Ouyang Mafei had already summoned her dark-scale dragon serpent, which had nearly recovered from its injuries after a night's rest. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the dark-scale dragon serpent curled up and hid behind Ouyang Mafei, its serpent eyes narrowing as it hissed menacingly. Lin Feng chuckled, realizing that the serpent was still intimidated by him. Ouyang Mafei gently stroked the serpent's head, offering reassurance. Don't be afraid, Black Scale, he won't harm you again. Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt upon witnessing the serpent's pitiful demeanor. After all, he had indeed overstepped the bounds of reason that day. What spirit beast could withstand such treatment? With a cheerful expression, he approached, saying, Little snake, fear not. I promise not to swing at you next time. As soon as he uttered those words, the dark-scale dragon serpent recalled its tragic experience, trembling even more violently. Perhaps it would be best for you to keep your distance, Ouyang Mafei remarked with a sigh while still trying to soothe the spirit beast. Lin Feng awkwardly smiled. Then I shall lead the way. The demonic beast forest is divided into 3 regions, the outer layer, the inner layer, and the core. Currently, the trio finds themselves in the outer region, where demonic beasts have cultivation levels below second tier. Thus, Lin Feng began to search for traces of demonic beasts along the outer layer. After reaching level 1 and tier 5, Lin Feng's physique received a significant enhancement, and his senses sharpened perceptibly. There's a first tier, level 3 flying rat. With acute perception, Lin Feng was able to spot the demonic beast amidst the dense foliage. Dragon Serpent's Feng. Upon receiving Lin Feng's cue, Ouyang Mafei commanded the dark-scale dragon serpent to launch an attack. At 9 o'clock, a pig beast. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, shattering the beast's skull. At 3 o'clock, a gale wolf. Thus, the trio pressed onward for half a day, successfully hunting numerous demonic beasts. Yet, they had yet to encounter a single first-tier, level 5 beast. Ouyang Mafei aimed to hunt a first-tier level 6 or 7 beast, while Lin Feng set his sights on a second-tier target. In pursuit of their goals, the three could only continue onward. At that moment, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He quietly whispered to Ningxue and Ouyang Mafei, "Why has it suddenly become so quiet?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's remark, the two finally realized that their surroundings had indeed fallen into an eerie silence. In this vast forest, the absence of insect chirps and bird calls is undeniably anomalous. It appears we may have intruded upon the territory of some formidable beast. Ningxue, utilizing her experience, astutely assessed, to possess such an extensive domain, its cultivation level must be substantial. You too need to exercise caution. Finally, we can engage in a proper battle. Defeating weaker foes has become rather tedious, Lin Feng exclaimed, clenching his fists with excitement. Ouyang Mafei shot him an exasperated glance. Throughout their journey, Lin Feng, with his remarkable speed, had effortlessly dispatched any beast below the 3rd tier, leaving Ouyang Mafei to scavenge the remnants, leading to her mounting boredom. Lin Feng, do not even think about claiming that beast. Ouyang Mafei glared at him. Lin Feng shrugged. Whoever finds it first gets to keep it. With that, he sprang into action, launching himself ahead. Wait for me, Ouyang Mafei called out, leaping onto the head of the dark-scaled dragon serpent, hastily pursuing him. Ningxue observed her two students, a wry smile gracing her lips. Truly, they are both warriors at heart. A thunderous roar erupted ahead. Ningxue hurried towards the sound, certain that Lin Feng and the others had encountered the beast. Lin Feng landed deftly atop a tree, surveying the scene. A first-tier level 6 beast. I shall not contest it with you. However, should you falter, I shall not hesitate to seize the opportunity, he declared, perched on the branch. Ouyang Mafei scrutinized the beast before her. It resembled a centipede, with two enormous black pincers gleaming ominously, half its body concealed beneath the ground, writhing menacingly. Its length was surely no less than 10 meters. Moments ago, this creature lay in ambush. Had it not been for Lin Feng's swift reflexes, he would have suffered a grievous injury from its pincers. Burrowing centipede. Cultivation level, first tier level 6. Attributes, earth. Skills, ambush, bite, venomous fangs. Fear not. I shall not grant you that opportunity, Ouyang Mafei retorted to Lin Feng. Subsequently, the dark-scaled dragon serpent launched its assault. Black smoke devour. A billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from its maw, engulfing the burrowing centipede. A piercing shriek resonated from within the darkness. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng, still perched in the tree, was taken aback by the sheer power of the attack. The centipede's armor-like scales had been entirely corroded, revealing its dark green blood. Thank heavens I wasn't caught in that attack, he murmured, shaken. Seeing the burrowing centipede severely wounded, Ouyang Mafei commanded, Dark Scale, ensnare it. The dark-scale dragon serpent hissed and swiftly maneuvered along the ground, activating its binding skills to tightly wrap around the centipede. Dragon serpent's fangs. Ouyang Mafei seized the moment, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But then, calamity struck. The ground beneath her quaked violently. A pair of colossal pincers, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, burst from the earth, aiming straight for Ouyang Mafei. If those massive jaws clamped down on her, she would be severed in two. However, lacking Lin Feng's reflexes, she could only watch helplessly as the dark pincers approached. Stop! Lin Feng plummeted from the sky, his right foot crashing onto the beast's head. Boom! A tremendous recoil jolted through him. Such resilient scales, he thought. Nevertheless, his foot halted the pincers that were aimed at Ouyang Mafei. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retreated. But then, Lin Feng felt a powerful force beneath his foot, lifting him up. Emerging was a centipede beast, twice the size of the previous one. Burrowing Centipede King. First tier level 8. Lin Feng could hardly believe there were two beasts here, and one far more formidable than the last. At that moment, Ouyang Mafei's dark-scale dragon serpent had slain the previous burrowing centipede and turned to aid Lin Feng. The serpent lashed its tail, striking the burrowing Centipede King. Yet, the creature's scales were markedly thicker, rendering the blow ineffective. As Lin Feng teetered on the brink of being devoured, Ouyang Mafei cried out in alarm, Lin Feng, be careful. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng found no leverage to evade. The burrowing Centipede King had its maw agape, eagerly anticipating its meal. Summon your spirit beast, Ningxue urged from the sidelines. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he wanted to refrain, but Xiaomao was in the midst of an advancement, and now was a critical moment not to be disturbed. He could rely only on himself. In this life-and-death scenario, Lin Feng's mind raced as he sought a solution to the impending crisis. Suddenly, he steeled himself, resolutely gazing into the gaping maw of the burrowing Centipede King. He curled his body as tightly as possible and plunged into its mouth. The burrowing Centipede King let out a satisfied roar. writhing its body to hasten the digestion of Lin Feng. No. Ouyang Mafei cried in anguish, knowing Lin Feng had sacrificed himself to save her, which pierced her heart. The fate of a beastmaster consumed by a beast could only end in death. He Ningxue, witnessing this scene, appeared frozen, unable to move. She could hardly fathom that the exceptional Lin Feng had been slain by a beast. After all, Lin Feng was deemed a prodigy by Dean Mu, a talent unparalleled at the Star Academy. How could he simply perish like this? How would she justify such a loss? Her eyes gradually turned bloodshot. She would avenge Lin Feng. In an instant, a scarlet light emanated from her forehead. A complex array materialized before her, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry. A magnificent spirit beast emerged from the formation. Its resplendent crimson feathers unfurled, spanning over 10 meters. Its form was strikingly majestic, albeit marred by a scar on its chest. Oozing a dark liquid, the seven-star phoenix, the phoenix-winged golden eagle. This was He Ningxue's spirit beast, the very reason she had become the youngest lecturer at the Star Academy. Now, she should be regarded as the youngest elite mentor. Upon the arrival of the 4th-tier 7-star phoenix-winged golden eagle, an overwhelming aura suppressed the burrowing centipede king's movements entirely. Die! He Ningxue roared with all her might. The phoenix-winged golden eagle ignited in flames, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Yet, at that moment, the burrowing centipede king's abdomen began to swell ominously. He Ningxue could distinctly see the outline of a fist pressing against its skin. Is that Lin Feng? He is not dead? He Ningxue exclaimed in astonishment. Ouyang Mafei, upon hearing the words, hurried over. Her gaze fixated on the bulging lumps on the abdomen of the subterranean centipede king. Her heart brimmed with joy. Wonderful. Lin Feng is still alive. At this moment, the subterranean centipede king, immobilized and suppressed, could only emit pitiful howls of anguish. The bulges on its belly grew larger as Lin Feng relentlessly swung his fists. Eventually, the centipede king's abdomen could no longer withstand the pressure and burst open. Lin Feng, drenched in a viscous substance, crawled out from within. Lin Feng, you're all right. How splendid. Ouyang Mafei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away, exclaiming, put on your clothes at once. Huh. Lin Feng glanced down, only to realize that he was entirely unclothed. Presumably, his garments had been dissolved by the centipede king's gastric fluids. His body, enhanced by the system, had somehow managed to withstand the corrosive effects. Instantly, he felt a heat rise to his face, hastily retrieving clothing from the beast taming space, disregarding the sticky residue on his skin as he donned the attire. When He Ningxuang saw Lin Feng finally clothed, she breathed a sigh of relief, saying, you truly frightened me. We both thought you had been devoured. Lin Feng offered a wry smile, acknowledging that had there been another option, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures. The situation was dire. I had no choice but to adopt this desperate strategy, hoping to defeat the beast from within. As it turns out, my instincts were correct. Though the creature's scales were formidable, its insides were surprisingly fragile. You are incredibly bold, but why did you not summon your spirit beast at that moment? He Ningxuang scolded with a hint of frustration, then inquired, with your Qilin-type spirit beast present, escaping danger would have been quite effortless. My spirit beast was in the midst of an evolution and could not be summoned. Lin Feng explained candidly. Evolution? Your spirit beast has actually evolved? He Ningxuang could scarcely believe her ears. Typically, spirit beasts required rare and potent materials for evolution, and instances of self-initiated evolution were exceedingly rare. What kind of extraordinary being was Lin Feng's spirit beast, capable of such advancement from the 8th tier of the lowest grade? It was nothing short of miraculous. Yes, after the fight last night, it likely awakened its latent potential, which led to its deep slumber thereafter. Lin Feng fabricated an excuse, unable to divulge the truth about the system. Unbelievable. Truly extraordinary. He Ningxuang assessed Lin Feng with newfound admiration, remarking, a student as remarkable as you is a rarity of a millennium. Don't you feel honored to be my pupil? Lin Feng jested, quite the honor indeed. Enough flattery. You must never take such risks again. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to Dean Mu? He Ningxuang chided with a playful frown. Not a problem, Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. He then turned to Ouyang Mafei, saying, you owe me a beast. Seeing Lin Feng safe, Ouyang Mafei's mood lightened, and she rolled her eyes in response. Humph. That doesn't count. Meanwhile, the subterranean centipede king had already perished by the time Lin Feng emerged, and now it was being devoured by He Ningxuang's golden eagle. Master, why does your spirit beast consume the carcasses of magical beasts? Ouyang Mafei inquired, puzzled. In her understanding, spirit beasts did not require food, as they could restore their strength by returning to the beast taming space. He Ningxuang sighed, explaining, when I first hatched it, it suffered a severe injury that affected its essence. Thus, it requires the nourishment of magical beasts periodically, otherwise it could undergo a drastic change in temperament, becoming exceedingly ferocious. Therefore, I usually let it rest in the beast taming space and refrain from summoning it. Is there no way to heal it? Only through the use of a fire attribute treasure can its essence be restored, He Ningxuang replied, her gaze dimming. But where could one possibly obtain a fire attribute treasure? Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the rewards mentioned by the system and wondered if the divine fire crystal might qualify as a fire attribute treasure. If so, perhaps he could assist He Ningxuang, but he decided to wait until the completion of his task, feeling uncomfortable with the sticky residue on his body. He said to He Ningxuang, I'll wash off this goo in the nearby stream. He Ningxuang nodded in agreement. Hurry back, we'll be waiting for you. Understood. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng finally emerged from the stream, cleansed and refreshed, his spirits lifted. He looked up to see a tree laden with wild fruits and casually picked some, intending to share them with the two women. However, when he returned to the spot where they had been, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Teacher He, Oyang Mafei, Lin Feng called out repeatedly. The two who had promised to wait for him were nowhere to be found. Had they encountered danger? Lin Feng's mind raced to the worst possible scenario, observing the surroundings. He noted the absence of any signs of struggle. Moreover, with He Ningxuang's fourth-tier strength, she should not have faced an enemy capable of rendering her defenseless in this magical beast forest. Where could they have gone? At that moment, a soft blue glow suddenly emanated from the pit where the subterranean centipede king had emerged. Cautiously, Lin Feng approached to investigate. Within the pit, the ethereal blue light seemed to pulsate as if it were alive. As it rose and fell, Lin Feng discerned what appeared to be an additional space within. Could they have entered here? While he pondered this, the pit unexpectedly unleashed a powerful suction force. The suddenness of it left Lin Feng no time to react, and he was swiftly pulled in. Inside the bluish pit, he found himself on a winding descent, akin to a grand slide. The force carried him rapidly downward through the passage. Time seemed to stretch as Lin Feng felt the scenery around him gradually expand. Suddenly, he felt weightless, and his body, propelled by inertia, plummeted downward. With a splash, he landed in a pool of unidentifiable viscous fluid, the remnants of the deceased subterranean centipede. The sticky sensation made him feel nauseous. Yet, the presence of the beast's body led him to wonder if He Ningxuang and Oyang Mafei had also been drawn in. Shaking off the goo, Lin Feng began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a cavern resembling a stalactite cave. Dimly lit with only faint rays illuminating the sharp stalactites, the air thick and humid. Following the light, he discovered an opening in the cave. Returning to the surface seemed impossible. He had no choice but to explore the opening ahead, hoping to find He Ningxuang and Oyang Mafei. As he stepped into the opening, a piercing chill enveloped him, causing the lightly clad Lin Feng to shiver. If only Xiao Mo were here, it wouldn't be so cold, he thought, wrapping his arms around himself as he ventured further inside. Within the cave's entrance, snow fell incessantly from the sky, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white. What a wondrous place. The temperature difference is astonishing at such close proximity, Lin Feng secretly marveled. Suddenly, not far in front of him, the accumulated snow began to coalesce, gradually taking the form of a colossal snow creature. The aura emanating from the snow monster sent a jolt of alarm through Lin Feng. Its power was likely no less than that of a fifth-tier being. The snow creature shook off the snow covering its body and opened its massive mouth to emit a deep, rumbling sound. Human, welcome to the land of extreme cold. The land of extreme cold? What manner of place is this? Lin Feng pondered, but before he could voice his inquiries, the snow creature continued. Please follow me to the palace. Your friends are waiting for you there. My friends? Are they two women? Lin Feng tentatively inquired. Indeed. I have detected the same scent upon you. The creature urged. Hurry, do not keep my master waiting. With a wave of its hand, a gigantic wolf made of snow appeared beside Lin Feng. He swiftly mounted the wolf, instantly feeling the cold dissipate. This magnificent beast sprinted forth with incredible speed, the scenery flashing by in a blur, the sound of the biting wind whistling in his ears. Just as Lin Feng rode the wolf towards the palace, a group of individuals emerged on the ground, clad in beast armor and wielding bone weaponry. Their faces wore fierce expressions. A relatively frail beast hunter remarked to a robust hunter riding a giant bear, Boss, those three just had a scuffle right here. Damn it. That kid blinded our third with one eye. I will have him for dinner. The bear-riding brute, Han Tianba, growled menacingly. They were the very hunters Lin Feng had encountered before entering the monster beast forest. Although Lin Feng had been discreet, one of the hunter's spirit beasts possessed an exceptionally keen sense and detected Lin Feng's subtle movements. Thus, this group had pursued them. They had now arrived at the vicinity of the cave centipede king, where Lin Feng and his companions had last hunted. Han Tianba, the leader of this gang, was aware that the one who had harmed his third was near and barked at his subordinates. Go get him. Whoever captures that little brat first will receive a reward of 500 spirit stones. Hearing of the spirit stone bounty, the more than 10 men behind Han Tianba immediately charged forward with fierce cries. Han Tianba urged his giant bear into a sudden charge. You little brat, prepare to die? The bear barreled through the trees, smashing them to splinters. Yet when they reached the clearing where Lin Feng and the others had been, they froze in place. Where the hell are they? Han Tianba exclaimed, staring at the empty space. Only 2 large indentations remaining on the ground. The frail beast hunter, known as Lao Lu, stammered in panic. They were just here. Get moving and find them. Han Tianba kicked Lao Lu, his voice sharp. Stumbling from the kick, Lao Lu gritted his teeth and directed his spirit beast to continue the search. His spirit beast was only at the 3-star level, lacking in combat prowess, but possessing extraordinary senses. It was this very ability that had caught Lin Feng's actions. The little creature, resembling a mouse, sniffed around diligently. It soon stopped at the hole from which the cave centipede king had emerged, emitting a series of squeaks. Boss, I found them. They're right here. Lao Lu shouted excitedly. Han Tianba rushed over, peering down into the hole. At that moment, a tremendous suction force erupted from the cave, pulling all present into its depths. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng finally beheld the palace described by the snow creature. It was a grand edifice crafted from ice and snow, looming before him like a colossal entity, seemingly endless. The palace was magnificently constructed, and at its center, a staircase of ice and snow was flanked by over 10 snow creature sentinels brandishing long spears. Human, please proceed to the palace. Your master awaits you there. The snow creature intoned in a deep, resonant voice. At this moment, the giant wolf beneath Lin Feng transformed back into snow. Nodding to the creature, Lin Feng ascended the steps, guided by the sentinels towards the interior of the palace. Upon entering, he was astonished by the sight before him. A frost dragon, measuring dozens of meters in length, coiled within the palace's heart, emanating an aura of chilling air. This frigid essence ascended towards the palace's ceiling, where a magical formation absorbed it, transforming it into pure white snow that fell gently in this land of extreme cold. Such a formidable presence. Lin Feng gasped internally, realizing that even the mere chill exuding from this creature could create such an expansive, snow-laden realm. Just how powerful could this frost dragon be? Could it be the master the snow creature referred to? Chapter 15, The Frost Dragon. After guiding Lin Feng into the palace, the sentinels all knelt on one knee, one hand clenched in a fist over their hearts, their expressions filled with profound reverence. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted He Ningxiong and Ouyang Mafei. They stood beside the frost dragon, their eyes closed, breath steady, though their bodies were adorned with glistening ice crystals. Teacher He, Ouyang Mafei, Lin Feng called out to them. Human, your friends are unharmed. A voice, ancient and dignified, resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Who speaks? Lin Feng scanned the surroundings, but found no visible source for the voice. I am right before your eyes. Are you the frost dragon? Indeed, what you see before you is my physical form. I have long since perished over a century ago, leaving only this remnant of my will to linger in this space. You 3 are the chosen humans. The frost dragon continued. Chosen? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked, bewildered. You have seen the chill radiating from my body, which has caused this space to be perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, rendering life unsustainable. The snow creatures you encountered are mere manifestations of my cold essence, not true beings. Thus, I seek someone capable of absorbing the chill from my body, to rejuvenate this space. Absorb the chill? How could that possibly be? Lin Feng replied incredulously. The thought of absorbing such a formidable cold that blankets this vast area in snow seemed like a dream. Your 2 friends have already begun the process. With your participation, it is indeed achievable. You must believe in the limitless potential of humanity. Moreover, I will assist you from the periphery. Absorbing this chill will allow you to cultivate ice attribute spirit beast eggs within your beast controlling space. The lowest tier of these eggs will yield a 7-star spirit beast, which could more than double your powers. The frost dragon presented an irresistible temptation. A beast master typically possesses only 1 spirit beast throughout their life, unless they were born with a space containing 2 or more spirit beast eggs, or if they were fortunate enough to encounter unclaimed spirit beast eggs in certain sacred locations. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. The frost dragon's enticements were difficult for any beast master to resist. However, Lin Feng harbored an unsettling feeling that matters were far from straightforward. The frost dragon appeared excessively eager. As the saying goes, a fish on the hook is not a transaction. Thus, Lin Feng inquired, what will happen if I fail? The frost dragon's tone was tinged with palpable impatience. Do not hesitate any longer. Absorbing the cold is exceedingly simple. Merely sit cross-legged beside me. and I shall handle the rest. Rest assured, failure is not an option. However, if you continue to hesitate, your friends will be irrevocably frozen into crystalline ice. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's foreboding sense intensified. Rather than making a decision, he stepped closer to the frost dragon, extending his hand to feel the frigid energy. The moment the coldness touched his skin, an excruciating chill permeated his entire being, and he was soon enveloped in a layer of frost. Could such a potent cold truly be within human endurance? Lin Feng pondered silently. System detecting host in contact with extreme cold. Proceed with absorption? Yes, no? Lin Feng was instantly elated. The system could actually absorb this coldness. What a delightful revelation. He promptly selected yes. Absorbing. Detected overwhelming cold. This absorption will consume 10 years of the host's lifespan. Deduction completed. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, feeling betrayed by the system. How could it not have disclosed this beforehand? 10 years of lifespan was no trivial matter, although he was only 18. Who would willingly squander a decade of their life? Yet, it was already deducted. Lin Feng could only hope this cold would yield surprising rewards. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and awaited the system's completion of absorption. The frost dragon, witnessing Lin Feng's initiation of absorption, let out a series of triumphant laughs. Ha ha ha, humans are so easily deceived. With just a few lies, they willingly sacrifice their very lives. You must understand my cold, as a 9th-tier frost dragon, is not something you humans can absorb. Prepare to become my servants. As he spoke, the frost dragon, coiled within the palace, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his massive form shrinking rapidly until he transformed into an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his hair as white as snow. Xinjiang, you have imprisoned me in this lightless abyss for centuries. Once I gather 99 ice puppets and shatter this seal, I shall personally obliterate all that you have created. The old man said venomously. Approaching a spear-wielding guard, he swiftly twisted off the guard's head, from which a stream of icy blue liquid flowed. With the fervor of a connoisseur savoring divine wine, he began to suckle the liquid hungrily. In no time, the guard was reduced to mere shards of ice scattered upon the ground. The old man licked his lips, savoring the delectable essence of human greed manifested as ice puppets. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The cold within him was dissipating rapidly. Someone was absorbing his cold energy. How could this be? The old man's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Every word he had just spoken to Lin Feng was a fabrication. There was no absorption of cold, no restoration of vitality, nor would any spirit beast egg be nurtured within the beast controlling space. All of it was simply a ruse to deceive humans. How could anyone genuinely achieve this? Contact with his cold would invariably lead to one outcome: transformation into an ice puppet, serving as nourishment for his escape from confinement. As the cold energy continued to drain at an alarming rate, the old man struggled to maintain composure, his legs buckling beneath him as he sank to the ground. He watched helplessly as Lin Feng rapidly absorbed his cold energy. No, no, the old man cried out in despair, extending his hand in an attempt to control the cold and eliminate Lin Feng. Yet, his remaining cold was insufficient to carry out such an act. Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's beast-controlling space, streams of cold energy coalesced, gradually forming a spirit beast egg over 3 meters tall, encased in a delicate blue crystalline shell. Chapter 16, The Body of Ice. Achu. Lao Lu tugged at his thin armor, rubbing his hands together incessantly. Boss, why don't we head back? It's far too cold here. Honestly, I think Third Brother's one eye is quite good. Han Tianba curled himself as tightly as possible within the fur of the massive bear beneath him, but still could not stop trembling. He cursed under his breath. You get lost. Why don't you blind one of your eyes? Han Tianba reluctantly poked his head out, gazing at the vast expanse of snow, and inquired of Lao Lu. Is that wretched rat of yours still functional? Where has it gone? Lao Lu removed the icicles of snot from his frozen nose and stammered. Little Gray has long since frozen solid. It's already returned to the beast-controlling space. What a disaster. What do we do now? Han Tianba replied, exasperated. It wasn't just him. The more than 10 brothers behind him were all on the verge of freezing to death. At this point, finding Lin Feng was the least of their concerns. Merely surviving was in question. Lao Lu took a few steps forward, squinting his small eyes to peer ahead. As a gust of northern wind blew, the magnificent ice palace materialized not far in front of him. Oh my, how grand! Lao Lu exclaimed excitedly. Brothers, there's a palace ahead. Let's hurry. Where's the palace? Upon hearing palace, Han Tianba immediately perked up. Following Lao Lu's pointing finger, he indeed spotted the palace. He wasted no time, directing the bear to charge ahead. The other beast hunters summoned larger spirit beasts to carry them, racing toward the palace. Within the beast-controlling space, after the frost dragon's cold energy condensed into a spirit beast egg, much of the cold energy remained unabsorbed. This cold energy continued to infiltrate Lin Feng's body, permeating his limbs and bones. Lin Feng felt as though thousands of steel needles were incessantly piercing him. Soon, his limbs became severely numb, losing all sensation. The cold spread to his torso, causing his muscles to stiffen and his joints to become immobile. Lin Feng's consciousness began to fade. Observing Lin Feng's plight, the elderly form of the frost dragon erupted in delight. Foolish human, daring to attempt to absorb my cold. You are merely reaping the consequences. Now, consumed by my cold, you shall become my ice puppet. Once I absorb you, my escape from confinement shall be within reach. But then, the old man's laughter abruptly ceased as he noticed a faint red glow emanating from Lin Feng's heart, which was now encased in ice. A surge of searing flames radiated outward with each heartbeat, enveloping Lin Feng's body in a protective cocoon. Suddenly, a blazing specter materialized behind Lin Feng. With a dragon's head, lion's tail, deer legs, and cow hooves, this phantom exuded a commanding aura, as if it were a king that defied all. It suppressed the frost dragon, leaving it gasping for breath. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the apparition before him, stammering, "Qilin, the fire Qilin. This cannot be." The old man stared at the apparition, shaking his head in disbelief as he instinctively began to retreat. Upon the emergence of the obsidian fire Qilin, Lin Feng's complexion gradually took on a rosy hue. Although the chilling aura continued its relentless assault, he no longer felt the biting cold. "Marvelous, little Mo. You have successfully advanced," Lin Feng joyfully communicated within his heart. "Yes, master. I have reached the 8th star, mid-tier." Little Mo's voice retained the innocence of a child. "I shall shield you from the cold, master, so you may absorb freely." With little Mo by his side, Lin Feng felt an unwavering sense of assurance. As the frigid energy was gradually assimilated by Lin Feng, the frost dragon's appearance grew increasingly decrepit, now languishing on the ground, muttering in disbelief. "Impossible, impossible. Cold energy absorption complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an ice attribute spirit beast egg. It can begin hatching upon reaching 2nd tier cultivation." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the frozen body ability, rendering you impervious to extreme cold and capable of manipulating ice energy. You may now learn ice attribute spirit beast skills." "Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 points of cultivation. How splendid. I have finally absorbed all this cold energy." Lin Feng rose, shaking off the icy fragments that clung to him, and perused the information within the system. Obsidian fire Qilin. Cultivation, 1st tier, level 6, 630, 2000. Star rating, 8 star mid-tier. Attribute, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the Qilin. Lin Feng, frozen body, strength 800 kilograms, speed 20 ms. Beast master space. Ice attribute spirit beast egg, awaiting hatching. Having sacrificed a decade of his lifespan for a spirit beast egg and the frozen body, Lin Feng deemed it worthwhile. Setting aside the potential star rating of the spirit beast that would hatch from the egg, the mere ability to learn ice attribute spirit beast skills was already extraordinarily advantageous. At present, Lin Feng himself was akin to an ice attribute spirit beast, and furthermore, one with limitless potential for growth. With a firm clench of his fist, a pale blue chill emanated forth. This frost gradually transformed into an ice dagger, shaped by Lin Feng's will. "By my word, this frozen body is truly formidable." Lin Feng marveled at the crystalline ice dagger, his heart swelling with euphoria. He then approached the nearly lifeless frost dragon, placing the dagger against its neck, and demanded in a stern voice, "How can I restore my friends?" The frost dragon glared with hatred, its eyes wide as it spat defiantly. "You shall never know. Die." With those words, its body began to crystallize, ultimately shattering into a burst of ice. In the wake of the explosion, a translucent dragon spirit emerged, propelled by the icy mist, and confronted Lin Feng with a triumphant expression. "Once I obliterate your soul, this body shall be mine." It soared towards Lin Feng's mind, but to its astonishment, an overwhelming force manifested within Lin Feng's consciousness, drawing it in. The dragon spirit cried out in despair, "No!" before being ensnared within the spirit beast egg in Lin Feng's beastmaster space. Lin Feng, oblivious to the fate of the translucent dragon spirit, surveyed his surroundings, noting that the residual power from the shattered ice merely stirred a flurry of frost in the palace. "That old fool, even in death, still manages to instill fear," Lin Feng mused, before turning his concern towards He Ningxuang and Ouyang Mafei. Both remained encased in ice, their breath steady, but the prolonged exposure to the cold clearly detrimental to their health. Thus, Lin Feng endeavored to utilize his frozen body to extract the cold energy from within them, with little Mo assisting nearby, hopeful that this would free them from their icy prison. As little Mo emerged from the Beastmaster space, signs of melting began to appear in the surrounding ice and snow. Yet, just as Lin Feng prepared to act, a shivering voice resonated from outside the palace. Little brat. So you were here all along. Chapter 17. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Could there truly be others here? Lin Feng pondered. Following the sound, a group of beast hunters, clad in scant armor and covered in snow, entered. What are they doing here? Lin Feng recognized them as the brash hunters from before the beast forest. You. Yes, you. What are you doing here? You'll freeze me to death. Han Tianba shivered, directing his grievances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng eyed the 10 or so men warily, demanding, how did you come to be here? Don't say a word. If you hadn't blinded my third brother, we wouldn't be suffering here. Old Six stammered. Han Tianba and his companions had expected warmth within the palace, only to discover it was even colder than outside. A thin layer of frost began to form upon their bodies. Lin Feng's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that his previously covert actions would attract such attention. The strength of these beast hunters was not to be underestimated. As they advanced toward Lin Feng, anxiety gripped him. While he could escape with little Mo and his newfound resilience to the cold, he could not abandon Ouyang Mafei and Hening Shuang. The hunters closed in gradually. If it comes to it, I must fight them. I cannot allow them to touch Hening Shuang and Ouyang Mafei. Lin Feng steeled himself, readying for combat, his ice dagger gripped firmly in hand, his gaze vigilant. Little Mo sensed Lin Feng's intent and let out a threatening roar, its flames intensifying. Having ascended to 8th star, mid-tier, little Mo had grown taller, now towering over 3 meters, exuding an air of valor wrapped in Qilin flames. As the hunters approached within 20 meters, then 15, Lin Feng tightened his grip on the dagger, his body coiling with tension, prepared to strike at any moment. Yet, when the hunters reached within 10 meters, their expressions shifted to one of relief. Big brother, it's warm in here. Old Six exclaimed, blissfully sprawled on the ground. Han Tianba relaxed his shoulders, placing his hands on the ground to feel the warmth beneath. All the hunters mirrored this sentiment. Lin Feng realized that due to the Qilin fire enveloping little Mo, the snow and ice within a 10-meter radius had melted, creating a comfortable warmth. He couldn't help but chuckle at their predicament. They were truly freezing. With a mischievous grin, he instructed little Mo to lower the temperature of the flames. Little Mo acquiesced, adjusting the Qilin fire to a 5-meter radius. As the hunters stepped out of the protective warmth, the biting cold once again enveloped them. Hey, little brat. That's just too much. Han Tianba whined, retreating back into the embrace of the great bear, casting an indignant glance at Lin Feng. You dare insult me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. Insult you? I ought to beat you up. Han Tianba brandished his fist, but as soon as he did, he recoiled, chilled once more. Very well, you can freeze for all I care. It's not I who will suffer from the cold. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, spreading his hands wide. This statement rendered Han Tianba momentarily speechless, although he could endure for a while due to his formidable cultivation. His companions behind him were already beginning to succumb to the chill, losing consciousness. If they did not find warmth soon, they would perish from the cold. After much deliberation, Han Tianba gritted his teeth and addressed Lin Feng. My young friend, I must admit my fault. As a person of great magnanimity, I implore you to assist my brothers. Weren't you here to seek vengeance against me? Why would I offer my help? Lin Feng retorted. Once you have warmed yourselves, should you wish to kill me, I assure you, I would not stand a chance against you. Han Tianba found himself in a predicament. Lin Feng's words were undeniably true. How could he avenge his comrade while ensuring his brothers did not freeze to death? At that moment, one of the beast hunters could no longer withstand the cold and collapsed, unconscious. 13. Old Six exclaimed, horrified. Han Tianba's heart ached at the sight of his fallen brother. These men hailed from impoverished backgrounds, having joined him in this perilous line of work merely to earn a meager living. If they were to die here from the cold, how could he face their families? Thus, with a resolute heart, Han Tianba knelt before Lin Feng and bowed his head to the ground. My young friend, my brothers possess only second-tier strength, and they have suffered greatly from the cold. They should not be your match. I beseech you, allow them to enter and warm themselves. I will endure the cold outside, thus posing no threat to you. He lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing this, the beast hunters behind Han Tianba were deeply moved, exclaiming, Boss, we are fine. We can hold on. Enough of your nonsense. I have a higher cultivation and cannot be frozen to death. Han Tianba shouted back at them. Lin Feng was taken aback by the loyalty displayed by these beast hunters. Their leader truly proved to be a man of both resilience and humility. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Xiao Mo to expand the flame's radius to 15 meters. Though this would lower the temperature somewhat, it would at least ensure they would not freeze to death. Moreover, this distance would afford Lin Feng more reaction time. Stay at the edge of the flames and do not approach further. Lin Feng commanded. Han Tianba rose, clasped his fists in respect towards Lin Feng, and adhered to the agreement, stepping outside the flames to warm himself against the spirit beast, the giant bear. Meanwhile, his subordinates entered the fiery embrace to thaw out. Some, feeling the warmth, moved closer to Han Tianba, embracing him to share their heat. They took turns, ensuring Han Tianba would not succumb to the cold. Observing this scene, Lin Feng chose not to comment further and approached He Ningxiong, preparing to extract the cold energy from her body. With his hands resting on her shoulders, he activated the ice body technique, gradually drawing the frigid energy from within her. As this cold energy entered Lin Feng's body, he felt his cultivation subtly rise. With the cold energy being extracted, He Ningxiong's complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Soon, under Xiao Mo's flames, the ice enveloping her melted away. He Ningxiong let out a soft whimper, her body going limp. Lin Feng quickly caught her and gently laid her down. Observing her condition, he concluded she was no longer in grave danger and would awaken after a short recovery. Following this method, Lin Feng also rescued Ouyang Mafei. About half an hour later, He Ningxiong was the first to awaken. Just as Lin Feng was about to approach her with concern, an immense force suddenly hurled him away. He beheld a dark mist emanating from He Ningxiong, her eyes blood red. She chanted, "Blood. I crave blood." This overwhelming force struck Lin Feng, causing him to grunt in pain. Had he not possessed a resilient physique, a typical first-tier beastmaster would have been left crippled. Observing the transformation in He Ningxiong, Lin Feng's heart sank. He recognized this aura. It was akin to the dark liquid flowing from the chest of her spirit beast, the phoenix-winged golden eagle. But how could this energy have altered her so drastically? He Ningxiong had entirely shed her previous composed demeanor, resembling a bloodthirsty beast instead. She flailed her arms wildly, releasing torrents of dark energy from her hands. "Blood! I want blood!" Saliva dripped from her lips as she suddenly spotted the unconscious Ouyang Mafei on the ground. With remarkable speed, she lunged towards Ouyang Mafei, her petite mouth aimed at his neck. "Teacher He, spare him!" Lin Feng shouted, swiftly hurling his ice dagger. The dagger arced gracefully through the air, landing directly in He Ningxiong's mouth. Crack! The indomitable ice dagger was instantly shattered by her bite. She lunged again towards Ouyang Mafei's neck, but Lin Feng would not allow her to succeed. After throwing the dagger, he swiftly rushed to Ouyang Mafei's side, scooping him up and turning to flee. "Blood! My blood!" He Ningxiong bellowed in fury, chasing Lin Feng as he evaded her grasp. Her speed was astonishing. Even Lin Feng found it challenging to shake her off. "Teacher, please wake up. Do not let this power control you," he implored while running, desperately trying to rouse her consciousness. After shouting for what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng's voice grew hoarse, yet He Ningxiong showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly pursuing him. With no other options left, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Forgive me, teacher." Then, he planted his foot, channeling the frost energy he had just mastered from his toes, creating a slick ice surface behind him. He Ningxiong, caught up in her chase, failed to notice the sudden icy ground beneath her. She slipped, tumbling backward. Thud! The back of her head struck the ground with a resounding crack. Dazed, she clutched her head, moaning in pain, "It hurts." Hearing her voice return to normal filled Lin Feng with elation. He had not anticipated that his impromptu strategy would prove effective. He approached He Ningxiong, noting that the dark mist surrounding her began to dissipate. "Teacher He, Teacher He," Lin Feng called out twice. He Ningxiong gazed at him, somewhat dazed, and asked, "Where am I?" "At last, you have awakened." "We are currently." Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, the dark mist surged forth from He Ningxiong once more, this time even more ferocious than before. It swirled like a billowing cloud of darkness. Her eyes turned crimson once again, her raven-black hair dancing in the wind. A sinister smile gracing her face, radiating malevolence and terror. The swirling dark energy coalesced above her head, forming her spirit beast, the phoenix-winged golden eagle. At this moment, the phoenix-winged golden eagle stood resplendent, its feathers a deep, inky black, while billowing dark energy enveloped it like flames. "This is bad," Lin Feng exclaimed in alarm. Just moments ago, dealing with He Ningxiong alone was manageable. However, now that her spirit beast had emerged, the situation had become dire. It is essential to remember that He Ningxiong possessed the strength of a fourth-tier beastmaster, and having succumbed to her primal instincts, her ferocity now rivaled that of an ordinary fifth-tier beastmaster. This predicament left Lin Feng in a quandary. "Boss, what's that fellow doing over there? Why is there so much smoke?" Old Six squinted his eyes, glancing towards Lin Feng. "Could it be that he has burnt his meat?" "Burnt your granddad's meat." Han Tianba shoved Old Six aside, cursing, "Can't you sense how malevolent that aura is?" Old Six squinted again, smacking his lips. "I just think this meat is a waste to be burnt. Get lost." Han Tianba kicked the useless fellow. His gaze then turned serious as he focused on Lin Feng's direction. This lad must be in danger. I need to assist him. If anything were to happen to him, my brothers would be in peril. With that thought, Han Tianba rubbed his numb hands together and patted the giant bear behind him, saying, "Old mate, rise and stretch." Han Tianba's spirit beast was a 5-star giant power bear, boasting a strength of 4th tier level 2. In the realm of beast hunters, his prowess was indeed at the pinnacle. The colossal bear stood up, towering over 4 meters high, and let out a thunderous roar, its 4th tier strength erupting forth. Han Tianba mounted the bear's back and sped towards Lin Feng. As Lin Feng pondered how to resolve the looming crisis, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Startled, Lin Feng thought, could there be another mishap? If any further complications arose now, he would surely perish, no matter how formidable he might be. It was merely in comparison to youths of the same tier. The dangers Lin Feng faced consecutively would daunt even a 4th tier beastmaster. "Brothers, what's going on?" Han Tianba asked as he reached Lin Feng's side. Upon seeing Han Tianba, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite their animosity, his companions were currently sheltered under Shao Mos flames and were unlikely to cause him trouble for the time being. Thus, Lin Feng briefly recounted He Ningxuang's predicament to Han Tianba. Furrowing his brows, Han Tianba, despite having traversed the beast forest for over 20 years, admitted to never having encountered such a scenario. During their conversation, the phoenix-winged golden eagle above He Ningxuang had fully formed. Accompanied by a hoarse cry, it unleashed a beam of flame composed of dark energy from its beak, hurtling towards Lin Feng and the others. "Bear, earth-splitting barrier." Han Tianba commanded the giant power bear to initiate its defense as the attack approached. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, cocooning the trio within. Upon impact, the fiery beam erupted against the wall. Yet, the bizarre flames, formed from dark energy, clung to the earthen barrier, continuing to burn. At that moment, Ouyang Mafei, cradled in Lin Feng's arms, awakened. "What happened to me?" She shook her head. "You're awake." Lin Feng set her down, speaking urgently. Once her feet touched the ground, Ouyang Mafei recalled the events that transpired and gasped at the horrifying sight of He Ningxuang. She hastily inquired, "What happened to Teacher He?" It seemed she was infected by the dark energy within her spirit beast. Lin Feng speculated. Just then, the peculiar black flames began to burn a gaping hole in the giant power bear's barrier. Almost immediately, the darkened phoenix-winged golden eagle launched another assault. Waves of black flames rained down upon them like shooting stars, encircling the three in a fiery embrace. "Damn it, this is troublesome." Han Tianba couldn't help but curse. Faced with this extensive attack, the giant power bear had no choice but to erect another defense. "You too, think of something. If this continues, we'll all be burnt to a crisp," Han Tianba urged. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Mafei turned to Lin Feng and said, "Do you remember Teacher He mentioning that her spirit beast requires a fire attribute treasure for healing?" Lin Feng nodded, recalling that he once considered using his system's rewards for He Ningxuang. Her spirit beast is of the fire attribute, and it must have been weakened by the cold here, allowing the dark energy to take hold. Ouyang Mafei articulated her theory. "If we could acquire a fire attribute treasure, we could eradicate the dark energy within the phoenix-winged golden eagle and restore Teacher He." However, Ouyang Mafei's expression dimmed as despair set in. "But where can we possibly find a fire attribute treasure?" "Leave that to me," Lin Feng declared with unwavering resolve. "Do you know where it is?" Ouyang Mafei asked, puzzled. "That's not your concern," Lin Feng replied, knowing that if he could defeat a second-tier demon beast, he would obtain the fire attribute treasure, necessitating immediate action. He then earnestly appealed to Han Tianba. "Big brother, I've thought of a solution, but I need you to hold her off here. Once things are settled, I will certainly provide an explanation for the harm done to your brothers," Lin Feng asserted. While directing the giant power bear's defense, Han Tianba inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Lin Feng pointed upwards and declared, "I need to go up there." Just then, Old Six's voice echoed, "Boss, we're here to support you." Hearing Old Six, Han Tianba bellowed urgently, "Get away. This isn't something you can contend with." Turning back to Lin Feng, he said, "I don't know what your plan entails, but I hope you can lead my brothers back to safety." The situation was critical, and the bear's defenses were about to be breached. Now was not the time for hesitation. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Understood." Han Tianba cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng, then gritted his teeth and commanded his brothers, "All of you follow little brother. That's an order." "But boss, what about you? We want to fight alongside you." "Enough nonsense. I don't need you burdens," Han Tianba said, suppressing his anguish as he uttered those harsh words. Upon hearing this, the beast hunters fell silent. Old Six sighed, "Let us go. If we don't take care of ourselves, Boss Wu Ti have to suffer so much. Perhaps if we leave, he can fight with all his might." Han Tianba earnestly instructed Lin Feng, "I leave my brothers in your care. You must ensure their safety. They are all unfortunate souls." Observing the fiercely loyal beast hunter leader before him, Lin Feng felt a shift in his perception. Thus, he solemnly vowed to Han Tianbai. Lin Feng, swear that I will safely lead your brothers to the surface. Should I fail, may my spirit beast shatter and my soul perish. Upon hearing Lin Feng's grave oath, Han Tianbai burst into laughter. Excellent. I shall risk my life to fend off this foe for you, Lin Feng declared, clasping his fists before Han Tianbai. Thank you, my brother, Han Tianbai replied. Teacher I am counting on you. Ouyang Mafei gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with hope. Aren't you coming with me? Lin Feng inquired. No, I wish to reach out to Teacher He's consciousness. Perhaps it will yield results. Ouyang Mafei shook her head resolutely. Very well, take care. I shall return swiftly, Lin Feng cautioned. Subsequently, he summoned Xiao Mo, leaving a cluster of Qilin fire upon the ground, which would endure for several hours. This way, Ouyang Mafei and the others would at least be shielded from the encroaching cold. Mounted on Xiao Mo's back, Lin Feng addressed the beast hunters. Hurry. Every moment wasted puts your leader in greater peril. Reluctantly, the beast hunters cast a final glance at Han Tianbai's imposing figure before turning to follow Lin Feng. Racing towards the palace's exit, the warmth of Xiao Mo's Qilin flames enveloped them, rendering the cold powerless against their bodies. Blood, my blood, where do you think you're going? Within the palace, He Ningshuang's hoarse voice roared with fury. I have plenty of blood here. Come and take it if you dare. Han Tianbai bellowed. Immediately following was a violent surge of spiritual energy that made the palace tremble under the force of a fourth-tier Beastmaster-S battle. Time was of the essence, and the group dared not tarry, advancing with utmost urgency towards their point of origin. At this juncture, the sixth member's spirit beast had also regained its composure, ensuring that the group would not lose their way. After a brisk 10 minutes of travel, they reached the periphery of the frigid domain. Stepping out of the cave, a humid warmth enveloped them, akin to a rebirth. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yet, the thought of their leader still trapped within reignited their spirits. However, as they beheld the slick passageway ahead, uncertainty crept in. Brothers, do you have a way to ascend? The sixth member queried Lin Feng. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng had contemplated this very question and, indeed, devised a solution. A pale blue luminescence emanated from his palm, and the chill returned. With a swift motion, he coated the soles of his shoes, which instantly sprouted dozens of ice spikes. Testing them on the passageway, he found that the sturdy ice spikes embedded themselves into the smooth walls, anchoring him in place. Oh my, brothers, is this some kind of magic trick? The sixth member exclaimed, circling Lin Feng with fascination. Could you conjure one for me as well? Chapter 20, The Second-Tier Savage Boar King. With the aid of the ice spike shoes, the group ascended the slick passageway with remarkable ease. Though lengthy, the path could not dampen their urgency. Thus, they traversed it in a little over half an hour. The sixth member, at the forefront, jubilantly cried, At last, I see the light of day. Once everyone had emerged from the cave, Lin Feng glanced back. The ethereal blue glow at the entrance had vanished. It seemed the mysterious pulling force had been generated by the frost dragon, and now that it lay slain, the formidable suction would no longer pose a threat. Having endured the excruciating chill, the dozen or so beast hunters were now mentally and physically exhausted. Upon emerging from the cave, they collapsed onto the ground, basking in the warmth of the sunlight filtering through the trees. I have brought you out. Your safety from here on depends on yourselves, Lin Feng addressed the beast hunters. Fear not, brothers. We have navigated the beast forest for many years, the sixth member grinned, reassuring Lin Feng. Very well, Lin Feng nodded. Take care. Time is of the essence, and I must seek a solution. At that moment, the sixth member inquired, If I am not mistaken, you are searching for something, aren't you? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. In that case, you should bring me along. The sixth member declared proudly, patting his chest. My Xiao Hui excels at locating things. Lin Feng recalled how his peculiar spirit beast had effortlessly guided them through the aimless snowy expanse of the frigid domain. Perhaps this skill would conserve considerable effort when seeking a second-tier beast. All right, let us set forth, Lin Feng said. Splendid. The sixth member grinned broadly. He then gallantly approached a bearded beast hunter, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Xiaojiu, I entrust everyone's safety to you while I am away. The bearded hunter shot him an incredulous look, gruffly responding, Must you always act the fool? Lin Feng and the sixth member darted through the beast forest with great speed. Second-tier beasts abound here. Just 10 miles ahead lies one, the sixth member informed Lin Feng. Excellent, let us proceed there. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As they raced, the sixth member, puzzled, asked, Will a second-tier beast suffice for the task at hand? Just focus on guiding me. Do not overthink the rest, Lin Feng replied. Unable to offer further explanation, the sixth member, feeling a bit foolish, fell silent, concentrating on using his spirit beast to lead the way. We have reached the beast. I shall not proceed, For Xiao Hui lacks combat prowess and cannot assist you. The sixth member pointed ahead. Understood. With that, Lin Feng's toes brushed the ground as a crimson glow ignited upon his forehead. A torrent of searing flames rained down, and the MOU fire Qilin materialized before Lin Feng. The second-tier beast sensed the impending threat and let out a ferocious roar. As Lin Feng navigated through the trees, he beheld the creature before him, the Savage Boar King. Level, second tier, rank 2. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Charge, Frenzy. The Savage Boar King towered at 5 meters, its sharp tusks protruding menacingly, and upon noticing an intruder, its bristled back fur bristled with alarm. It pawed the ground, emitting a series of low growls directed at Lin Feng. Faced with a second-tier beast, Lin Feng dared not be careless, recognizing the creature's strength far exceeded his own. A single misstep could lead to disaster. With a flick of his wrist, the power of ice materialized in his hand, coalescing into a pair of ice claws. Lin Feng donned them, and, alongside Xiao Mo, charged at the Savage Boar King. Now an 8-star mid-tier beast, Xiao Mo exuded an even greater aura of intimidation. Even the second-tier Savage Boar King appeared cowed by Xiao Mo's presence, retreating slightly at the sight of their advance. With a mighty roar, Lin Feng commanded, and Xiao Mo unleashed a torrent of flames, a fireball exceeding 2 meters in diameter hurtling towards the Savage Boar King. The creature, now aware of the imminent danger, erupted in a cloud of red mist, activating its frenzy skill. In a display of agility that belied its size, the Savage Boar King darted to the left to evade the flames. However, it was unprepared for the icy fist wielding the ice claws that awaited it there. Lin Feng exerted all his strength, delivering a punch without reservation, a force of 800 kilograms crashing against the head of the Wild Boar King. The impact caused the beast to stagger momentarily. Lin Feng felt a tremendous recoil from his fist and quickly performed a backflip to dissipate the force, though his right hand still trembled slightly. What a hard head! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The Wild Boar King was also affected by this blow, its head spinning in disorientation. At that moment, the roar of the fire Qilin, Xiao Mo, echoed as it turned toward the Wild Boar King. In an instant, flames erupted, enveloping the beast entirely. The Wild Boar King emitted a piercing scream, and simultaneously, the aroma of roasted pork wafted through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo launched a relentless barrage upon it. Having witnessed the Wild Boar King's strength, Lin Feng decided against a direct confrontation. Instead, inspired by a sudden idea, he utilized the power of ice to create a revolver. The ice revolver emanated a chilling aura, and Lin Feng swiftly crafted bullets to load into it. With impeccable marksmanship, he targeted the beast's vulnerable spots from a distance, firing continuously. Contemplating this icy revolver, Lin Feng mused that perhaps, as his power grew, crafting an ice cannon wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility. In the face of the second-tier enraged Wild Boar King, Xiao Mo astonishingly managed to physically dominate it. Engaged in a brutal struggle with the beast, Lin Feng continued to deliver finishing blows. Soon, accompanied by the familiar voice of the system in Lin Feng's mind, the Wild Boar King collapsed. Its body bore gruesome wounds inflicted by Xiao Mo's attacks. Bathed in flames, Xiao Mo appeared regal and invincible, illuminated by the crimson blood. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, a lone figure had managed to subdue the tough-skinned Wild Boar King. This individual was truly remarkable. Sixth brother, shall we proceed? Chapter 21, Pursuit. Not far from Lin Feng's battle with the Wild Boar King, 5 beast hunters were intensely fixated on his direction. At the forefront stood a man known as Old Six. A bearded hunter was also present. Sixth brother, are we betraying Boss Han by doing this? The bearded hunter inquired. If we harm this kid, what will happen to Boss Han? At this moment, Old Six had shed his usual playful demeanor, his expression now filled with cunning and malice. Xiaojiu, have you forgotten the teachings of third brother? Old Six said ominously. We must assist third brother in rising to power. This is the perfect opportunity. Once we deal with this kid, Han Tianba will surely fall, and others will naturally endorse third brother as the new leader. In that case, we, as third brother's trusted allies, will be rewarded handsomely. Don't you want to cure your mother's illness? Don't you want to think about your son? Hearing Old Six words, the other 4 wrestled with their consciences before resolutely making up their minds. Although they had no worries under Han Tianba's leadership, making substantial profits was out of the question. Han Tianba was notoriously proud and aloof, entirely disinterested in the business of murder and theft. All right, enough talk. Sixth brother, we're in, Xiaojiu declared firmly. A smile broke across Old Six's face. Good brother, I will certainly speak well of you in front of third brother. Xiaojiu nodded and asked, so, sixth brother, what should we do now? This kid may have slain the Wild Boar King, but I estimate he's expended considerable energy, making this the perfect moment to eliminate him. Old Six replied, his eyes narrowing. Moreover, judging by his attire, he must possess many valuable items. Once we kill him, we'll split the spoils. Good. The others prepared themselves, awaiting Old Six's command. Lin Feng reached into the Wild Boar King's head and extracted the Beast Crystal. The second-tier Beast Crystal was significantly larger than its first-tier counterpart and radiated the distinctive colors of a magical beast. After storing it in his beast space, Lin Feng noticed the system had completed a task and bestowed upon him a reward. It was a fire-red crystal, shaped like a flame. This divine fire crystal exuded a potent fiery essence, forcing even the icy aura from the ice attribute spirit beast egg in Lin Feng's beast space to retreat to a corner. Divine fire crystal, a treasure of fire attribute. Upon consumption, it can alter the elemental nature of fire attribute spirit beasts, doubling their combat power. For non-fire attribute spirit beasts, it grants them fire attributes. Gazing at the description of the divine fire crystal, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at its formidable effects. Such a powerful crystal would undoubtedly resolve He Ningxuang's spirit beast predicament. Now, having passed roughly an hour, he remained uncertain about the situation below. It was imperative to return with this divine fire crystal as soon as possible. With this thought, Lin Feng instructed Xiao Mo to transform into a mini form and perch upon his shoulder, preparing to retrace his steps. Just then, 5 figures leaped out from the woods, each accompanied by their own spirit beasts. Lin Feng sensed their malicious intent. Thus, he asked, "Old Six, what is the meaning of this?" Old Six chuckled sinisterly. "We brothers have no other intentions. We simply want you dead." With that, Old Six's eyes gleamed with malice as his spirit beast, a small gray creature, suddenly leaped into his hands, rapidly enlarging in midair until it transformed into a massive, spiky rodent measuring over 3 meters long, the Rodent King. Level, second tier, level 4. Attribute, Earth. Skills, enhanced perception, burrowing, lightning speed. Do you not care about your leader's fate? Lin Feng retorted, retreating as he spoke, struggling to comprehend why these individuals had suddenly turned against him. We want him dead. Old Six commanded the Rodent King to attack. At that moment, the other 4 began directing their respective spirit beasts into the fray. Faced with 5 second-tier beast tamers, Lin Feng had no choice but to evade their onslaught, not hesitating for a moment as he turned and sprinted into the woods. Chase him down. We absolutely cannot let this kid escape. Old Six growled fiercely. The group mounted their spirit beasts and pursued Lin Feng, their ranged attackers continuously unleashing assaults. Lin Feng, reaching peak speed, deftly evaded their attacks with his agile movements while his mind raced to devise a way out. In the Ice Palace, Han Tianba and Ouyang Mafei were both battered and bruised. Opposite them, He Ningxuang was increasingly enveloped in dark energy. The Fengqi Golden Eagle showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly unleashing its skills. Han Tianba could not help but lament, "This brat, can't he hurry back? I won't be able to hold on much longer." Have faith in Lin Feng, he will return. Ouyang Mafei gasped, though despair lurked in her heart. He Ningxuang, consumed by the dark energy, had entirely lost her autonomy, driven solely by a thirst for blood. No matter how she called out, she could not awaken He Ningxuang's consciousness. Were it not for Han Tianba's 4th-tier strength holding the line, He Ningxuang would have likely devoured her whole by now. "Sister, be careful." As Ouyang Mafei found herself momentarily lost in thought, a swirling mass of dark energy surged towards her. Han Tianba's mighty bear of strength hastily erected a wall of earth to shield them. With a resounding crash, the relentless onslaught had already pushed the bear of strength to its limits, and this earthen barrier was swiftly shattered. The residual force of the dark energy propelled both individuals far away. Han Tianba spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing, "What on earth is this thing? It grows stronger by the moment. I can hardly endure this any longer." Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still desperately sprinting through the forest. The beast hunters behind him, relying on their familiarity with the monster beast forest, pursued him relentlessly. "Damn it," Lin Feng muttered under his breath. Initially, out of respect for Han Tianba, he had refrained from harming these hunters. However, it had become apparent that they were intent on his demise. Thus, he cast aside his reservations. The ice revolver reappeared in his hand, and he aimed at one of the hunter's thighs before pulling the trigger. The hunter felt a sudden chill in his leg, followed by a searing pain. Instantly, an excruciating cold enveloped him, causing his thigh to grow numb, and he toppled off his spirit beast. "Watch out. That kid's launching a sneak attack," Lao Lu shouted, alerting the others to Lin Feng's actions. As Lin Feng continued to fire while running, his targets were predominantly the more feeble beast tamers. However, with Lao Lu's warning, the beast hunters clung tightly to their spirit beasts, making it nearly impossible for Lin Feng to hit them. Nonetheless, this tactic did slow them down considerably. Upon returning to the entrance of the cave where the Centipede King had emerged, Lin Feng discovered a gathering of dozens of beast hunters. The leader among them, A scarred figure with a bandaged left eye emanated a menacing aura. Third brother, this is the brat who injured you. Stop him. The hunter with the bandaged left eye, known as Lao San, glared fiercely at Lin Feng as he burst forth from the trees. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant red light erupted, and a flaming red leopard spirit beast materialized from the summoning array. Dare to strike me from the shadows. Prepare to lose your life. Without hesitation, Lao San launched an attack on Lin Feng. The crimson leopard beside him vanished into thin air, only to reappear before Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng squinted, and the small MO leaped high, instantly shifting into battle mode. Flame clash. The small MO collided fiercely with the crimson leopard. The impact sent sparks flying as the two fire element spirit beasts clashed in midair. The small MO was thrown backward, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. The disparity in their cultivation levels was evident. The crimson leopard, at the peak of 8 stars, far surpassed the small MO kid. Prepare to die. The crimson leopard growled, pivoting on the ground and charging at Lin Feng with its claws enveloped in flames, ready to strike again. Realizing the small MO was injured, Lin Feng understood that his only option was to swiftly retreat into the cave. This was his only chance to temporarily evade the relentless assault of the beast hunters. If Lao Lu and the others caught up to him, he would have no escape. Hellfire. With a roar, the small MO summoned a torrent of flames that surged forth, obscuring Lao San's vision. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng turned and raced towards the cave. Block him. Don't let him enter the cave, Lao San commanded, gesturing for the other hunters to form a blockade at the entrance. Instantly, a dozen hunters readied themselves for battle, their spirit beasts roaring in anticipation. Fight to the last. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, having completed his mental communication with the small MO. The small MO concentrated the fire element in its mouth, unleashing a searing blast towards the group of hunters. Roar of the fire Qilin. As the small MO released its skill, Lin Feng did not remain idle. The power of ice rapidly coalesced in his hands, forming an enormous ice ball, which he hurled into the flames spewing from the small MO. The moment the fire and ice met, the intense heat of the Qilin flames melted the ice ball, creating a cloud of steam that enveloped the area. What is happening? I can't see a thing. The hunters found their vision obscured by the steam, and Lin Feng seized this opportunity to charge at the weakest among them. With the ice tiger claw already encasing his hand, Lin Feng struck the unsuspecting hunter squarely in the face. The force shattered the hunter's teeth, and Lin Feng stomped on his face, leaping into the cave. To expedite his descent, Lin Feng utilized frost to accelerate his slide down the passage. Damn it! Are they all useless? How can so many let him escape? Lao San seethed as the steam dissipated. By this time, Lao Lu and the others had arrived. Observing the situation, Lao Lu's eyes darted around before he said, "Third brother, don't panic. There's only this single exit. If we guard here, as soon as they emerge, we can launch our attack and capture them." Good. Lao San nodded approvingly. Xiao Lu, you performed well this time. Once we take down Han Tianba, and I become the leader, I'll hand over the position to you. Lao Lu nodded with a sycophantic grin. Then I'll be counting on third brother from now on. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was sliding swiftly down the tunnel. Soon, he felt a sense of weightlessness as he arrived in the stifling, damp cavern. Noticing that no one was pursuing him, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved a healing elixir from the spirit beast space and administered it to the small MO, who had sustained internal injuries from the clash with the crimson leopard. Lin Feng tenderly stroked the small MO's head. Master, there's no need to worry. I'm fine. The small MO reassured Lin Feng telepathically. Yes, you're the best. Let's hurry and rescue Teacher He. Lin Feng thought, anxious about the situation of the few individuals inside the palace. No one could predict what actions He Ningxuang, tainted by the dark energy, might take. He could only hope that Han Tianba remained resilient. At that moment, in the land of extreme cold, snowflakes no longer fell from the sky. The footprints they had left earlier remained, and Lin Feng was not concerned about losing his way. Subsequently, he mounted the small MO and headed towards the ice palace. I can't hold on any longer. If she gets up again, we'll be waiting for death. Han Tianba grimaced, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth as he forced himself to speak. Ouyang Mafei's arm hung limply, clearly broken. Both of their spirit beasts had already been returned to the spirit beast space. If the battle continued, their spirit beasts would be utterly destroyed. However, after paying such a steep price, they had managed to bring He Ningxuang down amidst the ruins. The darkened phoenix-winged golden eagle lay suspended above the rubble, devoid of control. Motionless. I hope Teacher He can remain calm for a while, Ouyang Mafei silently prayed. Nearly 2 hours had passed since Lin Feng had left. During this period, Ouyang Mafei felt as though a century had passed. She had to remain utterly focused. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could result in being struck by that eerie flame. Once it touched her, the only way to extinguish it was to sever the affected part. Her dark-scaled dragon serpent tail had been severed, and she had no idea how long it would take to restore it. Just as the two were about to catch their breath, a sinister black mist began to seep out from the crevices of the ruins. The soaring phoenix-winged golden eagle let out a cry, incessantly flapping its wings. This was disastrous. Han Tianba felt a chill in his heart upon witnessing this scene. He realized that He Ningxuang was about to rise again. There was no time for fighting. They needed to flee. It was better to freeze to death than to be burned alive. Han Tianba grabbed Ouyang Mafei and sprinted toward the palace exit. Boom. The black mist erupted from the ruins, violently dispersing the shards of ice that weighed them down. The alluring figure of He Ningxuang floated in midair. Her voice dark and foreboding, "Blood. My blood." Under her command, the phoenix-winged golden eagle suddenly flapped its wings and appeared before Han Tianba and Ouyang Mafei. An ominous black flame erupted from its mouth, surging toward the two. Alas, it seems my fate is sealed. Han Tianba shielded Ouyang Mafei behind him, bracing himself against the oncoming flames. Chapter 23. Rest. Just as despair enveloped Ouyang Mafei and Han Tianba, an arc-shaped object descended before them. It was a crystal shaped like a flame. As soon as it appeared, it was as if a sun had risen in this frigid expanse, filling the area with an incredibly warm sensation. The ice palace, forged from frost, began to melt slowly under the rising temperature. Meanwhile, the eerie flames that threatened Ouyang Mafei and Han Tianba were entirely absorbed by the divine fire crystal. He Ningxuang, who had pursued them from the palace, was instantly filled with dread upon seeing the divine fire crystal. How could a treasure of the fire attribute appear here? This is impossible. Her words were laced with disbelief. At that moment, the divine fire crystal began to rise from the ground into the air, filling the entire space with pure fire energy. As a fire attribute spirit beast, the phoenix-winged golden eagle let out a delighted cry, greedily absorbing the fire energy in the air. At that moment, Lin Feng also ascended the steps. Arriving at the side of Ouyang Mafei and Han Tianba, he had noticed their imminent danger from a distance and, in a moment of urgency, had thrown the divine fire crystal. Fortunately, it was just in time to save their lives. Han Tianba, seeing Lin Feng's arrival, punched him lightly on the chest and weakly said, "You little rascal, why didn't you wait until I was dead to return?" Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, his eyes filled with gratitude toward Han Tianba. It was evident that the leader of the beast hunters had exerted himself to the utmost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sustained such serious injuries. Judging by the punch he had just received, Han Tianba's body had reached its limits, leaving him utterly weakened. However, Lin Feng, slightly irritated, retorted, "It's all because of your so-called brothers. I would have returned much sooner otherwise." Han Tianba frowned and inquired, "What happened to my brothers?" Lin Feng urged, "Hurry and check on teacher He." Before Lin Feng could respond, Ouyang Mafei anxiously interjected. Lin Feng glanced at He Ningxuang, who was now clutching her head in agony. One moment, she was crying out in despair, "No, I don't want to be absorbed." And the next, her cold voice commanded, "Quickly, place the fire attribute treasure into the mouth of the phoenix-winged golden eagle. No, don't put it in. Hurry, I can't control him any longer. Lin Feng, go." At this, Lin Feng dared not delay. He stepped onto the back of Xiao Mo and leaped into the air, grasping the floating divine fire crystal in his hands. With a motion reminiscent of a slam dunk, he tossed it into the mouth of the phoenix-winged golden eagle. The moment the divine fire crystal entered, a fierce blaze erupted from the phoenix-winged golden eagle, engulfing it in a radiant red glow. In an instant, the black mist surrounding the eagle was completely incinerated. The wound on its chest began to heal gradually, and a fiery shell formed around it, continuing its transformation. Meanwhile, after the divine fire crystal was consumed by the phoenix-winged golden eagle, the black mist enveloping He Ningxuang was completely eradicated. Simultaneously, the warm fire energy began to nourish her body. After absorbing the divine fire crystal, He Ningxuang's cultivation was expected to reach new heights. Seeing that the crisis had been averted, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? Han Tianba anxiously approached Lin Feng for answers. Lin Feng recounted the events to him. "I believe they are currently waiting for us at the cave entrance." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Han Tianba was immediately consumed by rage, cursing, "Those bastards are truly despicable. I thought of them as my brothers, only to discover they were scheming against me behind my back. That damn number 3 will never change his ways." Han Tianba quickly comprehended the intentions of the sixth and others. "What do you plan to do?" Lin Feng inquired. A fierce glint flashed in Han Tianba's eyes. "If they wish to usurp my position, they must prove their capability." After uttering this, Han Tianba was overtaken by a fit of violent coughing. "I have healing elixirs. Take these," Lin Feng said, retrieving all the elixirs that He Ningxuang had given him from his beast taming space. "Quickly, tend to your wounds." Lin Feng looked at Han Tianba. whose injuries were severe, feeling a surge of gratitude. This man is indeed a man of his word. All right, thank you, my young friend. Han Tianba accepted Lin Feng's elixirs and swallowed them all at once. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to recover. Lin Feng moved to Ouyang Mafei's side, observing her fractured arm with concern. How are you? At the sound of Lin Feng's caring words, Ouyang Mafei's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm fine. You can smile, can't you? It looks quite nice. Lin Feng pointed at the corners of her mouth. What? Is this a smile? Ouyang Mafei murmured, touching her face. Yes, just smile more often from now on. Ouyang Mafei nodded repeatedly, her lips curving once more. In this frigid realm where day and night were indistinguishable, the vast ice palace had transformed into a flowing river, winding gracefully. Lin Feng and the others sat in a clearing, fully focused on healing their injuries. Crack! A sharp sound resounded. The shell encasing the phoenix-winged golden eagle shattered. Then, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed through the air. A giant dark red bird soared into the sky, its splendid dark red tail, feathers, and perfect form radiating majesty. Soon after, Qilin Shuang opened her eyes. She was acutely aware of everything she had experienced while being possessed, yet she could not control her own body. Tears streamed down her face as she realized how insidiously the black mist had affected her. Seeing the harm she had inflicted upon those around her filled her heart with guilt. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely acquisition of the fire attribute treasure, it is likely that the remaining few would have met their demise in this place. Upon hearing the commotion around them, Lin Feng and the others, who were recuperating, promptly awakened. Teacher He, you're awake. Ouyang Mafei exclaimed with excitement. Qilin Shuang embraced Ouyang Mafei, speaking with a tone laced with self-reproach. Does your arm hurt? Ouyang Mafei shook her head, replying, It doesn't hurt. I'm perfectly fine now. Qilin Shuang then turned her gaze towards Han Tianba, slightly inclining her body as she expressed her remorse. I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Sister, it's no trouble at all. This is what I promised to the brothers. Han Tianba waved his hand dismissively. Qilin Shuang looked at Lin Feng with immense gratitude and bowed deeply to him. This gesture startled Lin Feng, who quickly sidestepped. Teacher He, what are you doing? This malevolent energy has plagued me for 10 years, without your assistance. I could never have completely freed myself from it. Qilin Shuang choked out. Moreover, you selflessly used such a precious fire attribute treasure on me. Your kindness is something I, Qilin Shuang, can never repay adequately. Lin Feng scratched his head, smiling as he replied, You are my teacher. It is only right that I assist you. Teacher, I've noticed that the phoenix-winged golden eagle seems to have undergone some changes. What could this be? Ouyang Mafei inquired. Chapter 24, The Monster. Qilin Shuang explained excitedly. All of this is thanks to the fire attribute treasure. Its effects are simply astounding. Not only did it completely eradicate the malevolent energy within the phoenix-winged golden eagle, but it also allowed it to evolve. Qilin Shuang waved her hand to summon the spirit beast. The now advanced phoenix-winged golden eagle exhibited a form that was increasingly akin to that of a phoenix. Infernal Phoenix, 8-star low-grade, fire attribute. Qilin Shuang introduced. Furthermore, the fire attribute treasure has also elevated my cultivation level to the 5th tier. Han Tianba's jaw dropped in astonishment. 8-star spirit beast. And you've reached the 5th tier. Are you a monster? Observing Qilin Shuang, who appeared to be no older than 30, Han Tianba was incredulous. A 5th-tier beast tamer at 30 years of age was exceedingly abnormal, particularly considering she possessed an 8-star spirit beast. Such combat prowess was sufficient to dominate the 5th safe zone. However, Lin Feng was not surprised by Qilin Shuang's claims. After all, it would be strange if a treasure as formidable as the divine fire crystal did not yield such substantial enhancements. Qilin Shuang smiled at Han Tianba, saying, How can I be considered a monster? It is Lin Feng who truly deserves that title. Remember, he is the one who rescued both me and Ouyang Mafei from the frost giant dragon, and he even persuaded a 4th-tier beast hunter to lend a hand. He single-handedly sought out the fire attribute treasure and returned safely amid the onslaught of numerous beast hunters. If Qilin Shuang is a monster, then Lin Feng is the monster among monsters. The feats he accomplished are far beyond what a mere newly hatched beast tamer could achieve. Thus, Han Tianba inquired of Lin Feng, What is your cultivation level? 1st tier, level 6. I have only just recently hatched my spirit beast. This revelation left Han Tianba utterly speechless. You are merely a 1st tier, he exclaimed incredulously. How could you possibly escape from my brother's grasp? I ran fast. Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Han Tianba was at a loss for words. This was not simply a matter of speed. Qilin Shuang retracted the infernal phoenix back into the beast taming space, and then turned to Lin Feng, asking, How exactly did you deal with that frost giant dragon? For when they first entered the extreme cold region, Even her cultivation level could not withstand the icy breath of the frost giant dragon, instantly freezing her body. And when she awoke again, the frost giant dragon had vanished. Thus, she was curious about how Lin Feng had managed to accomplish such a feat. Lin Feng had already prepared a response to He Ningxuang's inquiry. He knew he could not divulge details about the system to others. Therefore, he retrieved the towering 3-meter-tall ice spirit beast egg from the beast taming space. It absorbed all the cold, and then the frost giant dragon simply disappeared. Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly. Silence ensued as the three gazed at the 3-meter-high spirit beast egg, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Why, you actually have another spirit beast egg? He Ningxuang stammered. Yes, but it seems that it cannot hatch just yet, Lin Feng replied, tapping on the eggshell. Han Tianba clutched his chest and moved to the side. I can't take it anymore. This is too stimulating for my heart. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside Han Tianba. Ouyang Mafei squatted on the ground. Poking the earth with her finger, her eyes filled with despair, thinking to herself, I will never have the chance to surpass Lin Feng in this lifetime. You should put it away quickly. My heart can hardly take it anymore, He Ningxuang said, clutching her chest. She had never imagined that Lin Feng possessed a second spirit beast egg. Typically, a beast tamer with 2 spirit beast eggs would hatch them simultaneously during the hatching ceremony, and their star ratings would generally not exceed 7 stars. However, since Lin Feng's first spirit beast was already 8 stars, she could only speculate what the rating of his second spirit beast would be. If it were also 8 stars, He Ningxuang could hardly fathom how formidable Lin Feng would become. A beast tamer possessing 2 8-star spirit beasts had never been documented in the entire history of beast tamers. After returning the spirit beast egg to the beast taming space, Lin Feng looked at the somewhat dejected group and said, We should focus on how to get out of here. Liuji, it has been 5 days already. Why haven't they emerged yet? Lao San inquired from his wooden chair beside Lao Lu. Perhaps they have perished inside, Lao Lu speculated. Lao San felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. As long as Han Tianba remained alive, he could not find peace. He abruptly stood up, declaring, No, whether alive or dead, I must personally confirm. Having waited a week, his patience had long since worn thin. Bring me some rope. A beast hunter behind him extracted ropes from the beast taming space and connected several together. You all come with me. Lao San pointed to several beast hunters to accompany him down. Just as he was about to descend, a surge of searing flames erupted from the cave entrance. Moments later, several figures soared out from the cavern. Han Tianba, Lao Lu cried out in astonishment. I never expected you to still be alive. As Han Tianba landed, his gaze fiercely locked onto the beast hunter Lao Lu, his voice cold as he chastised. You little brat, do you wish for my demise? Lao Lu's expression turned somewhat grim, but he soon glanced at Lao San, gaining confidence. Han Tianba, you are mingling with those who harmed third brother. Do you not desire revenge for him? Lao Lu pointed at Lin Feng and the others. Stop talking nonsense. Don't think for a second that I am unaware of your actions. Han Tianba retorted with a snort. At this moment, Lao San, seeing that Han Tianba was still alive, felt a weight in his heart, yet the situation had reached this point, and there was nothing left to hide. Thus, he addressed Han Tianba, saying, Boss, if you consider yourself above us and refuse to associate with us, then please step aside from the leader position. Do not hinder everyone from earning money. The reputation of beast hunters is being tarnished by scoundrels like you. If you wish to be the leader, then you must first defeat me. The reputation of beast hunters is being tarnished by scoundrels like you. If you wish to be the leader, then you must first defeat me. Han Tianba replied coldly. Lao San laughed arrogantly. Very well. Let us see who is more qualified to be the leader. Accompanied by the radiant summoning array, the spirit beasts of the 2 opponents materialized in the arena. However, in stark contrast to the imposing Crimson Panther, the mighty bear monster appeared rather disheveled. Its body bore numerous scars of varying sizes. Despite several days of recuperation, it had not returned to its prime condition. After sustaining such injuries, you might as well surrender early. You stand no chance against me now. Old 3 taunted. Enough with the nonsense. I am more than capable of defeating you. Han Tianba retorted, his cultivation at the 3rd level of the 4th tier, while Old 3 had just broken through to the 4th tier. The disparity in their strengths was minimal, especially since Han Tianba's spirit beast was injured. Thus, at the onset of the battle, the mighty bear monster quickly found itself at a disadvantage. At this moment, a fierce glint flickered in Old 6's small eyes as he shouted to the beast hunters behind him. The one who harmed Brother 3 is over there. Let us avenge him. Whoever captures that brat first can claim those 2 women as their prize. Chapter 25. An unequal battle. I dare anyone to lay a finger on them. Han Tianba, amidst the fray, shouted vehemently upon hearing Old 6's words. You should worry about yourself first. Old 3 replied in a low voice. Claw strike, he commanded. The Crimson Panther lunged forward with a ferocious claw aimed at the mighty bear monster's face. Han Tianba hurriedly directed the mighty bear monster to defend itself. Meanwhile, the beast hunters exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. Before Han Tianba's arrival, they had been under Old Three's command, yet now they were uncertain whom to follow. The first to follow Old Six, Xiaojiao, seeing everyone frozen in place, could not help but roar, "Have you all forgotten Brother Three's promise? Now is the time to show our loyalty to him. Hurry up and act." Seizing the opportunity, Old Three added, "Assist me in capturing these few, and each of you will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones." Lured by the promise of spirit stones, some beast hunters began to stir, summoning their spirit beasts and gradually closing in on Lin Feng and the others. "Please show mercy." Han Tianba, recognizing that conflict was inevitable, cautioned, "Rest assured, my brothers won't be too harsh. We wouldn't dream of harming those two ladies." Old Three laughed heartily. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Han Tianba's words were intended for Lin Feng and the others. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze turned frigid as he watched the approaching beast hunters. The Mou Fire Qilin stood beside him, emanating a formidable fiery pressure. An icy aura enveloped Lin Feng, and a dazzling interplay of blue and red light illuminated the clearing. Following a resounding cry of a phoenix, the Hell Phoenix soared from He Ningxiang's beast control space. Its fifth-tier cultivation instantly radiated an overwhelming presence, stunning everyone present. They were faced with a fifth-tier beast master. All the beast hunters were caught off guard by the revelation that the seemingly youthful woman before them possessed fifth-tier prowess. "How is this possible? It's no wonder you exhibit such confidence. You have allies." Old Three remarked coldly. "But so what? I have dozens of brothers. Once we capture the other two, I doubt she will resist." Old Three, concede, you are no match for them. Do not add to the casualties. Han Tianba implored. Less chatter, and prepare to face my attack. Old Three continued to unleash fierce assaults upon Han Tianba. "What are you all waiting for? Charge!" Old Six commanded, retreating himself. Although the many beast hunters were initially intimidated by He Ningxiang's fifth-tier aura, they soon regained their composure. After years of being beast hunters, they had participated in the capture of fifth-tier demonic beasts. As long as they were prepared, success was within reach. Thus, around 20 beast hunters retrieved specially crafted nets designed for capturing demonic beasts from their beast control spaces. These nets, made from unique materials, were impervious to water and fire. Once a demonic beast was ensnared, it could not escape. Cautiously, the 20 or so beast hunters surrounded He Ningxiang, while several others advanced towards Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. "Take care of yourself. I will handle this." Lin Feng instructed Ouyang Mafei, whose spirit beast had sustained severe injuries during its battle against the darkened He Ningxiang and was currently unable to fight. Ouyang Mafei nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a blue figure darted towards the approaching 10 or so beast hunters. Lin Feng had initially refrained from engaging, worried about the safety of those in the palace. Now that the situation had been resolved, he was finally able to showcase his prowess. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was not as high as that of the beast hunters, he possessed physical abilities they lacked. Once he closed the distance, they would face a relentless onslaught. The beast hunters, all at the initial second tier, found their spirit beast's combat capabilities halved when confronted with the oppressive presence of the beast king, Xiao Mo. With a fiery collision, Xiao Mo's blazing form crashed through the ranks of the beast hunters, creating a gap. Immediately thereafter, Lin Feng moved like an icy specter, swiftly arriving beside a beast hunter and delivering a chilling strike to his face. Without pausing, Lin Feng pivoted, drawing out his icy revolver and beginning a precise barrage of shots. What on earth? Is he even human? The beast hunters, unacquainted with Lin Feng's capabilities, began to wail in dismay. Meanwhile, the 10 or so beast hunters who had entered the extreme cold region with Han Tianba remained rooted in place, paralyzed. At that moment, it would not be an exaggeration to describe Lin Feng as an ice attribute spirit beast. Together with Xiao Mo, one icy and one fiery, they were truly making the beast hunters suffer immensely. Looking over to He Ningxiang's side, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The beast hunters had believed the ever-reliable capturing net would ensnare the Hell Phoenix, but they could not have anticipated that the Hell Phoenix was a low-grade 8-star spirit beast, incomparable to an ordinary 5th-tier demonic beast. The moment their nets brushed against the Hell Phoenix, they were incinerated by its flames. What followed was a relentless onslaught of the Phoenix flames. After its advancement, the fire of the Hell Phoenix not only reached extreme temperatures, but also bore the peculiar black aura that adhered to its flames. Once the flames latched onto a target, it became a fight to the death. However, He Ningxiang, upon hearing Han Tianba's plea, chose only to incapacitate the beast hunters without claiming their lives. And who was He Ningxiang? A teacher from the Starry Academy. Her combat skills were far beyond those of these beast hunters. Thus, from the initiation to the conclusion of the battle, it took merely 10 minutes to subdue the 20 or so beast hunters. had she wished to, with her 5th-tier power. A single phoenix flame would have been enough to reduce them to ashes. The beast hunters who remained on the sidelines were drenched in cold sweat, simultaneously relieved they had not engaged. Otherwise, they too would have been lying on the ground. Once He Ningxiang concluded her side of the battle, Lin Feng sent the last beast hunter flying with a single punch. Old 3 stood there, stunned, having forgotten to command the Crimson Panther in the battle. How could he have anticipated that, despite the multitude on his side, not a single opponent had fallen? Who were these individuals, truly? The Crimson Panther, deprived of its commander, fell victim to Han Tianba's opportunism. With a ferocious roar, the giant bear monster delivered a devastating blow, rendering the panther unconscious. Blood spilling from its mouth as it succumbed to darkness. Damn it, cursed the 3rd, frustration evident. However, with their spirit beast injured, there was no reason to continue the fight. 3rd, concede. Take your people and leave District 5, never to return. Han Tianba proclaimed, still recalling old ties. Impossible. I shall not yield. The 3rd bellowed, his eyes turning crimson as he shouted, Shaoli, what are you waiting for? Chapter 26, Farewell. Upon hearing this, an uneasy feeling stirred within the group. The hidden Shaoli suddenly emerged from beneath Ouyang Mafei, brandishing a bone dagger pressed against her neck. You scoundrel! He Ningxiang cried out angrily, release her at once. Lin Feng and He Ningxiang had just concluded their battle, entirely oblivious to the unexpected threat lurking at Ouyang Mafei's feet. Shaoli chuckled, running his hand along Ouyang Mafei's arm with an unsettling grin, so smooth. Shaoli, you wretched creature, let that girl go. Han Tianba shouted, his fury manifesting in stomping feet. The 3rd approached Xiao Li with a menacing glare, addressing Han Tianba. As the leader of the beast hunters, how disgraceful it is for you to plead for a woman. 3rd, if you release her, I shall gladly relinquish my position as leader to you. Han Tianba countered. Bah. The 3rd spat, do I need your permission? I wish for your demise. Han Tianba, I will count to 3. If you do not take your own life, I shall ensure this woman pays the price. The 3rd threatened. He Ningxiang trembled with rage, the hell phoenix above her erupting with fierce intent. How shameless these fiends were. Yet, with Ouyang Mafei in their clutches, she dared not act recklessly. Fearing for the girl's safety, Han Tianba, gritting his teeth, fixed his unwavering gaze upon the 3rd, asking, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, as long as you die, I will release her. The 3rd replied. Very well. Han Tianba affirmed, retrieving a dagger from his beast space and pressing it to his neck. Across from him, Ouyang Mafei cried out, Uncle, don't. Though she said nothing, her heart brimmed with gratitude for Han Tianba. Were it not for his relentless protection, she would have perished within the palace. Han Tianba smiled at Ouyang Mafei, saying, young lady, this will be the last time I protect you. A sharp sound pierced the air as the weapon pierced skin. The 3rd, startled, turned to see Xiao Li, his eyes wide in shock, spewing blood from his mouth. A frozen spike had erupted from his chest. Now, Lin Feng shouted. He Ningxiang and Han Tianba simultaneously commanded their spirit beasts to attack the 3rd. Such a treacherous individual had no right to live. No, no. Despair enveloped the 3rd as he witnessed his demise, stripped of his spirit beast's protection. Torn to shreds by the 2 beasts, Ouyang Mafei discarded the ice spike and raced back to He Ningxiang's side. Thank goodness for the weapon Lin Feng gave me. Ouyang Mafei exclaimed, still shaken. Prior to the confrontation, Lin Feng had discreetly handed her a weapon to prevent unforeseen circumstances, and now it had proven invaluable. Young lady, were you frightened? Han Tianba asked, somewhat embarrassed. Ouyang Mafei shook her head, replying, I'm fine, thank you, uncle. At that moment, Han Tianba had been unaware of the weapon in her possession. Ouyang Mafei sensed that he would indeed go to great lengths to save her. Well, as long as you're all right. Han Tianba smiled at Ouyang Mafei. He then addressed the remaining beast hunters. If anyone wishes to join me, stay. If not, you may leave now without hindrance. With the demise of the 3rd and Xiao Li, the instigators were no more. Han Tianba had no intention of reprimanding the others, as they were merely striving to survive. The beast hunters exchanged glances, none opting to depart. Observing their resolve, Han Tianba continued, all right, since you all wish to stand with me, let me make this clear. I do not engage in murder or pillaging, nor do I condone bullying the weak. Should I catch anyone in such acts, do not blame my hands for being stained with blood. This was Han Tianba's code as a beast hunter. However, his usual carefree demeanor had caused him to overlook the misdeeds of the 3rd and his associates, and this incident served as a stark reminder. The gathered beast hunters agreed in unison. Come, brothers, let us head to my camp for a drink. Han Tianba invited Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. No, we're in a hurry. Perhaps another time. I can see that you hold a unique status, and your presence in the monster beast forest indicates a mission. In that case, I want to keep you. Should you return to the forest, do seek me out. We have formed an acquaintance through battle, Han Tianba declared grandly. Certainly. After bidding farewell to Han Tianba, Lin Feng and his companions set off toward the headquarters of the Star Academy. They had agreed to reconvene after a week, yet 6 days had already slipped away. With only 1 day remaining, they were far from their destination. Thus, He Ning Shuang devised a plan. The headquarters of the Star Academy was strategically located at the heart of the 4th and 5th safe zones. Besides educating students, the Academy also managed emergencies within these zones. Senior students often received covert missions assigned by the higher-ups. The architecture of the Star Academy resembled a grand castle. Its towering gates adorned with intricate carvings and ancient inscriptions that narrated the institution's history and glory. As they entered, a vast square came into view, dominated by a monumental statue, both dignified and solemn. At that moment, the square was bustling with people, as today marked the new student enrollment ceremony, drawing students, teachers, and the dean from all grades. Dean Mu stood at the back of the square, inquiring of Cui Feng. Have Ning Shuang and the others not arrived yet? Cui Feng shook his head. Not yet. We can't reach them at all. Xiong Xing furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Could they have encountered some danger? That is unlikely. Dean Mu replied. But, Dean, have you forgotten about the dark aura surrounding Ning Shuang's spirit beast? Cui Feng reminded. Upon hearing this, Dean Mu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Quickly contact the Green Shade City branch and send someone to search for them, Dean Mu urged anxiously. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the square. The freshman enrollment ceremony is about to commence. Let us welcome the 10 exceptional youths who have been selected. Chapter 27, The Prodigy. What shall we do, Dean Mu? If we cannot participate in the freshman ceremony, it would be tantamount to an automatic elimination, exclaimed Cui Feng, visibly anxious. Dean Mu was equally flustered, perspiring profusely, for these were the 2 most outstanding students of the year, especially Lin Feng, who possessed an 8-star Qilin-type spirit beast. Endowed with astonishing physical strength and having shattered the record in the Academy's secret realm, a prodigious talent. If he were to be eliminated like this, it would undoubtedly be the greatest loss for Xingqian Academy. Such a calamity must be averted. Thus, Dean Mu resolved to swallow his pride and plead with the Academy for more time. Just then, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. A dark red light materialized above the Academy square. Who is that? Such a rich fire element. Could it be the phoenix? Gasped the students in the stands. Marveling at the silhouette above, Dean Li, who was presiding over the ceremony, could not help but exclaim, what an overwhelming aura! Whose spirit beast is this? The dark red figure spiraled down from the air, landing gracefully, revealing 3 individuals, Lin Feng, He Ningxue, and Ouyang Mafei. He Ningxue, slightly pale from the exhausting journey, bowed slightly to Dean Li, apologetically stating, Dean Li, we have returned late. Not at all. You have just arrived in time. Dean Li smiled, adding, I did not expect that in just a few days, Ningxue would encounter such great fortune. Aware of her circumstances, Dean Li speculated that her spirit beast's formidable presence and altered appearance must signify a significant event. He Ningxue nodded with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Feng and the others descend, Dean Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He then led the 8 freshmen and their respective mentors to the center of the square. Dean Li, observing that all freshmen had gathered, gazed at the 10 young men and women before him, saying, Welcome to the ranks of Xingqian Academy. You are all aware of our Academy's rules. Now, please present the crystal cores of the beasts you have hunted. The one who has slain the most formidable beast shall receive the Academy's reward. The rewards this time are 5 entries to the secret realm, a skill book, and an attribute pill. As Dean Li finished speaking, the surrounding students began to murmur excitedly. The Academy's rewards remain enticing. An entry to the secret realm requires over 1,000 contribution points, enough for half a year of hard work. Indeed. And the skill book costs over 10,000 contribution points. The attribute pill can fundamentally alter a spirit beast's attributes. One wonders who will earn such rewards. In the square, Xiong Xing stepped forward confidently, declaring, Let my 2 students go first. The 2 boys beside him retrieved 2 beast crystals from their spirit beast compartments. Judging by the luster of the crystals, one was a first-tier level 4, and the other a first-tier level 5. Qin Yuan, first-tier level 2, 6-star dual attribute spirit beast. Thunderfire Giant Ape, announced the youth holding the first-tier level 4 beast crystal. Feng Chong, first-tier level 3, 7-star Shadow Black Panther. Dean Li nodded with satisfaction. Both students excelled in spirit beast star rating and cultivation. Moreover, the ability to independently hunt beasts 2 levels higher than themselves attested to their formidable combat prowess. Following that, Cui Feng's 2 students presented their beast crystals, both first-tier level 4. Soon, all 8 students showcased their beast crystals in succession, with Feng Chang's first-tier level 5 crystal being the most impressive. However, There was no trace of arrogance on his face. He cast a glance at Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei, who had yet to present their crystals. Feng Chong knew these two were the true paragons of excellence this year. Amidst a burst of light, Ouyang Mafei revealed the crystal of the subterranean centipede. Ouyang Mafei, first tier level 4, 7-star dragon-type spirit beast, dark-scale dragon serpent. First tier level 6 beast crystal. After enduring the intense battles in the Ice Palace, Ouyang Mafei's cultivation had also advanced. Upon hearing her introduction, Dean Li was taken aback. Such talent among this year's students was indeed remarkable. A 7-star dragon type is comparable to an ordinary 8-star low-grade spirit beast. Moreover, achieving first tier level 4 in such a short time since hatching is undoubtedly a testament to her genius. Dean Li deemed Ouyang Mafei the most outstanding student of this cohort. Very well. I hope you do not squander your talent. Diligent cultivation is imperative. Dean Li advised Ouyang Mafei. Indeed, she replied. What a graceful young woman. She is precisely my type. A 7-star dragon-type spirit beast. This is perfectly aligned with me, exclaimed a blonde youth, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he beheld Ouyang Mafei in the center of the square. I must win her heart. It seemed the reward this year would surely belong to her. Ouyang Mafei's brilliance drew all eyes toward her, causing everyone to forget that one individual had yet to showcase their beast crystal. Lin Feng, while retrieving his beast crystal from the spirit beast compartment, calmly stated, Lin Feng. First tier level 7, 8-star mid-grade Qilin-type spirit beast, second tier level 2 beast crystal. His voice, though soft, silenced the crowd instantaneously. Dean Li had initially prepared to present the reward to Ouyang Mafei as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking. However, he now found himself gaping at Lin Feng, momentarily speechless. Even Dean Mu was left in shock. How could it be that merely a week had passed, and Lin Feng had reached first tier level 7? With his spirit beast star rating also elevated? Just how extraordinary is this young man? 8-star mid-grade. First tier level 7. Second tier level 2 beast crystal? Is he truly a freshman this year? Could this possibly be a fabrication? After a lengthy pause, Dean Li finally regained his composure and remarked to Lin Feng, young man, please do not deceive us. Lin Feng scoffed, replying, if you doubt it, see for yourself. With that, he handed the second tier level 2 beast crystal to Dean Li. Subsequently, with a flicker of the summoning array on his forehead, the blazing MOU Fire Qilin materialized in the center of the square. MOU Fire Qilin. Cultivation, first tier level 7, 100, 2500. Star rating, 8-star mid-grade. Attributes, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin. Dean Li, gazing at the beast crystal in his hand and the information displayed on the Xian Guang mirror, could no longer harbor any doubts. To think that Xingqian Academy had attracted such a prodigious student this year. I sincerely apologize for my earlier skepticism. You are undoubtedly the top student of this year. Chapter 28. By the weekend, I shall compensate you. Upon witnessing the information regarding the MOU Fire Qilin, everyone present was left astounded. Though their talents were all remarkable, in comparison to this individual, they appeared rather ordinary. Who else could have a spirit beast that has barely hatched for less than half a month, yet reached such heights in cultivation? With a spirit beast star rating of 8-star mid-grade, and belonging to the Qilin type? How the competition can be so disheartening. Brother Jean, this lad surpasses even your prowess from years past. Moreover, it appears he shares a mentor with that young lady. Could it be that he will gain her favor before anyone else? A youth beside the golden-haired boy muttered, stop your nonsense. Who dares to covet what I desire? No matter how formidable he may be, he is but a fledgling, newly hatched from his spirit beast egg. Should he entertain any thoughts towards Ouyang Mafei, I shall be the first to incapacitate him, Jean Hao declared, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Lin Feng. At that moment, Dean Li's face flushed with excitement as he held out a reward towards Lin Feng, saying, here are the attribute elixirs and the entry tickets to the secret realms. You may choose a skill book at your leisure from the Academy Library. Lin Feng extended his hand to receive the reward, replying, thank you, Dean. Dean Li regarded Lin Feng with satisfaction, fully aware of the monumental achievements this young man was destined to accomplish. If only there were more youths like him among humanity, Dean Li thought, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder before turning to announce, now, we shall proceed to the second segment of the new student ceremony. The announcement of the transfer student list. It was not until dusk that the new student ceremony concluded. Elite students, like Lin Feng, would be assigned accommodations by the Academy, alongside their respective mentors. Following Hening Shuang, Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei arrived at a quaint 2-story villa. Your room will be on the first floor. Mafei and I will reside upstairs, Hening Shuang said with a stretch. Lin Feng nodded, unperturbed by the living arrangements. For sharing a space with two lovely ladies was indeed a delightful prospect. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng contemplated his two rewards. 5 entries to the secret realms. How splendid. This could potentially exchange for numerous spirit beast elixirs. Once his cultivation reached the 2nd tier, he would be able to hatch his 2nd spirit beast egg. As Lin Feng gazed at the 5 tickets, he felt a surge of excitement. Master, I wish to eat. The voice of Xiao Mo echoed in his mind. Lin Feng produced an attribute elixir, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Oh, you glutton, here you go? Without hesitation, Lin Feng fed the elixir to Xiao Mo. Master is so kind. Xiao Mo joyfully swallowed the elixir. Soon after, the system's voice chimed in. Detecting spirit beast consuming attribute elixir. Fire attribute is currently being enhanced. Duration, 8 hours. Given this, Lin Feng returned Xiao Mo to the Beastmaster space. Lin Feng, come here. He Ningxuang's voice called from the 2nd floor. What is it, teacher he? He inquired. Come in. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Feng entered the room, where He Ningxuang was clad in a delicate lace nightgown, her figure tantalizingly visible. With a grave expression, He Ningxuang inquired. Do you understand how precious the fire attribute treasure is? I do. Lin Feng replied. If I use it on Xiao Mo, he could reach at least 9 stars. Then why would you give it to me? He Ningxuang pressed on. Because I do not want you to perish. Lin Feng stated earnestly. Tears glimmered in He Ningxuang's eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you, Lin Feng. Do you know this torment has plagued me for 10 years? Without the fire attribute treasure, in 2 years I would succumb to the dark energy. Thanks to you. Not only have I completely eliminated the dark energy, but my strength has also advanced. I am forever indebted to you. With that, He Ningxuang knelt before Lin Feng. Startling him, he hurried forward to assist her. Teacher, there is no need for such reverence. In truth, at that moment, I merely believed that using the fire attribute treasure on you would yield the greatest effect. It could not only rid you of the dark energy, but also help us deal with those beast hunters. If I had consumed it myself, I would not have been able to achieve such results. And indeed, the outcome has proven my hypothesis correct. Wiping her tears, He Ningxuang lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's clear eyes. Are you truly just an 18-year-old youth? Your actions have left me in awe. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. He was indeed not 18. If one were to consider his age prior to his transmigration, he would now be 30. Lin Feng, I cannot accept your fire attribute treasure without offering something in return. Here, take this token. It contains contribution points that you will need at the academy. By the weekend, I will provide you with further compensation. He Ningxuang handed him a silver token displaying a string of numbers. Lin Feng understood that in the Star Academy, all expenses required contribution points, including skill books, various elixirs, and challenges in the secret realms. Contribution points could be earned by completing various tasks to eliminate demonic beasts assigned by the academy. As Lin Feng examined the numbers on the token, he mused about how lavishly he could spend these points. Without hesitation, he accepted the token. Teacher He, how does one access the library? Is it to retrieve skill books? Indeed. Bring Ma Fei along. She has endured much at the Ice Palace. He Ningxuang then produced a copper token. This token is for Ma Fei. Once you exit the villa area, head south, turn right at the plaza, and you will find the library. Understood. Lin Feng took the token and exited the room. Glancing at the 2 tokens in his hand, he remarked, Teacher, you are quite generous. The silver token has a contribution point cap of 300,000, while the copper one is 100,000. It would take an eternity for me to accumulate such points through tasks. With both tokens in hand, Lin Feng called out to Ouyang Ma Fei's room. Shall we go spend some points? Absolutely. As expected, in any world, the mention of spending would ignite excitement among women. Lin Feng heard a flurry of sounds from within the room before Ouyang Ma Fei emerged, still clad in a strapless top and a short skirt, though her makeup was minimal. Where shall we spend? Ouyang Ma Fei inquired. To the library, to purchase skill books. Chapter 29, Jin Hao. Lin Feng and Ouyang Ma Fei strolled side by side along the villa's path, illuminated by the bright moonlight. It was summer, and many elite students had come out to enjoy the cool evening air. Numerous onlookers cast glances in their direction. That lad is this year's top student. Is that his girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Shoo, don't speak so carelessly. That girl is coveted by Jin Hao. Jin Hao? Then that young man is surely doomed. The senior students were well aware of Jin Hao's reputation. As the top student of the 2nd year, he was notoriously arrogant within the academy. Any girl he set his sights on, regardless of whether she had a boyfriend, would be taken by him, only to be discarded once he grew bored. The other boys could only seethe in silence, powerless to retaliate. Furthermore, Jin Hao had the backing of an elite student from the 3rd year, making him a force to be reckoned with. Within the Star Academy, students from the 4th and 5th years were typically dispatched to guard the borders of safe zones. Thus, the 3rd year students wielded the highest power within the academy. In his 1st year, Jin Hao had only been able to bully some transfer students. Now, having ascended to the 2nd year, the first-year newcomers had become his next targets. At this moment, Lin Feng's audacity to walk alongside the girl chosen by Jin Hao was nothing short of blatant provocation. It didn't take long for the news of Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei's companionship to reach Jin Hao's ears. However, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of this, as he followed the route provided by He Shuang, and soon the two arrived at the library. "This is for you, from Teacher He," Lin Feng said, handing over a copper token. "Let's meet at the entrance in a while." "Okay," Ouyang Mafei replied, and the pair began to seek suitable skill books according to their attributes. After some contemplation, Lin Feng approached the shelf containing ice attribute skill books. For now, there is no need to enhance Xiaoma's skills. Since the spirit pill has improved its comprehension, Xiaoma has a chance to acquire new skills upon leveling up. Skills understood by the spirit beast are inherently more compatible than those learned from books. Hence, I am in no rush to select skills for Xiaoma, he mused, opting instead to choose 2 ice attribute skill books for himself. Without skills, he could only rely on the icy aura's shaping ability for attacks, unable to maximize its potential. Ice attribute skills are a branch of water attributes, and the selection of skill books on the shelf was rather limited. Lin Feng picked a melee skill book and a ranged skill book. 2 would suffice, for one should not be greedy. He then approached the shelf for dark attribute skill books, intending to select one for the dark-scaled dragon snake. After all, Lin Feng had been excessively harsh previously, leaving the creature trembling at the mere sight of him. This selection would serve as his apology. Having made his choices, Lin Feng proceeded to the exchange counter, where one book cost the Academy's reward points, while the other 2 required corresponding contribution points. Subsequently, the instructor at the counter lifted the seals on the skill books, enabling students to study them. After learning, they must be returned and resealed. Once Lin Feng's skill books were unsealed, Ouyang Mafei approached with 4 skill books in hand. To Lin Feng's surprise, one of them was a red fire attribute skill book. "I gift this skill book to you. Thank you for saving me," Ouyang Mafei said, extending the fiery tome toward him. Lin Feng reciprocated by presenting his dark attribute skill book, saying, "Please convey my apologies to the dark-scaled dragon snake." Upon exchanging glances, they both couldn't help but laugh. One had to admit, when Ouyang Mafei smiled, she was truly enchanting. In a corner of the library, Jin Hao, with his blonde hair and a few transfer students in tow, seethed with jealousy as he watched the cheerful Ouyang Mafei and Lin Feng, his teeth gnashing in frustration. "This guy deserves a lesson." Jin Hao glared at Lin Feng, his eyes practically blazing with fury. "Brother Hao, let's teach this brat a lesson and make him stay away from my sister-in-law," one of the followers suggested. "Are you crazy? This is the library. Fighting is prohibited." "We'll wait for him on the road back to the villa," Jin Hao muttered to himself, glaring at Lin Feng. "Just let you bask in your glory for a little longer." Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei exchanged skill books with smiles as they made their way towards the library's designated skill learning room. Sitting on the tatami mat within, Lin Feng opened the skill book gifted by Ouyang Mafei. Although Xiaoma was currently undergoing fire attribute enhancement, it wouldn't hinder its ability to learn new skills. Lin Feng then proceeded to study the 2 ice attribute skill books. Jade Fire Qilin. Cultivation. First stage, level 7, 100, 2500. Improved during days of rest in the extreme cold. Star rating, 8 stars, mid-tier. Attribute, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin, and blazing flame of heaven. Lin Feng. Ice physique, strength, 900 kilograms, speed, 25 ms, skills, Ice Blade 7 Dance, Ice Crystal Drop. Beast Mastery Space. Ice Attribute Spirit Beast Egg, Pinning Hatching. Acquiring these 2 ice attribute skills significantly bolstered Lin Feng's combat prowess. He now believed that even without Xiaoma's assistance, confronting a level 7 first stage beast in the wild would pose no challenge. The next step was to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Lin Feng resolved to utilize the 5 secret realm scrolls he possessed at the earliest opportunity. After practicing in the room for a while, a knock sounded at the door. "Are you ready?" Ouyang Mafei inquired from outside. "Yes, where shall we go next?" Lin Feng asked as he stepped outside. "Let's wander a bit and buy some daily necessities," Ouyang Mafei suggested after some thought. Inside Star Academy, it resembled a small city, complete with bars, restaurants, shopping malls, and supermarkets. The two strolled around the academy for quite a while, to the point where Lin Feng began to feel fatigued. Ouyang Mafei, however, remained lively and spirited. "It's getting late. Let us head back," Lin Feng said, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Seeing Lin Feng's weary expression, Ouyang Mafei recalled the day she was defeated by him and mimicked his tone, saying, "Just admit defeat." All right. I concede. Anything to let me return and lie down," Lin Feng quickly pleaded. He couldn't fathom the peculiar nature of women. They truly were a wonder. "Yay!" Ouyang Mafei exclaimed excitedly. "I finally defeated Lin Feng once. Seeing the radiant smile on Ouyang Mafei's face, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as well. Thus, the two ambled towards the villa area. Just before reaching the villas, they had to pass through a grove, a renowned rendezvous spot within the academy. Such a pretty girl. Would you like to be my girlfriend? A raspy voice called out from their left. The sudden utterance startled both Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. Almost immediately, three figures emerged from the thicket. Judging by their attire, they were second-year transfer students. The elite students of Star Academy donned garments adorned with countless stars, while the transfer students wore gray, devoid of the celestial embellishments. At that moment, the audacity of these transfer students to block their path left Lin Feng astounded. The disparities in treatment between elite students and transfer students at Star Academy were significant. Even if they were in their second year, they would not dare provoke first-year elite students. Should the academy discover such behavior, expulsion would be immediate. Lin Feng wondered what emboldened them to act in such a manner. With mischievous grins, the trio of transfer students approached Ouyang Mafei, saying, "Hey there, newcomer. Want your big brothers to take care of you?" Ouyang Mafei's previously cheerful demeanor soured instantly, her expression darkening as she replied coldly, "Get lost. Oh, fiery temper, huh? Show me how you roll." One of the transfer students taunted, reaching toward Ouyang Mafei's chin. Hidden in the woods, Jin Hao observed the scene, thinking, "Brat, let us see if you dare to intervene. If you do, I'll make you regret it." Lin Feng, standing protectively beside Ouyang Mafei, could not stand idly by. He swiftly stepped in front of her, swatting away the hand of the advancing transfer student. The other two transfer students seemed to have been biding their time for Lin Feng to make a move, and they launched their fists at him simultaneously. The transfer student in the middle launched a powerful kick aimed at Lin Feng's abdomen. The three of them were quite confident. After all, how could a first-year freshman like Lin Feng, without summoning a spirit beast, possibly stand a chance against them? They simultaneously attacked, certain that this young man would be unable to withstand their onslaught. Jin Hao's plan was to let these three teach Lin Feng a lesson, and then he would swoop in to save the day, thereby both dealing with Lin Feng and winning Ouyang Mafei's favor. A perfect two-for-one deal. However, he could never have anticipated that they were up against Lin Feng, known for his humanoid spirit beast prowess. As the two fists came barreling toward him, Lin Feng did not even attempt to evade. Instead, he met the fists head-on. Crack! The arms of the two transfer students shattered instantly. Following this, Lin Feng delivered a punch directly to the center of the foot of the student who had kicked him. Even without exerting his full strength, Lin Feng's power was beyond what these three could endure. In an instant, all three lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their broken arms and legs, emitting pitiful wails. Jin Hao was left dumbfounded. What was happening? How could three second-year students be taken down in the blink of an eye? He gazed at the composed Lin Feng and was overtaken by a sense of dread. This freshman was anything but ordinary. At that moment, the patrol team, alerted by the cries, rushed over. Jin Hao realized his plans for the day were thwarted and stealthily slipped away. Captain Wu of the patrol team, observing the fallen trio, turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "What transpired here?" Lin Feng recounted the events with honesty. "According to what you've said, these three transfer students harassed a female classmate, and you defended her." Captain Wu's face was a mask of skepticism. "How could a mere first-year freshman possibly be a match for these three? It's evident you're lying. You must be bullying these transfer students, taking advantage of your status as an elite student. They likely feared expulsion and let you defeat them. Come with me to the Academic Affairs Office for questioning." With that, Captain Wu stepped forward, attempting to seize Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng scoffed, "Your deductions are rather impressive, but to capture me, you lack the capability." Lin Feng, indignant at such baseless accusations, felt a surge of fury. Still wishing to resist? Seize him. In the Starry Academy, unless it was within the arena, summoning spirit beasts for combat was strictly prohibited. 7 or 8 patrol members, armed with shields and stun batons, encircled Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. The patrol team comprised the strongest and tallest students among the transfer cohort, so the sight of them surrounding Lin Feng was intimidating. After all, without summoning spirit beasts, they could easily subdue anyone within the academy. Any member who summoned a spirit beast in defiance of the rules would face immediate expulsion. This regulation had indeed kept many unruly students in check. However, for Lin Feng, this rule was inconsequential. His physical strength surpassed that of most spirit beasts. Protecting Ouyang Mafei behind him, Lin Feng merely stretched his limbs before launching himself like a cannonball at one of the patrol members. The patrol member was caught completely off guard, feeling as if he had been struck by a rampaging bull, and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Ouyang Mafei retrieved a chair she had recently purchased from her spirit beast space and sat down with keen interest, enjoying the spectacle of Lin Feng soundly thrashing the patrol members. It was undeniable that watching Lin Feng in combat was a visual delight. Every movement he made was clean, precise, and extraordinarily powerful. Even the simplest collisions sent the patrol members tumbling. In less than a minute, the battle concluded, leaving 7 or 8 patrol members sprawled on the ground, searching for lost teeth. Captain Wu, clutching his bleeding nose, stared at Lin Feng in astonishment, unable to fathom how this young man had managed to take down so many patrol members unarmed. Crouching down, Lin Feng addressed Captain Wu. Do you believe me now? Captain Wu, gazing into Lin Feng's icy eyes, found himself utterly speechless and could only nod repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains. So can I leave now? By all means. Captain Wu could only wish for this harbinger of chaos to depart swiftly, all the while cursing the 3 transfer students in his mind, contemplating how to thoroughly interrogate them about provoking such a formidable individual. Stop dawdling, let's head home. Lin Feng urged Ouyang Mafei. She, however, appeared reluctant. Is that it? That was too quick. After Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei returned to the villa area, the patrol members, recovering, escorted the 3 transfer students to the academic affairs office. The director of the office, named Luo Hai, was a robust and imposing figure, also serving as the training instructor for the patrol team. Upon seeing the battered patrol members, he immediately inquired, "What happened? Did 3 students do this to you?" Captain Wu, his face swollen from the beating by Lin Feng, spoke somewhat incoherently. Director Luo. It wasn't 3 students, it was 1. Misunderstanding his words, Luo Hai thought he had said 11. 11? When did such a large group emerge in the academy, daring to assault the patrol team? Luo Hai's anger flared, and he slammed his fist on the table, preparing to storm out. I'll see who has the audacity. One of the less injured patrol members hurriedly stepped forward, raising a finger to clarify. Director Luo, it's not 11, it's 1. Chapter 31, The Heavy Bag That Came Knocking. Useless, an absolute bunch of useless fools. To be beaten by a first-year freshman to such a state. How can you still call yourselves the patrol team? After hearing the patrol member recount the events, Luo Hai was left utterly speechless. If it had indeed been 11 people, such a defeat might be understandable. But how could a single freshman possibly overpower 7 or 8 towering patrol members? What is his name? Luo Hai inquired. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. What a name. Luo Hai sprang to his feet, kicking open the door of the academic affairs office, his fury propelling him forward. The elite students of Starry Academy, under the guidance of their mentors, had exclusive training grounds. Both Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei, being exceptionally talented and diligent students, had already begun their training in the training grounds early that morning. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him gradually increasing. The Starry Academy, being one of the 3 major academies, boasted an exceptionally rich concentration of spiritual energy in its training grounds. A single day of training here was worth 2 days outside. If the training grounds were not closed at night, Lin Feng would have considered setting up a bed to stay overnight. Just last night, after 8 hours of training, Xiao Mo had successfully upgraded its fire attribute. The flames surrounding it had shifted from bright red to a dark crimson, and the temperature it emitted was several times higher than before. Lin Feng was confident that with this terrifying temperature, Xiao Mo could easily dispatch any beast below the 2nd tier. At that moment, He Ningshuang entered the training grounds, accompanied by another individual. Is this him? Luo Hai pointed at Lin Feng, who was deep in meditation. Indeed. He Ningshuang nodded and remarked. I wonder what teacher Luo is seeking Lin Feng for so early in the morning. Luo Hai's expression darkened gradually, and without uttering a word, he strode menacingly towards Lin Feng. He Ningshuang immediately positioned herself in front of Luo Hai, questioning, What do you mean by this, teacher Luo? In a low voice. Luo Hai replied, This brat assaulted 8 members of our patrol team last night. I intend to take him back to the administration office for a thorough inquiry. He Ningshuang furrowed her brow, her voice laced with displeasure. If my student has committed an error, I shall handle it myself. It is not for you to intervene. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, He Ningshuang, when you are merely a newly appointed elite instructor? Luo Hai retorted angrily. 8 individuals were beaten by Lin Feng alone, and as the instructor of the patrol team, you still have the audacity to seek him out? He Ningshuang gazed at Luo Hai without a hint of fear. If it were me, I would be too ashamed to show my face. Very well, He Ningshuang. I must take Lin Feng with me today. If you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite. Luo Hai's temper was notoriously explosive, and at that moment, his aura surged in response to He Ningshuang's words. Unyielding, He Ningshuang, who had reached the 5th tier and possessed an 8-star inferior spirit beast, was not inferior in strength to any instructor within the academy. Luo Hai's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that He Ningshuang's cultivation had advanced to such an extent in such a short time. Their auras clashed, awakening Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei, who had been engrossed in their training. Lin Feng opened his eyes and immediately spotted Luo Hai confronting He Ningshuang. He hastily rose and approached her, asking, What is happening? Teacher He? This teacher is shamelessly seeking trouble because you defeated his student last night. After dealing with the young, he has come for the old. Lin Feng cast a glance at the imposing Luo Hai, who resembled a towering black edifice. You are Lin Feng. How dare you injure members of the patrol team? In my capacity as the head of the administration office, I hereby command you to accompany me back to the office to clarify the situation. Luo Hai proclaimed with an authoritative tone. And what if I refuse? Lin Feng challenged. Luo Hai's voice dropped to a growl. Humph, you ignorant fool. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you will never comprehend the might of our administration office. You and the administration office only distort the truth. If the patrol team is like this, it appears your position as director is not much better, Lin Feng retorted coldly. You little brat, you're asking for it. Luo Hai's anger surged instantly. In this academy, he had never encountered anyone who dared to confront his students. Coincidentally, Luo Hai was eager to see what capabilities Lin Feng possessed to have beaten 8 patrol members into a pulp. With that, Luo Hai's massive form lunged at Lin Feng. His colossal fist aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Luo Hai, how dare you? He Ningshuang exclaimed sharply, stepping forward to intervene. However, Lin Feng restrained her, saying, Teacher He, do not worry. I have yet to fear anyone in close combat. Then be cautious, He Ningshuang cautioned. Ouyang Mafei, who had remained silent until now, remarked, Sister Shuang, just sit back and enjoy the show. After their experiences in the extreme cold region, the bond between He Ningshuang and Ouyang Mafei had grown as close as that of sisters. Hence, He Ningshuang no longer insisted on being addressed as teacher by Ouyang Mafei. As an instructor of the Star Academy, Luo Hai also possessed 5th-tier strength, and his spirit beast was an armored rhinoceros. Once a beastmaster reaches the 4th tier, the bond with their spirit beast strengthens, and their personality is influenced by the beast. Thus, Luo Hai placed great emphasis on physical training, which was precisely why he was selected as the chief instructor of the patrol team, overseeing their daily training. Lin Feng, observing Luo Hai's furious punch approaching, felt a surge of adrenaline. His heart raced with excitement, hoping that this imposing figure would provide him with a thoroughly exhilarating battle. Before his transmigration, Lin Feng had relished hand-to-hand combat in the military, earning numerous accolades in martial arts. However, since his arrival in this new realm, he had encountered only weak opponents, making him particularly eager to face an evenly matched adversary. Thus, when confronted with Luo Hai's punch, Lin Feng did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward and threw a punch of his own. Boom. The collision of their fists created a shockwave around them. What formidable strength! Lin Feng marveled inwardly. Luo Hai's expression shifted. He had not expected this youth to possess such immense power. He was accustomed to battling his spirit beast daily, believing himself to be exceptionally strong. Yet, facing Lin Feng's punch, he found himself at a disadvantage. Again, Luo Hai bellowed defiantly, raising his right leg like a whip, aiming a kick at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had not exerted his full strength previously, as he knew that with his current prowess, no one could withstand his might. Luo Hai was the strongest physical opponent he had encountered since his transmigration. Therefore, Lin Feng aimed to savor the thrill of this battle. He too lifted his leg, delivering a retaliatory kick. Once more, a resounding clash reverberated through the air. What a fierce young man. The pain radiating from his right leg made even the formidable Luo Hai grimace. Shall we continue? Lin Feng inquired softly. Bring it on. I refuse to believe I cannot best you, you young whippersnapper. The long-buried desire for victory surged within Luo Hai's heart. He could not fathom that his years of training could be outmatched by a mere 18-year-old. Thus, he engaged Lin Feng in a relentless exchange of blows. Lin Feng, naturally, seized this opportunity, unleashing all his dormant fighting skills against such a fitting opponent. Ouyang Mafei and He Ningshuang watched with rapt attention, even extracting a bag of popcorn from their beast-controlling space to munch on as they observed the spectacle. At every thrilling moment, they could not help but applaud in delight. They had never witnessed anyone employ such an array of astonishing techniques. Azure Dragon pounces, Cunning Python turns, Monkey steals peach, Dragon rides the water. A series of the Black Dragon's 18 techniques overwhelmed Luo Hai, leaving him in agony. You little rascal, why are your moves so underhanded? Each of Lin Feng's strikes targeted the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Despite Luo Hai's self-proclaimed robustness, he could not withstand the onslaught. In terms of strength, he was no match for Lin Feng, and in technique, he fell leagues behind. Now, Luo Hai finally understood how the 8 patrol members had been reduced to a state resembling pig heads. Lin Feng's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. Stop! Luo Hai gasped, leaning on his knees, panting as he addressed Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had just completed his warm-up and was considering trying out a different set of fighting techniques when he saw Luo Hai, drenched in sweat, pleading for mercy. I concede. You little rascal, I truly admire you. All my years of training seemed to have gone to waste. The imposing Luo Hai plopped down on the ground, dejectedly lamenting. He had been thoroughly humbled by Lin Feng. Let us not say it like that. Had you not trained for so many years, I fear one of my strikes would have sent you tumbling. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. How can you be so infuriating? Defeated in a realm where he believed himself most adept, Luo Hai felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. During his confrontation with Lin Feng, he had distinctly sensed that Lin Feng's techniques were imbued with an element of control. If Lin Feng could impart those techniques to the patrol team, facing troublesome students would become significantly simpler. This would not only enhance the combat efficacy of the patrol team, but also bolster the authority of the teaching department, thereby mitigating the occurrence of undesirable incidents. Thus, Luo Hai approached Lin Feng and said, Young brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Noticing the abrupt shift in Luo Hai's demeanor, Lin Feng looked puzzled and inquired, Weren't you here to apprehend me? Why the sudden request? Luo Hai's dark complexion flushed with embarrassment as he forced a grin. Hee. It was all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Your demeanor is commendable, young brother. It was my fault. I apologize. He then bowed slightly, intending to show his contrition. For a fifth-tier director to bow an apology was quite the spectacle, and Lin Feng felt uneasy about it, reaching out to halt Luo Hai's gesture. He then spoke, No need for such formality, Teacher Luo. Please, tell me what you require. Rubbing his large palms together, Luo Hai asked, Could you teach the patrol team those techniques you just employed? Lin Feng replied, But I am merely a first-year student. It seems inappropriate for me to instruct your patrol team. You have easily bested me. Training them would be a trivial task. Luo Hai continued, If you agree to come to my side, I shall offer you a contribution of 10,000 every month, along with a chance to enter the secret realm. What do you think? Lin Feng chuckled, Your contributions are of little concern to me. Please present another condition. For if it is not satisfactory, I shall not be letting you go. As he Ningxuang approached, Luo Hai posed the question, What conditions do you desire? A spot for this year's Yuming Mountain. Luo Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. He Ningxuang, have you lost your mind? What level of cultivation does he possess? Are you unaware of the dangers that lurk within Yuming Mountain? I am well aware, but I have my reasons. He Ningxuang asserted firmly. After a lengthy contemplation, Luo Hai begrudgingly nodded. Very well. If you are unafraid, I can part with it. I accept your terms. He Ningxuang nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Lin Feng, what do you think? Although Lin Feng was uncertain of the significance of the Yuming Mountain quota, he was inclined to agree, as it was he Ningxuang who had advocated for him. Thus, he stated, I can agree to your request, but during the training period, all must adhere to my directives. Anyone who dares to dissent shall not partake in my training. That is acceptable. Luo Hai joyfully acquiesced. Then tonight, you shall come here to collect me. Agreed. We shall meet later, young brother. With that, Luo Hai departed with a spring in his step. Lin Feng, you truly are remarkable. Even the obstinate Luo Hai has been subdued by you. He Ningxuang remarked, her face alight with joy. It was merely luck, Lin Feng replied with a smile. However, he felt a sense of anticipation for the evening's training with the patrol team. It would indeed be intriguing to cultivate individuals capable of executing the Black Dragon 18 styles in this world. Teacher He, what is the significance of the Yuming Mountain quota? Lin Feng inquired. This quota is exceedingly rare within the Star Academy, for Yuming Mountain harbors countless treasures and even unclaimed spirit beast eggs. Should one be fortunate, they could absorb these unclaimed spirit beasts as their own. Moreover, Yuming Mountain is only accessible once a year, and elite students from the 3 major academies attend. Our Star Academy receives merely 3 quotas each year, necessitating a contribution of 500,000 to obtain one. 500,000. So much. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Although he possessed a silver card bestowed by He Ningxuang, which contained a limit of 300,000, it was akin to a credit card requiring repayment through contributions. Lin Feng had perused the Academy's tasks, and it would take at least a year of relentless effort to accrue 500,000 contribution points. Indeed, which is why typically only third-year students can amass such a sum. Luo Hai is truly sacrificing a great deal to secure your attendance. He Ningxuang spoke with a hint of pride. He must contribute something substantial, considering he sought trouble with you early this morning. When does Yuming Mountain open? Lin Feng asked. In 3 months. He Ningxuang responded. During this time, you must diligently enhance your cultivation, for within Yuming Mountain, you will contend against third-year opponents with strength exceeding the 3rd tier. The quota has been secured for you. The extent of your fortune lies in your hands. Lin Feng nodded gravely. It was evident he must exert himself tirelessly over the next 3 months. Then I shall commence by engaging with the Secret Realm. Chapter 33, Nightmare Difficulty Secret Realm. The Secret Realm opened at 8 in the morning. Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei arrived at the entrance of the Secret Realm Hall and addressed the supervising teacher, Teacher, we wish to challenge the secret realm. Each attempt costs 1,000 contributions and no refunds for failures. Very well. Lin Feng produced 2 entry tickets and handed them over. Oh, the first place newcomer. The teacher at the secret realm hall accepted the tickets and retrieved a wooden token identical to the one used during the selection contest. Turn left upon entering. You may select the difficulty of the secret realm inside. With the token in hand, the two finally stepped into the inner sanctum of the secret realm hall. The hall was open to all students of the Star Academy, and at that moment, it was bustling with many students, both exchange students and elite scholars alike. Brother Feng, Sister Fei, Qin Yuan, and Feng Chong approached Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei with friendly greetings. What difficulty are you two planning to tackle? Lin Feng inquired. Is there a difference? Certainly. Brother Feng, let me enlighten you. Feng Chong began to elucidate the distinctions he understood. The secret realms were categorized by difficulty: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, hell, and nightmare difficulty. The strength of the monsters encountered varied according to the difficulty level. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the greater the cultivation rewards upon completion. Furthermore, rewards were only granted upon successfully clearing the realm. Failure meant forfeiting contributions without any compensation. We plan to start with the intermediate difficulty to gauge our capabilities. Despite being among the best in their peer group, the monsters within the secret realm were not solitary adversaries. They could very well face multiple monsters whose strength surpassed their own. A single misstep could lead to failure. Challenges could only be attempted once daily. And failing meant a significant loss of cultivation. Particularly in the early stages, losing even once could set them back considerably. With the upcoming challenge competition for exchange students at the end of the year, being overtaken by them would be a significant embarrassment. Thus, for the sake of caution, Qin Yuan and Feng Chong opted for the intermediate secret realm. I have chosen the advanced secret realm. What about you, Lin Feng? Ouyang Mo Fei turned to look at Lin Feng. I wish to challenge the nightmare difficulty. At this moment, Lin Feng was fervently eager to elevate his cultivation. Making the highest difficulty of the secret realm his optimal choice. What? Brother Feng, don't act impulsively. Although I acknowledge your prowess, you cannot be so reckless. If you fail, it would be a tremendous waste. No worries. Lin Feng then inquired. Do you two know how much higher the cultivation rewards are at nightmare difficulty compared to the ordinary level? Feng Chong and Qin Yuan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. A mere freshman dares to challenge the nightmare difficulty? This is truly madness. A voice echoed in their ears. 3 young men approached leisurely, their expressions rife with disdain. Judging by their insignias, they were elite second-year students. The leader, with golden hair, was none other than Jin Hao, who had attempted to play the hero last night, but had failed miserably. Currently, Jin Hao was exceedingly frustrated. Not only had his 3 lackeys been soundly beaten, but they had also been expelled outright. Now, he found himself without anyone to command. He had intended to vent his anger on the beasts within the secret realm, but had instead encountered the goddess he longed for, Ouyang Mo Fei. To his dismay, Lin Feng was again beside her. Lin Feng cast a glance at the golden-haired youth, coldly retorting, "What does my choice of difficulty have to do with you? Truly laughable. If you can conquer the nightmare difficulty today, I shall call you father." Jin Hao's words dripped with contempt. What right does a first-year freshman have to challenge the nightmare difficulty? Is it merely to show off before Ouyang Mo Fei? Jin Hao was determined to humiliate Lin Feng in front of her. Once he revealed his own accomplishments, Ouyang Mo Fei would surely comprehend his exceptional nature. All right, then I wouldn't mind adopting a new son. Lin Feng responded with a cold smirk. Spare me your banter. I await your arrival, but should you find yourself weeping at the hands of the beasts within, do not say, I did not warn you. You need not worry. I am determined to claim you as my son today. With that, Lin Feng strode towards the entrance of the secret realm. Subsequently, the information about the secret realm appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Please select the difficulty of the secret realm. Nightmare. Nightmare difficulty dungeon selection completed. Secret realm, Minotaur's Paradise. Description: the forest is rife with mutated, bloodthirsty minotaurs, and the malevolent cat demons thirst for fresh blood. A sinister aura permeates the secret realm. Beast Tamers, proceed with caution. Friendly reminder: if the situation turns dire, shatter the token quickly. Do not lose your life within. Transporting to the secret realm. With a flash of light, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the secret realm hall. Upon witnessing Lin Feng truly enter the nightmare difficulty secret realm, Jin Hao burst into laughter. Senior, what are you laughing at? I am laughing at this fool. The nightmare difficulty secret realm is also known as the death realm. For a freshman to attempt this challenge, there are only 2 possible outcomes: death or severe injury. What do you think will happen to this kid? Death or injury? Jin Hao's laughter grew louder. What? Qin Yuan and Feng Chong were instantly shocked by Jin Hao's words. They had not anticipated the nightmare difficulty to be so terrifying. But why does the Academy allow such a secret realm to exist? Ouyang Mo Fei, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Upon hearing his goddess speak, Jin Hao immediately ceased his laughter, striking a pose he deemed attractive, and said, because once one conquers the Nightmare secret realm, they will receive a vast amount of cultivation rewards, and the final boss may even drop powerful beast soldiers. The Academy aims to motivate students to diligently hone their skills through this secret realm. Of course, an outstanding individual like myself will eventually conquer the Nightmare difficulty as well. Jin Hao grinned widely at Ouyang Mo Fei, exclaiming, beautiful lady, I am Jin Hao, a second-year student. It is my pleasure to clarify your doubts. However, at that moment, Ouyang Mo Fei completely ignored him, already anticipating the scene when Lin Feng emerged. In her heart, there was nothing Lin Feng could not achieve. A Nightmare difficulty secret realm would pose no challenge for him. As a blinding light flashed, Lin Feng found himself in the secret realm known as Minotaur's Paradise. Within the realm, the sky was an eerie dark red, with flames flickering in the distance. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Feng was immediately assaulted by the acrid scent of blood, mingled with the repugnant stench of beast excrement. He felt an indescribable discomfort, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, causing his movements to become sluggish. The Nightmare difficulty secret realm was truly exhilarating. However, after a brief moment of stretching his limbs, Lin Feng adapted to the pressure. Soon, a crimson glow erupted from his brow, and with a powerful roar, Xiao Mo, enveloped in dark red flames, sprang forth from the summoning circle. Lin Feng mounted Xiao Mo, and icy energy rapidly coalesced in his hand, forming a long Tang Dao. In an instant, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were prepared for battle. Beasts of the Nightmare secret realm. I have arrived. Chapter 34. All cultivation. As Xiao Mo sprinted forward, Lin Feng encountered the first wave of beasts within the Nightmare secret realm. A group of humanoid minotaurs wielding massive axes, their bodies drenched in crimson, numbering nearly 20. Minotaurs. Cultivation, Level 2, Stage 1. Skills, Horn Charge, Heavy Slam. The beasts were in a frenzied state, with their physical abilities heightened by 50. The information about the beasts appeared in the Xianguang mirror. To face Level 2 beasts right off the bat is no small feat. The beasts' cultivation levels within the secret realm are set according to the grade of the beast tamers. Generally, in a first-year student's secret realm, the beasts would not exceed Level 2. But this is the Nightmare difficulty secret realm. Over a dozen Level 2 beasts already present. This is akin to the difficulty of a second-year secret realm. Moreover, these beasts are all in a frenzied state, making them even more formidable. Yet, upon entering combat, Lin Feng felt exhilarated. Before him, these beasts gleamed with the promise of cultivation, awaiting his harvest. With a swing of his Tang Dao, Xiao Mo leaped forth, landing before the horde of minotaurs. Roar! Upon seeing an enemy approaching, the minotaurs immediately bellowed. Subsequently, the dozen or so minotaurs lowered their heads in unison, their sharp horns glinting ominously. Horn Charge. In their frenzied state, the minotaurs became even more irritable, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious. As the minotaurs charged, the ground trembled violently. The herd of charging minotaurs presented an imposing sight. Should they collide, it would be utterly devastating. Lin Feng snorted coldly, conjuring the icy energy, and then thrust his Tang Dao forcefully into the ground. The frigid aura instantly solidified the ground into a slick ice surface. In an instant, the rampaging minotaurs, caught off guard, slipped and fell, colliding into one another in utter chaos. Xiao Mo, let us go. At this moment, with the charge of the minotaurs having been thwarted, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to launch an attack alongside Xiao Mo, taking advantage of the brief lull while the minotaurs were still recovering. Ice Blade Sevenfold Dance. The Tang Dao in Lin Feng's hand was prepared specifically for the execution of this skill. This technique allows the user to unleash 7 swift strikes with an ethereal presence. Now, with the ice beneath them, the skill's potency reached its zenith, rendering Lin Feng's silhouette on the ice akin to a dancing reaper. Each slash claimed the life of 1 or 2 minotaurs. Beside Lin Feng, Xiao Mo was equally formidable. The robust physique of the 8-star mid-tier spirit beast was beyond what these minotaurs could withstand. With every claw strike, a piece of flesh would be torn from a minotaur, and with each bite, a head would be severed. In less than a few minutes, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had eradicated the more than 10 minotaurs completely. After vanquishing these foes, there was no time to catch their breath. Not far away, a new wave of beasts emerged. The number of these creatures was overwhelming. A dense throng of them. Bloodthirsty cat demons. Cultivation level, 2nd tier, 1st stage. Skills, Bite, Frenzied Scratching, Devouring, Bloodthirst. In a berserk state, all their abilities increase by 50%. These cat demons were significantly more troublesome than the minotaurs. A single bite from one would be swiftly followed by an onslaught from the entire pack. Even seasoned beast tamers with high cultivation levels would think twice before provoking such beasts. In their frenzied state, the cat demon's attacks became extraordinarily rapid. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached Lin Feng. Without so much as a greeting, they lunged directly with their biting skill. However, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were not ones to be easily struck. They swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, Xiao Mo unleashed its skill, Roar of the Fire Qilin. With the enhancement of Xiao Mo's flames, the power of this skill far exceeded its previous might. A torrent of fiery roars erupted from Xiao Mo's mouth. The dark red glow emanating a heat capable of melting anything, targeting the swarm of bloodthirsty cat demons. A chilling wail pierced the air. Some cat demons did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes by the Qilin's flames. Within the radius of the Fire Qilin's roar, not a single bloodthirsty cat demon survived. As an 8-star mid-tier Qilin spirit beast, despite being only at the first stage, it found it effortless to slay these second-tier, first-stage cat demons. When it comes to wide-area attacks, Xiao Mo truly excels. Lin Feng praised. Thank you for the compliment, master. You must reward me with delicious treats later. Xiao Mo's sweet voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Haha, of course. What a little glutton. Lin Feng chuckled. Once we clear this secret realm, I shall feast you well. He added with a wry smile. Hooray. Soon, Xiao Mo's breath began to expand outward, enveloping the remaining cat demons. In just over 10 minutes, nearly 100 cat demons were annihilated. Lin Feng calculated that they had already dispatched over 100 beasts, enough to exchange for 10 spirit beast pills. Considering the rewards from this secret realm, it would elevate his cultivation level by 1 stage. With this thought, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's enthusiasm soared. After the demise of the bloodthirsty cat demons, 5 towering minotaurs, each standing 10 meters tall, emerged. While each of these giants could be defeated individually, they possessed an exasperating skill, splitting. Any injury inflicted would result in the minotaurs transforming into smaller minotaurs, which could become quite a nuisance. However, when Lin Feng discovered that these smaller minotaurs counted towards his tally of slain beasts, he felt elated. Wasn't this simply a gift of cultivation? Thus, he and Xiao Mo commenced a brutal execution on these giant minotaurs. Each of the 5 giants contributed 100 smaller minotaurs before letting out a final, pitiful wail. Succumbing to death. Just a few more would be perfect, Lin Feng remarked, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lin Feng began to tremble violently. Following this, a grand altar rose slowly from the ground. Atop the altar stood a 5-meter-tall minotaur, clad in armor and wielding a massive battle axe. Alongside a blue cat demon wearing a skull mask. As they appeared, Lin Feng felt the air grow thick with the scent of blood, accompanied by an immense pressure. Minotaur King. Cultivation level, 2nd tier, 5th stage. Skills, Magnetic Field, Shield, Lightning Strike, Cleave. Bloodthirsty Cat Demon King. Cultivation level, 2nd tier, 4th stage. Skills, Rapid Strike, Bite, Bleeding. Venom. Chapter 35, The Altar. Lin Feng gazed at the 2 beasts. Their strength and the pressure they exuded unmistakably signified their status. It appeared that these were the leaders of the beasts within the secret realm. Truly deserving of the nightmare difficulty, the leader's cultivation had reached such heights. At present, Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the 1st stage, 7th level. Both beast leaders far surpassed him in strength. Under normal circumstances, even 5 beast tamers of the same level would find it challenging to contend with these 2 beasts. Yet, confronted with such formidable adversaries, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement for the challenge. Thus, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo took the initiative to attack the 2 beast leaders. Xiao Mo transformed into a blazing streak of fire, charging with tremendous force, initiating with the fire charge skill aimed at the Minotaur King on the altar. Boom. Brilliant sparks erupted from the Minotaur King's body. However, with its formidable 2nd tier, 5th stage cultivation, the Minotaur King weathered Xiao Mo's assault. Raising its massive axe, it struck down with the force of thunder. Yet Xiao Mo was not one to be easily struck, it swiftly retreated. Consequently, beneath the Minotaur King's feet, a surge of molten lava began to bubble. Bang! A towering column of fiery magma engulfed the Minotaur King's form. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with a sword in his right hand and a gun in his left, was entangled in combat with the bloodthirsty Cat Demon King. The Cat Demon King's attack speed was extraordinarily swift, even surpassing Lin Feng's. He perceived a fleeting shadow before a chilling gust from behind heralded an impending strike. The force of this claw was something Lin Feng dared not endure. He quickly executed a forward roll to evade the assault. Immediately, he summoned the icy energy within him, releasing his 2nd ranged skill at the spot where the bloodthirsty Cat Demon King had just appeared. Ice Crystal Fall. This skill, selected from an ice attribute skill book, was one of the most powerful he had encountered. Its cost was exorbitant, Ordinary Spirit Beast skill books ranged from 10 to 20,000 contributions, while Ice Crystal Fall demanded a staggering 50,000 contributions. Fortunately, the Academy had provided him with skill book rewards. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have hesitated to make such a purchase. Nevertheless, the effects of this skill were undeniably formidable. Upon its release, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. As Lin Feng commanded it, the ice crystals descended like meteors, imbued with an unyielding chill and a piercing wind, blanketing the area where the bloodthirsty cat demon king had recently materialized. As the ice crystals struck the ground, a violent explosion ensued, scattering shards of ice and creating a realm of frost. Such a vast assault was too formidable for even the bloodthirsty cat demon king to evade. Instantly, a thick layer of frost enveloped its body, significantly slowing its speed. Lin Feng finally found himself able to match its pace. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable prowess of these two beastly leaders, which indeed plunged Lin Feng into a challenging battle. However, both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were not to be trifled with. Their formidable talents and harmonious teamwork prolonged the skirmish for more than half an hour. With the thunderous collapse of the two beast leaders, the battle at last came to an end. In this moment, both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo bore considerable injuries. This marked Lin Feng's first experience of being wounded. Xiao Mo had sustained a grievous gash from the colossal axe swung by the bullhead monster king in its dying moments, the wound gaping and continuously oozing blood. Lin Feng himself was not faring any better. The frenzied claws of the bloodthirsty cat demon king had left his upper body in a mangled state. A bitter smile crossed Lin Feng's lips, realizing he had perhaps overestimated his capabilities. Retrieving healing elixirs from the Beastmaster space, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo each consumed one, staunching the flow of blood from their wounds. This should suffice as a form of clearing the challenge, Lin Feng mused. No sooner had his words left his lips than a radiant spectrum of light enveloped him. Subsequently, Lin Feng felt his cultivation ascending. Moyu Fire Qilin. Cultivation, 1st rank. 8th level 0, 3000. Star rating, 8 stars, mid-tier. Attributes, Fire. Skills, Fire Immunity, Pressure, Charge, Hellfire, Fire Qilin's Roar, Inferno Blaze. Lin Feng. Ice Physique, Strength, 950 kilograms. Speed, 30 meters per second. Skills, Ice Blade 7 Dance, Ice Crystal Descent. Had he only ascended one level? Lin Feng found himself perplexed. Before entering the secret realm, his cultivation had already reached 1st rank, 7th level, 1000, 2500. A nightmare difficulty secret realm yielded such meager cultivation? It felt rather disproportionate. After exerting such tremendous effort, and with Xiao Mo wounded, receiving only this small increment was somewhat disheartening for Lin Feng. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that behind him, the corpses of the two beast leaders were being absorbed by the colossal altar. Nightmare difficulty officially initiated. Challengers, please prepare promptly. The altar will open in 5 minutes. Successful challengers will be rewarded with 1 beast soldier and a wealth of cultivation. Altar leaders cultivation, 2nd rank, 8th level. Countdown begins. What? More beasts? At this moment, Lin Feng comprehended the true terror of this nightmare difficulty secret realm. With these two beasts of 2nd rank, 4th and 5th levels, had it not been for Lin Feng's strength, he might have perished here. Just when he was utterly exhausted, even more formidable beasts were set to emerge. 2nd rank, 8th level. Was this truly a secret realm designed for students? Lin Feng found the realm's standards bewildering, even with the system's assistance. He couldn't shake off a sense of impending dread. He could only exchange the number of beasts he had slain within the system for spirit beast pills. Perhaps by enhancing his cultivation further, he might still possess combat capability. With this thought, Lin Feng hastily entered the system and successfully exchanged for 65 spirit beast pills. 65 spirit beast pills equated to 6,500 points of cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he fed all 65 pills to Xiao Mo. In an instant, his cultivation began to surge dramatically. Lin Feng could distinctly perceive the changes within his body. His muscles burgeoned rapidly, his physique becoming more imposing. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. All the injuries he had sustained moments ago were fully healed. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo also underwent a transformation. The originally 3-meter-tall figure now soared to over 4 meters. Its flames became more agile, and its appearance more majestic. Congratulations, host, on advancing to 2nd rank. A brand new system function has been activated. Please proceed to check it out. Chapter 36, Qilin Arm. He had unexpectedly ascended to 2nd rank. The enhancements that came with reaching this rank were markedly significant. Lin Feng's strength had now soared to 1 ton, and his speed had increased to 35 meters per second. Although Xiao Mo had not grasped any new skills, all of its existing abilities had been fortified, both in terms of attack power and range. Subsequently, Lin Feng entered the system space. Upon reaching the second rank, the system had unveiled numerous new functionalities. The interface for exchanging spirit beast pills now offered many more items available for exchange. Additionally, a beast soldier enhancement function was introduced. But as Lin Feng currently possessed no beast soldiers, it remained inaccessible for now. The most impactful feature for augmenting combat strength was the newly unlocked beast transformation function. Beast transformation allows the host to transform a part of the spirit beast's body onto their own during combat, simultaneously acquiring the beast's abilities and strength. Beast transformation lasts for 10 minutes, with an 8-hour cooldown. Note, the transformed body part is random. Please use with caution. This single function could elevate Lin Feng's current strength significantly. Although Lin Feng's physique had also been fortified, it paled in comparison to the 8-star Moyu Fire Qilin. If he could harness the power of Xiao Mo, he could scarcely fathom how formidable his offensive capabilities would become. With this newfound ability, Lin Feng was confident that, alongside Xiao Mo, vanquishing the second rank, 8th level beast lurking in the altar would not pose an insurmountable challenge. With just over 3 minutes remaining, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to acclimate to the bodily changes brought about by his cultivation enhancement, preparing for the imminent battle. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Lin Feng opened his eyes. He now felt an unprecedented sense of power within himself. Was Xiao Mo ready? The enhancement in cultivation had also healed Xiao Mo's injuries. The regal Xiao Mo let out a thunderous roar, exuding an air of formidable might. I feel incredibly powerful now. Just as Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were poised for action, a crimson liquid suddenly erupted from the altar. The blood writhed, and a potent beastly aura emerged. A massive, pitch-black hand extended from the blood, followed by a body resembling a small mountain, entirely cloaked in a thick layer of black scales that shimmered with a chilling gleam. Its head was disproportionately large, crowned with a pair of sharp, knife-like horns. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, radiating an aura of authority and dominance. Bloody Lord. Cultivation, 2nd rank, 8th level. Description: a unique beast projection of the nightmare realm, possessing formidable strength and an impervious body. Challengers must exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, he had leveled up. Otherwise, facing this creature would have left him with no choice but to flee. Lin Feng steeled himself, fully aware that this adversary would not be easily confronted. With a roar, the Bloody Lord summoned all the slain beasts beneath it, reanimating their lifeless forms and directing them towards Lin Feng. It could even summon minions. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. However, the struggle against the resurrected beast corpses had already begun in earnest. Within the confines of the Secret Realm's palace, more than an hour had elapsed, and a sense of urgency began to brew within Ouyang Mafei's heart. Could it be that Lin Feng had truly encountered some unforeseen mishap? At that moment, Qin Yuan and Feng Chong, who had ventured into the medium difficulty Secret Realm, emerged from its depths. Both appeared disheveled, their garments torn and riddled with wounds. This Secret Realm is exceedingly difficult. Those cat demons were far too formidable, scratching my face. Feng Chong grumbled discontentedly. You consider yourself fortunate. Take a look at me. Qin Yuan was now enveloped in a cloak of darkness, his hair standing on end, continuously emitting tendrils of black smoke. Given your strengths, it shouldn't have been such a grueling ordeal to conquer a medium difficulty Secret Realm, should it? Ouyang Mafei inquired, perplexed, as she approached them. Sister Fei, this Secret Realm is an entirely different challenge compared to the selection competition. The beasts within are simply ferocious. The creatures I encountered were all around 1st stage level 5, with the leader reaching 1st stage level 7. My spirit beast suffered significant injuries just to navigate this realm. However, the rewards were quite generous. As my cultivation has advanced by 1 tier, Ouyang Mafei was taken aback. If the medium difficulty beasts possessed such strength, what horrors could Lin Feng's nightmare difficulty entail? You truly have drawn the short straw. This year's first-year Secret Realm is a veritable paradise for the Minotaurs. Jin Hao interjected. The Minotaur's paradise is renowned as one of the 3 most challenging Secret Realms. Even at the ordinary difficulty level, it equates to an average medium difficulty. What then could be said of the nightmare difficulty? Jin Hao observed the trio with a gleeful expression. Oh, I wondered why it was so arduous. Does that spell danger for Brother Feng? Feng Chong exclaimed in alarm. You might as well prepare to collect his remains. The first-ranked freshman dying in a Secret Realm on the very first day of school would certainly be the greatest joke at Star Academy. But who can he blame for being so overconfident? Ouyang Mafei shouted angrily. Shut your mouth. Lin Feng will be just fine. Hey, don't be upset. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology? Jin Hao grinned broadly at Ouyang Mafei. Get as far away as possible. Wow, this sister has quite the fiery temper. I like that. Jin Hao shamelessly continued to chatter beside Ouyang Mafei. Inside the nightmare difficulty Secret Realm, The resurrected beast corpses were all below second stage strength, their bodies rigid and incapable of executing any skills. Their sheer numbers, however, were overwhelming. What infuriated Lin Feng the most was that their elimination did not count towards the system's tally of beasts. Consequently, Lin Feng had already donned his ice claw gloves. Confronting these resurrected beast corpses, he dispatched them with a punch each. Xiao Mo, exhibiting extraordinary prowess, incinerated the corpses with the flames that swirled around him, creating a vacuum around his vicinity. Witnessing his minions' ineffectiveness, the bloodthirsty lord let out a furious roar, causing the blood pool on the ground to retract instantly into its body. Deprived of the support of life force, the beast corpses ceased their movements and collapsed onto the ground. Lin Feng shook his hands, aware that the main assault was about to commence. The bloodthirsty lord, with a body resembling a small mountain, moved, causing the ground to quake with each step. Blood siphon. At the heart of the bloodthirsty lord's massive form, a fissure appeared, revealing a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, emanating a putrid stench. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo found themselves drawn towards the bloodthirsty lord by an immense suction force. Should they be drawn in, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Lin Feng's eyes darted, and a plan formed in his mind. Xiao Mo, fire charge. Utilizing the tremendous suction, Xiao Mo's fire charge reached unprecedented speeds. Hurtling towards the gaping maw, Lin Feng's intention was not to lead Xiao Mo to certain death. Just as Xiao Mo was about to reach the colossal mouth, an ice wall appeared diagonally in front of them. Guided by the slope of the ice wall, Xiao Mo surged directly before the bloodthirsty lord. The bloodthirsty lord was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that someone would approach in such a manner. The high-speed fire impact reached its zenith. Boom. The violent collision sent the bloodthirsty lord's mountainous body reeling backward, while Xiao Mo was thrown away by the force of the impact against the hard scales of the bloodthirsty lord. Lin Feng swiftly followed up, shouting, "Beast transformation." In an instant, a surge of power flowed into Lin Feng from Xiao Mo. Let it be a useful part. Lin Feng silently prayed. For the aspect of the transformation was random. If it were to manifest in Xiao Mo's posterior, surely Lin Feng could not afford to let out a flatulence that would finish off the bloodthirsty lord. Fortunately, Lin Feng's prayers were answered. A tremendous force surged into his right arm, causing it to swell significantly, followed by layers of scales enveloping it. Dark red Qilin flames flickered to life. Simultaneously, the beast transformation granted Lin Feng one of Xiao Mo's skills, the Fire Qilin's Smash Fist. This was a revised version of Xiao Mo's fire charge. At that moment, half of Lin Feng's body emanated coldness while the other half blazed with flames. The stark contrast of attributes converged upon him, leaving Lin Feng with an indescribable discomfort. However, disregarding it all, he clashed his fists together, unleashing a formidable power aimed squarely at the bloodthirsty lord. Chapter 37. The Bloodthirsty Lord Scales. The bloodthirsty lord, still reeling from the impact, was ill-prepared to defend itself. The Fire Qilin's Smash Fist, infused with Xiao Mo's formidable strength, struck the bloodthirsty lord squarely in the face. The searing Qilin flames erupted forth, but failed to penetrate the beast's sturdy scales. Subsequently, a backlash coursed through Lin Feng's right arm. This shell is truly tough. I refuse to believe I can't shatter it. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Feng spun midair and unleashed another punch. Boom, boom, boom. He delivered a flurry of punches, but his right arm grew numb and immobile from the relentless impacts. Yet, the scales of the bloodthirsty lord only bore a minute fissure. At this point, the bloodthirsty lord had stabilized itself and began to wield its 5 razor-sharp claws, akin to sickles, lunging at Lin Feng. In a state of complete exhaustion, Lin Feng found himself unable to evade. Just then, Xiao Mo, who had been sent flying, returned with haste, clutching Lin Feng and tossing him onto his back before swiftly dodging the bloodthirsty lord's strike. Presently, the only way to inflict effective damage was to breach the beast's scales. It's time to unleash your newly learned skill, Xiao Mo. This skill book had been gifted to Lin Feng by Ouyang Mafei, and upon returning it, he had noticed its price was astonishingly similar to that of his ice crystal pendant. It is indeed a powerful skill worth 50,000 contributions. Lin Feng was taken aback that Ouyang Mafei, with a mere total of 100,000, would willingly spend half to purchase a skill for him. However, the moment was perfect for the skill's deployment. Inferno Flame. At this instant, Xiao Mo's body radiated like a blazing sun, exuding an overwhelming fiery might. Wherever the Inferno Flame swept, the air became scorched and distorted, producing crackling sounds. The bloodthirsty lord, clad in impenetrable scales, now glowed a fiery red from the scorching flames. The intense heat provoked the lord into furious roars. Though this skill wielded tremendous power, it exacted a significant toll on Xiao Mo. After unleashing the Inferno Flame, Xiaomo's expression grew weary. Lin Feng understood that relying solely on this skill would not suffice to vanquish the bloodthirsty lord, who possessed a formidable cultivation of second-tier level 8. Thus, Lin Feng began preparing his own skill. The icy aura, having been reinforced since Lin Feng reached second tier, began to stir within him. As he channeled this icy energy, a crack unexpectedly formed on the shell of the ice spirit beast egg within the beast mastery space. From this fissure, a continuous flow of icy energy surged into Lin Feng's body. "Ah, you little fellow, you know to lend a hand." The ice spirit beast egg trembled gently, as if responding to Lin Feng. "I refuse to believe that, combined with the strength of the three of us, we cannot shatter you, you iron turtle." Crystallized strike. Just as the bloodthirsty lord barely endured the searing heat, a wave of frigid air swept over. Initially, this chill offered a sense of relief to the lord, but soon it was met with the ominous sound of cracking. Looking down, the once invulnerable scales that covered its body began to splinter. The combination of intense heat followed by extreme cold rendered the lord's scales utterly fragile. It worked. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. Now that the protective scales were compromised, the bloodthirsty lord became more manageable. Yet, after continuous combat, Lin Feng's stamina began to wane. Struggling against his physical discomfort, he tightened his grip on his beastified right arm. Perched atop Xiao Mo's head, he was suddenly flung into the air as Xiao Mo shook its head vigorously. Fire Qilin's shattering fist. This was Lin Feng's all-or-nothing strike. Boom. The bloodthirsty lord, its scales completely shattered, resembled a turtle shed of its shell, its tender body unable to withstand Lin Feng's desperate blow. The lord's massive head was obliterated like a watermelon under Lin Feng's punch. Within the secret realm, it began to rain blood. The bloodthirsty lord's mountainous form collapsed, smashing the altar to pieces. From within its body, a crimson light slowly ascended. Exhausted, Lin Feng gasped for breath beneath the blood rain. Finally, it was over. After catching his breath, he approached the glowing orb. Beast armament, bloodthirsty lord scales. This artifact can enhance a spirit beast's defense by 50%. Gazing at this extraordinary beast armament, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beast armaments are a rare treasure for beast masters, typically appearing only upon the death of 5th tier or higher beasts. These armaments can be donned by spirit beasts to augment their attributes. Although Lin Feng was puzzled as to why a second-tier beast would yield a beast armament, he speculated it might be a reward for the nightmare difficulty. With this armament, Xiaomo's defense would no longer be a concern. "Master, is this for me?" "Of course." "Wonderful. Thank you, Master." Xiao Mo exclaimed with elation. The beast armament was extraordinary. Once placed upon a spirit beast, it would automatically merge. After integrating the bloodthirsty lord scales, Xiao Mo's scales acquired a layer of dark sheen. Clothed in a deep crimson flame, it embodied the essence of its name, the ink jade fire Qilin. Once this beast armament adorned Xiao Mo, the system's beast armament function activated. Detected that the host possesses a beast armament. Would you like to equip it? This beast armament can be equipped by me? Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at the system interface. Thus, he selected yes. Subsequently, a piece of black soft armor materialized before him, seamlessly integrating into his body. This armor, styled like a vest, protected vital areas of Lin Feng's physique. He could not help but acknowledge the formidable capabilities of this system. With this beast armament, Lin Feng could engage in combat with newfound confidence. Moreover, the beast armament featured 3 additional functions: forging, evolution, and synthesis. By acquiring the appropriate materials, he could utilize these functions. Observing these options, Lin Feng contemplated the necessity of gathering materials in the future. Upon absorbing the beast armament, a reward for cultivation within the secret realm materialized. This time, the light column was unprecedentedly grand. Lin Feng felt his cultivation surge rapidly. Ink Jade Fire Qilin. Cultivation, 2nd tier. Level 2, 3000, for 1500. Star level, 8 stars, mid-grade. Attributes, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, fire Qilin's roar, inferno flame. Beast armament, bloodthirsty lord scales. Lin Feng, ice physique, strength, 1, 0, 50 kg, speed, 40 ms, skills, ice blade 7 dance, crystallized strike. Beast mastery space, ice attribute spirit beast egg, with a crack. He instantly gained 7,000 in cultivation. After tallying up all the experience gained throughout the nightmare secret realm, Lin Feng had accumulated a total of 14,500 in cultivation. While all the first-year students hovered around level 3 of the 1st tier, Lin Feng already ascended to the 2nd tier, level 2. He could even rival some second-year students. Such a pace of cultivation growth was nothing short of terrifying. However, all of this was preparation for the upcoming Hellish Mountain in 3 months. By then, Lin Feng's adversaries would possess cultivation above the 3rd tier, and they would be elite members of the 3 academies. Without sufficient strength, how could he compete for treasures? Once the cultivation absorption concluded, a portal appeared before Lin Feng. Hey, girl, don't wait any longer. Let us clear a secret realm, and then grab a bite. From now on, I'll take you on missions. I guarantee you'll earn thousands in contributions daily. Jin Hao continued to chatter incessantly beside Ouyang Mafei. He was like an annoying fly, impossible to shoo away. Ouyang Mafei could only choose to ignore him. Initially, it was tolerable. Jin Hao still had some patience, but as time wore on, his true nature surfaced. And his tone grew forceful. You're just a newcomer. Don't push your luck. I, Jin Hao, am the top of the 2nd year. Inviting you to dinner is already a great honor. Let me tell you, here is your last chance. Will you accompany me for a meal or not? Jin Hao seized Ouyang Mafei's arm, asserting his dominance. Let go of me. Ouyang Mafei protested, but she could not break free. To become my woman. You should consider it an honor. Senior, what are you doing? Let go of Sister Fei. You two are nothing. Get lost. Qin Yuan and Feng Chong were abruptly shoved aside by 2 second-year students accompanying Jin Hao, the force of which sent them both tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Ouyang Mafei was being dragged away by Jin Hao and the other 2 second-year students towards the entrance of the secret realm hall. The surrounding students, witnessing this scene, turned their backs, fully aware that Jin Hao was not to be trifled with. Just as Ouyang Mafei seemed on the verge of being taken away, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. Remove your filthy paws. This voice resonated with intense fury, drawing the gaze of all present toward its source. A robust man clad in a soft armor vest emerged at the entrance of the secret realm. Lin Feng, you have finally made your appearance. Ouyang Mafei exclaimed with delight upon spotting him. Jin Hao's pupils widened in shock. He had never anticipated that this first-year student would indeed survive the nightmare-level secret realm. However, Jin Hao was unfazed, scoffing disdainfully. What a lucky escape. But I suppose you merely fled. Your attire is in tatters. It seems you have endured considerable hardship. For a freshman to last this long in a nightmare-level secret realm is quite the feat, but hardly worth boasting about. His words dripped with contempt, echoed by the mocking laughter of his 2 second-year companions. I shall say this only once more. Release Ouyang Mafei. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with anger, his voice darkening. Freshman, I warn you to mind your own business. There is no one at the Star Academy who dares to obstruct me. Jin Hao. Today, I shall take her away. What can you possibly do about it? Jin Hao's expression was one of arrogant defiance, having long since ceased to regard others with any semblance of respect. A mere freshman, regardless of their standing, was expected to comply with his whims, especially given the support he had behind him. The other students within the secret realm hall observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Newcomer, you really should avoid provoking him. You are no match for him. He is the top of the 2nd year, a Tier 2 beast tamer with a dual-element spirit beast. Jin Hao's arrogance swelled as he barked, Get lost. Do not disturb my good mood. With that, he turned, continuing to drag Ouyang Mafei along. Now that Lin Feng had safely emerged from the secret realm, Ouyang Mafei felt a wave of relief wash over her. She ceased her struggles, confident that Lin Feng would intervene. Noticing her submission, Jin Hao mistakenly believed that she had succumbed to his domineering presence. A smug grin spread across his face as he remarked, That's right, little lady. You'll see that your brother will take care of you. Before he could finish, an immense force struck his face. In an instant, Jin Hao was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the secret realm hall with a resounding thud. His body embedded itself deeply into the structure, his teeth shattered, and his face swollen. A clear imprint of a hand evident upon it. The 2 second-year students beside him were utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They had no idea how Jin Hao had been propelled away, but soon, they were met with the sight of the very freshman they had previously looked down upon. Now wearing a dark, menacing expression. You dare to strike an upperclassman. You must be seeking trouble, one of them shouted. In response, he too was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall beside Jin Hao. The remaining second-year student, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, promptly released Ouyang Mafei, raising his hands in surrender, pleading, You've already attacked them. You cannot harm me. Scram, came Lin Feng's curt reply. The second-year student fled the scene as if escaping a disaster. Casting a glance back at Jin Hao embedded in the wall, silently vowing to seek out the patrol team to deal with this newcomer. Are you all right? Ouyang Mafei asked, shaking her head. I'm fine. Did you make it through the secret realm? Indeed, I did. Though it was quite challenging, Lin Feng replied candidly. Fortunately, I had your back. Otherwise, you would have been in quite a predicament today. Feng Chong and Qin Yuan approached, looking at Jin Hao's incapacitated form with envy. Brother Feng, how did you manage to send them flying? They inquired eagerly. Would you like to learn? Lin Feng teased. Yes. We certainly don't wish to be bullied by second years in the future, Feng Chong replied. recalling the humiliation of being pushed to the ground by the two second-year students. All right, both of you, ask the others if they wish to learn as well. If so, gather at my place tonight. Lin Feng thought that since he would be teaching the patrol team anyway, he might as well instruct others as well. Great, we'll go ask right away, they exclaimed, departing with enthusiasm. Be cautious of the speed of that cat demon, and for the Minotaur, just avoid its charge, Lin Feng advised Ouyang Mafei. Knowing she had waited for him before entering the secret realm. Rest assured, while I may not be as formidable as you, do not underestimate me. Ouyang Mafei replied with a smile. I'll wait for you here. After selecting the difficulty of the higher-tier secret realm, Ouyang Mafei stepped inside. Meanwhile, Jin Hao and his companion had been assisted down from the wall by second-year students, both having been knocked unconscious by Lin Feng's controlled force, which had also left a few of their bones fractured. At this moment, a second-year student approached Lin Feng, saying, Newcomer, you may not be aware, but Jin Hao is closely connected with Director Luo from the administration office. That second-year student who left has already gone to summon the patrol team. You've struck Jin Hao, and Director Luo will undoubtedly come for you. It would be wise to seek your mentor's assistance. Otherwise, given Director Luo's temperament, you may find yourself in a dire situation. Lin Feng smiled at the handsome second-year student, replying, Thank you for the warning. But I am quite curious to see how Director Luo intends to handle this matter. The student sighed in resignation. I wish you good luck. Before long, an enraged roar echoed from outside the secret realm hall. Which newcomer dares to strike an upperclassman? Who is so audacious as to disregard discipline when faced with a situation? Rather than seeking assistance from the patrol team, they resort to private brawls, showing no respect for the administration office. As this voice approached, Luo Hai strode forward, his imposing figure reminiscent of a dark tower, casting an invisible weight upon the students around him. Following closely behind him were a dozen patrol team members, exuding a formidable presence. The second-year student who had previously fled now stood tall, emboldened by the support of the patrol team. Which newcomer is it? Step forward. Damn it. Who did this to him? What a brutal attack. Luo Hai cursed as he gazed at the unconscious Jin Hao sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Jin Hao's face was so swollen that it resembled that of a pig, his features grotesquely compressed. The sight was nothing short of tragic. Luo Hai retrieved a medicinal pill from his Beastmaster space and administered it to Jin Hao. Soon, Jin Hao began to groan and stir awake. Upon seeing Luo Hai, he burst into tears, exclaiming, Uncle Luo, someone beat me up. Fear not, my dear Haozi, for today I shall seek justice on your behalf. I will ensure that those who harmed you are severely punished. Now tell me, who is responsible for this? Jin Hao was a distant relative of his, and although Luo Hai often turned a blind eye to his misdeeds, witnessing him in such a pitiful state filled him with fury. It was a new student. Yes, right over there. You must make him pay. Jin Hao trembled as he pointed in a particular direction. Luo Hai's fierce gaze followed his finger, spotting a crowd of onlookers, predominantly second-year students. However, one figure stood out, clad in first-year attire. It seemed he was the culprit. As Luo Hai approached the first-year student, he barked, I just called for you, and you chose to ignore me. What do you have to say for yourself? Lin Feng regarded Luo Hai with a cold stare. You're here too. Luo Hai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he finally recognized Lin Feng, the very individual who had beaten him earlier that morning, leaving him sore. The mere sight of Lin Feng intensified his discomfort. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Aside from Lin Feng, which first-year student possessed the ability to inflict such harm? Say, young man, did you do this to him? Luo Hai inquired tentatively. Lin Feng nodded calmly. Indeed, I did. What of it? If it were anyone else, Luo Hai would have firmly dragged them to the administrative office for punishment. However, Lin Feng was different. He was the one who had previously bested him and had been brought in with significant effort as an instructor. Most importantly, today's incident was largely instigated by Jin Hao's own actions. After much contemplation, Luo Hai concluded that Jin Hao was utterly inconsequential compared to Lin Feng. Thus, he raised his foot and kicked Jin Hao with considerable force, sending him crashing back into the wall he had just emerged from. Ouch! Jin Hao shrieked, falling unconscious once more. The gathered students gaped in shock, astonished by the turn of events. What just happened? Wasn't he Director Luo supposed to be protecting Jin Hao? Luo Hai cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Jin Hao has been a menace in the academy, bullying others and creating a toxic atmosphere. Thankfully, today, classmate Lin Feng bravely intervened and dealt with this scoundrel. The administrative office will commend Lin Feng for his actions. Subsequently, Luo Hai produced a third-tier monster crystal, waving it before the audience before handing it to Lin Feng. We reward acts of valor in our administrative office, and I hope everyone will learn from Lin Feng and assist each other in the future. The value of the third-tier monster crystal was considerable, enough to be exchanged for thousands of spirit stones outside. While presented as a reward, it essentially served as a means for Luo Hai to placate Lin Feng. Understanding Luo Hai's intentions, Lin Feng accepted it without hesitation. Among the spectators were numerous students who had previously suffered at Jin Hao's hands. Upon witnessing the outcome, they erupted in applause. This should have been done long ago. The administration is wise. Director Luo is fantastic. I want to be brave too. Luo Hai, grinning widely, internally lamented, for he had not anticipated the depth of resentment Jin Hao had cultivated among his peers. All right, this matter is settled. Leave the rest to us. And go challenge the secret realm. The patrol team dispersed the crowd, and Luo Hai approached Lin Feng, patting him on the back. Young brother, I will handle this situation with Jin Hao and ensure you are not troubled any further. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, once he awakens, let him come to me to fulfill our previous wager. Lin Feng had not forgotten the harsh words Jin Hao had uttered before entering the secret realm. Luo Hai nodded. Consider it done. Lin Feng then returned to await Ouyang Mafei. Approximately an hour later, Ouyang Mafei emerged triumphantly from the advanced secret realm. Although she bore several injuries, her successful completion of such a challenging trial attested to her prowess, marking her as one of the top students among the newcomers. Upon exiting the secret realm hall, she needed to return her wooden token. At the entrance stood a device that would reveal the difficulty of the secret realm and the completion time upon inserting the token. It also displayed the previous best completion times from past students. If one could break the record, the Academy would provide a reward. First year Ouyang Mafei, Minotaur's Paradise, Advanced Difficulty. Completion time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Best completion time, 1 hour. Record not broken. Please continue to strive. She sighed in dissatisfaction, 40 minutes short. It seems I must train harder. Next, Lin Feng inserted his wooden token into the device. Instantly, it illuminated with a brilliant red glow, and the vast secret realm hall resonated with mechanical sounds. First year Lin Feng, Minotaur's Paradise, Nightmare Difficulty, Completion time, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Feng for becoming the first student to complete this secret realm on Nightmare Difficulty. Please claim your reward. This announcement echoed thrice, simultaneously. Not only within the secret realm hall, but throughout the entire Star Academy, the news was broadcasted. Instantly, excitement rippled through Star Academy. A first-year student had conquered the Nightmare Difficulty of Minotaur's Paradise? This was unprecedented. How could this be achieved? Even as a third-year student, I have never completed the Nightmare Difficulty. I must see this new student. Surely he must possess extraordinary abilities. Curious students flocked towards the secret realm hall, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng. Within the dean's office, heads of various grades, including Dean Li, were captivated by the news. Their gazes collectively fixated on Dean Mu. Old Mu, you must tell us where you discovered such an extraordinary student. Dean Mu's face radiated with pride. The emergence of such a genius within his grade filled him with exhilaration. In her villa, He Ningshuang smiled upon hearing the news, murmuring to herself, Lin Feng, just how many surprises will you bring me? Chapter 40, Hatching Materials. The teacher in charge of the secret realm hall, Li Min, rushed to Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei's side upon hearing the news. She scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, her words dripping with disbelief. You completed the Nightmare Difficulty secret realm? This is utterly absurd. No first-year student has ever achieved such a feat. Oh, you truly have set a record for our Star Academy, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. I merely sought to test my limits, and to my surprise, I succeeded. Li Min, rendered speechless, could only respond, follow me to collect your reward. The Academy's treasury was situated within the depths of the Mystic Palace. After navigating through layers of guardians, they finally arrived at the treasury door. As entry was forbidden for others, Li Min turned to Lin Feng and stated, since you have established a new record on the Nightmare Difficulty, you are entitled to 3 rewards. Have you decided what you wish to receive? The treasury boasted a plethora of reward types, she inquired. Just as Lin Feng pondered his choices, a new task was announced by the system. New task, please check it. Host. It had been quite some time since the system had issued a task following the completion of the last one. Consequently, Lin Feng delved into the system for details. Hatch the Ice Spirit Beast Egg. Please collect 5 types of ice attribute materials. 1 crystal from a 5th tier or higher ice attribute beast, along with dragon blood and bones. Note, the more precious the materials, the higher the star rating of the spirit beast that hatches. It became evident that this task involved gathering hatching materials. Ever since Lin Feng's cultivation had reached the 2nd tier, he had contemplated how to hatch the spirit beast egg residing in his beast space. The chilling aura emanating from the cracks in the eggshell within the Mystic Palace had significantly aided him. He eagerly anticipated the star rating of the spirit beast that would emerge from the egg. Now that he could claim 3 rewards, Lin Feng thoughtfully articulated, could you kindly procure for me a crystal from a 5th tier or higher ice attribute beast, along with a sample of dragon blood and dragon bones? A crystal of that caliber, particularly one of the ice attribute, was a treasure worth millions of spirit stones in the market. The dragon-type beasts typically boasted a minimum cultivation of around the 6th tier, and Lin Feng was uncertain when he might acquire them on his own. Therefore, he placed his hopes on the Academy's treasury. As for the 5 types of ice attribute materials, they were relatively easier to obtain. You're quite peculiar. It's the first time I've encountered someone requesting such items. Others tend to ask for skill books or even beast soldiers, and here you are, seeking a collection of materials. Are you perhaps an alchemist? Li Min questioned, puzzled. For ordinary beast masters, such materials indeed held less value compared to skill books or beast soldiers in terms of strength enhancement. Only alchemists could refine these materials into various elixirs to unleash their potential. However, for Lin Feng, acquiring an additional spirit beast would substantially elevate his prowess beyond that of other items. I have other uses for these materials. I appreciate your assistance, teacher. Very well. I shall see what I can find. After a little over 10 minutes, Li Min emerged from the treasury, addressing Lin Feng. You're in luck. The treasury has a complete set of dragon bones, and both the dragon blood and crystal originate from the same beast. This was left behind by your senior who vanquished a nearly 7th-tier frostwing dragon during a beast tide. Now it belongs to you. Following her words, a colossal skeleton was extracted from her beast space. The skeleton measured over 50 meters long, although it had presumably been deceased for many years. Even Lin Feng, with his ice body, felt a hint of chill emanating from it, a testament to its former might. Subsequently, Li Min produced the dragon blood and beast crystal. Satisfied, Lin Feng stored all 3 items in his beast space. This exceeded his expectations entirely. Materials derived from the same beast would undoubtedly yield superior results. After bidding farewell to Li Min, Lin Feng and his companion made their way out of the Mystic Palace. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of onlookers. That must be Lin Feng. He is quite handsome. How did you manage to clear the nightmare difficulty as a newcomer? Do you have any secrets to share? Can we see the beast soldier that emerged from the nightmare realm? As the crowd clamored towards Lin Feng, he found himself overwhelmed by their inquiries, unable to extricate himself. He could only offer perfunctory replies. Fortunately, the patrol team arrived just in time to escort Lin Feng away. Today, you've truly become a sensation, Ouyang Mafei teased with a smile. If it were up to me, I would prefer to remain low-key. Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Upon returning to the villa, He Ningxuang had been waiting for them at the entrance. Isn't that the famous Lin Feng? She teased with a beaming smile. He Ningxuang, please spare me the jokes. I need to rest. Lin Feng collapsed onto the living room sofa. It seems you had quite a fruitful expedition in the mystic realm. How about you, Mafei? He Ningxuang inquired, taking a seat beside him. I cleared the high-level difficulty. My cultivation has risen by over a level. I am now at the 1st tier, 5th level, and will soon reach the 6th level. Excellent. He Ningxuang nodded with approval. Rewards from future mystic realms will not yield nearly as much cultivation. It will take about 5 attempts to equal this one. Why is that? Lin Feng questioned, bewildered. Because that was the Academy's first completion reward. Future challenges will revert to normal experience gains. Moreover, one can only challenge the mystic realm once every 3 days. How can this be? Lin Feng exclaimed in frustration. He had envisioned consistently gaining such substantial cultivation. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly reach the 3rd tier within 3 months. By the way, Lin Feng, how much did your cultivation increase from the nightmare difficulty? Ouyang Mafei asked curiously. Not much, I just reached the 2nd tier. Lin Feng replied. What? Ouyang Mafei exclaimed, indignantly punching Lin Feng before retreating to her room. He Ningxuang was also taken aback. To have reached the 2nd tier so soon after starting school was quite remarkable. As Lin Feng's teacher, she felt she had yet to contribute to his progress, while he had already advanced so significantly. A wave of frustration washed over her, and she silently returned to her room, her head bowed in contemplation. What else with those two? Why did they leave so suddenly? Lin Feng pondered, momentarily perplexed by their abrupt departure. The thoughts of women are truly inscrutable. Never mind. I should focus on which aspects to train in this evening. Chapter 41, The City of Sunfire. After dinner, Feng Chong and Qin Yuan arrived at Lin Feng's residence accompanied by 3 male students. Shortly thereafter, Luo Hai personally came to fetch Lin Feng. He also invited the somewhat dejected Ouyang Mafei from her room, and the group proceeded to the patrol team's training ground. At the training field, 30 patrol team members had gathered, all personally selected by Luo Hai from the exchange students. They were all around 1.8 meters tall and possessed robust physiques. This is your new instructor, Lin Feng, whom I have brought for you, Luo Hai introduced. Is this the same Lin Feng who thoroughly thrashed Captain Wu and his team? He just cleared the nightmare difficulty today? I had no idea this newcomer was so formidable. Upon overhearing the murmurs from the crowd, Luo Hai continued, what you've said is true. But I must inform you of one more thing. Even I cannot defeat Lin Feng. Therefore, You must train diligently and strive for self-improvement. Yes, the patrol team responded in unison. They were well aware of Luo Hai's formidable prowess. If he could be defeated, then the strength of Lin Feng must be truly terrifying. Thus, they began to anticipate Lin Feng's training with great eagerness. Observing the orderly formation, Lin Feng couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the military. He stepped forward and addressed the members of the patrol team. I have but one demand of you, and that is to obey orders. Can you accomplish this? Yes. Excellent. Let us commence with physical training. In the training grounds of the patrol team, various equipment they commonly utilized lay scattered about. Lin Feng established specific targets for them, after which they divided into 3 groups to proceed in an orderly manner. As for Feng Chong and his companions, Lin Feng instructed them to run laps around the training field. Given their lack of foundation, they needed to start from the very basics. For the following week, whenever Lin Feng was unable to delve into the secret realms, he practiced alongside He Ningxuang. As a fire attribute beastmaster, He Ningxuang imparted a wealth of knowledge to Lin Feng regarding fire attribute spirit beasts and the unique characteristics of fire skills. In the evenings, they would head to the patrol team for training. To enhance the enthusiasm of the patrol members, Luo Hai, risking another beating, arranged for a duel with Lin Feng. Although he had mentioned that he could not defeat Lin Feng, witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking. The patrol members were astounded by Lin Feng's astonishing techniques. They had never imagined that combat could be executed in such a manner. Consequently, their motivation for training surged. However, it remained unclear who leaked the news that a first-year student had defeated Director Luo of the guidance office using martial arts. This information spread like wildfire throughout the academy. By nightfall, the training grounds of the patrol team had become more vibrant than ever, filled with individuals eager to learn from Lin Feng. Even instructors Xiong Xing and Cui Feng made an appearance, as both had previously been bullied by Luo Hai and sought to redeem themselves through learning. Luo Hai never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Thus, he devised a solution. Anyone wishing to learn martial arts must join the patrol team. This strategy indeed deterred many, yet it also infused the patrol team with a plethora of fresh blood. Now, Luo Hai no longer had to worry about the insufficient number of patrol members. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the weekend arrived. Lin Feng, rising promptly, heard He Ningxuang's voice outside his door. Come home with me. It suddenly dawned on Lin Feng that He Ningxuang had promised him compensation over the weekend. Initially, he intended to decline, but her assertive demeanor left him no choice. Thus, he awoke from his training, dressed, and after a brief wash, followed He Ningxuang onto the train home. He Ningxuang's residence was located in the fiery city of Yinyang, within the 4th safety zone. The majority of beast masters in this city were of the fire attribute, primarily due to the presence of a colossal volcano at the city's center, which resulted in a perpetually high-temperature climate. Upon disembarking, a wave of heat enveloped them. Fortunately, as Lin Feng possessed an ice physique, he emanated a slight chill, sufficient to counteract the oppressive heat. Teacher He, is this your home? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the imposing structure before him, which bore the inscription, City Lord's Mansion. To his astonishment, she was the daughter of the city lord. Come, I shall introduce you to my father, He Ningxuang said, smiling as she pushed open the mansion's door and ushered Lin Feng inside. Miss, you have returned. Upon entering, the butler greeted them with a loud exclamation. Subsequently, the household staff gathered around, inquiring after He Ningxuang's well-being. She also retrieved a gift she had prepared from her beast space and distributed it among them. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man emerged from within the mansion, bearing a resemblance to He Ningxuang. Accompanying him was a well-dressed middle-aged woman, whose beauty remained undiminished by the passage of time. Frost, you have come back. The middle-aged woman hurried forward, grasping He Ningxuang's hand with excitement. I have missed you both dearly. He Ningxuang embraced the woman and then introduced Lin Feng, saying, Father, Mother, allow me to present my student, Lin Feng. Greetings, Uncle and Aunt. Good child, come inside. It's sweltering outside. Inside, the room was adorned with several ice attribute beast crystals, creating a comfortably cool atmosphere. This was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed such an effect from beast crystals. After exchanging pleasantries, He Ningxuang's father, Qilin, inquired, Ningxuang, has your dark energy improved during this time? Father, I return to discuss this matter. My dark energy has been eliminated, He Ningxuang proclaimed, releasing her aura. Pure flames of energy swirled around her. Qilin's face was filled with astonishment. What pure fire attribute? Frost, your cultivation has reached the 5th tier? The manifestation of attributes was a unique characteristic of 5th-tier beast masters, and there was no trace of dark energy emanating from He Ningxuang. Her mother was moved to tears, rejoicing that her daughter had finally rid herself of the troublesome dark energy and could continue her life. Frost, please tell us how your dark energy was dispelled. Qian eagerly asked. He Ningxuang recounted the events that transpired in the extreme cold lands, explaining how Lin Feng had located the fire attribute treasure, allowing the dark energy to be completely absorbed. Moreover, it had enabled her spirit beast to advance to the low-grade 8-star level, and her cultivation had risen to the 5th tier. Upon hearing this, Qian and his wife bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Thank you, young brother, for saving my daughter's life. I, Qian, am eternally grateful. Please, uncle and aunt, you honor me. Lin Feng hastily assisted them in rising. He Ningxuang then continued. Father, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Qian, now standing, asked with a beaming smile. I wish for Lin Feng to enter our family's ancestral grounds. Chapter 42, the He Family Ancestral Grounds. The Ancestral Grounds? Ningxuang, this is no jest. The ancestral grounds are the most sacred area of our He family, where the remains of our ancestors are interred. No outsiders have ever entered. Qian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The matter of the ancestral grounds was fundamental to their family and could not be decided lightly. Father, Lin Feng is also a fire attribute beastmaster, and the fire attribute treasure is of utmost importance to him. He was able to save my life with it. How can we, the He family, repay such kindness? Do we possess any item that could match the value of the fire attribute treasure? He Ningxuang's fervent words rendered Qian momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Qian sighed. Ningxuang, you are correct. Our family is not one to forget a kindness. Regarding the ancestral grounds, I agree, but we must not disturb our ancestors. Rest assured, father. With her father's consent. He Ningxuang beamed with joy and then turned to Lin Feng, saying, in our ancestral grounds, there is a magma chamber where fire attribute spirit beasts can bathe, yielding immense benefits. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Thank you, teacher He. There is no need for such formality, young brother. You have saved our Frost's life. And it is only right that our He family does this. With that, Qian turned to retrieve some herbs from the apothecary, ensuring optimal absorption of their effects. After he left, Lin Feng followed He Ningxuang, who brought forth the fire attribute herbs from Qian, into the backyard of the city lord's residence. He Ningxuang reached out and tapped a specific spot on the wall, revealing a hollow within it. After placing the family leader's token in the recess, she pricked her finger and touched the token. Suddenly, the wall erupted in a dazzling crimson glow, and a whirlpool of flames materialized before them. This is the entrance to our ancestral land. Please follow me inside. Once we enter, be cautious. There are the spirits of our ancestors' beasts resting within. We must not disturb them. He Ningxuang cautioned. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and followed her into the fiery whirlpool. Upon entering, they found themselves in a realm that felt entirely separate from the outside world. The landscape was engulfed in roaring flames, with crimson lava flowing like a tumultuous river, exuding an oppressive heat. Our ancestor was a beast master on the verge of reaching the 9th tier. Upon his death, the power within him created this space. To protect our He family and safeguard Yanyang City, he left his spirit beast here. He Ningxuang explained as they walked deeper. After a beast master passes, do not the spirit beasts perish as well? Lin Feng inquired, for he believed that without the bloodline connection to the beast master, the spirit beasts could not survive independently. Indeed, for those below the 6th tier, their spirit beasts vanish upon their death. However, spirit beasts of the 6th tier and above can endure on their own, provided their power is not exhausted, He Ningxuang clarified. During her explanation, they arrived before the spirit beast that guarded the He family. This is the spirit beast left by our ancestor, the 7-star lava demon tiger. The creature before them was no larger than an ordinary kitten, likely having taken this form to better conserve its essence. Its fur was a dull gray, evoking an air of age, and it lay peacefully asleep. We should not disturb its slumber. Beyond this point lies the magma pit, He Ningxuang advised as they continued along the path deeper into the ancestral land. As the temperature around them increased, Lin Feng soon beheld the magma pit that He Ningxuang had mentioned. It was an expansive pool of boiling lava, the fiery substance churning within, suffusing the air with intense heat. Master, I absolutely adore this place, Xiao Mo exclaimed excitedly. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen Xiao Mo so jubilant, prompting him to summon the little creature. In its miniature form, Xiao Mo leapt directly into the surging lava. It frolicked in the magma pool, exulting with glee. He Ningxuang then placed the precious fire attribute herbs into the magma. Instantly, the lava began to bubble furiously. Xiao Mo seemed to sense the latent power within, closing its eyes and reclining in the magma, rising and falling with the currents. This magma pit was known to purify the impurities within fire attribute spirit beasts, refining their essence. For our He family, the first task after hatching a spirit beast is to bring it here for purification. As Xiao Mo soaked in the magma, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the changes occurring within it. Its essence became more refined, Although its cultivation level did not rise, the power it contained had significantly increased. Realizing that Xiao Mo's purification would take some time, he settled down cross-legged by the magma's edge to meditate. Meanwhile, He Ningshuang quietly observed him. In Yinyang City, the residents found the day's heat unusually intense. People hurried home, bringing out all their ice attribute crystals to combat the sweltering temperature, but their efforts proved futile. Within the city lord's residence, He sat on a bamboo mat, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Even with his cultivation, he found it difficult to withstand the oppressive heat. Could there be an issue with the seal? A troubling thought crossed his mind. He quickly summoned the guard team and rushed towards the volcano at the center of Yinyang City. This volcano was a landmark of the city and a crucial factor in its status as a paradise for fire attribute beastmasters. However, only the He family, who had guarded Yinyang City for generations, knew the volcano's true purpose. Within the volcano lay a powerful demon beast, its strength reaching a terrifying 8th tier. Should this beast break free of its seal, it would not only threaten Yinyang City, but also endanger the entire 4th safe zone. At the foot of the volcano stood 8 stone pillars, intricately carved with mysterious patterns, serving to suppress the demon beast. He inspected the first pillar, checking each one in turn. Sure enough, he discovered cracks forming above the 3rd pillar, with wisps of dark energy seeping out. A sense of foreboding gripped He. Any issues with the pillars could lead to the seal loosening, allowing the demon beast to escape. We must evacuate the city's residents immediately. I will repair the seal. He commanded the guard team. Understood. In every city within the safe zone, shelters had been constructed to protect against demon beast attacks. The guards understood the urgency of the situation and wasted no time in guiding the citizens into the shelters in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, He began reinforcing the seal. As the lord of Yinyang City, he was at the 6th tier, level 2. His spirit beast, the 6-star flowing fire golden eagle, stood resolutely beside him. He positioned himself by the stone pillar, forming intricate hand seals. The flowing fire golden eagle screeched, unleashing a torrent of fire attribute energy into the pillar. The carved patterns began to glow, gradually repairing the cracks eroded by the dark energy. Just as the fissures were on the verge of mending, a guard rushed over. Breathless with urgency, "Lord, the demon beasts in the forest of beasts are in upheaval. We lack the manpower to fend them off. Seek assistance from the Yinyang Advanced Academy." He's heart raced with anxiety. He had not anticipated that the demon beasts in the forest would also stir trouble at this critical moment. Under normal circumstances, the beasts in the forest would not venture beyond their designated territory. It must be the dark energy at play. Understanding the situation, he hastened the pace of his hand seals. Yet, calamity struck. Reports from guards inspecting the pillars brought more bad news. "Lord, cracks have appeared on the 6th and 7th pillars as well. Damn it, what is wrong with these beasts today?" He cursed loudly as he swiftly repaired the pillar before him, then hurried off to the 6th pillar. Ever since he assumed the role of the family head, this had been the most perilous situation he had ever encountered. In the past, he merely needed to reinforce the seals once a month without any issues. Who could have foreseen the circumstances today? The cracks on the 6th stone pillar were substantial, and the malevolent black gas seeping out had formed a dark cloud hovering ominously above it. He could already sense the magma within the volcano surging violently. The muffled roars of monstrous beasts echoed faintly in the distance. "They want to escape? Even if it costs me my life, I shall seal you away today." He once again formed a spell with his hands, attempting to mend the seal. However, the beast within the magma seemed to have gathered an immense amount of power over time, determined to break free today. Just as He was repairing the 6th pillar, a deafening sound erupted from the direction of the 7th pillar. The 7th stone pillar, eroded by the black gas, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Damn it! With the pillar damaged, the strength of the seal began to wane. In an instant, the black gas erupted violently from the very pillar He was mending, sending his body flying. Blood spewed from his mouth as he helplessly watched the 6th pillar crumble before his eyes. "Brother I am here to assist you." Turning around, He's heart soared with joy as he recognized the arrival of Lei Guangbai, the headmaster of Yinyang Academy, a formidable beast master of the 6th tier. "I have dispatched teachers and senior students from the academy to the monster beast forest for support. What is the situation here?" Lei Guangbai helped He to his feet and offered him a healing pill. He swallowed the pill, frowning deeply. 2 of the 8 pillars have been shattered, and the seal is already beginning to weaken. If 2 more break, the beast will undoubtedly escape. What shall we do now? Headmaster Lei, gather as many fire attribute beast masters as possible. The more, the better. I need to harness the power of this volcano to suppress it. No problem. I will take care of it right away. Lei Guangbai replied before departing swiftly. He then summoned the guards of the Lord's mansion, who possessed fire attribute spirit beasts, preparing for the impending crisis. Meanwhile, He continued to exert himself in repairing the shattered pillars. In the ancestral land of the He family, an hour had passed since Xiao Mo underwent the baptism. He Ning Shuang had remained vigilantly by Lin Feng's side. At this moment, the boiling magma gradually calmed, with all surrounding fire attributes being absorbed by Xiao Mo roar. A commanding voice resonated through the space. Subsequently, Xiao Mo leaped from the magma. After the baptism, the rich power of fire elements surged through his entire being. His overall strength and the refinement of his inner cultivation had multiplied several times over. Master, I have also learned a powerful new skill, Xiao Mo joyfully boasted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated that the baptism in the magma would endow Xiao Mo with new skills. He began to examine Xiao Mo's information. MOU Fire Qilin. Level, Tier 2, Stage 3, 1000, 5000. Star rating, 8 star, medium grade. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Fire Immunity, Pressure, Charge, Hellfire, Roar of the Qilin, Blazing Flame of Heaven. Ultimate skill, Red Lotus Qilin Blade. Beast Weapon, Scales of the Blood Lord. Red Lotus Qilin Blade. A blade like raging fire, incinerating all. Wielding the power of Qilin flames to strike swiftly at foes, possessing exceedingly high single target attack capability. An ultimate skill. I never expected such benefits from this baptism. The power of an ultimate skill far surpasses that of ordinary abilities, with Xiao Mo's current cultivation. Unleashing this skill would be sufficient to breach the defenses of a Tier 3 beast. Moreover, ultimate skills can only be comprehended through personal insight, as there are no skill books to learn from. That is fantastic, Xiao Mo. You are even stronger now, Lin Feng exclaimed, sharing in the joy. He Ning Shuang's face also lit up with a smile. The greater the improvement Lin Feng experienced, the happier she felt. Shall we head out now? The baptism is complete, and we need not linger in the ancestral land any longer. After retracing their steps, as they stepped out of the ancestral land, He Ning Shuang suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, an unpleasant aura permeating the air. This aura was all too familiar to her. It was the black gas that had plagued her for 10 long years. When she had just hatched her spirit beast, she had inadvertently wandered into the sealed area, where the black gas had corrupted her. Had it not been for He Yan's timely intervention, bringing her to the ancestral land and using the magma for baptism, she would have long since succumbed to that corruption. The mere presence of such black gas was formidable if the beast were to emerge. He Ning Shuang could hardly bear to imagine the terrifying consequences. At that moment, her mother rushed towards her anxiously. Ning Shuang, 2 of the ceiling pillars have shattered. Hurry and aid your father. The pillars have shattered. The situation is dire. Teacher He, I will help too. Lin Feng, though unaware of the specifics, could tell from their expressions that the situation was extremely urgent. All right. He Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, always bringing unexpected surprises, might truly be of assistance. Without delay, He Ning Shuang summoned her 8-star, low-grade Hell Phoenix, and the two climbed onto its back, racing swiftly towards the foot of the volcano. Chapter 44, The Beast Assaults the City. At this moment, the center of the volcano had begun to emit thick black smoke, with scorching magma flowing down its slopes. Should the beast break free from the seal, this volcano would be triggered. He Yin exerted all his strength to repair the damaged pillars. The continuous drain on his energy had rendered his face pale. Yet, he dared not slacken for a moment. Before long, Headmaster Lei arrived with dozens of fire attribute beast masters to provide assistance. Brother He, all the fire attribute beast masters from our academy are here, including this year's new students. Good. Position yourselves according to the layout of the 8 pillars, and together channel your fire attribute power into the volcano. Seeing so many beast masters arrive, He Yin's heart soared, and he quickly instructed Lei Guangbai. The guards from the Lord's mansion had already formed ranks, and the beast masters from Yinyang Academy swiftly joined their formation. With a command from Lei Guangbai, numerous fire attribute spirit beasts erupted with tremendous power, unreservedly infusing their cultivation into the volcano. The energy released by over 100 fire attribute beast masters was immense, enveloping the volcano in a crimson glow. As this scarlet radiance appeared, the potent fire attribute power within the volcano was stimulated, beginning to suppress the monstrous beasts attempting to break free from the seal. Gradually, the once restless volcano began to settle. The flowing magma solidified, while the beasts within roared in discontent. He Yan's speed in forming spells increased, and he had already repaired more than half of the collapsed 6th pillar. Everyone hold on. As long as the pillars are repaired, the beast will not be able to escape the seal. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd clenched their jaws once more, resolutely maintaining the power being channeled into the volcano. The crimson glow intensified, and the previously deafening roars of the beast sealed within the volcano began to fade. Hope surged within the group as they felt victory on the horizon. However, suddenly, The brilliant sunlit sky was overshadowed by a dense mass of dark clouds. Upon raising their gazes, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. Where did so many flying beasts come from? At that moment, the sky above was thickly populated with an uncountable number of flying monstrous entities looming over the volcano. Leading the horde was a gargantuan flying beast, exuding a palpable aura of darkness. With a peculiar caw, it folded its wings and dove downward. Following its lead, the multitude of flying beasts mirrored its actions, creating the illusion of a rain of monstrosities descending from the heavens. Quickly, defend yourselves. Their target is the ceiling pillars. Yan's expression turned grave as he discerned the intent of these flying beasts and urgently alerted the others. The creatures imprisoned within the volcano were adept at manipulating lesser beasts using dark energy. The ability to command such a vast number of beasts was not an achievement that could be realized overnight. Regret gnawed at Yan as he reflected on his usual carelessness. He had never anticipated that the tranquility of the past was merely a prelude to this day's turmoil. The cunning of the beast was far beyond his expectations. Yet, it was too late for regrets. They could only devise a solution. The flying beasts were of relatively low rank, around the first or second tier. However, their overwhelming numbers and reckless ferocity posed a significant threat. The foremost flying beast was swiftly dispatched by the city lord's guards, yet the relentless tide of beasts continued their descent without pause. Most of those present were fire attribute beast tamers, who needed to persist in channeling their power into the volcano. The mere dozen guards from the city lord's estate could not withstand the suicidal onslaught of the beasts. Most of the strength within Yanyang City was dedicated to defending against the rampaging beasts from the forest. Should the fire attribute tamers divert their attention to defense, the power being channeled into the volcano would weaken, allowing the sealed creature to break free. Conversely, if they neglected defense, the flying beasts would shatter the pillars, enabling the creature to escape its confinement. The crowd found themselves ensnared in a dire dilemma. Beast tamers of tier 3 and below shall focus on defense, while the rest continue to channel power into the volcano. In this critical moment, Dean Lei of Yenyang Academy decisively made the call. Yes, the beast tamers of tier 3 and below immediately turned to confront the descending flying beasts. Yet their numbers were still insufficient against the overwhelming horde. Some reckless beasts managed to crash into the pillars, their skulls shattering upon impact. One flying beast inflicted minimal damage to the pillars, but a dozen, or even hundreds, would suffice to cause significant harm. Meanwhile, due to the departure of the tier 3 and below beast tamers, the previously tranquil volcano began to stir once more. Scalding magma flowed forth from the volcanic mouth. The beast tamers, desperately channeling their energies, appeared pale, with some of the weaker ones even bleeding from their lips. The vast swarm of beasts began breaching the defenses of the crowd. The remaining 6 pillars exhibited varying degrees of damage. At this juncture, a dazzling ray of light emerged from Yenyang City. Accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry, a phoenix spirit beast with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters materialized in midair. Upon its back stood 2 figures, Lin Feng and Hening Shuang. As the hellish phoenix appeared, its regal aura subdued the flying beasts. Subsequently, the phoenix transformed into a blazing meteor and plunged into the midst of the flying horde. A 5th tier, 8-star low-grade hellish phoenix, facing predominantly 1st and 2nd tier beasts, was akin to a massacre. It swiftly disrupted the formation of the flying beasts. Father, I have come to assist you. Yan's gloom lifted as he beheld Hening Shuang upon the phoenix, pride swelling within him at her newfound strength. Good daughter, hold back these flying beasts. The seal is about to be restored. With the arrival of Hening Shuang and Lin Feng, the pressure on the crowd's defenses significantly lessened. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo engaged the descending flying beasts from the ground, while Hening Shuang battled in the skies. The creature sealed within the volcano sensed its plans were unraveling and emitted furious roars that pierced the souls of those engaged in battle, compelling them to cover their ears. Meanwhile, on the side of the beast forest, the previously repelled beasts suddenly surged forward as if driven mad, breaking through the defenses with sheer force and racing toward Yenyang City. Chapter 45. The Defense of Yenyang City. City Lord. The beasts have breached the defensive line and are charging in your direction. A guard from the city lord's estate reported, riding swiftly on a spirit beast. The crowd had just emerged from the overwhelming sound of the sealed beast's roar when they received this grim news. Quickly utilize the city walls for defense. We must not allow them to reach us. Hold the line. Qilin commanded loudly. The messenger guard immediately relayed the order back. The guards of the city lord's estate and the teachers and students of Yenyang Academy retreated to the walls of Yenyang City. The city walls towered 20 meters high, embedded with numerous crystals from earth attribute beasts, granting them the resilience to withstand attacks from 5th-tier beasts. The imposing and sturdy walls formed a barrier that temporarily slowed the advance of the monstrous horde. However, these beasts, influenced by dark energy, exhibited no rationality. One by one, they attacked the walls with their claws, heads, and even teeth, relentlessly battering the defenses. The beast tamers stationed upon the walls directed their spirit beasts to unleash their skills upon the throngs below. Yet among the beasts were 5 fourth-tier entities and 2 fifth-tier beasts. Such formidable creatures typically resided in the heart of the beast forest, but today, driven by dark energy, they surged forth to assault the defending beast tamers. Their emergence was the catalyst for the collapse of the defenses. This was not the Starry Academy. The beast tamers here generally ranged from 2nd to 3rd tier. Only a few head guards and teachers from the academy had reached the 4th tier. Faced with the onslaught of these beasts, they could only rely on the towering walls to defend themselves. Suddenly, a 4th-tier blazing bear roared and slammed its massive 7 to 8 meter frame against the city wall. The violent impact caused the wall to tremble as its shoulder dented inward. Concentrate your fire on that blazing bear. The crowd understood that they could not allow this beast to continue its assault and launched a coordinated attack. Dozens of strikes converged on the blazing bear in an instant. However, the creature paid little heed to the approaching attacks and charged once more into the wall. Bang! Boom! The flame-rampaging bear once again collided with the city wall, causing a violent tremor, while its body was battered and bruised, flesh torn and bones shattered. Despite its grievous injuries, the bear staggered forward, determined to launch yet another assault on the wall. Ultimately, it succumbed to its wounds and collapsed. The defeat of a 4th-tier beast did little to alleviate the anxiety of those stationed atop the wall, for a second 4th-tier beast had commenced its suicidal charge. This time, not only did a 4th-tier beast join the fray, but one of the 5th-tier beasts also entered the battle. This 5th-tier creature was the azure-tailed scorpion, a poison-based beast, clad in heavy scales and wielding a venomous stinger, making it exceedingly troublesome. Previously, upon its emergence, it had claimed the lives of several beast tamers. The venom it possessed was particularly lethal. Any contact would lead to severe poisoning of spirit beasts, drastically diminishing their combat capabilities. As the azure-tailed scorpion appeared, an air of tension enveloped the crowd. Its stinger shimmered with a sinister green glow before a massive beam of green light shot forth. "Corrosive wave," exclaimed a teacher from the Flame Academy. This skill was a formidable life-preserving technique, wherein the azure-tailed scorpion concentrated all its toxins into a catastrophic release. Once unleashed, it would emit a potent corrosive liquid capable of reducing anything it touched to mere sludge. However, the side effects were severe. After using this skill, the scorpion would experience a significant drop in its cultivation level, with its toxins taking a year and a half to recover. At that moment, the several-meter-wide corrosive wave surged towards the city wall. Water mirror technique, earth barrier, windshield. Several 4th-tier beast tamers hastily commanded their spirit beasts to deploy defensive skills to block the corrosive attack from reaching the wall. Yet, they had grossly underestimated the power of the oncoming assault. Even 5th-tier beast tamers struggled to withstand such a highly corrosive attack. In an instant, their defensive spells melted away, and the attack struck the walls of Flame City directly. The green corrosive light began to eat away at the wall, creating a substantial breach within mere seconds. As the wave continued to spread from the opening, a 4th-tier plant-based beast lumbered forward, clutching a thick tree trunk, heedless of the spells that fell upon it. It struck the wall's gap with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless assaults of the 4th-tier plant beast, combined with the corrosive wave's effects, resulted in a breach nearly 10 meters wide. Subsequently, the hordes of beasts surged through the opening and into Flame City. Fortunately, the city's residents had been evacuated to shelters. Once inside, the beasts made a beeline for the central volcano. The aerial beasts were nearly exterminated. The ground trembled violently beneath everyone's feet as a dark tide of beasts rushed forward. Not good. The wall has fallen. Quick, defend. However, the beast tamers present, having already expended their strength in harnessing the volcano's power and battling the flying beasts, found their energies nearly depleted. Yet, for the sake of Flame City, they had no choice but to hold their ground. This was the most crucial responsibility of a beast tamer. Damn it, these accursed beasts. I will fight you to the bitter end. Gale Wolf, charge. Kill. With their energies dwindling, the tamers opted to direct their beasts into physical combat. Over 100 beast tamers formed ranks before the volcano, engaging the oncoming beasts. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a gruesome spectacle, with blood and limbs splattering everywhere. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with a battle akin to a beast tide. At this moment, he and Xiao Mo unleashed their full powers. Lin Feng wielded a tang knife forged from ice power in his left hand and a revolver in his right, leading the charge at the forefront of the ranks. The beast tamers of Flame City had never witnessed such a scene. A single beast tamer could slay beasts single-handedly. For a moment, they found it difficult to discern whether Lin Feng was a beast tamer or a humanoid spirit beast. Xiaomo's unparalleled roar, infused with the majesty of a beast spirit king, momentarily halted the onrushing beasts. With a formidable physique enveloped in Qilin flames, each of Xiaomo's strikes claimed the lives of multiple beasts. The students of Flame Academy gazed at Lin Feng with adoration. Is this the prowess of a student from Starry Academy? It's almost monstrous. He possesses an 8-star Qilin spirit beast. He is truly remarkable. We too must not be outdone. Let us show Starry Academy our splendor. With these words, the students of Flame Academy ignited with fierce battle spirit. The initial onslaught of beasts was momentarily stymied by their resistance. However, soon after, a 4th-tier beast launched itself with a thunderous fury. Chapter 46. Helplessness, please, Ancestor. The lightning lizard, a 4th-tier beast, crackled with electricity mingled with dark energy, unleashing a series of explosive sounds in the air. A massive serpentine bolt of lightning descended upon the ranks of beast tamers. Several 2nd-tier beast tamers were instantly engulfed in darkness, their bodies collapsing backwards. Stripped of their combat power, the hard-won defensive line began to falter as the arrival of several 4th-tier beasts pushed them further back. The situation had taken a dire turn. On Heian's side, the outlook was equally grim. The higher-tier beast tamers, having continuously channeled their powers into the volcano, had long since depleted their energies. A few had collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. As the strength of the volcano waned, the beasts that had been sealed erupted with renewed ferocity, reactivating the volcano's might. This eruption was more violent than before, and the remaining beast tamers were utterly incapable of suppressing it. Brother, we can't hold it any longer. The highest-ranking official from Flame Academy, the dean, coughed up blood, speaking weakly. As the fire element beast tamers fell one by one, the seal on the stone pillars began to crack ominously. At this moment, Heian's efforts to repair the damage could not keep pace with the shattering stone pillars. Boom, boom, boom. 3 stone pillars crumbled simultaneously, and the backlash from the force sent Heian flying. Despair etched across his face. With so many broken pillars, it was only a matter of time before the beasts within the volcano broke free from their confinement. Dean Lei, take the students and retreat. The beasts are about to pour out. Heian exclaimed with anguish. The students of Flame Academy were the hope for the future. They must not perish here. Dean Lei understood Heian's intentions and wasted no time instructing a teacher from Flame Academy. Teacher Ning, take the freshmen and flee. The 3rd-tier beast tamers will stay behind. We will cover the students' retreat. Understood. Teacher Ning replied, gathering the surviving freshmen and directing them toward the weakest point in the beast horde. The remaining 3rd-tier beast tamers, though depleted of their strength, stood resolute. However, in order to safeguard the future hope of Yinyang City, they all extracted numerous restorative elixirs from the Beastmaster's space and consumed them. With their weakened bodies, they once again plunged into battle. Fortunately, the beasts targeted only the sealed stone pillars and did not hinder the retreating Beastmasters, thereby significantly reducing casualties. The Beastmasters defending the city walls paid an exorbitant price to successfully slay the weakened green-tailed poison scorpion. Yet, they were unable to impede another 5th-tier beast. This was a blood-sucking demon ant, towering at over 10 meters in height, which thrived on blood. The more blood it consumed, the more formidable its combat power became. The demon ant exuded a crimson aura, roaring amidst the dark miasma, as the corpses of fallen beasts below became its sustenance. Above its head, a massive blood-red sphere coalesced, radiating immense power as it hurtled towards the beast masters on the city walls. Boom! The blood-red sphere exploded. In an instant, debris rained down from the city walls, and many beast masters struck by the sphere had their blood swiftly drained, transforming into mere desiccated corpses. Subsequently, the demon ant, swaying its colossal form, surged through the shattered walls, making its way directly to the foot of the volcano. Having cleared the aerial beasts, Heining Shuang wasted no time and turned her attention to the battlefield below. From atop the Hell Phoenix, she immediately spotted the 5th-tier blood-sucking demon ant within the beast horde. She promptly commanded the Hell Phoenix to soar towards the demon ant, aware that if this 5th-tier beast reached the foot of the volcano, the devastation it would unleash would be catastrophic. After absorbing the fire attribute treasure, Heining Shuang had attained the 1st level of 5th-tier cultivation, while the demon ant before her had reached the 7th level of the 5th tier. Slaying such a beast would prove exceedingly difficult, even for an ordinary 6th-tier beastmaster. Heining Shuang dared not be complacent. The Hell Phoenix soared through the air, trails of fiery meteors formed from phoenix flames swirling around it. Phoenix meteor, Heining Shuang commanded coldly. Immediately, fiery meteors rained down, bombarding the demon ant hiss. The demon ant emitted a series of roars as the meteor struck. Yet its thick armor absorbed the majority of the assault, inflicting minimal damage, albeit forcing the demon ant's ire to surface. Hiss! As a beast of both blood and earth attributes, the demon ant slammed its massive limbs into the ground, causing a flickering yellow light to erupt, summoning numerous rock spikes that shot towards the Hell Phoenix with lethal intent. The Hell Phoenix emitted a cry, and as it flapped its wings, a shield of flames materialized before it. The rock spikes collided with the fiery shield, producing a resounding explosion. After the attack, He Ningxuang again directed the Hell Phoenix to engage the blood-sucking demon ant in fierce combat. Though she could not slay it in the short term, she at least managed to impede its advance, alleviating some pressure on those gathered at the foot of the volcano. Boom! Another sealed stone pillar collapsed. The volcano teetered on the brink of eruption, the aura of the sealed beasts growing ever more potent, a billowing black mist obscuring the sky. Where's the reinforcements from the safe zone? He anxiously inquired of his guards. City Lord, the nearby cities have been instructed. Reinforcements from Linjiang City are on their way. He gazed up at the miasma-laden sky, his brow furrowing as he said, "It's too late. This beast will soon emerge. We can only rely on our ancestors to intervene." He lamented. The volcano was sealed over an 8th-tier beast. Once it emerged, none present could withstand its might. Only the 7-star lava ghost tiger, which had survived in their ancestral grounds for hundreds of years, possessed the power to contend with it. Reluctantly, Hien did not wish to disturb this elder. For every awakening, it would deplete its cultivation, and a lone surviving spirit beast, once stripped of all its power, could no longer continue to exist. Yet, with events unfolding to this extent, Hien truly saw no other means to resolve the looming crisis. Unfilial descendant Hien, I beseech the ancestor to take action. Clutching a fiery talisman tightly, Hien crushed it with fervor. In the ancestral grounds of the He family, the slumbering lava ghost tiger was enveloped in a crimson light, slowly awakening its eyes. Chapter 47, Phantom Shadow Dragon. As soon as Hien crushed the talisman, the remaining sealed stone pillars around the volcano collapsed simultaneously. In that moment, the earth seemed to awaken in fury, and searing magma surged forth from the volcano like a fiery dragon. The crimson lava flowed down the mountainside, volcanic ash swirling through the air like the onset of night, shrouding the entire world in darkness. He family, He Shurqing, you have sealed this king for centuries, and today, this king shall break free from your seals. Who among you can possibly stop me? With a billowing cloud of smoke, a colossal form erupted from the volcano's mouth. The immense wings of the Phantom Shadow Dragon blotted out the sun. An 8th-tier dark attribute beast, the Phantom Shadow Dragon was entirely covered in jet-black scales, with 8 grievous wounds being nourished by the strange black mist enveloping its body. Its razor-sharp teeth glinted ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Its eyes flickered with eerie blue flames, dancing restlessly. The moment this beast appeared, all battling creatures on the ground ceased their movements, prostrating themselves in submission. However, the beast masters found no respite. The terrifying pressure of an 8th-tier beast made breathing a laborious task. Beside Lin Feng, Xiao Mo stood tall, eyes fixed intently on the Phantom Shadow Dragon, displaying no trace of fear. The sight of this creature evoked memories of the Frost Giant Dragon within the Ice Palace. Fortunately, at that time, the Frost Giant Dragon had been suppressed. Otherwise, with its 9th-tier cultivation, Lin Feng would hardly have survived to this day. Meanwhile, the Ice Spirit Beast Egg in Lin Feng's Beastmaster space sensed the presence of the Phantom Shadow Dragon and began to tremble incessantly, as if yearning to break free from its shell. Yet, due to insufficient power, it could not shatter the egg. Be patient. Once the materials are sufficient, you will be able to emerge. Lin Feng reassured the Ice Spirit Beast Egg. However, the Ice Spirit Beast Egg seemed oblivious, continuing its vigorous shaking. Lin Feng found its unusual behavior perplexing. It was the first time it had exhibited such intense activity. Was it frightened by the Phantom Shadow Dragon? Lin Feng pondered. But with the urgency of the situation at hand, he set aside his thoughts. The Phantom Shadow Dragon hovered mid-air, scratching its chin contemplatively, and darkly mused. Where shall I begin my destruction? Not a single brick or tile of Yinyang City shall be harmed. As the city lord, Hien felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the calamity that had befallen today. He had long since prepared himself for death. Although his strength was merely at the 6th tier, he resolved that even in death, he would take a piece of flesh from this monstrous beast. You dare to defy me, an insignificant insect? I can scent the essence of that scoundrel, he searching upon you, fixating on the one who dared to provoke him. The Phantom Shadow Dragon inquired, who is he to you? He is my esteemed ancestor. Hien stepped forward, pride radiating from him. Very well. Since you are the progeny of the old thief I shall make you the first to suffer. With that, the phantom shadow dragon extended its claw, as massive as a mountain, and struck towards Qilin. The very air seemed to tear as the claw passed, emanating a deathly aura that reached for Qilin. In response, Qilin's spirit beast, the flowing fire golden eagle, unleashed its full power, enveloping itself and Qilin in a blazing aura, their most formidable defensive skill. Yet, when the dragon claw descended, this defense was utterly ineffective, obliterated by the dark energy. Subsequently, Qilin and the flowing fire golden eagle were sent hurtling away like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. Brother He, Lord City Master. The onlookers were astounded that Qilin, possessing 6th-tier prowess, could not withstand even a single blow from this beast. Truly pathetic. The offspring of the old thief, he is no more impressive. Now it is your turn, the phantom shadow dragon roared, its voice resonating throughout the heavens. The beasts that had been prostrating on the ground surged into a frenzy once more. Servants, tear these insects apart for me. The creatures howled with excitement, launching increasingly ferocious assaults upon the beast masters before them. Faced with such violent onslaughts, even Lin Feng was compelled to summon all his strength. Beast transformation, he shouted, and a surge of power flowed from the small MO into his body. The might of the Qilin re-emerged, this time manifesting upon his right leg. Qilin patterns appeared on his right leg, pulsating with immense energy. Fire Qilin's claw. Lin Feng leapt into the air, spinning as flames converged around his right leg, forming a colossal Qilin claw. With tremendous force, he struck it down upon the advancing horde of beasts. The creatures Lin Feng faced were all below 2nd tier, and with this one strike, dozens were vanquished. As the claw crashed into the throng, Lin Feng rebounded into the air once more. A blue glow erupted from his left hand, revealing the power of ice. An expansive ice attribute skill, Ice Crystal Drop, was unleashed. Countless ice crystals rained down from the sky, cooling the scorching air around them. This skill, valued at 50,000 contributions, was truly formidable, exhibiting remarkable control. Even some 2nd tier, 5th grade beasts were encased in ice. Taking advantage of this, the other beast masters launched their attacks to eliminate the frozen foes. While the number of 2nd tier beasts was substantial, the true threat lay with a few 4th tier beasts. 2 instructors from the Yin Yang Academy faced off against a 4th tier beast each. Apart from Dean Lei, who could easily contend with his 5th tier prowess, the others could only defend passively, at risk of being torn apart at any moment. Meanwhile, He Ningxuang found herself gripped by fear from the phantom shadow dragon's presence, recalling her past dread of that dark energy. In that moment of distraction, the Hell Phoenix was caught in the massive jaws of a blood-sucking demon ant. Although it ultimately escaped due to its extreme fire temperature, it bore significant wounds on its abdomen. At that moment, the phantom shadow dragon soared high above the battlefield, and suddenly, it caught sight of Lin Feng wielding the power of ice. A familiar essence wafted from Lin Feng, a chilling aura reminiscent of Brother Axis. Why would such a presence manifest on a human? Filled with questions, the phantom shadow dragon dove down, enveloped in dark energy, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a black robe upon landing. The man's face was ashen, a perpetual cold smile gracing his lips, his gaze piercing. He pointed towards Lin Feng, and a tendril of darkness subtly drifted his way. Lin Feng, engaged in a fierce battle with the beasts, suddenly felt his body grow heavy, rendering him immobile. Soon, he was pulled before the phantom shadow dragon. Who are you? Chapter 48, The Elder Strikes. The voice of the phantom shadow dragon was raspy and exceedingly unpleasant. Bound by its overwhelming strength, Lin Feng could not so much as move. In the midst of battle, the small MO sensed Lin Feng's peril and charged forward without hesitation. Flame collision. The skill erupted, and small MO shot towards the phantom shadow dragon like a fiery comet. A Qilin spirit beast? The phantom shadow dragon murmured in confusion before effortlessly swatting the small MO aside. Brother Axis detests Qilin spirit beasts. How could their power reside within a beast master who possesses one? Tell me, why does Brother Axis's ice power manifest on you? Lin Feng, pained at the sight of the small MO being struck away, found himself unable to resist. Yet, facing this 8th tier beast, he felt no fear and boldly replied, "Is that old dragon from the Ice Palace your brother? This ice power is something it allowed me to absorb." The phantom shadow dragon tightened its grip, the pain causing Lin Feng to grimace. Impossible. How could a mere 2nd tier beast master withstand such potent ice energy? You are surely lying. The creature's eyes seemed to pierce through to Lin Feng's very soul, probing his inner being. It then beheld the ice spirit beast egg within Lin Feng's beast space, which was shaking violently, as if conveying some message. What is this? The soul of Brother Axis, along with his power. The phantom shadow dragon exclaimed in shock, its grip on Lin Feng intensifying, the bluish flames in its eyes flickering with fury. You wretched being, not only have you stolen my brother's ice essence, But you have also transformed the great 9th-tier frost giant dragon Axis into a spirit beast egg. I shall kill you to avenge my brother." In that instant, Lin Feng felt the dark energy constricting around him, and despite his formidable physique, he could not withstand this force. A powerful sense of suffocation enveloped him as his vision began to fade. Was he destined to perish here? The small MO, having been knocked aside, struggled to rise, letting out anguished cries, but its injuries prevented it from standing, leaving it only able to gaze at Lin Feng, its eyes brimming with tears as consciousness slipped away from him. "Master, I cannot bear for you to die. Master," the small MO called out desperately in its mind. But Lin Feng could no longer hear its voice. "Dirac, you cur, it is not your place to act so arrogantly in Yinyang City." A crimson figure soared from the city master's residence. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, donned a crimson robe that resembled flowing magma. A formidable surge of fire element energy coursed around him. Upon his arrival, the man extended his right hand and struck directly at the chest of the shadowy dragon, Dirac. Instinctively, Dirac evaded the attack. In the wake of this, a searing wave of lava erupted beneath Dirac's feet, ensnaring him within its grasp. Seizing this moment, the elder unleashed a torrent of red flames from his left hand, incinerating the dark energy that had bound Lin Feng. Subsequently, he cradled the unconscious Lin Feng in his arms and retreated, his toes lightly touching the ground. It would be a tragedy for such a remarkable youth to perish here, he lamented, gazing at the unconscious Lin Feng. Placing his right hand over Lin Feng's heart, a warm energy flowed into the young man's body. After a bout of intense coughing, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes to behold the kind, benevolent visage of the elder. Understanding that this elder had saved him, Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life." The elder gently set Lin Feng down and spoke in a calm tone. "Young man, I see the shadow of an old friend in you. The future belongs to your generation, but for now, allow me to settle these centuries-old grievances." Shielding Lin Feng behind him, the elder faced the emerging shadowy dragon from the lava. "So it is the ailing cat of that old scoundrel, after all. How is it that you still draw breath after all these centuries?" Dirac scoffed, extinguishing the flames that had ignited his black robe. "Had it not been for my master's injuries back then, you would not be alive today. Today, I shall continue the battle that my master left unfinished, and end your life here," declared the elder with resolute strength. "Ha! What a farce. You, a mere ailing cat, think you can kill me? Dream on," Dirac retorted scornfully, his gaze sharpening. "But this works to my advantage. Once I slay you, no one will be able to stop me. Enough of your prattle. Let us see your true skills." The elder bellowed, launching himself towards Dirac like an arrow released from a bowstring. Dirac, enveloped in swirling dark energy, engaged the elder in a fierce battle. This elder was none other than the lava ghost tiger, who had lain dormant in the ancestral grounds of the He family. Upon sensing the message from Hien, he had broken the seals of the ancestral grounds and hastened to the fray. The clash between the elder and Dirac, both at the 8th level of cultivation, was nothing short of earth-shattering. Each strike resonated with immense power, and even the residual shockwaves sent Lin Feng tumbling a considerable distance away. Rising from the ground, Lin Feng retrieved a healing elixir from his beast taming space and swallowed it. Fortunately, thanks to the timely intervention of the lava ghost tiger, Lin Feng's injuries were not severe. With his robust physique, he would recover swiftly. However, Xiao Mo had sustained significant damage from the attack of the shadowy dragon. Its body was being eroded by dark energy, though the Bloody Lord scale armor had shielded it from much of the corruption. Still, the dark energy had already penetrated its limbs down to the bone, causing Lin Feng great distress. "Master, as long as you are safe, I will be fine," Xiao Mo bravely reassured Lin Feng, though its trembling voice betrayed the intense agony it was enduring. "Yes, Xiao Mo, you are the best. Return to the beast taming space to rest. I will handle the rest," Lin Feng instructed. "Master, please be careful. I will recover quickly." "I understand," Lin Feng replied, fearing the dark energy would further harm Xiao Mo. He spent 50 beast points in the system to exchange for the best healing elixir and administered it to Xiao Mo before sending it back to the beast taming space for recuperation. The ongoing battle surrounding them remained arduous for the beast tamers. Determined, Lin Feng stood up once more and charged into the fray against the tide of beasts. Chapter 49, Reinforcements have arrived. The battle in Flame Sun City was brutal. Despite the beast tamers' desperate resistance, it was increasingly difficult to fend off the bloodthirsty onslaught of the beasts. Furthermore, a continuous stream of creatures from the nearby forest surged towards Flame Sun City. After all, this was merely an ordinary city, with most beast tamers at around the 3rd level of cultivation. Only the headmaster of Flame Sun Academy, and Hien, boasted levels above 5. The 1st and 2nd level beast tamers contributed little to this conflict. while those above the third level were already engaged in combat. However, in comparison to the overwhelming number of beasts, their efforts were insufficient. Although Lin Feng possessed formidable combat prowess, the sheer volume of beasts made it challenging for him to manage alone. Without Xiao Mo's support, he dared not advance too recklessly. Becoming surrounded would spell disaster. Thus, he joined the other beast tamers to form a defensive line. On the fourth-level beast front, Headmaster Lei, leveraging his superior cultivation, felled a fourth-level beast. The remaining two tamers, after suffering significant losses from their spirit beasts, managed to defeat the other two fourth-level beasts. However, both were now unable to continue fighting. Qilin had been located by the guards of the city lord's residence. Fortunately, the Liuhua Golden Eagle had shielded him, and he merely fell unconscious without life-threatening injuries. However, the injuries sustained by his spirit beast would require a considerable time to heal. The beast tamers continued to suffer losses, while the beasts pressed relentlessly forward. If this continued, all the beast tamers in Flame Sun City would perish in this battle. At that moment, reinforcements from Linjiang City arrived. A wave of relief swept through as news spread near the city walls. Led by the vice president of the High Academy of Linjiang City, a group of beast tamers with cultivation above the third level, alongside the guards of Linjiang City, rushed to their aid. The vice president of Linjiang City was also a fifth-level beast tamer, accompanied by a six-star Earth Element Giant Mountain, renowned for its defensive capabilities. The towering giant mountain, standing at 15 meters, occupied a gap in the city wall. Its rock-laden body resembled a moving fortress, and each punch it delivered claimed the lives of dozens of lower-tier beasts. With its presence at the breach in the city wall, the influx of beasts into the city was significantly diminished. Some of the reinforcements remained on the city walls for defense, while others ventured into the city to provide support. "We are here to assist you," called out two fourth-level beast tamers to He Ning Shuang, who was grappling with a blood-sucking demon ant. Overjoyed, He Ning Shuang recognized that with the addition of these two tamers, she would soon be able to defeat the fifth-level demon ant. It wasn't that her 8-star Hell Phoenix was weak. Rather, the demon ant's skills were exceedingly troublesome. Once injured, it could recover by absorbing lower-tier beasts nearby, which had hindered her efforts for quite some time. Distract the lower-tier beasts surrounding it. Do not let it recover. He Ning Shuang instructed the two fourth-level beast tamers. Understood. They replied, commanding their spirit beasts to eliminate the creatures encircling the blood-sucking demon ant. Brothers of Flame Sun City, we have arrived. A contingent of several hundred beast tamers surged from behind the beasts, charging into the fray. Wonderful. Reinforcements have arrived. The defenders at the foot of the mountain erupted in joyous exclamations. The long-awaited reinforcements have finally arrived, granting a much-needed respite to those who had endured relentless hardship. Particularly for the beast tamers of the third tier, who had been on the brink of collapse, it was their indomitable spirit that kept them steadfast. With the vice dean of Linjiang City fortifying the city walls and the arrival of additional beast tamers, the situation within the city of Yinyang has dramatically improved. The reinforcements have arrived, rendering the puppets under your control no longer a threat. The elder unleashed a fiery palm imbued with immense power, directed towards Dalak's face. With a cold scoff, Dalak summoned a dense black mist to shield himself from the attack and retorted, "They are but mere debris. Their demise is inconsequential. Once I have vanquished you, all the beast tamers within the city shall succumb to my dark influence, transforming into my most formidable puppets." Dalak's face twisted in a sinister grin as he leapt into the air, morphing back into his colossal form of the Shadow Phantom Dragon. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended to great heights, unleashing a torrent of black breath towards the battling beast tamers below. The Shadow Phantom Dragon's body stretched several dozen meters long, and this breath possessed an expansive range. Should it successfully strike, it would spell disaster for the beast tamers below. Damn it! The elder cursed as flames erupted from his crimson robe, transforming him into a 20-meter-long lava ghost tiger, a 7th-tier spirit beast. The lava ghost tiger bore wings forged from solidified magma, though a portion of its right wing was missing, hindering its ability to soar for extended periods. Within the lava ghost tiger surged a potent fire attribute energy, manifesting a colossal barrier of flames that enveloped the entirety of Yinyang City. The Shadow Phantom Dragon's breath collided with the fiery barrier. Sickly feline, humanity is your Achilles heel. Utilizing such a grand defensive skill must surely deplete your strength considerably. I shall see how many more attacks you can withstand. The Shadow Phantom Dragon cackled in the air, having discerned the Lava Ghost Tiger's vulnerability. Despite the Lava Ghost Tiger's past might, it could not withstand the ravages of time. Although the Shadow Phantom Dragon had just broken free from its seal and was not at its peak power, it could gradually recover. In contrast, the Lava Ghost Tiger's strength, once depleted, would vanish entirely. Once it exhausts its energy, no one would be able to impede the Shadow Phantom Dragon's rampage. With this thought, the Shadow Phantom Dragon flapped its wings and soared towards the volcano. Sickly feline, I eagerly anticipate your method of thwarting my impending assault. Chapter 50. Eruption of the Volcano. Dalak, what are you plotting? The lava ghost tiger bellowed, pursuing the airborne Shadow Phantom Dragon across the ground. What a waste it would be not to harness such a grand volcano. The Shadow Phantom Dragon exclaimed with a sense of triumph. This volcano had been in a state of activity ever since the Shadow Phantom Dragon broke its seal. The molten lava continuously flowed down its slopes. Historically, the volcano had erupted on occasion, prompting the previous lords of Yinyang City to inscribe a magical array at its base using ice attribute beast crystals. When the lava reached a certain level, the chilling aura from the ice crystals would lower the temperature, leading to solidification. The Shadow Phantom Dragon's intention was to reignite the volcano, shatter the magical array, and unleash the magma within. Once the array's protection was nullified, the eruption would not only devastate Yinyang City, but also affect the surrounding areas, submerging the residents hiding in shelters beneath the molten flow. The lava ghost tiger immediately grasped the Shadow Phantom Dragon's intentions and shouted, "You treacherous fiend, I will not allow you to succeed." Flame convergence, wings of fire. The fire attribute energy coalesced in the damaged wing of the lava ghost tiger. With a powerful flap, it ascended into the air. Then, the lava ghost tiger unleashed its skill, Lava's Spiral Drill. Its massive form spun through the air, transforming into a sharp spear aimed at the Shadow Phantom Dragon. Let me see if your technique still holds even a fraction of its former power. The Shadow Phantom Dragon rasped, countering with its own attack, Nightshade Abyss. A torrent of black mist erupted from the Shadow Phantom Dragon, infused with potent dark energy and an insatiable devouring force. The two skills clashed, causing the very skies to shift in color. The ground shook as beast tamers and their beasts, engaged in battle, were stunned by the overwhelming might of the collision. Is this the intensity of a clash between 8th-tier entities? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, yet a sense of foreboding washed over him. Despite the Shadow Phantom Dragon being momentarily pushed back, a trickle of blood at its mouth, the lava ghost tiger appeared to be in far worse shape. Its magma-formed body had begun to waver and flicker, its form becoming increasingly intangible in the air. Sickly feline, your attack lacks even half the power of your past. The Shadow Phantom Dragon taunted. Now, let us see how you obstruct my advance. With that, the Shadow Phantom Dragon soared once more towards the volcano. The lava ghost tiger, struggling to stabilize itself, attempted to pursue, but its waning energy rendered it unable to match the Shadow Phantom Dragon's speed. The Shadow Phantom Dragon, with a rapid beat of its wings, approached the volcano and, using its massive body, crashed violently into it. Boom! In an instant, the entire city of Yinyang began to quake. The once active volcano erupted violently, spewing forth scorching magma. The Shadow Phantom Dragon then unleashed a terrifying skill upon the ground beneath it, Dark Flame Eruption, having been sealed within the volcano for centuries. The Shadow Phantom Dragon was influenced by the fire attribute, which had tainted its skills with fiery essence. This skill, formed from swirling black flames, struck the ground surrounding the volcano. Initially, the magical array inscribed with ice attribute crystals could withstand these attacks, but as the bombardment intensified and the lava continued to overflow, it ultimately exceeded the array's capacity for endurance. Bang, bang, bang. The ice attribute beast crystals shattered. The lava, now unimpeded, surged downwards like a torrential flood. The first to suffer were the beast tamers engaged in battle at the foot of the volcano. Even as fire attribute beast tamers, they could not withstand the searing heat released by the volcanic eruption. Those with flying spirit beasts hurriedly took to the skies, grasping their companions to escape the impending doom. Yet, many beast tamers were engulfed by the molten flow, reduced to ash. Ha ha ha, sickly feline, I look forward to seeing how you will save yourself. The Shadow Phantom Dragon reveled in its success. The lava demon tiger gazed mournfully at the lifeless beast master, its eyes brimming with anguish. These valiant warriors had valiantly defended the city of Flame Sun, and now they lay slaughtered. As the protector of Flame Sun City, how could it not feel profound sorrow? However, at that moment, it could not afford to be distracted by the triumphant Shadow Dragon. Preventing the continued eruption of lava was of paramount importance. Consequently, the crimson glow emanating from the lava demon tiger intensified. A stream of blood erupted from its maw. Subsequently, before the flowing lava, a fiery barrier reappeared, successfully halting the molten tide. Thanks to this shield, the beast masters gathered at the foot of the volcano were afforded a moment to retreat. Having vanquished the 5th-tier demon beast, the blood-sucking ant, he Ningxuang hurried over, utilizing the infernal phoenix to assist the beast masters in their evacuation. Sacrificing even its own vital essence, You are indeed quite generous. The Shadow Dragon remarked upon witnessing the Lava Demon Tiger's actions. Protecting Flame Sun City is the command bestowed upon me by my master. Therefore, I shall fulfill it at any cost. After expelling its vital blood, the Lava Demon Tiger's body visibly weakened. Its voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering resolve. Very well, then I shall ensure you accompany this city to its demise. The Shadow Dragon's gaze fell upon the spirit beast that had been sealed alongside its master centuries ago, a surge of murderous intent igniting within. Dark Oblivion Slash. The Shadow Dragon's claws coalesced into a pitch-black streak of light, a colossal strike stretching over 10 meters materializing in the air. It was aimed directly at the Lava Demon Tiger, which was desperately maintaining the fiery barrier. Chapter 51, Sacrifice. This is bad. Your ancestor is in peril. Lin Feng shouted from atop He Ningxuang's infernal phoenix. He Ningxuang's eyes widened in crimson alarm, for she too had perceived the Shadow Dragon coalescing its attack. Yet what could she possibly do in a battle of 8th-tier powerhouses? Lin Feng understood that only the Lava Demon Tiger could contend with the Shadow Dragon. If the Lava Demon Tiger were to sustain grave injuries or perish, the unopposed Shadow Dragon would undoubtedly unleash a massacre. Thus, everyone present would be doomed, no matter where they fled. The most urgent task was to assist the Lava Demon Tiger in fending off the Shadow Dragon. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Feng's mind, and he inquired of He Ningxuang. Your ancestor sustains life through cultivation, correct? He Ningxuang nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, Lin Feng. Do you possess a method to save my ancestor? I recall that beast masters of the same attribute can channel their strength into others. Lin Feng articulated his thought. Could we not transfer our power to your ancestor? He Ningxuang's eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid idea. Thus, she raised her arms and called out, All fire attribute beast masters, follow me to lend support. Yes. The fire attribute beast masters, who had already escaped the range of the volcanic lava, once again mounted their flying spirit beasts, flocking to the Lava Demon Tiger alongside He Ningxuang. In that moment, everyone understood the task at hand, pooling their remaining strength in anticipation of transferring it into the Lava Demon Tiger. The Dark Oblivion Slash unleashed by the Shadow Dragon had amassed all its power, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Lava Demon Tiger. At that juncture, the Lava Demon Tiger was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the volcanic lava. Merely maintaining the massive fiery barrier had drained its entire energy, leaving no reserve for defense. As the cataclysmic Dark Oblivion Slash bore down upon the Lava Demon Tiger, Lin Feng and the others arrived just in time. Ancestor, we are here to aid you. Figures emerged, the beast masters riding their flying spirit beasts, all converging beside the Lava Demon Tiger. Most of these fire attribute beast masters hailed from Flame Sun City, having been protected by the Lava Demon Tiger. Now they finally had the opportunity to assist it. Thus, they poured every last ounce of their strength into the Lava Demon Tiger. As the collective power of the fire attribute beast masters surged into the Lava Demon Tiger, the once weakened creature was suddenly invigorated. It raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar, its body radiating intense brilliance. Lava Radiant Wave. This time, the Lava Demon Tiger finally possessed the power to counterattack. A formidable column of flame erupting from its maw. The Lava Radiant Wave collided midair with the Dark Oblivion Slash, painting the sky in hues of red and black. The Shadow Dragon, witnessing the multitude of beast masters channeling their strength into the Lava Demon Tiger, was seized by a fit of fury. Having anticipated that this strike would annihilate the Lava Demon Tiger, it was utterly astonished that these feeble beast masters dared to come to its aid. Damn it! I shall send you all to your doom. Enraged, the Shadow Dragon intensified the Dark Oblivion Slash, its dark attribute power surging to unprecedented heights, gradually overpowering the Lava Radiant Wave. At that moment, all the beast masters present turned pale. The energy exerted by an 8th-tier skill was exorbitant. Just this single strike had drained the strength of dozens of beast masters. With the Dark Oblivion Slash advancing, the crowd found themselves utterly powerless to counter it. We too shall join the fray. Another wave of fire attribute beast masters arrived, infusing their energy into the Lava Demon Tiger. The newly invigorated Lava Radiant Wave surged forth, pushing back the Dark Oblivion Slash. Boom! The Lava Radiant Wave, bolstered by the collective efforts of the crowd, struck the Shadow Dragon. The massive column of flame enveloped the entirety of the Shadow Dragon, searing its form. Cursed! Cursed! The Shadow Dragon roared in agony amidst the flames. After unleashing that strike, all the fire attribute beast masters found their energies completely drained, rendering even the slightest movement a challenge. The Lava Demon Tiger gazed gratefully at the crowd, exclaiming, "Good children. You do us proud." Yet before it could finish its words, a colossal dragon claw pierced through its entire body. Ancestor, The crowd stood aghast at the sight before them. The shadow dragon, which should have been consumed by the fiery column, now stood before the lava demon tiger, enshrouded in flames. Its massive claws stained with the blood of the lava demon tiger. Sickly feline, after centuries of sealing within this volcano, I have become a dual attribute of dark and fire. The shadow dragon sneered at the lava demon tiger, declaring, "Your flames are utterly inconsequential to me." With renewed force, the shadow dragon tightened its grip, causing the lava demon tiger to spew forth blood in agony. The lava demon tiger could no longer sustain the barrier against the volcanic lava. The instant the barrier collapsed, the unhindered lava surged towards Flame Sun City with alarming velocity. The ground beneath was consumed by the molten flow, flames erupting in its wake. At that moment, the entire Flame Sun City was engulfed in a raging inferno. All present were plunged into profound despair. Was this truly their end? The 8th-tier shadow dragon was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the lava demon tiger, also of 8th-tier prowess, could not defeat it. Who could possibly save them now? The shadow dragon mockingly addressed the lava demon tiger. Centuries of effort have turned to naught in this moment. Does it not sting? The lava demon tiger spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke with a fierce tone. Dirac, do not rejoice too soon. Do you truly believe I lack the means to confront you? The phantom dragon let out a boisterous laugh. At this juncture, you still cling to your bravado. Pray tell, what method do you possess to contend with this king? A sacrifice. Upon hearing the words of the lava demon tiger, the phantom dragon's demeanor shifted to one of evident alarm. Sickly creature, you intend to make a sacrifice? However, it soon resumed its laughter. How laughable. Have you considered whether any of the beast masters present could withstand your 8th-tier prowess? At that moment, the body of the lava demon tiger had become translucent. Its power expended entirely. Its voice turned notably subdued. Dirac, do you recall the youth I rescued from your clutches earlier? This statement served as a reminder for the phantom dragon. It suddenly recollected the boy imbued with the essence of ice, whose spirit beast was a Qilin. Once I eliminate you, this king shall ensure that boy accompanies my deceased elder brother into the afterlife. The phantom dragon declared indignantly. You are unlikely to achieve that. The voice of the lava demon tiger suddenly sharpened. Subsequently, as its form began to dissipate, it erupted into a radiant blaze. Lin Feng, perched upon the back of the Hell Phoenix, was abruptly overcome by a surge of warmth in his chest. Looking down, he beheld an enigmatic rune manifesting at the center of his body, precisely where the elder had previously healed him. Spirit beast sacrifice. The lava demon tiger bellowed. Immediately, the arcane rune began to circulate, and the lava demon tiger transformed into a stream of light, absorbed by the rune. Lin Feng then sensed an immense power flooding into his being. From the Beastmaster space, Xiao Mo was drawn forth by this tremendous force, standing suspended beside Lin Feng. The mysterious rune gradually detached from Lin Feng. Swirling around Xiao Mo's system detects a massive energy influx into the host's body. Spirit Beast can advance to 8th-tier upper grade. Commencing advancement. In an instant, the arcane rune enveloped Xiao Mo entirely. And then it began to permeate into his very essence. Xiao Mo's form underwent a dramatic transformation, expanding to over 10 meters in height, with the Qilin flames that enveloped him shifting from a dark crimson hue to a brilliant yellow. The formidable aura radiating from him left the phantom dragon nearby, paralyzed with fear. For the first time, a glimmer of terror appeared in the eyes of the phantom dragon. MOU Fire Qilin. Cultivation, 8th tier, temporary. Star grade, 8th tier, upper grade. Attribute, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin, blazing inferno. Ultimate skill, red lotus Qilin blade. Beast weapon, scales of the bloodlord. Due to Xiao Mo's temporary elevation to 8th tier, Lin Feng, as his master, naturally experienced a corresponding enhancement. The power of 8th tier coursed through Lin Feng's body, instilling him with the sensation that he could rend the phantom dragon before him with his bare hands. An aura of frigid energy emanated from him, generating an extreme cold that caused snowflakes to drift down over the scorching city of Flame Sunday. It was snowing in Flame Sun City. What a terrifying force. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon. He Ningxuang stood beside Lin Feng, acutely aware of the situation. What had just transpired on Lin Feng was indeed a spirit beast sacrifice. In the battles between beast masters and monstrous beasts, various crises inevitably arise. A spirit beast sacrifice occurs amidst such crises, wherein one spirit beast transfers all its power to another. The recipient spirit beast not only experiences an elevation in star grade, but also a significant short-term amplification of its cultivation. The cost, however, is the forfeiture of the life of the other spirit beast. Such events typically transpire among beast masters possessing two spirit beasts. Yet, unless faced with life or death circumstances, None would readily allow a spirit beast to make a sacrifice. What truly astonished He Ningxuang was that Lin Feng, at merely second-tier cultivation, could withstand the 8th-tier power of the lava demon tiger. This was utterly extraordinary. In this moment, having received the sacrifice of the lava demon tiger, Lin Feng also inherited its will. He turned to He Ningxuang and the others, proclaiming, "Everyone, retreat to a safe location. I shall handle this." With that, Lin Feng leaped from the back of the Hell Phoenix, his body enveloped in icy energy, conjuring 2 massive ice wings. Although Xiao Mo lacked wings, he could hover in midair. The juxtaposition of ice and fire manifested as 2 formidable powers in the sky. The Phantom Dragon, witnessing the icy aura emanating from Lin Feng, which rivaled that of its elder brother, the Frost Giant Dragon, felt a twinge of dread. "Well, you sickly creature have indeed found such a prodigious youth to serve as a sacrificial target," the Phantom Dragon remarked. "However, I wonder how long this sacrifice can sustain you." With that, the audacious Phantom Dragon flapped its wings and took flight into the distance. Recognizing the overwhelming might of Lin Feng and his spirit beast, the Phantom Dragon understood it could not triumph in battle. Having just broken free from its confinement, it had no desire to perish so soon. Thus, it began to contemplate escape, intending to return once the sacrifice's duration had elapsed. Yet, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo would not permit such a heinous beast to flee. Xiao Mo let out a roar towards the heavens, channeling his cultivation, causing molten lava from the volcano to coalesce before him. This magma formed into a gigantic sword, measuring several dozen meters in length. Red Lotus Qilin blade. In confronting the Phantom Dragon, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo would not hold back, unleashing Xiao Mo's newly mastered ultimate technique. The massive sword descended from the sky, tearing the very fabric of the heavens apart. The Phantom Dragon, having already taken flight, felt an overwhelming force approaching from behind. Turning to look, it was met with sheer terror. The power contained within the sword surpassed even the flame strength of the lava demon tiger from years past. Faced with such a formidable skill, the Phantom Dragon dared not withstand it directly, pivoting swiftly to evade. However, it was not contending against an ordinary beastmaster, now wielding 8th-tier cultivation. Lin Feng radiated power that rivaled that of the Mou Fire Qilin. As his ice wings unfurled, he closed the distance to the Phantom Dragon in the blink of an eye. The Phantom Dragon could scarcely fathom that a human could possess such velocity. Yet what transpired next was even more unfathomable. Lin Feng, with what appeared to be a mere fist, sent the Phantom Dragon hurtling through the air. Subsequently, a pair of icy claws materialized in Lin Feng's hands, unleashing a relentless torrent of punishment upon the Phantom Dragon. The once formidable scales of the Phantom Dragon shattered under Lin Feng's assault, and black dragon blood flowed freely from its body. The multitude of beast masters who had retreated stood at a distance, their jaws agape, as they beheld the battle unfolding in the skies. Was that truly a human? Was the Phantom Dragon truly being so thoroughly bested? "Ningxuang, are all the students of your Star Academy this monstrous?" Director Lei Guangbai stammered, his voice trembling as he inquired of He Ningxuang. She was at a loss for words, only able to respond with an awkward smile. Above Flame Sun City, a colossal red lotus blade hung, suspended in the air. Beneath the glinting edge of his sword, a young lad was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a black dragon. The grandeur of this spectacle was unparalleled, and none among the onlookers had ever witnessed such a sight in their lifetime. The Phantom Shadow Dragon was now battered and bruised, its face marred by the consequences of the duel. It longed to retaliate. However, the moment its dark aura manifested, it was instantly encased in the chilling frost emanating from Lin Feng. Attempts to flee were futile, for Lin Feng's speed far surpassed its own, leaving the dragon in a state of helplessness, subjected solely to the young warrior's blows. "Stop. Please, cease your assault," the Phantom Shadow Dragon, Dalak, pleaded, its voice tinged with despair. Chapter 53, Slaying the Evil Dragon, Evolution of the Spirit Beast Egg. As a beast of the 8th tier, the Phantom Shadow Dragon had never endured such humiliation. Unable to fight back or escape, it found itself pitifully begging for mercy. Lin Feng, unmoved by the dragon's pleas, paid no heed to its cries. How could he possibly spare a creature that had wreaked so much havoc? Countless guards of Flame Sun City and students of Flame Sun Academy had perished in the wake of the chaos brought forth by this very dragon. "To think you could ever hope for mercy from me? Perhaps in your next life," Lin Feng retorted coldly. And then the red lotus Qilin blade hovering in the air descended upon the dragon's form with lethal intent. "No, please, don't." The Phantom Shadow Dragon let out a terrified roar. The merciless red lotus Qilin blade swiftly cleaved the dragon's body in two, unleashing a torrent of dragon blood. At that moment, the ice spirit beast egg within Lin Feng's beast control space suddenly soared into the air. The 3-meter-tall egg hovered, absorbing every drop of spilled dragon blood. Soon, intricate black patterns began to emerge upon its azure shell. Simultaneously, the colossal carcass of the phantom shadow dragon began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that entered the spirit beast egg, leaving not even a remnant of the 8th-tier dragon behind. How can you consume so much? Lin Feng gazed in bewilderment at the now dark blue spirit beast egg, never anticipating such an occurrence. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 8th-tier phantom shadow dragon. Its power has been absorbed by the spirit beast egg. The spirit beast egg has been enhanced. Hatching materials have increased. Please check the mission interface. Could it be? Such fortune. Lin Feng rejoiced internally. He had once sacrificed 10 years of his life to absorb the frost essence of the frost giant dragon, only to find that this time, the absorption occurred without any adverse effects. Judging by the egg's appearance, the creature that would eventually hatch from it was bound to possess dual attributes. Upon checking the mission interface, he discovered that the initially required 5 ice attribute materials had now doubled, adding 5 dark attribute materials to the mix. It was rumored that the Yinming Mountain was rich in dark attribute materials, suggesting that he could hatch the spirit beast egg during his expedition there. The spirit beast egg, having absorbed all the power of the phantom shadow dragon, contentedly returned to the beast control space, no longer in turmoil, simply resting quietly. With the demise of the phantom shadow dragon, the majority of the beasts within Flame Sun City had been incinerated by the lava spewed forth from the volcano. Those beasts outside the city walls, freed from the dark aura's influence, awoke and, under the guidance of their beast tamers, retreated back into the beast forest. The crisis facing Flame Sun City had been decisively resolved. Yet, the toll was significant. Although Xiao Mo, wielding 8th-tier power, managed to suppress the erupting volcano, the destruction wrought upon the city was extensive. The reconstruction ahead would be a monumental undertaking. Moreover, a substantial number of beast tamers had lost their lives during the battle, particularly the guards of Flame Sun City, many of whom were of 1st and 2nd-tier cultivation, succumbing to the beast's onslaught. While the city lord's life was spared, he had suffered grave injuries. Most devastating was the loss of the spirit beast, the lava ghost tiger, which had safeguarded Flame Sun City for centuries. This sacrifice was a heavy blow to the city's populace, yet it ultimately secured their safety from the phantom shadow dragon's menace. Lin Feng descended from the sky, approaching the gathered crowd, cradling a completely white-furred kitten in his arms. At that moment, the effects of the sacrifice dissipated, and Xiao Mo reverted to its original form, retaining an impressive 8-star rating and experiencing an increase in cultivation from 2nd-tier level 3 to 2nd-tier level 40, 5,500. Gently, Lin Feng handed the lava ghost tiger, now devoid of all its powers, to He Ningxuang. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed upon the spirit beast that had devoted its life to the protection of Flame Sun City, softly uttering, "Ancestor, thank you for saving us all. Now you can finally rest. We will safeguard Flame Sun City from here on out." Currently, City Lord He Yin remained unconscious. As the daughter of the City Lord and a 5th-tier beast tamer, He Ningxuang, with the assistance of Dean Lei Guangbai, took on the responsibility of rebuilding Flame Sun City. Lin Feng felt he could offer little help in this matter, so He Ningxuang briefly explained a few things and penned a letter for him to deliver to Dean Mu. With an abundance of tasks awaiting her attention, she would need to remain in Flame Sun City until her father recovered before returning to the academy. After bidding her farewell, Lin Feng journeyed back to the Star Academy alone. Upon delivering the letter to Dean Mu, the latter expressed his condolences regarding the plight of Flame Sun City. However, such tragedies were inevitable in the ongoing conflict between beast tamers and beasts, which had persisted for millennia. Only through continuous cultivation could one hope to protect more lives in such battles. Subsequently, Dean Mu arranged for a 5th-tier instructor to temporarily replace He Ningxuang in teaching Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Feng found Ouyang Mafei reclining on the couch in her pajamas. Glancing at him, she inquired, "Why didn't teacher he return with you?" With a sigh, Lin Feng settled beside Ouyang Mafei and recounted the events briefly. Her face was a mask of shock upon hearing that an 8th-tier beast had appeared. Indeed, had it not been for that 8th-tier spirit beast sacrifice, we might have perished at the hands of the phantom shadow dragon, Lin Feng admitted, a shiver of dread coursing through him. "We must train harder. We are still far too weak." Ouyang Mafei nodded in agreement, then sat up, declaring, "Let us head to the training grounds now." Agreed. After a grueling day of training, Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. In his dazed state, he felt as though he had entered a dream. Within that dream, he once again encountered the lava ghost tiger. Chapter 54, Beast Soldier Necklace, Xiao Mo transforms. In the dream, the lava ghost tiger donned a crimson robe, its face alight with joy, reminiscent of its initial appearance to Lin Feng as an elder. "Once more, we meet." The elder beamed at Lin Feng, eyes twinkling with mirth. Senior? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. How is it that you appear in my dream? The elder, stroking his white beard, spoke with a serene demeanor. A fragment of my soul has entered your being through the sacrificial rite. I am indeed fortunate to have chosen you. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the past. He pondered whether it might have been better to offer the sacrifice to He Ningxiong, given that her cultivation had already reached the 5th tier, allowing her to better harness the power of the lava ghost tiger. Yet, fate had led him to be the chosen one, a mere 2nd-tier beastmaster. The elder, perceiving Lin Feng's inner turmoil, continued. Do you recall what I said when I rescued you from the clutches of the shadow phantom dragon? Lin Feng recollected and replied. You mentioned that I bore the essence of your old friend. Precisely, the elder murmured. Years ago, when the 4 malevolent dragons of ice, fire, darkness, and poison ravaged the world, my master and his companions, being the most formidable beastmasters of their time, intervened to suppress them. Among them was one who, like you, possessed a Qilin spirit beast. Is it Qinziang? Lin Feng thought back to the words spoken by the frost giant dragon before its demise. Recalling the unmistakable panic that ensued upon the appearance of Xiao Mo, the elder showed visible surprise. You are acquainted with Qinziang? Yes. Lin Feng then briefly recounted the events that transpired in the Ice Palace, deliberately omitting any mention of the system. The elder regarded Lin Feng with a profound gaze, sighing. I never anticipated that you could absorb the power of the frost giant dragon. Your constitution is truly 1 in a million. It is no wonder that the shadow phantom dragon fell so easily before you. The chilling aura of the frost giant dragon is indeed its nemesis. It seems that all of this was preordained. After a moment's pause, the elder continued. The Qilin is the king of all beasts, and the fire Qilin reigns supreme among them. To possess a fire Qilin as a spirit beast is a rare fortune that has befallen only a handful throughout the centuries. My own cultivation has waned significantly over the centuries, rendering me incapable of contending with the shadow phantom dragon. Thus, when I sensed the presence of the Qilin spirit beast within you, I was prepared for the sacrifice. Lin Feng felt a surge of admiration for the elder, realizing that he had been ready to make this sacrifice from the very beginning. Now that the task entrusted to me by my master is complete, I am free to accompany him in eternal rest. Today, in this dream, I have come to bestow upon you a significant item. The elder produced a delicate and ornate necklace from within his robes. Lin Feng could feel the latent power contained within it. The elder, gazing fondly at the necklace, introduced it. This necklace is an enhancement-type beast weapon, capable of amplifying the skills of your spirit beast. It was a gift from Qinziang to my master shortly before his demise. The necklace also contains the location of Qinziang's burial site. In the future, when you possess this necklace, you may find his final resting place and perhaps uncover treasures he left behind. At this point, the elder's form began to grow ethereal. Lin Feng accepted the necklace, understanding its immense value, and clasped it tightly in his hand. My fragment of soul must soon fade, young man. Strive to cultivate diligently. This world is far more wondrous than you can imagine. After uttering these words, the elder cast a loving glance at Lin Feng before gradually vanishing into the dreamscape. Lin Feng bowed deeply at the spot where the elder had dissipated. This steadfast spirit, who had devoted a lifetime to the protection of Flame Sun City, was finally able to return to the embrace of its master. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Feng's face. As he opened his eyes, he felt something unusual in his hand. Looking down, he discovered the beast weapon necklace that the elder had given him the night before. It appeared that everything was indeed real. Lin Feng summoned Xiao Mo from the Beastmaster space and draped the necklace around its neck. Master, is this for me? Xiao Mo exclaimed with delight. Yes, it's a reward for your excellent performance. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Thank you, Master. Instantly, a searing power emanated from the necklace, which then embedded itself deeply into Xiao Mo's being. Simultaneously, a notification from the system rang out. Detected that the host has acquired a beast weapon. Would you like to equip it? Yes. Just like before, after Xiao Mo obtained the beast weapon, Lin Feng was also able to equip it. Elemental Enhancement Chain. Increases the power of Spirit Beast attribute skills by 20. The necklace contains a map, which can only be unlocked when the host reaches the 4th tier. Observing the system's descriptions, Lin Feng realized that his current cultivation was insufficient for searching for Qinziang's tomb. For now, he needed to focus on enhancing his own cultivation in preparation for the Underworld Mountains. During the recent beast tide in Flame Sun City, Lin Feng had slain numerous demon beasts. At this moment, the system indicated he had a total of 800 demon beasts. Then, Lin Feng noticed a new figure next to this number. He had killed one 8th tier demon beast, but the exchange function for this item was not yet available. Lin Feng had previously contemplated this issue, Did the death of a high-tier demon beast only count as one in terms of the total? It seemed that this was merely due to his current cultivation level not being high enough. Upon reaching the second tier, the system's exchange function now offered a plethora of items. The pills Lin Feng had given to Xiao Mo were among them. There were also Spirit Beast Advancement pills, Attribute pills, and Spirit Enhancing pills, each requiring a count of 500 demon beasts for exchange. The original Spirit Beast pill had been upgraded to a second-tier Spirit Beast pill, which now required 30 demon beasts for exchange and could enhance cultivation by 500 points. Lin Feng considered that Xiao Mo had just evolved to an 8-star superior level and still needed several advancement pills to elevate its star rank further. Therefore, he decided to hold off on exchanging for advancement pills for the time being. Since Xiao Mo's flames had already been enhanced twice, attribute pills were also unnecessary for now. However, he could exchange for one spirit-enhancing pill. Currently, Xiao Mo's intelligence was akin to that of a toddler just beginning to speak. Another spirit-enhancing pill might significantly boost its capabilities, making both combat and daily life more convenient. Thus, Lin Feng exchanged for one spirit-enhancing pill and then used the remaining demon beast count to acquire second-tier spirit beast pills. Xiao Mo's cultivation was once again elevated to second tier, level 50,000. After feeding the spirit-enhancing pill to Xiao Mo, the little creature, which had been lounging on the bed, suddenly leaped into the air. The room was instantly bathed in a radiant glow. Under the influence of the spirit-enhancing pill, Xiao Mo began to undergo a transformation. In a dazzling display of light, the small form of Xiao Mo gradually morphed into a young boy clad in a red apron. The boy appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, sporting a pair of delicate Qilin horns and large, expressive eyes. The boy sprang from the air into Lin Feng's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Master!" Lin Feng, thrilled to hold the boyish form of Xiao Mo, was astounded by the potency of the spirit-enhancing pill, which had directly enabled Xiao Mo to achieve transformation, a feat typically attainable only after reaching the 7th tier. Furthermore, Xiao Mo could now articulate human speech, which was truly exhilarating. Chapter 55, Shopping for New Beast Weapons. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Come and eat," called Ouyang Mafei from outside, having prepared breakfast. "Coming," Lin Feng responded, then turned to Xiao Mo in his arms, saying, "Let us go taste your sister Mafei's cooking." "Yay." Xiao Mo nodded enthusiastically. Embracing the little Mo, he stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, Ouyang Mafei beheld the child in Lin Feng's arms, her eyes widening with astonishment as she incredulously inquired, "Lin Feng, where did you acquire this child?" Lin Feng chuckled softly, placing the little Mo on the ground, and replied, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my spirit beast, little Mo, who has just taken form today." "What?" Ouyang Mafei exclaimed, her eyes widening further. "With your cultivation level, how could you achieve such a transformation?" "Well, I suppose it's merely a reflection of my exceptional talent," Lin Feng responded with a hint of pride. Ouyang Mafei, momentarily speechless, had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's extraordinary gifts, and after a brief period of shock, she found herself enchanted by the adorable little Mo. Perhaps women are inherently defenseless against charming creatures. Within the span of a single meal, Ouyang Mafei had become utterly enamored with little Mo, pinching his cheeks and ruffling his hair, continuously feeding him morsels until his belly was round and full. After the meal, noticing that little Mo was clad only in a red belly wrap, with his little backside exposed, she turned to Lin Feng and declared, "We should head to the mall and buy some clothes for little Mo. It's simply one do for him to be exposed like this." Lin Feng agreed, realizing that it would be rather inappropriate for little Mo to enter battle in such a state of undress. Additionally, he wished to explore the materials available at the Academy's marketplace, as he still had a considerable amount of contribution points on the silver card given to him by Ningxiang. After a brief tidying up, the pair set out. As they made their way, the sight of Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei leading little Mo attracted numerous curious glances and whispers. "How young is Instructor Lin? Yet he has a child?" Someone murmured. "What child? Did you not see the Qilin horns atop the little boy's head? He must be Instructor Lin's spirit beast that has taken form." Another replied, "Is he really that formidable? No wonder he is our instructor." Currently, Lin Feng had become a prominent figure at the Star Academy, his remarkable feats almost akin to miracles. Many students had even begun to idolize him. The duo arrived at the Academy's marketplace, first customizing 2 outfits for little Mo at a clothing store. Clad in a dark red combat uniform, little Mo exuded an air of vigor. Subsequently, Lin Feng ventured to the section selling materials. Most of these items were obtained by students during their missions and were consigned here for contribution point exchanges. "What kind of materials are you looking for?" Ouyang Mafei inquired. Being familiar with the marketplace from frequent visits with her fellow female students, she had a better understanding of the offerings than Lin Feng. "Just browsing," he replied casually. Lin Feng intended to gather the necessary elemental materials for hatching spirit beast eggs from the Yinming Mountains, where the potency of the materials was far superior, resulting in higher initial star ratings for the spirit beasts hatched. His goal for this visit was to forge an offensive beast soldier, as he already possessed a defensive Bloodlord scale armor and a supportive elemental enhancement chain, leaving only a suitable weapon to be acquired. Although he could conjure weapons using ice energy, they would not enhance Little Mo's abilities. However, a beast soldier would provide benefits to both of them. The system contained numerous crafting methods for beast soldiers, and Lin Feng was eager to discover if he could procure some materials here. Alright, let us start from this side, Ouyang Mafei declared, taking on the role of guide as she led Lin Feng through the marketplace. The variety of materials available was indeed impressive, and Lin Feng successfully found several necessary components for a beast soldier: 10 desert scorpion tails, 5 golden armored beast scales, and a tier 4 monster crystal. These materials cost Lin Feng a staggering 50,000 contribution points, but the prospect of acquiring a beast soldier in exchange was an opportunity many beast masters would covet, given the difficulty in obtaining one. After purchasing these items, the pair returned to the villa in the afternoon. With evening training for the patrol team approaching, Lin Feng utilized the remaining time to begin crafting his beast soldier within the system. Accessing the crafting interface, Lin Feng selected the method for the beast soldier. A forge materialized as he placed the requisite items upon it, accompanied by the sounds of clinking metal. After approximately an hour, the system's voice startled Lin Feng from his meditation. Crafting complete. Congratulations, the host has successfully forged a beast soldier. Reward: 1 beast soldier evolution stone. Upon entering the spirit beast space, Lin Feng beheld a beast soldier resembling a nimble tiger. It was among the simplest to create in terms of material requirements. Agile tiger increases spirit beast's attack power by 3. Lin Feng had initially intended this beast soldier as a temporary solution, but he was pleasantly surprised by the reward of a beast soldier evolution stone. Beast soldier evolution stone significantly enhances the effects of the beast soldier, granting it special attributes. Lin Feng promptly applied the evolution stone to the agile tiger. As a radiant light enveloped the soldier, a brand new entity materialized before him. Upon examining its attributes, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Blood Scorpion Stinger increases spirit beast's attack power by 10, and attacks inflict bleeding effects, enhancing the attack power of bleeding enemies by 15. The beast soldier took the form of a pair of spiked gauntlets, the spikes glimmering ominously, exuding sharpness. With this new weapon, Lin Feng's melee attack capabilities would see a tremendous enhancement. Little Mo, come here. I have something splendid for you. At that moment, Little Mo was engrossed with the toys Ouyang Mafei had purchased. Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, he eagerly abandoned his plaything and scampered over, looking up with wide, bright eyes. Master, what delightful surprise do you have for me? Lin Feng presented the Blood Scorpion Stinger to Little Mo. This is a new beast soldier that will bolster your attack power. Little Mo, captivated by the beast soldier, donned it eagerly. The Blood Scorpion Stinger transformed into a radiant light, merging with Little Mo's being, while 2 red bracelets appeared on his wrists. Lin Feng also equipped the beast soldier, and the same bracelets materialized on his own wrists. This arrangement proved convenient, as they could activate the beast soldier during combat with ease. In the ensuing days, life settled into a simpler rhythm, characterized by study, cultivation, dungeon explorations, and training the patrol team. A month later, while engaged in training one evening, Lin Feng was unexpectedly hailed by Luo Hai. Jin Hao asked me to bring you something. Do you have business with him? Let us pause for now, we'll disband. Lin Feng relaxed his stance and approached Luo Hai. Behind him, Jin Hao, having recovered from his injuries over the past month, glared at Lin Feng with a dark expression. Brother Lin, I've brought Jin Hao. What do you need him for? Luo Hai asked with a cheerful demeanor. Do you not recall what you said back then? Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Jin Hao and spoke nonchalantly. Do not push your luck. I still have yet to settle the score for the debt you owe me. Jin Hao's face flushed crimson with anger as he retorted. Throughout the past month, Jin Hao has spent the majority of his time confined to his bed. The brutal beating he received from Lin Feng left him with fractures in nearly every conceivable part of his body. Had it not been for the exceptional medical facilities provided by the academy, he would still be unable to rise. The fact that he was bested by a mere freshman in front of a crowd was a humiliation that the typically arrogant Jin Hao could hardly endure. To add insult to injury, he has been inundated with tales of Lin Feng's prowess and accomplishments over the past month, praise that was once directed towards him. A tempest of indignation brewed within Jin Hao as he contemplated how to seize an opportunity to prove that he was superior to Lin Feng. When Luo Hai approached him, Jin Hao immediately grasped Lin Feng's intentions. He was being beckoned to fulfill the wager made in the secret realm hall. An exhilarating chance to demonstrate his strength had presented itself. Thus, he followed Luo Hai to the training grounds of the patrol team. The training area was filled with students trained by Lin Feng, and if he could vanquish Lin Feng before them, it would be the perfect opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to Lin Feng's face, allowing him to vent his pent-up frustration. It would not be so simple for Lin Feng to compel him to honor his previous commitment. Jin Hao stepped forward, locking eyes with Lin Feng, his gaze fierce like that of a ravenous wolf. Observing Jin Hao's demeanor, Lin Feng smirked, realizing that this fellow intended to renege on their agreement. "Oh, my dear son. Why are you being so disobedient today? Do you wish for your father to show you some more affection?" Lin Feng quipped, raising his right hand as if to strike. The memory of that slap lingered vividly in Jin Hao's mind, and instinctively, he flinched and covered his face, retreating from Lin Feng's gesture. The patrol team members, who had been engaging in free activities, gathered around, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. They erupted into laughter at the sight of Jin Hao's comical reaction. "With such a timid disposition, how dare you provoke our instructor Lin? You might as well recognize your father. Having him as your dad is quite a stroke of luck." Feng Chong mocked, clutching his stomach in amusement. Jin Hao's face flushed crimson, realizing that Lin Feng was merely toying with him. As he surveyed the crowd, he recognized several individuals he had previously bullied, now daring to mock him. A torrent of humiliation, anger, and resentment surged within him. With a hoarse voice, he pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "I challenge you to a duel." A duel was the most righteous means of resolving conflicts between students at Xingshan Academy. In the presence of faculty witnesses, two students engage in a fair one-on-one combat, where victory is determined solely by their abilities. "Are you brave enough to accept?" Jin Hao demanded. "Why would I hesitate? If you seek a beating, I shall oblige." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Since Teacher Luo is present, he shall serve as our witness for the duel." As a teacher, Luo Hai had no authority to prevent the duel from taking place. He could only ensure the safety of both parties to avert unnecessary injuries. Thus, Luo Hai approached the two and announced, "The duel is established, both parties. Prepare yourselves at opposite ends of the training ground." Jin Hao made a slicing motion across his throat towards Lin Feng, declaring, "Today, I shall show you my true strength." Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "What a fool." The onlookers settled into the stands surrounding the training ground, eager to witness the clash between the first-year prodigy and last year's champion. As Jin Hao and Lin Feng took their positions at opposite ends, Luo Hai outlined the rules. No lethal harm shall be inflicted, and no cruelty towards spirit beasts is permitted. The duel ceases immediately upon one party's surrender. Is that clear? Understood, they chorused. Now, let the duel commence. Summon your spirit beasts. With an exaggerated flourish, Jin Hao pointed to his forehead and bellowed, "Arise, Shalong Thunder Elephant." A thunderous roar echoed across the training ground as the summoning array materialized, revealing a colossal golden elephant standing nearly 10 meters tall, encircled by swirling sands that shimmered with lightning. A second-tier, level 7 spirit beast of dual thunder and earth attributes. Indeed, Jin Hao had reason to take pride in his formidable companion. The imposing aura of the Shalong Thunder Elephant suggested that Lin Feng was about to face a formidable adversary. While the observers were aware of Lin Feng's prowess in close combat, they had never witnessed his capabilities in summoning spirit beasts. This would be an eye-opening experience. In stark contrast to the tumultuous display from Jin Hao, Lin Feng merely waved his hand casually. Little Mo, who had been perched on the stands, scampered over. Since his transformation, Lin Feng had kept Little Mo by his side, eschewing the spirit beast space. Little Mo relished being in the open, often mimicking Lin Feng's training routines during patrols. Jin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Little Mo beside Lin Feng, then at Luo Hai. Stumbling over his words, "Teacher Luo, has Lin Feng's spirit beast transformed?" Luo Hai offered a wry smile and nodded. Even as the head instructor, he felt a twinge of envy at Lin Feng's spirit beast, especially since his own had yet to undergo transformation. Is his cultivation really at level 7? Jin Hao uttered in disbelief, for he believed only a level 7 spirit beast could attain such a form. Not quite. Lin Feng's spirit beast possesses a unique background that allowed for an early transformation, Luo Hai clarified. Jin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng had indeed reached level 7, he would have no chance in this duel and would have to concede defeat. With Lin Feng's spirit beast remaining in its transformed state, my Shalong Thunder Elephant could easily crush it beneath its foot, Jin Hao boasted arrogantly. Lin Feng paid no heed to Jin Hao's taunts and crouched down to address Little Mo. "Did you hear that? He intends to squash you. What will you do in response?" "I'll spank his bottom," Little Mo exclaimed, shaking his pudgy fist menacingly. "All right, then go for it," Lin Feng encouraged. "If you perform well, I'll have Mo Feijiep bake you a cake." "Yay!" Little Mo cheered, eagerly nodding before striding towards the towering Shalong Thunder Elephant that dwarfed him by several times. Lin Feng held no concerns about Little Mo's ability to contend with the beast. After all, Little Mo had already reached level 2, level 5, just 2 levels below the Shalong Thunder Elephant. Moreover, he possessed 3 beast weapons, all of high 8-star quality. If he couldn't prevail in this duel, he would hardly deserve the name Mo Huoyu Qilin. As the scene unfolded, the diminutive little Mo approached the imposing Shalong Thunder Elephant. Surely, Instructor Lin would not intend for the spirit beast to engage in battle in such a form? A transformed spirit beast could hardly exert the same strength as its original form. But be quiet. Brother Feng must have his reasons for this approach. The once skeptical Feng Chong, who had doubted Lin Feng's abilities during the selection, had since become his most devoted admirer. Jin Hao glared at Lin Feng, who appeared unfazed by the situation. The fact that Lin Feng, the reigning champion of the second year, was treating the duel with such nonchalance only fueled Jin Hao's ire. How could Lin Feng not take the battle seriously, even refusing to revert his spirit beast to its original form? With a heart hardened by determination, this time, I must teach Lin Feng a lesson. At this moment, Xiao Mo approached to within 10 meters of the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant, halting in her tracks. Her large eyes fixed intently as she tilted her head and declared, "Is it you who seeks to crush me?" Humph. Jin Hao let out a cold snort. "You little creature, prepare to meet your doom." Subsequently, the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant raised its trunk and roared, causing the surrounding sandstorm to scatter in all directions. The sky was engulfed in yellow sand. As this skill was unleashed, the training ground was instantly cloaked in a veil of sand. This was a restrictive skill, capable of obscuring the opponent's line of sight with the yellow sand, thereby allowing for surprise attacks amidst the chaos. Huh. Xiao Mo stuck out her tongue to spit out the sand from her mouth, her irritation bubbling over as she exclaimed, "You big stupid elephant. How disgraceful. Just wait until I find you. I will send you flying." But then, amidst the swirling sands, thunder rumbled, and a purple serpent-like lightning bolt surged forth from the sand. As a dual-element sandstorm thunder elephant, its vision remained remarkably clear within the sandy haze, directly locking onto Xiao Mo's position. This purple lightning was the strongest single-target attack of the sandstorm thunder elephant. Jin Hao aimed to defeat Lin Feng with the might of thunder, ensuring that everyone understood who among them was truly the strongest. However, just as this formidable purple lightning was about to strike Xiao Mo, she grinned. "Hee hee, big stupid elephant. I found you." With that, Xiao Mo's form suddenly vanished from her original spot, a streak of red light darting toward the direction of the approaching purple lightning. My word, the battle acumen of this spirit beast is astonishing. It has already devised a solution in an instant. The purple lightning came in a linear attack, originating from the position of the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant. Clad in a red combat suit, Xiao Mo swiftly appeared before the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant. The red bracelets on her wrists radiated with brilliance, and the blood scorpion's tail was soon adorned on her hand. The sharp stinger gleamed with a chilling light. "Big stupid elephant, taste my punch." Flames enveloped Xiao Mo's fists, infused with the power of Qilin fire, as she aimed directly at the right eye of the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant. Jin Hao had not anticipated that Lin Feng's spirit beast would breach the yellow sand in such a short time. Nevertheless, he felt little concern. After all, the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant was shrouded in yellow sand, boasting formidable defense. The Sandstorm Thunder Elephant closed its right eye, and the surrounding yellow sand coalesced at that point, forming a barrier. Xiao Mo's punch collided directly with this yellow sand shield. "Humph, this won't stop me." With renewed vigor, Xiao Mo poured more strength into her attack, and a surge of Qilin fire erupted from her elbow. The force of the flames, combined with the dual enhancement of her beast weapon, shattered the yellow sand barrier in an instant. Once the barrier was breached, how could the eyelid of the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant withstand such an assault? With a sickening sound, the right eye of the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant was instantly crushed. Blood from the wound gushed forth, streaming down its face. The excruciating pain elicited a pained howl from the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant, its long trunk thrashing wildly in an attempt to strike at Xiao Mo. After landing a successful blow, Xiao Mo did not linger. She deftly planted her toes on the elephant's face, executing a somersault in midair to evade the trunk's assault. Damn it! Jin Hao cursed vehemently at the sight of his injured spirit beast. Though injuries to spirit beasts could be mended in the Beastmaster space, wounds to such a sensitive area as the eye were incredibly difficult to restore. His beloved Sandstorm Thunder Elephant would surely now be one-eyed. How could this not cause Jin Hao heartache? "You little thing, you will pay for my spirit beast's eye." Thunderstorm. An enraged Jin Hao commanded the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant to unleash its skill. The thunder attribute within the creature began to surge violently. As the thunderstorm skill was activated, a dazzling light illuminated the surroundings, and powerful currents ravaged the air. With such a widespread attack, evading was impossible for Xiao Mo. She could only shield herself with her arms crossed over her chest. Boom! The roar of thunder echoed throughout the training ground, and the frenzied thunder elements exploded around her, relentlessly striking her body. Ha! Perish amidst this thunderstorm. Jin Hao laughed maniacally, watching Xiao Mo ensnared in the onslaught. Moments later, the blinding light faded, and the thunder gradually diminished. Everyone's gaze converged upon Xiao Mo, now at the center of the thunderstorm. Despite her attire being charred and her red hair standing on end from the electricity, she bore no significant injuries. Having been fortified by the baptism of the He family's ancestral land and the protective scales of the bloodthirsty lord, Xiao Mo's defenses were more than sufficient to withstand attacks not exceeding her cultivation level of 10. This is my master's new outfit, and you dare to ruin it. Xiao Mo's expression turned icy, her aura intensifying. The blazing Qilin fire ignited around her, lifting her body into the air. With a fierce cry, she charged toward the sandstorm thunder elephant like a meteor of flames. In her fury, Xiao Mo unleashed her full power in a relentless assault against the sandstorm thunder elephant. First, she delivered a kick that shattered its sharp fangs, then grasped its long trunk, exerting force that lifted the nearly 10-meter-tall sandstorm thunder elephant into the air. Twirling in midair, she sent the elephant spinning. Everyone present stood in awe, for the spectacle was utterly breathtaking. The stark height difference between Xiao Mo and the sandstorm thunder elephant created a powerful visual impact. At that moment, with Xiao Mo at the center, the massive sandstorm thunder elephant spun through the air like a top. Big stupid elephant, isn't spinning fun? You tried to shock me. Now I'll leave you dizzy. The sandstorm thunder elephant, already unable to resist, could only submit to Xiao Mo's whims. Jin Hao looked on in disbelief, his heart filled with despair. Though he was loath to admit it, Lin Feng's strength surpassed his own by an overwhelming margin. Throughout the battle, Lin Feng had remained uninvolved, merely allowing his spirit beast to operate autonomously. Moreover, Lin Feng's spirit beast had not even revealed its true form. If it had, Jin Hao knew he would have been defeated in an instant. Realizing the full extent of his opponent's capabilities, Jin Hao finally comprehended the true nature of the adversary he faced. Father, command your spirit beast to cease. I concede. Chapter 58, A New Challenge, The Ghost Valley. Jin Hao, utterly defeated, collapsed onto the ground. He could no longer bear to witness his spirit beast being so mercilessly tormented. Xiao Mo, please stop. Upon hearing Jin Hao's concession, Lin Feng intervened to prevent Xiao Mo from continuing her relentless spinning with the sandstorm thunder elephant. All right, Xiao Mo replied, and with that, she released her grip. The enormous sandstorm thunder elephant, propelled by a fierce sound of rushing air, crashed into the edge of the training ground. Boom. In an instant, dust clouds surged, and debris flew. The entire wall of the training ground crumbled under the impact. Luo Hai, witnessing this scene, stomped his feet in dismay. The damage to the training ground would require a significant expenditure of spirit stones to repair. The flames surrounding Xiao Mo gradually extinguished, and her body slowly descended from the air. Subsequently, still somewhat irked, he approached the now dizzy and incessantly retching salamander elephant, delivering 2 swift kicks to its rear. Victor, Lin Feng. The outcome of this duel was unmistakable. Instructor Lin is formidable. Brother Feng is indeed exceptional. The spectators in the stands erupted into fervent cheers. At this moment, Jin Hao, his expression ashen, made his way to the salamander elephant, silently returning it to the beast master space. The arrogance he once possessed had long dissipated. Lin Feng, you truly surpass me, I concede. No matter how shameless Jin Hao could be, he had to acknowledge Lin Feng's prowess at that moment. However, do not grow complacent, for one day I shall surpass you. Lin Feng chuckled, replying, I shall await that day. This time, Jin Hao did not deflect. Instead, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng and proclaimed, from now on, you shall be my revered Lin father. Ha! What a grandson. Does Lin father owe me some pocket money? It needn't be much, just 10,000 spirit stones to start. Get lost. Following this brief interlude, Lin Feng resumed his regular training. The patrolling team had long since come to respect Lin Feng wholeheartedly, exerting themselves even more diligently in their training. This duel had demonstrated that Lin Feng possessed not only formidable combat skills, but also exceptional prowess in cultivation. Simultaneously, Jin Hao joined the patrol team as training, and Lin Feng did not refuse. After all, anyone could learn. Days passed, and soon it was merely half a month before the opening of the Netherworld Mountain. One day, Luo Hai called out to Lin Feng, who had just emerged from the Secret Realm Pavilion. The Netherworld Mountain is about to open, but we've encountered a bit of trouble, Luo Hai said, looking somewhat troubled. What trouble? Lin Feng handed his small companion, Xiao Mo, to Ouyang Mafei and stepped aside with Luo Hai. This year, the number of participants registered for the Netherworld Mountain is rather high. You may need to undergo an additional selection round. Is it so easy to gather 500,000 contribution points? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Recently, a minor beast tide occurred in a city near the academy. and several third-year students took on guarding tasks. This has resulted in 6 individuals, including you, who possess the required 500,000 contributions. However, our academy only has 3 slots available. Hence, after discussions among the academy leaders, it was decided to add a selection competition, Luo Hai explained to Lin Feng. After this period of cultivation and the experience gained from slaying beasts within the secret realm, Lin Feng had only managed to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd stage, level 6. Yet, if he were to exchange the quantity of beasts from the system for spirit beast pills, he could elevate his cultivation by another level. The elite students in the 3rd year typically had cultivation levels above the 3rd stage, level 2. It was highly likely that those few who had obtained the 500,000 contributions would not be below the 3rd stage, level 5. Thus, participating in the selection posed a significant challenge for Lin Feng. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng asked, "What is the format of the selection competition?" "We will head to the Ghost Spirit Valley to collect crystals from a special type of beast within. The 3 individuals who gather the most will qualify for the Netherworld Mountain." Lin Feng mused, relieved that it would not be a one-on-one battle, granting him a chance. He then addressed Luo Hai, "No problem. When do we depart?" "The day after tomorrow at dawn." Luo Hai cast a concerned glance at Lin Feng, cautioning, "Think it over carefully. Do not overexert yourself. If you prefer not to participate in the selection, I will arrange alternative compensation for you." Lin Feng understood Luo Hai's apprehensions. As a first-year student competing against 5 third-year students for a slot, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. It was likely that those 5 would devise ways to eliminate him from the start, as allowing a first-year student to seize a spot would be an immense embarrassment for the third-year students. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to venture to the Netherworld Mountain, for it was the only place where he could acquire powerful attribute materials necessary to hatch his spirit beast egg. Lin Feng was filled with anticipation for this egg, which had absorbed the frost of an ice dragon and the essence of a phantom dragon. "Teacher Luo, there is no need for reconsideration. I must go to the Netherworld Mountain." Luo Hai sighed. "Very well, but do be cautious. Even if you do not pass the selection, I will ensure you have a slot for next year's Netherworld Mountain." "Thank you, Teacher Luo. I shall return to prepare." "All right." After bidding farewell to Luo Hai, Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei, cradling Xiao Mo, returned to their villa. As he Ningxuang had yet to return, the temporary mentor in her stead was currently residing with Lin Feng and the others. This teacher, named Hu Chang, was a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and a cultivation level of the 5th stage. During this time, he had taken a great liking to the talents and diligence of Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. In his words, he had never encountered such outstanding students in his lifetime. Upon opening the door, Hu Chang's warm voice greeted them. "Xiao Feng, Mo Fei, you're back. Come try my culinary skills today. Braised snow charm rabbit, steamed earth bear paw, and fiery chicken stew with pine mushrooms." Lin Feng had grown accustomed to returning home daily to feast on the delicacies prepared by Hu Chang. His teaching philosophy emphasized that one must eat well to nourish the body optimally. Therefore, since taking over, he had been inventive in preparing a variety of gourmet dishes for Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. "Uncle Hu, do you have any cake for Xiao Mo?" Xiao Mo eagerly leaped into Hu Chang's embrace, eyes brimming with anticipation. Hu Chang, with a fond smile, pinched Xiao Mo's chubby cheek and replied, "Of course. Go wash your hands, and Uncle Hu will bring it to you shortly." "Yay." The group gathered around the dining table, and Lin Feng recounted his encounter with Luo Hai. After hearing this, Hu Chang adjusted his glasses, his expression turning grave. "Xiao Feng, this selection is a significant trial for you. The Ghost Spirit Valley is no ordinary place." Chapter 59 Information. Under Hu Chang's guidance, Lin Feng finally grasped the situation regarding the Ghost Spirit Valley. The valley lay outside the protection of the 5 major safety zones. Yet it was an essential route to the Netherworld Mountain. Therefore, each year, students participating in the Netherworld Mountain expedition were generally escorted by instructors of the 6th stage or higher from the academy. This time, Lin Feng and his peers were tasked with slaying beasts in the Ghost Spirit Valley. Although they would not venture into the core of the valley, dangers still lurked at every turn. Most of the beasts there possessed dark and ghostly attributes, making them particularly challenging to handle, especially the ghostly attribute beasts, which lacked physical forms and moved in an unpredictable manner, rendering them immune to physical attacks. Once they entered the Ghost Spirit Valley, they would need to remain vigilant at all times, as a ghostly beast might suddenly appear behind them to launch an attack. However, Lin Feng was not overly concerned, for the icy energy within him would create a chilling aura around his body when unleashed. If anything were to come into contact with this cold energy, he would sense it immediately. "Teacher Hu, what specific type of beast is the academy asking us to kill?" Lin Feng casually inquired. Hu Chang pondered briefly and speculated. It should likely be a creature known as the anthropomorphic beast, which resides in the Ghost Spirit Valley. This beast possesses a particularly rare ability to don the skins of deceased beast masters or other beasts, allowing it to manipulate them. Lin Feng had never imagined such a beast existed. Hu Chang adjusted his glasses and continued to explain to Lin Feng. Once this anthropomorphic beast dons its skin, even the Xian Guang mirror cannot uncover its information, revealing only its cultivation level. How can we discern their presence then? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. I only know that their true form resembles a spectral entity, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. In the end, it will depend on your keen observation, Hu Chang replied. Lin Feng nodded, accepting the need for diligence. Subsequently, Hu Chang shared all the information he possessed regarding the Valley of Specters with Lin Feng. After the meal, upon learning that Lin Feng would depart the day after tomorrow, Ouyang Mafei immediately headed to the shopping mall to procure the necessities for him. Lin Feng returned to his room to check his current cultivation information. MOU Fire Qilin. Cultivation, 2nd tier, level 6, 1000, 6500. Star level, 8 stars, superior quality. Attribute, fire. Skills, fire immunity, pressure, charge, hellfire, roar of the fire Qilin, and blazing flames of destruction. Ultimate skill, red lotus Qilin blade. Beast weapons, scales of the blood lord, chain of elemental enhancement, and stinger of the blood scorpion. Lin Feng's attributes were as follows. Ice physique, strength, 1,300 kilograms. Speed, 60 ms. Skills, Ice Blade 7 Dance, Ice Crystal Drop. Beast Space, Ice Attribute Spirit Beast Egg, black pattern form, with 2 fissures. During this time, the number of demon beasts accumulated from clearing the secret realm was merely close to 400, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. Due to the unique nature of the secret realm, after clearing the nightmare difficulty, he could no longer challenge it again. Thus, he had been engaging in hell difficulty secret realms. The most frustrating part was that now, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, each first-tier demon beast he defeated only counted as half towards his total. This was why, after more than a month of effort, he had accumulated such a meager number of demon beasts. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to exchange for the required 2nd-tier spirit beast pill. After the exchange, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to 2nd tier, level 70,000. The speed of this enhancement was already quite formidable. After all, it had only been nearly 3 months since the hatching of his spirit beast. Even in the Star Academy, where prodigies abound, achieving Lin Feng's current cultivation would typically take over a year. However, when faced with those elite 3rd-year students, this level of cultivation was still insufficient. Thus, Lin Feng planned to add several skills to his ice aura. With that, combined with Xiao Mo's assistance, he would have the capability to contend with a 3rd-year student. Consequently, Lin Feng made his way to the library, selecting 2 skill books related to the ice attribute. Upon completing his studies and returning home, he found Ouyang Mafei had returned from her shopping expedition. When Lin Feng beheld the mountain-like pile of items she had purchased for him, he was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a bit excessive? I'm not leaving forever, he remarked. Ouyang Mafei replied earnestly, not at all. Look at this toy, it's for Xiao Mo. And these are various clothing items to replace the old ones. I heard the Valley of Specters is quite cold, so I bought you thermal pants. And what purpose do these cloves of garlic serve? Lin Feng asked, bewildered. I heard garlic is remarkably effective against spectral-type demon beasts. Fortunately, the beast space was spacious enough, and Lin Feng helplessly stored all the items within. After all, it was a heartfelt gesture from Ouyang Mafei. Soon after, Ouyang Mafei leaned closer to Lin Feng, sporting an enigmatic expression. Do you know what I was doing all afternoon? Isn't it just raiding the mall? What else could you have done? Humph. How much time could that possibly take? She retorted, producing a piece of paper from her bosom and handing it to him. This is what I spent the entire afternoon crafting. What is it? Lin Feng took the folded paper and opened it, immediately encountering the information inscribed within. Wu Xian, cultivation level, 3rd tier, level 5. Ranked 5th among 3rd-year students, also known as 5 Sons, Spirit Beast, by Luo Wind Eagle, a 7-star wind attribute Spirit Beast. Adept at attacking enemies with incredible speed. Xiao Yuqing, cultivation level, 3rd tier, level 6. The only female among the 5 3rd-year applicants, also a potion master well-versed in poisons. Spirit Beast, Huaing Demon Moth, a 7-star would attribute Spirit Beast, skilled at creating illusions. 2 Wuji, cultivation level, 3rd tier, level 7. A nearly 2-meter-tall youth. A fervent admirer of Luo Hai, who has been on external missions and is currently absent from the academy. Spirit Beast, Golden Baiman, a 7-star variant Spirit Beast. Proficient in physical attacks and endowed with the racial skill Berserk, making him a naturally bloodthirsty warrior. These 3 individuals collectively amassed 500,000 contributions during the City Beast Tide defense and subsequently registered. Meng Huanyan, cultivation level, 3rd tier, level 8. Possessing striking looks and exceptional talent, He is regarded as the Prince Charming among many girls, with formidable combat prowess. Spirit Beast, by Hai Ning Shuijiao. A 7-star Dragon-type Ice attribute Spirit Beast, adept at overwhelming opponents with immense strength. The information regarding the final individual sent a tremor through Lin Feng's heart. Jin Zan, cultivation level, 3rd tier, level 8. Acknowledged as the top student of the 3rd year, he singularly fell to 4th tier. Level 5 Demon Beast during the recent Beast Tide defense. Spirit Beast, Ming Horfeng Lei Hu, a 7-star tri-attribute Spirit Beast, with unpredictable attack methods and mastery over attribute fusion skills. Chapter 60, Entering the Valley. The rarity of a tri-attribute Spirit Beast is on par with that of an 8-star Spirit Beast. Moreover, Jin Zan's proficiency in attribute fusion techniques is no small feat, as such skills require an exceptionally high level of synergy between a Beast Master and their Spirit Beast. Indeed, the top student of the 3rd year possesses considerable talent, far surpassing his brother, Jin Hao. Had Jin Hao mastered attribute fusion techniques, Xiao Mo would have had to revert to its true form for combat. After absorbing this information, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the selection process did not involve one-on-one combat. Otherwise, any one of these 5, given Lin Feng's current strength, would pose a significant challenge. Additionally, among them was a female poison master, prompting Lin Feng to consider preparing antidotes for unforeseen circumstances. I gathered this information from several of my sisters, Ouyang Mafei remarked. However, these 5 spend little time at the academy, so I couldn't uncover more detailed information. This is already more than sufficient. Thank you, Mafei, Lin Feng expressed gratefully as he tucked away the intelligence. With us, there is no need for formality. I can't assist you directly, so I can only support you with logistical matters, Ouyang Mafei replied with a cheerful smile. Her earlier hostility long vanished. Her feelings for Lin Feng had gradually evolved from animosity to admiration. As long as she could contribute in some way, she felt utterly content. Since Ouyang Mafei was able to gather information on the 5 third-year students, it was only natural they could also obtain news about Lin Feng. Meanwhile, in the academy's mall restaurant, 6 individuals were gathered around a table. The burly youth, Tu Wuji, slammed his palm onto the table in anger while listening to Jin Hao's account. You're talking nonsense. How could a little brat possibly defeat Teacher Luo Hai? It must have been a deliberate act of leniency on Teacher Luo Hai's part. The slender Wu Xian among them remarked, if what Jin said is accurate, then this Lin Feng is indeed quite formidable. As a first-year student, I successfully completed the nightmare difficulty on my inaugural venture into the secret realm. Tu Wuji, brimming with indignation, proclaimed, what of it? He is merely a freshman, and yet we cannot surpass him? Clad in resplendent white, the handsome Meng Huanyan interjected. Based on the description provided by our junior Jin Hao, I deduced that Lin Feng's cultivation should range between the 5th and 8th levels of the 2nd tier. Otherwise, he would not have so effortlessly defeated the Sandstorm Thunder Elephant. This level of cultivation poses no significant threat to us, so we need not dwell on it excessively. If anyone encounters him in the ghostly Spirit Valley, they can swiftly deal with him. A small reprieve for our junior Jin Hao. The others nodded in agreement. I hope to cross paths with him. I am eager to see how he managed to best Teacher Luo Hai. Tu Wuji's eyes blazed with fury. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of his idol. At that moment, the golden-haired man, Jin Zan, seated among the group, spoke up. As for the remaining spots, let us rely on our own skills. However, do remember that our ultimate objective is to surpass those from the Daylight and Moonshadow Academies. Therefore, during the selection, we must keep our efforts measured and avoid excessive expenditure. Understood, Boss Jin. They chorused. Now let us eat. On the morning of their departure, Ouyang Mafei and Hu Chang accompanied Lin Feng to the Academy Square, where he encountered the 5 third-year students. By deducing their identities from their height and attire, coupled with the intelligence provided by Ouyang Mafei, Lin Feng was able to ascertain their names. Among them, the sole female, Xiao Yuqing, caught sight of Lin Feng and could not help but giggle. What a dashing junior. Almost on par with little Meng Meng. Come, stand beside your senior so I can have a good look at you. As she approached to grab his arm, Lin Feng subtly stepped back, positioning himself at the end of the line, hands clasped behind him. No need, senior. I am content standing here. Lin Feng was aware of Xiao Yuqing's expertise in poisons, hence he preferred to limit his interactions with her. Xiao Yuqing maintained her cheerful demeanor. Oh, come now. Your senior won't bite you. Yet inwardly, she mused, this lad is quite perceptive. After Lin Feng arrived, the Academy's directorly approached the group, addressing them. I trust you are all aware of the reasons for this selection competition. I shall not belabor the point. Given the unique nature of this selection site, each of you will have an Academy mentor to safeguard you. However, should your mentor intervene, your qualification for the selection will be revoked. Now, without further ado, I wish the three who succeed in the selection a bounteous experience in the ghostly spirit mountain. Let us commence. Upon finishing his remarks, each participant found themselves accompanied by a mentor. Standing beside Lin Feng was a familiar figure, Xiong Xing, the mentor with a 6th-tier cultivation, known as the 7-star exploding kangaroo. Hello, Teacher Xiong. Lin Feng greeted with a smile. You are quite bold, competing for a spot against 3rd years, Xiong remarked. He Ningxiang specifically asked me to advise you to exercise caution. Do not be overly reckless. If anything were to happen to you, I would have a difficult time explaining it to He Ningxiang. Rest assured, Lin Feng responded with a grin. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Mafei and Hu Chang, Lin Feng, alongside Xiong Xing, stepped into the teleportation array bound for the ghostly spirit valley. The valley lay beyond the safety zone, firmly within the territory of ferocious beasts. Thus, access could only be granted via the teleportation array established by the academy. This was Lin Feng's first experience with such a mechanism. He felt his body abruptly lift into the air, enveloped by blinding white light that rendered him momentarily sightless. Arrived. Open your eyes, Xiong urged from beside him. Arrived? It feels like only a few minutes have passed. Is this it? Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng beheld a dimly lit forest, where towering trees obscured the sun, imparting a somber atmosphere. Your objective this time is to hunt humanoid beasts. However, the Academy mandates that the crystals obtained must be of 3rd-tier quality or higher. This, in turn, increases the difficulty for you. If you wish to withdraw now, the opportunity still exists, Xiong inquired. No worries. I am participating, Lin Feng declared confidently. Bold indeed. Xiong commended. Proceed straight through this forest to reach the entrance of the ghostly spirit valley. We shall regroup here in 10 days. From this moment forth, unless faced with life-threatening danger, I will not intervene. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Teacher Xiong, we shall meet in 10 days. With that, Lin Feng cradled little Mo and ventured into the forest. Chapter 61, The Withered Tree Demon. The 6 participants of the selection were each placed at different entrances of the forest, ensuring no encounters prior to entering the ghostly spirit valley. Though not yet within the valley, the forest was rife with spectral attribute beasts. Upon entering, Lin Feng was immediately greeted by a cacophony of wails and cries. He understood that these were the spectral beasts at play. To safeguard himself, Lin Feng released an aura of icy energy around him, guarding against any surprise attacks from the spectral beasts. This forest was unlike the beast-laden woods within the safety zone. Here, the concentration of beasts was notably dense. After advancing a short distance, Lin Feng's icy aura reacted to the surroundings. Glancing down in the dim light, he noticed his shadow beginning to sway ominously. Phantom Beast, 2nd tier. 6th level. Spectral attribute. Skills, Shadow Theft, Shadow Ambush. Description, expert at concealing itself within shadows and launching sudden assaults. Unpredictable in nature. Goodness, it has stealthily hidden within my shadow without my awareness. Had it not been for the warning from the icy aura, I might never have detected it. Although this phantom beast was of low cultivation, its tactics were indeed formidable. However, having already discerned its presence, Lin Feng showed no hesitation. The icy energies swiftly coalesced into several sharp spikes, violently shooting toward the phantom beast concealed in the shadows. With a cry, the phantom beast was vanquished, and a beast crystal fell to the ground. After collecting the crystal, Lin Feng pressed onward. He had but a week to gather the crystals from the humanoid beasts. With his cultivation already trailing behind that of the others, he needed to expedite his entry into the ghostly spirit valley to commence his search for the humanoid beasts. The Academy had provided them with a map of the valley, delineating a designated area. As long as they operated within this zone, they would not encounter beasts exceeding 5th-tier cultivation. After approximately half a day's journey, Lin Feng finally emerged from the forest. Along the way, he experienced the bizarre nature of the spectral attribute beasts. No matter how cautious he was, spectral beasts would suddenly emerge to launch attacks. Fortunately, Lin Feng and little Mo possessed remarkable reflexes, allowing them to evade injury from such assaults. Upon exiting the forest, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a valley shrouded in thick fog. The valley appeared to be engulfed in darkness, as if all light had been absorbed. Accompanied by faint howling sounds, the valley exuded an even more sinister and terrifying aura. It appears that this is indeed the Valley of the Wraiths. With a determined gaze, Lin Feng unfurled the map and, having identified a direction, stepped into the entrance of the valley alongside Xiao Mo. Upon his arrival in the valley, a figure emerged from the forest behind him. This individual stood nearly 2 meters tall, accompanied by a towering spirit beast that measured approximately 6 meters in height. Cloaked in a golden mane, the beast possessed robust limbs and a massive head, from which protruded formidable tusks, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. Damn it! These ghostly attribute monsters are indeed formidable, Tu Wujing cursed under his breath. His spirit beast, the Golden Baiman, excelled in physical attacks. However, the spectral creatures in this realm were largely immune to such assaults, causing Tu Wujin considerable frustration. Fortunately, his cultivation level far surpassed that of the ghostly beasts in the forest, allowing him to laboriously emerge from the thicket, albeit as the slowest among his 6 companions. Oh, is that Lin Feng? Just as Tu Wujin stepped out, he caught sight of Lin Feng entering the Valley of Wraiths. Hee. Let me take care of the task of dealing with Lin Feng. It's the perfect opportunity for me to test whether he is truly as formidable as others claim. Clenching his fists with a crackling sound, he followed closely in Lin Feng's footsteps into the valley. Once inside, the darkness enveloping the surroundings was almost suffocating. Xiao Mo conjured a sphere of Qilin flames in his hand to illuminate the path ahead. Finding the anthropomorphic beast is proving to be quite a challenge. After nearly half an hour of walking, Lin Feng encountered several monsters, yet none were his intended target, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. After all, he needed to secure a top 3 position among third-year students with cultivation levels above Tier 3, Level 5. This goal was undeniably ambitious. Thus, Lin Feng quickened his pace. In that moment, a dead tree to his right began to stir slowly. Its branches burrowed into the ground, making a beeline for Lin Feng's feet. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt something ensnare his left foot. The force of inertia caused him to tumble forward, and the branch that had ensnared him lifted his body into the air. Caught off guard, Lin Feng's icy aura did not sense the impending attack. At that crucial moment, Xiao Mo intervened, launching a Qilin flame that struck the branch binding Lin Feng's foot. The branch was incinerated, allowing Lin Feng to execute a graceful turn and land back on the ground. Roar! The dead tree emitted a cry, and simultaneously, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo realized that, unbeknownst to them, over a dozen more dead trees had encircled them. Withered Tree Demons, Cultivation, Tier 2, Level 7 to Tier 3, Level 1, Attribute, Dark, Skills, Underground Strike, Entangle. Death Erosion. Description: a gregarious monster that rarely moves. Once a target is detected, it attacks using the withered branches of its body as weapons. The withered tree demons swayed ominously, gradually surrounding Lin Feng. In light of the imminent confrontation with these over a dozen beasts, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo readied themselves for battle. Let's refrain from unleashing large-scale fire attacks, Lin Feng cautioned Xiao Mo, mindful that the flame's illumination in this dark valley could attract other beasts, and potentially the other 5 competitors. Understood, Master, Xiao Mo replied, with a surge of crimson light emanating from his wrist as the blood scorpion's tail adorned his hand. Onward. With a swift motion, Lin Feng propelled himself forward, wielding the blood scorpion's tail as he charged at the nearest withered tree demon. The tree demons raised their thick branches, resembling steel whips, striking fiercely. Lin Feng, with remarkable agility, dodged their attacks and swiftly closed in on one of the demons. With a punch enveloped in icy energy, he struck the demon's torso, instantly freezing it. Following this, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the demon into fragments. Utilizing the rebound force, he executed a somersault mid-air, landing atop another withered tree demon. The sharp stinger of the blood scorpion's tail pierced through the demon's body from above. The demon let out a howl, and several branches erupted from its form, targeting Lin Feng. Unperturbed, Lin Feng withdrew the blood scorpion's tail and spun his body, cleaving through the incoming branches with the tail's razor-sharp stinger. Ice Blade 7 Dance, he shouted, releasing an icy attribute skill. The relentless assault ruthlessly hacked away at the surrounding withered tree demons. As Lin Feng dispatched the last of the withered tree demons, a sudden commotion erupted from Xiao Mo's side. At that moment, Xiao Mo had already defeated 7 demons, yet 3 deceased tree demons inexplicably writhed back to life. Launching a surprise attack from behind, their hefty branches struck Xiao Mo with tremendous force. Fortunately, Xiao Mo was protected by the bloodthirsty Lord Scales, mitigating the damage. However, the assault did drain his fiery vigor. In an instant, Xiao Mo's Qilin flames surged forth, their intense heat incinerating the withered tree demons. He then proceeded to unleash a merciless barrage upon the fallen demons. This time, Xiao Mo ensured that even those corpses that had not revived were subjected to his fiery wrath. I shall burn you all. Let us see if you can return. Xiao Mo fumed, unleashing flames that reduced the withered tree demons' remains to mere ashes. At that moment, Lin Feng observed that, illuminated by the flames, 3 of the revived tree demons seemed to emanate faint, translucent figures. Intrigued, he unleashed a wave of icy energy that froze the apparitions in their tracks. Upon inspecting them with the Shinlight mirror, he discovered anthropomorphic beasts, cultivation, Tier 3. Level 1, Attribute, Ghost, Skills, Skinwear, Description, capable of wearing the skin of deceased creatures, manipulating them from within. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. He had not anticipated that these three ethereal entities were anthropomorphic beasts. It appeared that they had stealthily donned the skins of the defeated monsters during the skirmish. Now, devoid of any skins to wear after Xiao Mo's fiery cleansing, they revealed their true forms and attempted to flee. Fortunately, Lin Feng's keen eyes caught their movements. Without hesitation, he dispatched the frozen anthropomorphic beasts, securing 3 crystalline fragments. While the intrinsic strength of these anthropomorphic beasts was modest, their power amplified in accordance with the strength of the monsters they controlled. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that among the earlier monsters he had encountered, there may have been others manipulated by anthropomorphic beasts, which he had overlooked, allowing them to escape. If that were the case, it would have been a significant loss. Henceforth, he resolved to remain vigilant in future battles. After carefully gathering all the crystallized remnants of the monstrous beasts from the ground, Lin Feng was about to rise when a deep, resonant voice echoed from behind him. Not bad. You've already slain 3 anthropomorphic beasts. Lin Feng swiftly turned around. His senses heightened as he scrutinized the source of the sound. Standing before him was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall. Unmistakably the third-year student named Tu Wuji among the 5. Emerging from the swirling black mist was a golden behemoth, its body adorned with shimmering golden fur. Lumbering heavily behind him, Lin Feng was taken aback by the rapid encounter with one of the 5. I've heard you defeated teacher Luo Hai and became a patrol team instructor? Tu Wuji advanced confidently, skepticism etched across his features. Lin Feng met his gaze without a trace of fear. If you wish to join the patrol team, I might consider teaching you. Ha! How laughable. Do I need your instruction? Tu Wuji retorted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. With me in your path, your journey to secure a spot at the Nether Mountain ends here. We 5 will never allow a mere first year to claim that place. Tu Wuji, who thrived on combat, was eager to test the strength of this newcomer. He was acutely aware that the selection process was not in his favor, with his physical attack-oriented behemoth at a disadvantage against ghostly attribute beasts. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Lin Feng first. Understanding the inevitability of conflict, Lin Feng was eager to gauge the gap between his abilities and those of these elite third-year students. Should he find himself outmatched, he could rely on his speed to escape. Just as he pondered this, Tu Wuji launched the first strike, surprising Lin Feng by charging ahead of the behemoth. A smirk crept onto Lin Feng's face. It appeared Tu Wuji shared his philosophy of becoming a close-combat beastmaster. However, Tu Wuji lacked Lin Feng's extraordinary system enhancements. As Tu Wuji barreled towards him, Lin Feng stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. Fueled by anger at Lin Feng's audacity, Tu Wuji was taken aback. Typically, anyone confronted by his imposing figure would instinctively dodge and direct their spirit beasts to counterattack. Yet, here stood Lin Feng, unwavering. You little brat, if you have the guts, don't move. With that, Tu Wuji suddenly ducked low, attempting to grapple Lin Feng's legs using a wrestling technique. Lin Feng recognized the move immediately. So he is proficient in wrestling, he thought. A skilled wrestler holds a significant advantage in unarmed combat. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained composed, waiting until Tu Wuji wrapped his arms around his legs before forcefully shifting his weight forward. In an instant, Tu Wuji felt an overwhelming force from Lin Feng's body, shocking him with the revelation that this seemingly smaller opponent possessed such strength. Furthermore, Lin Feng demonstrated an understanding of how to counteract Tu Wuji's wrestling maneuver, which left Tu Wuji astounded. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. This kid might genuinely rival Luo Hai. But then, a more shocking turn of events unfolded. As Lin Feng pressed down, he wrapped his arms around Tu Wuji's waist and flung him backwards with tremendous force. Tu Wuji soared through the air before crashing down hard. With a grunt, Tu Wuji felt his insides shift from the impact. That move of yours is still lacking. Come to the training ground, and I'll teach you properly. Lin Feng remarked coolly as he turned away. Don't get cocky. Just wait until I get back up. Tu Wuji retorted defiantly. Lin Feng had initially intended to teach him a lesson, but, upon hearing his insolence, delivered a precise punch to Tu Wuji's head, just enough to daze him without causing injury. Tu Wuji collapsed, leaving Lin Feng to face only the golden behemoth. Chapter 63. Fishing. The golden behemoth was taken aback, witnessing its usually formidable master felled by a single blow. It hesitated momentarily, then began pounding its chest with ferocity, unleashing a thunderous roar as crimson-like blood seeped from its golden fur, signaling its entry into a frenzied state. Although the behemoth lacked a beastmaster's guidance, its status as a 7-star mutated species at level 7 posed a significant challenge for Lin Feng. As the behemoth entered its berserk state, Xiao Mo also let out a fierce roar, engulfed in flames as it transformed into its true form, the towering, 4-meter-tall fire Qilin. Xiao Mo recognized that its opponent could not be dealt with in its altered state. The two spirit beasts faced off, each unleashing powerful roars that filled the air with palpable intensity. Lin Feng activated the icy energy surrounding him, readying to join Xiao Mo in the battle against the golden behemoth. In its frenzied state, the behemoth's muscles expanded further, its claws sharpening as it lumbered forward to attack Lin Feng. Aware that they could not withstand its assault head-on, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo swiftly utilized their speed to evade. The behemoth charged past them, letting out a deep, resonant roar of frustration upon missing its target. With that roar, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo felt an invisible pressure enveloping them, slowing their movements. It was the behemoth's gravitational field. Realizing the impending danger, Lin Feng understood that the behemoth would soon attack again, claws poised to strike at Xiao Mo. With Xiao Mo's speed hindered, the blow was unavoidable. It could only defend with its scorpion-like tail. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the valley as Lin Feng gathered the icy energy in his hands. Unleashing the ice crystal drop skill, countless ice shards rained down upon the behemoth's head. The mighty behemoth blocked the icy barrage with one paw while relentlessly attacking Xiao Mo with the other. The fire Qilin unleashed a torrent of scorching flames in retaliation. However, given the disparity in their cultivation levels, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's attacks inflicted minimal damage on the behemoth. The tremendous noise from the clash between the behemoth and Xiao Mo attracted nearby ghostly attribute beasts, drawn by the commotion. Lin Feng had already observed a considerable number of ghostly attribute beasts drifting ominously towards their location. Continuing the battle was no longer an option. Faced with this dire situation, Lin Feng realized that if they were surrounded by the approaching beasts, their fate would be grim. Thus, he urged Xiao Mo, prepare to withdraw. Xiao Mo responded affirmatively, stomping on the ground, from which torrents of flames erupted. Hellfire. The inferno obscured the vision of the golden behemoth, and Lin Feng, alongside Xiao Mo, swiftly retreated deep into the ghost valley. The golden behemoth, relying on its formidable physique, broke free from the encirclement of hellfire. Upon emerging, it spotted Lin Feng, who had already fled a considerable distance, and roared in furious indignation. Yet, it could not pursue, for its master remained unconscious. As more ghostly attribute beasts gathered around, the golden behemoth had no choice but to seize Tu Wuji and hastily escape before they were completely surrounded. Observing this scene, Xiongxing couldn't help but praise. That Lin Feng is quite clever. Had he delayed even a few more minutes, both he and Tu Wuji would have faced elimination. After approximately half an hour of running through the valley, Lin Feng estimated that they had distanced themselves from the earlier battlefield and halted his flight. He recognized that there was still a significant gap between his current strength and that of the third-year students. If it had not been for Tu Wuji's arrogance in challenging him to a physical confrontation, Lin Feng might not have escaped at all. The golden behemoth, without a beast master to command it, was already such a formidable foe. If Tu Wuji had been directing it, Lin Feng's escape would have been far more challenging. Clearly, cultivation was an undeniable truth. Moreover, Tu Wuji was merely the third ranked among the five. One could only imagine the prowess of Meng Huanyan, the second, and Jin Zan, the first. For the first time, Lin Feng, who had always navigated smoothly through challenges, felt an impending sense of crisis. It seemed prudent to avoid encounters with these individuals as much as possible. Perhaps hunting more anthropomorphic beasts would provide him with a chance to gain a spot at the Netherworld Mountain. Thus, Lin Feng began searching for traces of anthropomorphic beasts in the vicinity. Drawing from his previous experience, he designated Xiao Mo as the primary attacker during their battles, while he attentively observed the corpses of the fallen beasts. After half a day's effort, Lin Feng successfully located 4 anthropomorphic beasts. However, he felt this method was excessively slow and draining. One misstep, and the anthropomorphic beasts could easily escape. Consequently, he gathered all the slain beast corpses and concentrated them in a single location. He and Xiao Mo then concealed themselves, preparing to ambush any beasts that might be lured by the carcasses. Surely, the presence of so many corpses would provoke their curiosity, allowing Lin Feng to capture them all. Perched upon a large tree, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo kept a vigilant watch over the dozens of beast corpses laid out in the clearing below. The moment any corpse stirred, they would unleash a fierce assault. As anticipated, after patiently waiting for an hour, Lin Feng noticed a corpse beginning to move. His heart leaped with joy as he prepared to descend and strike. However, he was puzzled to see that this corpse did not rise as those animated by the anthropomorphic beasts typically would. Instead, it appeared as if something was wriggling beneath it. Lin Feng refrained from descending immediately and continued to observe from the tree. After approximately 10 minutes, a small gray-furred mouse, no more than half a meter long, emerged from beneath the beast corpses. Its tiny eyes sparkled with delight, and its cheeks were stuffed full. Oh no, Lin Feng cursed under his breath. That little thief has stolen the beast crystals. The corpses controlled by anthropomorphic beasts must contain beast crystals within them. Lin Feng had not excavated the crystals from the slain beasts, only to have this gray mouse pilfer them all. This setback left Lin Feng feeling exceedingly frustrated. He quickly shouted, "Spit it out," and leaped down from the tree, lunging towards the gray mouse. Startled by Lin Feng's voice, the mouse turned and scurried away at an astonishing speed, leaving Lin Feng unable to catch it despite his agility. As the mouse continued to flee farther and farther, Lin Feng hurriedly pursued it, knowing that losing so many beast crystals would be a significant loss. Xiaomo joined the chase as well. Yet, no matter how hard they ran, they could not keep pace with the speed of the gray mouse. After an hour of relentless pursuit, Lin Feng and Xiaomo found themselves at the entrance of a dimly lit cave. The gray mouse darted inside. Having come this far, Lin Feng had no intention of giving up and followed the mouse into the cave. However, upon entering the cave, a thunderous rumble echoed as a heavy stone door fell from above, sealing the entrance. This is bad. There's a mechanism. Lin Feng approached the massive stone door. Sensing an ominous foreboding, he clenched his fists and summoned all his strength to strike the door. Boom! His punch shattered numerous stones from the cave's ceiling. Yet the door remained utterly unyielding, showing not a single mark of damage. Despite the 1,000+ pounds of force behind his blow, the door seemed impervious. This stone door was exceptionally tough. Xiaomo, unwilling to be outdone, also attempted to strike it. While Xiaomo possessed terrifying physical strength, he too could only manage to make the door tremble slightly. However, the cave's ceiling could not withstand such force, and stones began to cascade down, swiftly blocking the entrance with debris. Oh dear! Xiaomo awkwardly scratched his head. Lin Feng realized that escaping from this place was now impossible and could only venture deeper into the cave to seek another exit. With only a week for the assessment, if he couldn't find a way out, his chances of acquiring a spot at Netherworld Mountain would vanish. Meanwhile, the gray mouse had disappeared without a trace. No wonder teacher who warned that lingering in such places would bring misfortune. It truly was the case. Lin Feng grumbled in frustration. However, with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to let Xiaomo illuminate the way as they proceeded deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, Xiongxing, responsible for Lin Feng's safety, remained at the entrance of the cave, looking around in confusion. In such a vast open space, why can't I see Lin Feng? He muttered, puzzled. As he traversed the cave's entrance, Lin Feng occasionally noticed scattered bones of beasts lining the sides. It was unclear what had slain them. Strangely, within the Ghost Mountain range, none of the ghostly attribute beasts had made an appearance. Lin Feng continued on, unaware of how long he had walked, until he stumbled upon a massive cavern. Illuminated by the flickering flames from Xiaomo, Lin Feng discovered that the cavern was roughly the size of a football field, its ceiling shrouded in darkness, leaving its height indiscernible. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Feng found himself enveloped by steep rock walls within the cave, with a faint glimpse of another passage visible across from him. With no alternative, he pressed onward towards that passage. However, as soon as he stepped into the cave, the scene around him underwent a sudden transformation. An inky black mist began to swirl, and the previously barren rock walls were inexplicably adorned with numerous oil lamps radiating an eerie green glow. The stone floor beneath him vanished, replaced by a surface resembling damp earth. A rich, putrid stench infiltrated Lin Feng's nostrils, reminiscent of a grotesque blend of fermented herring and rancid pork, nearly overwhelming him. Master, what on earth is this? It reeks terribly, Xiaomo exclaimed, pinching his nose and grimacing. I have no idea. I can't take it anymore. Let's head back. Lin Feng held his breath, preparing to return to the original cave. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered that the cave he had just exited had vanished, leaving only a solid wall behind. What in the world is this cursed place? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse aloud. Just then, a peculiar thudding sound reverberated through the air, echoing ominously. Lin Feng quickly scanned the surroundings, alert to the source of the sound. Accompanying the drum beats, grotesque creatures adorned with decaying flesh began to emerge from the earth beneath them. They were the corrupted corpse beasts, with a cultivation level between the second and third tiers. The cave, expansive as a football field, was now teeming with these beasts, stretching infinitely in all directions. What rotten luck! It's as if misfortune itself has opened the door. Lin Feng lamented. The stench-laden corrupted corpse beasts slowly advanced toward him and Xiaomo. However, a thought struck Lin Feng. With so many beasts around, was this not an opportunity to enhance his cultivation? He had been concerned about his insufficient power. Therefore, Lin Feng retrieved some paper from the beast control space to block their noses and began to battle the corrupted corpse beasts. This was undoubtedly one of the most arduous battles Lin Feng had ever faced. While the strength of the corrupted corpse beasts was manageable, the overwhelming stench was unbearable. Even with their noses covered, the odor was still intolerable. Especially after Xiao Mo unleashed a fiery attack, the combination of heat and foulness was simply excruciating. Nevertheless, observing the steady increase in the number of beasts slain in the system, Lin Feng persevered through his nausea to vanquish the corrupted corpse beasts. He was uncertain how long he had been fighting, how many punches he had thrown, or how many skills he had unleashed. At last, he had eradicated the tide of corrupted corpse beasts. To Lin Feng's surprise, with each beast he defeated, he gained a small amount of cultivation. Could this be the nature of a wild secret realm? Such realms existed only outside the safe territories, where encounters were entirely random. Some individuals had emerged from wild secret realms laden with treasures, while others had encountered 8th-tier beasts, leaving no trace of their existence. While Lin Feng pondered this, the drumbeat resonated once more. The last time it sounded, a horde of corrupted corpse beasts had emerged. What would arise this time? Lin Feng hastily consumed a recovery potion from his beast control space, bracing himself for the imminent battle. Chapter 65, The Trial of the Secret Realm. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thud of drums echoed within the cave. As the beat resounded, numerous ethereal beasts emerged from the dense black mist. These spectral creatures varied in form, yet all appeared semi-transparent, their strength hovering around the 3rd tier. Against these ghostly beasts, physical attacks proved ineffective. Only skill-based assaults could hope to defeat them. After the previous skirmish, both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had expended considerable energy. Yet, to elevate his cultivation, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, these ghostly beasts lacked the noxious odor of their predecessors, making the battlefield more tolerable. Now, Lin Feng bellowed. As icy energy coalesced once more, Xiao Mo roared skyward, unleashing a torrent of fiery power upon the ghostly beasts. The battle raged on relentlessly. This encounter was arguably the most challenging Lin Feng had experienced since his arrival in this world. There was no support, no retreat, only the incessant cycle of slaughter. He continuously unleashed skills, his energy rapidly depleting. Despite the protective scales of the Beastmaster Bloodthirsty Lord, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo bore numerous wounds from the relentless spectral foes. It was only due to Lin Feng's extensive experiences that his cultivation was considerably stronger than that of an average Beastmaster. Otherwise, he would surely have been overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lin Feng became numb to the killing. Yet, the black mist continued to spew forth more beasts. If this persisted, even Lin Feng would falter. At that moment, the flames radiating from Xiao Mo dimmed significantly. Its 4-meter-tall figure now swarmed by ghostly creatures, which clung to it, siphoning its strength. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were unable to unleash even the most basic attributes of their attacks. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a long-dormant spirit beast egg in the beast control space erupted uncontrollably from its confines. The ice-blue shell of the egg was adorned with mysterious black patterns, swirling rhythmically across its surface. As the black markings shifted, the distant black mist seemed magnetically drawn towards the spirit beast egg, surging forth at an alarming pace. The black patterns on the egg greedily absorbed the mist, as if it were a boundless source of nourishment. The egg even grew slightly in size, the black markings thickening considerably. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. It seemed the dark attribute of the phantom shadow dragon within the spirit beast egg was aiding him. Soon, the cave's black mist was entirely consumed by the spirit beast egg, which then contentedly returned to the beast control space, falling silent once more. This spirit beast egg, even before hatching, had proven itself immensely powerful. Undoubtedly, its abilities post-hatching would be formidable. This conviction only strengthened Lin Feng's resolve to secure a spot in the entrance to the Nether Mountain, since the ghostly beasts had emerged solely from the black mist. With its dissipation, no new foes materialized. Finally, I have seen the light, Lin Feng thought, observing the dwindling number of ghostly beasts remaining. Thankfully, Ouyang Mafei had prepared ample potions for him. After consuming a few more, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo managed to unleash their most potent skills to eliminate the remaining beasts. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the cries of the beasts fading into silence, Lin Feng had just barely weathered this onslaught. Master, I'm utterly exhausted. Xiao Mo collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng plopped down onto the ground, expressing a fervent hope that no further trials would follow. At that moment, an unexpected voice emanated from the cave, finally easing the tension in Lin Feng's heart. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first trial of this secret realm. Now, a reward for your cultivation will be granted. Whoosh. A radiant white light enveloped both Lin Feng and Xiao Mo, sweeping away all their injuries and fatigue. What a refreshing sensation. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Following this, he felt a swift surge in his cultivation level. His original cultivation, combined with the minor boost from defeating the beasts, had reached second stage level 7, 5,000, 7,000. This reward catapulted his cultivation to second stage level 90, 8,000. Moreover, Lin Feng still had a substantial number of beast essences yet to be utilized. With this reward, he felt that all he had endured was worth it. After the cultivation rewards were distributed, the voice inquired, "Shall you proceed to the second trial? Successfully passing it grants you permanent access to this secret realm. Should you choose not to challenge it, you will be teleported out of the realm." The voice echoed once more within the cave. To Lin Feng's surprise, there was indeed a second trial, and the reward was incredibly enticing. If he could carry such a secret realm with him, wouldn't enhancing his cultivation become exceedingly simple? However, Lin Feng did not allow himself to become overly excited. He understood that such an alluring reward likely came with a formidable challenge. Thus, he cautiously shouted into the cave, "What is the second trial?" The voice responded, "In the second trial, an enemy of equal strength will appear. You need only to defeat him to pass." Was it truly that simple? Lin Feng believed that no beast master of equal cultivation could best him. If the trial were indeed as described, he would undoubtedly accept the challenge. "Very well, I shall participate in the second trial." As soon as the words left his lips, the scene within the cave shifted dramatically. Before him lay a landscape awash in red, immediately followed by an intense wave of heat. This was a realm filled with flames and molten lava. The surging magma rolled beneath their feet as Lin Feng and Xiao Mo stood atop a massive rock. Opposite them stood two figures. As the figures approached, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, Lin Feng had felt fortunate to face a beast master of equal cultivation, anticipating a straightforward battle. Moreover, the setting was perfectly suited for fire attribute beast masters. Yet, to his disbelief, the two individuals facing him were all too familiar. The spirit beast mirrored his own appearance, boasting a dragon's head, a lion's tail, deer legs, and ox hooves, radiating a brilliant yellow Qilin flame. Beside this spirit beast stood a young man wielding an ice-crafted Tang Dao, an aura of frost swirling around him. "Master, what is happening? Why are there two of me? I haven't the faintest idea. There's another me here." Lin Feng couldn't suppress a wry smile upon seeing the young man across from him. He had indeed underestimated the complexity of this secret realm's trial. The figures before Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were unmistakably their own duplicates. Every aspect, from their aura to their appearance, was identical. Even the garlic pendant crafted by Ouyang Mafei hung from their waists. No wonder the voice in the cave had mentioned the arrival of an equally matched foe. This was an uncanny resemblance. Faced with another version of himself, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Overcoming oneself must be one of the most daunting challenges imaginable. At that moment, the duplicate Lin Feng twirled his ice Tang Dao in a graceful flourish before vanishing from sight. Instantly, he reappeared before Lin Feng, the Tang Dao slicing towards Lin Feng's neck. "My speed is astonishingly rapid," Lin Feng thought to himself, astonished at the duplicate's identical combat style. Meanwhile, the duplicate Xiao Mo released a furious roar, unleashing the power of the fire Qilin. Unyielding, Xiao Mo retaliated with her own fire Qilin roar. "Dare to impersonate me? I'll incinerate you." Boom. The two roars collided, sending a tremendous wave of flames sweeping across the molten landscape. Lin Feng swiftly darted backward, narrowly avoiding the duplicate's Tang Dao that grazed his neck. In response, Lin Feng conjured a massive ice hammer imbued with frost energy and swung it towards the duplicate's head. The duplicate raised his left hand, summoning a colossal ice shield that intercepted Lin Feng's powerful blow. Utilizing the rebound force, Lin Feng rapidly retreated, transforming the ice hammer in his right hand into a frost revolver, aiming at the duplicate's head and firing rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The duplicate remained unfazed, producing two revolvers in his hands, retaliating against Lin Feng with equal precision. Even their marksmanship was on par. The ice bullets from the duplicate collided with Lin Feng's, sending a flurry of ice crystals scattering through the air. "What on earth am I supposed to do?" Lin Feng could not help but curse under his breath. The duplicate had mastered all his abilities, likely recorded by the secret realm during their previous battle with the beasts. After all, in the face of numerous beast attacks, Lin Feng had indeed employed every tactic at his disposal. In such a scenario, holding back would be tantamount to courting disaster. For over 10 minutes, Lin Feng and his duplicate engaged in a fierce battle utilizing frost energy, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The same applied to Xiao Mo. Her beast soldiers and skills were identical, rendering it impossible for either side to inflict harm. Recognizing that their abilities were evenly matched, Lin Feng resolved to engage the duplicate in close combat. However, the duplicate mirrored his every move. The battle reached a stalemate. This could not continue. A solution had to be devised. As Lin Feng fought, he pondered furiously. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. Beast Transformation. During his initial battle with the Corpse Beast, he had employed this ability. After enduring the assault from the Phantom Beast, its cooldown period should have elapsed. As Lin Feng announced his intention, the power within Xiao Mo surged into him. Simultaneously, flames erupted from Lin Feng's head, followed by an intense itch. 2 Qilin horns sprouted from his crown. This time, the transformation occurred at his head. Observing Lin Feng's transformation, the duplicate took action as well, activating its own beast transformation. However, the ability randomly selected a body part. The duplicate's luck was not as fortuitous as Lin Feng's, as a small Qilin tail sprouted from its rear. Excellent. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly. He had gambled on the randomness of beast transformation. Even though Xiao Mo was an 8-star top-grade Qilin spirit beast, its tail did not possess any substantial power. As the beastly transformation reached the hindquarters of the Qilin, Lin Feng distinctly sensed the frustration of the clone. Surely, he could not rely on the Qilin's rear to unleash a fart that would defeat Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng and the clone shared identical abilities, the enhancement from the beastly transformation now allowed Lin Feng to overpower the clone effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo had been locked in combat with his own clone, unable to gain the upper hand, his frustration boiling within him. In a bid to secure victory, his mind began to devise a new strategy. Since you possess my every skill, I shall learn a new one right now and see if you can match it, Xiao Mo thought to himself. The use of the spirit-purifying pill had greatly amplified Xiao Mo's comprehension, surpassing that of other spirit beasts. Thus, in the midst of battle, he began to absorb insights continuously. Soon enough, Xiao Mo's form began to accelerate significantly, ultimately culminating in the manifestation of 3 blazing Qilin phantoms. Flame Dance Qilin Steps. This was the new skill Xiao Mo had mastered during combat. With his rapid movements, the Qilin fire phantoms could confuse the enemy, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Indeed, the clone before him seemed bewildered upon confronting the 3 Qilin phantoms. Unsure of which one was the true body, the clone squinted, identifying the leftmost phantom as the target, and lunged towards it. However, as he pounced on that phantom, it dissipated instantaneously, filling him with a sense of foreboding. At the same moment, Xiao Mo, positioned at the far right, let out a cold laugh and unleashed his most powerful attack. Crimson Lotus Qilin Blade. A massive sword of Qilin flame hovered in midair, aimed directly at the clone. The searing blade sliced through the air, and by the time the clone attempted to defend himself, it was already too late. Whoosh! The clone's head was severed by the Qilin blade, rolling to the side, while its body faded into a phantom, slowly vanishing. Lin Feng, seizing the opportunity as Xiao Mo concluded his battle, summoned the flames from the Qilin's dual horns. Skill, Fiery Qilin's horns. This attack, propelled by a fierce force, collided directly with the clone's chest. Following this, Lin Feng let out a thunderous roar, conjuring a wall of ice adorned with sharp spikes right behind the clone. Boom! The fiery Qilin's horns charged the clone's body, crashing against the spiked wall, instantly piercing it with countless wounds. Shortly thereafter, the clone's form also transformed into a phantom and dissipated. Who would have thought that it would be so challenging to deal with you? Lin Feng sighed in relief, gazing at the vanishing clone. Indeed, I am fortunate to be wise, Xiao Mo replied, a hint of trepidation in his tone, acknowledging that without mastering the new skill, he would have been at a loss on how to defeat the opponent. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the second trial of this secret realm. Chapter 67, New System Function. As the voice echoed within the cave, the surrounding scenery reverted to its original state. Lin Feng and Xiao Mo leaned against the cave wall, recuperating the energy expended during battle. Now, the rewards for passing the second trial are being distributed. A beam of white light descended, accompanied by another cultivation reward. This time, the enhancement brought forth by the cultivation reward was immensely significant. Thanks to the secret realm's cultivation reward, Lin Feng's cultivation level successfully ascended into the ranks of the 3rd tier. Machi Fire Jade Qilin. Cultivation, 3rd tier, level 10, 9000. Star rating, 8 stars, upper grade. Attributes, Fire. Skills, Fire Immunity, Pressure, Charge, Hellfire, Roar of the Fire Qilin, Blazing Heaven's Flame, Flame Dance Qilin Steps. Ultimate Skill, Crimson Lotus Qilin Blade. Beast Weapons, Bloody Lord Scale Armor, Elemental Enhancement Chain, Blood Scorpion Stinger. Lin Feng. Ice Physique, Strength, 2000 kilograms, Speed, 100 meters per second. Skills, Ice Blade 7 Dance. Ice Crystal Drop. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, Xiao Mo's physique grew to around 5 meters, with flames now a brilliant orange hue. His aura escalated to a new level, and his muscles swelled considerably. Xiao Mo transitioned from his juvenile phase into the growth stage. Both his speed and strength, as well as the potency of his skills, saw marked improvements. If Xiao Mo were to encounter the previous second tier, level 9 clone, he could easily defeat it. Upon reaching the third tier, Lin Feng was particularly thrilled by the voice of the system resonating in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has increased. Activating a new system function. Contract Beast Cultivation. The host can currently contract one beast. A new task is released. Contract your first beast. Reward: 1 contract Beast Bloodline Enhancement Pill. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. The system's capabilities were becoming increasingly formidable. The prospect of being able to contract a demon beast, akin to a spirit beast, was exhilarating. Spirit beast eggs were rare treasures, but demon beasts were plentiful. Glancing at the system's description, it seemed that with further cultivation, he should be able to contract a second, perhaps even a third beast. The thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. While others might only possess a single spirit beast, he could potentially command a squad of spirit beasts. The feeling was simply magnificent. Lin Feng reflected that following that gray-furred rat into this cave had been the wisest decision he could have made. At that moment, the voice within the cave resumed. Having completed the distribution of cultivation rewards, congratulations on passing the second trial. You have gained permanent access to this secret realm. Subsequently, a radiant 7-colored light appeared before Lin Feng, within which floated a ring. Upon grasping the ring, information about it flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Necromancer's Trial Secret Realm. Containing 7 trials, you have now passed 2. The third trial requires the consumption of 100 third-tier demon beast crystals to unlock. Trials that have been completed cannot be challenged again. Damn. Lin Feng stared at the ring's description, momentarily at a loss for words. He had initially believed he had obtained an artifact to enhance his cultivation, only to discover it could not be repeated. However, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng realized that it was still quite remarkable. The first 2 trials had already granted him such substantial benefits, and who knew what the remaining trials might yield. It was no wonder they said that encountering wild secret realms could bring fortune. It truly seemed to be the case. As Lin Feng donned the ring, the cave's scenery reverted to the state it had been in when he first entered. The passageway he had come through reappeared before him. Xiao Mo, let us depart. Certainly. Master. At this moment, Xiao Mo transformed back into his human form. Now in his growth phase, he had shed the appearance of a child and had become a 10-year-old boy, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Lin Feng could no longer carry him in his arms. The two walked side by side towards the passage. At the end of the corridor, a stone door stood prominently. Lin Feng approached and examined the door's material, finding it far less imposing than the entrance he had encountered earlier. Thus, he unleashed a powerful punch against it. Boom. With a resounding crash, the stone door shattered, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo were left awestruck by the scene before them. Master, this place is simply dazzling. It is a small room of merely a few square meters, where the golden light sparkles in the eyes of Lin Feng and Xiao Mo. This tiny chamber is entirely crafted from pure gold. The floor is piled high with beast crystals, reaching nearly a meter in height, alongside numerous unknown attribute materials placed nearby. It is akin to a miniature treasure trove. The items within are sufficient to be exchanged for millions of spirit stones, and some materials are so rare that they are practically priceless. Although Lin Feng currently has no expenditures in spirit stones, who would shy away from wealth? Xiao Mo, we have struck gold. With this thought, Lin Feng, without hesitation, prepared to use his beast control space to sweep everything away. Stop right there. What do you intend to do? A gray figure darted over with remarkable speed, reaching Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. It lunged at him with its teeth bared. Fortunately, due to his enhanced cultivation, Lin Feng's reflexes had significantly improved. In the face of this sudden attack, he quickly leaned back, narrowly evading the strike. The gray figure stood atop the mound of beast crystals, its eyes filled with fury, baring its sharp teeth. Lin Feng immediately recognized it as the large gray mouse that had previously stolen his beast crystals. It was this very creature that had led him into this cave. Clearly, this small abode was the mouse's den. Treasure Hoarder Mouse. Level: 3rd stage, level 5. Skills: Digging, Lightning Speed, Biting, Treasure Seeking. Description: Fond of collecting various treasures, its keen sense of smell can detect all hidden valuables nearby, and it moves with extraordinary swiftness. Though it is inherently timid, while most beasts are ferocious and vile, many species have, over millennia, provided substantial assistance to human life. The Treasure Hoarder Mouse is one such creature. When discovered, no one would choose to slay it. Instead, they would capture it to aid in treasure hunting. Thus, in numerous safe zones, wealthy merchants offer handsome sums for these creatures. It is rare to find a Treasure Hoarder Mouse that has reached the 3rd stage. Such encounters typically occur beyond the safety zones. Within the safety zones, even finding a 1st-stage Treasure Hoarder Mouse is exceedingly difficult. As Lin Feng gazed at the Treasure Hoarder Mouse before him, An idea sparked in his mind. He wished to contract this beast. Chapter 68. The First Contracted Beast. The treasure hoarder mouse regarded Lin Feng warily, guarding its trove of treasures. It recognized Lin Feng as the one who had pursued it. You better leave this place at once. Do not even think of taking my treasures. The mouse hissed, baring its teeth menacingly. Taken aback, Lin Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated that this normally timid creature could exhibit such ferocity, and with its third-stage cultivation, it could even speak human language. Lin Feng surmised that this mouse must have consumed some rare elixir or treasure, endowing it with such exceptional traits. You stole my beast crystals, and you dare to argue? Lin Feng stepped forward, confronting the mouse. Standing atop a pile of beast crystals, the mouse reared up on its hind legs, paws on its hips, resembling a shrewish woman as it shouted at Lin Feng. Which of your eyes saw me take anything? Is there a name written on those beast crystals? Call it. And will it respond? No, it won't. The mouse continued impatiently. If that's the case, hurry up and get out of my room, or I won't be kind to you. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the mouse's demeanor. Clearly, it was a stubborn creature. With such an attitude, there was little to be gained from conversation. He would have to subdue it first. With his cultivation at the third stage, Lin Feng was not intimidated by the mouse. Concentrating, he summoned a chill. Coldly taunting the mouse, I am not leaving. What will you do about it? Human, you seek death. The mouse retorted angrily, immediately launching itself toward Lin Feng. Prepared, Lin Feng unleashed a wave of icy air throughout the room, drastically slowing the mouse's movements. Such an odd human, possessing such abilities. The mouse mused internally. Yet its physical actions remained relentless. It unleashed a bolt of lightning speed. The gray figure arced through the air, attacking Lin Feng from his blind spot. A surprise attack? With icy energy swirling around him, Lin Feng could perceive all of the mouse's movements and was unperturbed by its tactic. At the moment of its assault, Lin Feng sprang from the ground, and a massive mouse trap, made of ice, suddenly materialized above, crashing down towards the mouse's form. Bang! The mouse's head collided directly with the icy column of the trap, leaving a bump on its little head. Despicable human, you've knocked me senseless. The mouse cursed. Rubbing its head, even imprisoned, it remained defiant. Lin Feng, observing the trapped mouse, proposed, you have two choices. First, I could kill you and take your treasures. Second, you could become my contracted beast and hand over the treasures. In your dreams, you will never take any of my treasures. The mouse, now frantic, saw Lin Feng's intent to seize its hoard and went into a frenzy. Its strong teeth managed to bite through the icy bars of the trap, and it charged out. What formidable mouse teeth! Lin Feng was taken aback by the mouse's unexpected prowess. Clearly, persuading it to willingly become his contracted beast was out of the question. He would have to employ stronger measures. Thus, Lin Feng gathered the icy energy in his hands, forming several shards of ice. After extensive training, he could effortlessly control his two ice attribute skills. Now he unleashed a miniaturized version of the ice crystal drop. The frigid crystals hurtled towards the treasure hoarder mouse within the confined space. With no escape, the mouse quickly found itself encased in a mouse-shaped ice sculpture. Lin Feng withdrew the icy energy, grinning as he approached the ice sculpture and tapped it lightly, saying, At last, you've settled down. Though the mouse within the ice was immobilized, its eyes glared at Lin Feng as though wishing to kill him. To contract a beast, two conditions must be met. First, its cultivation cannot exceed Lin Feng's by one stage. Second, the beast must willingly accept the contract. If a beast resists, it faces the prospect of Lin Feng's forthcoming actions, force contracting. To forcibly contract, one must first subdue the desired beast, then, with the system's assistance, enter the beast's spiritual realm to sign the contract. Such a method would inevitably harm the beast's cultivation. Lin Feng had not intended to resort to this, but the obstinate nature of the treasure hoarder mouse left him no choice. Despite its limited combat ability, it was precisely what Lin Feng needed at this moment. Whether in the quest for anthropomorphic beasts or in the venture into the depths of the Nether Mountain, with the acquisition of this treasure-hoarding mouse, Lin Feng's search for treasures has become significantly more effortless. Lin Feng pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to rest upon the ice sculpture of the mouse. With the aid of the system, he entered the mental realm of the treasure-hoarding mouse. Within this ethereal domain, Lin Feng beheld all of its memories, gaining insight into the reasons behind its temperament. It was merely due to the consumption of a herb known as dragon scale fruit within the cave, which not only elevated its cultivation to the third tier, but also bestowed upon it the ability to articulate human speech. However, the price paid was the transformation of its inherently timid nature into a more irritable disposition. At that moment, within the mental realm, the treasure-hoarding mouse, upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, began to hurl profanities with great fervor, its words exceedingly vulgar. Lin Feng, unable to tolerate the tirade any longer, hastily followed the system's guidance and forcefully entered into a contract with it. Crack! The ice crystal shattered, and the now contracted treasure-hoarding mouse lay upon the ground, its eyes still somewhat dazed. Concurrently, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting your first beast. Rewards have been delivered to the beast space. Cultivation has advanced to the 4th tier, unlocking the ability to contract a second beast. The contract beast exchange mall is now open. Subsequently, Lin Feng entered the system to investigate, discovering that the contract beast exchange mall bore a striking resemblance to the spirit beast exchange. It was replete with various elixirs meant for contract beasts. Naturally, the currency required was entirely based on the quantity of monstrous beasts. Contract beast, treasure hoarding mouse. Cultivation, level 3, 1st tier. Bloodline cultivation options available. Cultivation direction, offensive type. Goldfire beast, possessing fire attribute attacks, adept at swiftly eliminating foes. Support type, gold-seeking beast, diminishing offensive capabilities while enhancing sensitivity to treasures, and offering a slight increase to the host's luck. There was little deliberation for Lin Feng. The reason for contracting the treasure-hoarding mouse was its ability to locate treasures. As for offensive capabilities, he had his ice power and Xiao Mo to rely on, which was more than adequate for the time being. Thus, he unequivocally chose the support-type bloodline cultivation direction. Chapter 69, Time is of the Essence. As soon as Lin Feng made his decision, he administered the bloodline advancement elixir to the treasure-hoarding mouse, which lay on the ground. As the effects of the potion took hold, the mouse shed its drab gray fur, transforming into a resplendent gold. Its body shrank to the size of a palm. Advancement successful, the treasure-hoarding mouse has evolved into a gold-seeking beast. The next advancement requires 3 bloodline advancement elixirs. The gold-seeking beast gazed in disbelief at its transformed body, exclaiming, "I cannot believe I've turned golden." It then inexplicably produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere and began to admire itself, clearly pleased with its newfound appearance. Xiao Mo approached the gold-seeking beast, grinning as he remarked, "I am the Master's first spirit beast. From now on, you shall address me as Big Brother." The gold-seeking beast scrutinized Xiao Mo with disdain, retorting, "You, a mere child, aspire to be my elder brother? Dream on." "You." Xiao Mo, incensed, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach the gold-seeking beast a lesson. "Want to fight? I'm ready." The gold-seeking beast glared at Xiao Mo, its eyes narrowed. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation, not anticipating that the gold-seeking beast would retain such a foul temper. He addressed the irate Xiao Mo, saying, "Enough, her mind seems to have been affected. Do not sink to her level." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Mo huffed dismissively at the gold-seeking beast and chose to ignore her. "From now on, I'll call you Little Gold. The task of treasure hunting will be entrusted to you," Lin Feng declared to the golden-furred gold-seeking beast. "Little Gold? What a ridiculous name." The gold-seeking beast scoffed, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "As if I need you to tell me how to find treasures. I will do so naturally." Sighing, Lin Feng accepted that the gold-seeking beast's temperament was set in stone. He then gathered all the treasures in the room into the beast's space. Little Gold's eyes turned red as she watched Lin Feng collect her long-cherished treasures, her heart bleeding at the loss. However, now that she was bound to Lin Feng as his contracted beast, she had no means to resist. "Do you know how to get out?" Lin Feng inquired of Little Gold after securing the treasures, surveying the room devoid of any exits. He was uncertain how much time had passed in the cave and felt an urgent need to leave, lest he miss out on the opportunity to secure a position in the Nether Mountain selection. Leaping onto Lin Feng's shoulder, Little Gold retorted, "You're utterly useless. Allow me to lead you out." Under Little Gold's guidance, Lin Feng discovered a hidden mechanism within the room. Upon activating it, a concealed passageway revealed itself before him. Following this tunnel, Lin Feng soon beheld a glimmer of light. Once again inhaling the unique scent of the Ghost Valley, he realized he had emerged from the cave. "Lin Feng." At that moment, the voice of Xiongxing called out beside him. The urgency etched upon Xiongxing's face was palpable. "Where have you been these past few days? How did you end up here?" After losing track of Lin Feng, Xiongxing had spent the last few days searching the vicinity, finding no trace of him. It was a surprise to see Lin Feng suddenly appear beside him. It was only later that Lin Feng learned from Little Gold that the cave was a special space, accessible solely by her method. Others could not perceive its existence. Lin Feng offered an awkward smile to Xiongxing and briefly recounted his experiences. Xiongxing was equally astonished by Lin Feng's encounters, realizing this young man was indeed fortunate, even stumbling upon a wild secret realm and capturing a treasure-hoarding mouse. What a bountiful harvest. However, Xiongxing soon revealed a piece of news that struck despair into Lin Feng's heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 4 days in the cave, Only a day and a half remained until the selection concluded. Time had flown by so swiftly. It was clear that utilizing conventional methods to locate the anthropomorphic beastess crystal would render him incapable of securing a top 3 position. Upon receiving this news, Lin Feng's mind raced as he sought solutions. Time was of the essence, and the stakes were high. Teacher Xiong, I must leave you now. I need to search for the crystal. Lin Feng hurriedly bid farewell to Xiong Xing and dashed toward the depths of the Ghost Valley. Xiong Xing, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, hastily followed suit. He could not afford to lose sight of Lin Feng again. As they ran, Lin Feng called out to Little Gold perched upon his shoulder. Help me locate the traces of anthropomorphic beasts. The gold-seeking beast's remarkable perceptive abilities were the key to discovering treasures. Previously, Lin Feng had been searching aimlessly for the anthropomorphic beasts. Now, with Little Gold by his side, the task would become substantially easier. This is troublesome, Little Gold grumbled, yet she complied with Lin Feng's directive and began her search. There are anthropomorphic beasts at both the 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock positions. Which shall we pursue? After a thorough search, Little Gold inquired. Which one is closest? The 2 o'clock direction. Got it. Although Little Gold's temperament was far from pleasant, her abilities did not disappoint Lin Feng. After determining his direction, Lin Feng hurried towards that location. Indeed, following Xiao Jin's guidance, Lin Feng encountered several demon beasts. Trusting Xiao Jin's instincts, he was convinced that these creatures were under the control of the anthropomorphic beasts. Thus, Lin Feng, with a decisive spirit, advanced alongside Xiao Mo to engage in battle with these demon beasts. When he was at the 2nd tier of cultivation, he would have to avoid confrontation with demon beasts exceeding the 3rd tier, 5th level. Now that he had ascended to the 3rd tier, Lin Feng felt no fear in the presence of these beasts. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had acquired 4 crystallized forms of the anthropomorphic beasts. Subsequently, Xiao Jin, growing impatient, assisted Lin Feng in tracking the anthropomorphic beasts once more. Remarkably, within less than half a day, the number of crystallized forms Lin Feng had obtained surpassed the total he had diligently collected over an extended period before. With time pressing, Lin Feng intended to press on without rest, preparing to head towards the next location. Just then, an unexpected aura emerged from behind him, prompting Lin Feng to turn quickly. He beheld a slender youth approaching, with a cerulean giant bird circling above his head. Impressive, Junior. I didn't expect you to have made such significant gains these past few days. Wu Xian approached Lin Feng with a mischievous grin. Among the 5, he held the lowest cultivation rank, but unlike 2 Wuji, who struggled against ghostly attribute demon beasts, the others had all progressed significantly faster than he had. As Wu Xian pondered how to acquire more crystallized forms of the anthropomorphic beasts, he fortuitously witnessed Lin Feng engaged in combat. A sudden idea blossomed in his mind. Why not seize this freshman's crystallized forms, rather than search for his own? Moreover, he noticed the treasure-seeking beast perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although he was unaware why this treasure-hoarding rat was golden, the presence of such a beast assured him that finding ample anthropomorphic beasts would be effortless. Furthermore, it promised the discovery of numerous treasures in the future at the Ghostly Mountain. Greed illuminated Wu Xian's face. If he could defeat this freshman, all of it would belong to him. Chapter 70, Xiao Mo's Roast Chicken. Junior, I didn't realize you had a treasure-hoarding rat. Care to lend it to your senior? Wu Xian's tone was laced with ill intent. Bah, what do you take me for, you shameless wretch? Retorted the hot-tempered Xiao Jin, already unleashing a torrent of curses before Lin Feng could respond. Wu Xian was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jin's vitriol. He had never anticipated that this treasure-hoarding rat could articulate human speech, and coupled with its unusual coloration, he sensed that this creature was anything but ordinary. His desire to claim it for himself intensified. Lin Feng discerned that Wu Xian had set his sights on Xiao Jin's abilities. Thus, he promptly summoned Xiao Jin into his Beastmaster space and coldly regarded Wu Xian, stating, I'm afraid I cannot lend it to you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's refusal, Wu Xian's anger flared. Don't be ungrateful. I was offering you a favor. Hand over the treasure-hoarding rat and the crystallized forms of the anthropomorphic beasts, and I might let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Despite his astonishment at Lin Feng's actions within the academy, Wu Xian doubted Lin Feng possessed the strength to challenge him. After all, as a third-year elite student, he held a considerable sense of superiority. Humph, Lin Feng scoffed, his gaze unwavering as he met Wu Xian's. How about this? If I lose, I'll give you the treasure-hoarding rat and the crystallized forms, but if you lose, you must surrender all your demon beast crystallized forms. Inspired by Wu Xian's challenge, Lin Feng suddenly realized that if Wu Xian could steal his crystallized forms, he could just as easily seize Wu Xian's. This would surely be a far swifter endeavor than hunting down anthropomorphic beasts. Upon hearing Lin Feng's proposition, Wu Xian laughed in rage. Ha ha, Lin Feng, Do you really think I would lose? How naive. What, are you afraid? Lin Feng pressed on. Fine, I accept your terms. I look forward to seeing how you plan to defeat me. Wu Xian's demeanor sharpened, and the soaring Bai Luo wind eagle above him began to flap its wings ferociously, conjuring a whirlwind around the two. True to form, a third-year elite student had adeptly created a battleground favorable for his spirit beast. Now, with Lin Feng having reached the third tier of cultivation, he felt no trepidation facing Wu Xian. With a fierce roar, Xiao Mo transformed into its true form. The fiery ink Qilin emerged, igniting the air with its intense flames, pushing back the surrounding whirlwind. Wu Xian was momentarily stunned upon witnessing Lin Feng's formidable spirit beast. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng's creature would possess such overwhelming power. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of the flames emanating from the Qilin, it had also attained the third tier. Was this truly the level of a mere freshman? As the battle commenced, Lin Feng disregarded Wu Xian's astonishment and launched the first strike. Heavenly Inferno. Dense flames rapidly coalesced, igniting the area within a 10-meter radius of Wu Xian, incinerating everything in its path. Caught off guard, Wu Xian hastily commanded the Bai Luo wind eagle to defend itself. Wind barrier. The surrounding wind enveloped both the Bai Luo wind eagle and Wu Xian, attempting to shield them from Xiao Mo's flames. However, Xiao Mo's fire was not easily thwarted. The Heavenly Inferno was a skill worth 50,000 contribution points. After 2 enhancements of the flames and the assistance of the elemental enhancement chain, the potency of the Heavenly Inferno was nothing short of terrifying. Wu Xian had not expected Xiao Mo's skill to be so formidable. Even with the wind barrier in place, he could still feel the searing flames scorching his body, inflicting unbearable pain. The feathers of the Bai Luo wind eagle began to emit the scent of burning. Notorious for its lack of defensive capabilities, the Bai Luo wind eagle let out a mournful cry as the flames seared its body. In a desperate bid, it flapped its wings, carrying Wu Xian into the air to evade the attack. Yet, as soon as it soared out of the range of the Heavenly Inferno, Xiao Mo had already been lying in wait. Roar of the fire Qilin. Boom. The scorching breath erupted unreservedly upon the escaping Bai Luo wind eagle, now engulfed in flames. The Bai Luo wind eagle plummeted towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. Thud. The hard earth was struck by the Bai Luo wind eagle's body, creating a deep crater. Its azure feathers were utterly consumed by Xiao Mo's Qilin flames, leaving its body resembling a perfectly roasted chicken. Wu Xian, who had been riding on its back, found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to move. Under normal circumstances, Wu Xian's prowess would not have allowed him to be so easily defeated by Lin Feng, as the Bai Luo wind eagle excelled in speed. However, the awe Lin Feng's display of strength had instilled in him from the outset had cost him the initiative, leading to his dismal defeat. Lin Feng approached the crater and coldly stated, "Senior Wu, you have lost." Lying in the pit, Wu Xian felt as though his heart had taken 1,000 critical hits. He had been bested by a mere freshman and utterly incapacitated at that. In Wu Xian's eyes, there flickered a dull, ashen light. Yet he was not a man devoid of honor. He summoned his strength to endure the pain coursing through his body and retrieve the anthropomorphic beast crystals from the Beast Master's space, casting them toward Lin Feng. "You have one. This is your due." Lin Feng accepted the crystals without hesitation, noting that their quantity approached 100. A surge of joy welled within him. The 4 days lost had now been reclaimed in an instant. At this moment, the teacher assigned to protect Wu Xian hastened over, casting a concerned glance at the grievously injured Wu Xian. Subsequently, he regarded Lin Feng with an expression akin to that of one observing a monster. He had witnessed the recent battle in its entirety. A first-year student had nearly annihilated a third-year student. How terrifying. After a brief examination of Wu Xian's injuries, the teacher took him away, as he could no longer participate in the selection due to the severity of his burns. Once they departed, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Jin. He chose not to let Xiao Jin perch upon his shoulder, as that would draw too much attention. Instead, he had Xiao Mo create 2 small eye holes in his pocket, perfectly accommodating Xiao Jin within. It was evident that Xiao Jin was quite displeased, incessantly exclaiming, "Why can't I stand on your shoulder? I want to see the scenery. Do be quiet." Xiao Mo interjected, unable to tolerate Xiao Jin's complaints. "Shut your mouth. You old hag, with those horns atop your head, who are you to lecture me?" Xiao Jin retorted, her temper flaring. Lin Feng was left speechless and quickly covered Xiao Jin's mouth, realizing he would need to devise a plan to temper her foul temper in the future. Chapter 71. Jin Zan's decision in the blink of an eye. Only half a day remained until the conclusion of the selection at the Ghostly Mountain. Without any respite, and bolstered by the delivery from Wu Xian, Lin Feng now possessed nearly 200 anthropomorphic beast crystals in his grasp. This was largely thanks to Xiao Jin, his trusty detector. Otherwise, he would have exhausted himself without locating so many beast crystals. During the remaining half-day, Lin Feng needed to return to the original assembly point. Failing to do so in a timely manner would render his achievements void. After a brief rest, he set off. Suddenly, Xiao Jin, perched nearby, became alert, scanning the surroundings. Someone is approaching. This proclamation caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow. At this juncture, the only individuals who could appear here were the other participants in the selection. Regardless of who it was, it boded ill for Lin Feng. Moreover, the direction Xiao Jin indicated was the very path he needed to traverse to return to the assembly point. If he were to flee in the opposite direction, he would undoubtedly miss the deadline. Lin Feng contemplated that he must first conceal himself and ascertain the identity of the newcomers, hoping they were neither Meng Huanyan nor Jin Zan. Employing his agile movements, Lin Feng quietly climbed into the branches of a large tree, keenly observing the situation below. Sure enough, it wasn't long before several figures approached, creating a commotion. Upon recognizing them, Lin Feng's heart sank. It was the 4 third-year students, excluding Wu Xian. How could they be gathered together? Lin Feng wondered, perplexed. At that moment, the tall Tu Wuji scanned the surroundings and remarked, "Pretty boy. Didn't you say Lin Feng was here? Where's he?" Meng Huanyan, dubbed Pretty Boy, cast a reluctant glance at Tu Wuji before responding, "Could you lower your gaze? Clearly, someone was just here. This junior is indeed a cautious little fellow." Xiao Yuqing chuckled, her lips curving into a smile. Crouching down, Meng Huanyan scrutinized the traces on the ground, a smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, "With a treasure-hunting mouse lurking around. It's no wonder he could detect us." Standing up, Meng Huanyan turned to Tu Wuji, saying, "Old Tu, I've heard tales of your incredible strength. Can you fell that tree with a single punch?" Tu Wuji gazed perplexedly at the tree Meng Huanyan indicated, unsure of his intent. At this moment, the strongest among them, Jin Zan, approached the tree, raising his voice, "Lin Feng, don't hide. Meng Huanyan has already discovered you." Lin Feng, still concealed among the branches, was taken aback. He never anticipated that the handsome Meng Huanyan could deduce his hiding spot from the faint traces he left behind. It seemed the Star Academy truly harbored exceptional talents. However, having been discovered, Lin Feng decided to abandon his concealment and observe their intentions. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Mo, who remained atop the tree, ready to create opportunities for Lin Feng to escape should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As Lin Feng agilely descended from the towering tree, the others marveled at his dexterity. Such a feat was beyond their capabilities. Upon landing before the 4, Lin Feng exuded an aura of coldness, prepared to unleash his icy powers at a moment's notice. "What brings you 4 esteemed seniors to seek me, a mere first-year student?" In contrast to Jin Hao's arrogant demeanor, Jin Zan appeared composed, smiling as he addressed Lin Feng. "Do not be alarmed, Lin Feng. We have matters to discuss with you." Tu Wuji interjected, "You little rascal, if we intended to deal with you, we wouldn't need so many people." Lin Feng pointedly gestured to Tu Wuji's head, taunting, "Is your head still throbbing?" Tu Wuji's injury, inflicted by Lin Feng, had yet to heal. "Don't get cocky. I'll show you again if you dare," Tu Wuji exclaimed, irritated, clutching his head and attempting to advance. Jin Zan raised a hand to halt him. He held considerable authority among the group, compelling the towering Tu Wuji to remain stationary, glaring furiously at Lin Feng without stepping forward. To have defeated Tu Wuji in bare-handed combat, and to have nearly obliterated Wu Xian, one must admit, a new student of your caliber is truly unprecedented. "We have come to confirm your eligibility for entry into the Ghostly Mountain," Jin Zan said, his expression ever amiable as he began to elaborate. Lin Feng's heart raced. This individual was evidently well informed about his actions in the Ghostly Mountain Valley, a realization that was quite unsettling. The quota for the Ghostly Mountain is determined by the number of anthropomorphic beast crystals one acquires. "On what grounds do you claim to ascertain this?" Lin Feng questioned, his curiosity piqued. "Allow me to elucidate," the handsome Meng Huanyan interjected. "You are aware that the Ghostly Mountain conceals numerous treasures, and that 6 students from 2 other academies will enter alongside us. Therefore, to maximize our haul, we must unite as members of the Star Academy. In previous years, the students who amassed the most treasures were invariably from the Sunlight or Moonshadow academies, leading to their disdain for our institution. This time, Jin Zan intends to rectify that disgrace." Lin Feng had never considered such complexities regarding the Ghostly Mountain. "We as students have come to view the treasure hunt in the Ghostly Mountain as a competition against the other academies. Jin Zan has been preparing for this endeavor for over a year. Initially, the plan was for the 5 of us to rely on our own strengths to secure our places within the Ghostly Mountain. However, your unexpected arrival has disrupted our plans. Thus, Boss Jin has made a sudden decision to pit you and Xiao Yuqing against each other in a duel, to determine who among you 2 is worthy to join us in reclaiming the honor of the Star Academy. And what if I were to decline?" As expected, matters are not as simple as they seem. Lin Feng remarked coldly, casting a discerning gaze at the others. Meng Huanyan chuckled and said, "Do you truly believe that with the humanoid beast crystal in your possession, you can secure a spot? I am aware that you vanished for several days. So combined with Wu Xian's humanoid beast crystal, the maximum you could muster is around 200 beast crystals. This quantity is woefully inadequate to secure a place in the underworld mountain." As she spoke, Meng Huanyan produced a mound of beast crystals from her beast taming space, which resembled a small mountain. The sheer volume of beast crystals before them was estimated to be close to 500 or 600. Lin Feng was perplexed. How had he managed to acquire so many? Did he possess a treasure-hunting beast like the burrowing rat, capable of detecting scents? This is merely my collection. Boss Jean has nearly 1,000 more. Thus, if we desire, we can select one of the two of them and obtain a third entry into the underworld mountain. Meng Huanyan stated, gesturing towards Tu Wuji and Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 72, Securing a Spot. Upon hearing Meng Huanyan's words, Lin Feng fell into a deep contemplation. He had initially believed his speed to be sufficient, only to realize that compared to these two, he was still significantly lacking. Their raw strength was evident, and they had evidently made ample preparations for the underworld mountain. It seemed he had no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Otherwise, he would surely forfeit the opportunity to enter the underworld mountain. At this point, he felt compelled to challenge not only Xiao Yuqing, but even Jin Zan. He desperately needed to enter the underworld mountain. Very well, Lin Feng finally stated, but before we proceed, you must agree to one condition. Agreed, speak your mind. They replied. Once we enter the underworld mountain, you must not restrict my freedom. Lin Feng articulated his stipulation. If he were to enter the underworld mountain with them shadowing him, any discovery of valuable items would inevitably lead to conflict. Humans are inherently greedy. In the face of treasures, one can never predict what might transpire. No problem. The underworld mountain is vast, and we will reside there for a month. Only in the final week will the mountain top open, at which point the real battle against the other two academies will commence. You simply need to gather with us at that time, Jin Zan assured Lin Feng. All right, Lin Feng replied, and then Jin Zan, along with Meng Huanyan and Tu Wuji, moved to the rear. The third-year female student, Xiao Yuqing, stood directly opposite Lin Feng. With her alluring figure, she cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng and sweetly said, "Junior, do take care not to be too rough. Senior is quite sensitive." Her delicate demeanor was enough to soften the heart of any man. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this woman was not to be underestimated. He remained on high alert against this master of poison. As Xiao Yuqing summoned her spirit beast, Xiao Mo leaped down from a tree and magnificently transformed into its true form in the air. The aura of the Mo Hua Yu Qilin was something one could only fully comprehend through first-hand experience. It was formidable indeed. Xiao Yuqing's smile faded as she regarded Lin Feng with utmost seriousness. Her spirit beast, the flower shadow moth, fluttered its wings, scattering glistening phosphor dust into the air. Xiao Mo realized that this phosphor dust must not be touched, and thus unleashed its flames to their maximum extent, encircling itself in a protective barrier. The phosphor dust that contacted Xiao Mo's flames was incinerated entirely. With a roar, Xiao Mo charged towards the flower shadow moth. The flower shadow moth was not adept at close combat. It flitted gracefully, evading Xiao Mo's attacks. Although Xiao Mo's star level far exceeded that of the flower shadow moth, the latter's cultivation level surpassed Xiao Mo by several tiers. Hence, for the moment, Xiao Mo was unable to vanquish its opponent. At that moment, Xiao Yuqing, positioned behind the flower shadow moth, suddenly revealed a glint of cold light in her hands. A few poisoned steel needles, propelled by a flick of her wrist, hurtled towards Lin Feng. Having anticipated Xiao Yuqing's movements, Lin Feng summoned a wave of icy energy that rapidly enveloped his surroundings. Before the steel needles could reach him, they were instantly frozen by the chilling aura. This extraordinary spectacle left the three onlookers astounded. It appeared that Lin Feng indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. The cold air emanating from him was evidently not derived from the Qilin. Could it be that he had another spirit beast concealed on his person? Meng Huanyan speculated. Jin Zan's smile widened. If that were the case, then Lin Feng would undoubtedly prove to be the finest ally in their expedition to the underworld mountain. Clearly, they regarded Lin Feng as a natural beast master possessing two spirit beasts, one an 8-star Qilin and the other certainly not inferior in rank. Boss Jin, your judgment was impeccable. It seems Xiao Yuqing may not be a match for Lin Feng after all. Xiao Yuqing's poison could not reach Lin Feng, rendering her utterly powerless against him. Although Xiao Mo's cultivation was inferior to that of the flower shadow moth, the advantage of 3 beast weapons and the suppression of star levels made the flower shadow moth no match for Xiao Mo. After a tense 15 minutes, with Xiao Mo unleashing its ultimate technique, the flower shadow moth was defeated. Well done, well done. Jin Zan applauded as he stepped forward, exclaiming, Junior's prowess has indeed exceeded my expectations. Furthermore, it appears you have yet to reveal your full strength. My foolish younger brother pales in comparison to you. Lin Feng merely smiled in response, and Xiao Mo returned to his side. The victory in this battle was largely attributed to Lin Feng's prior knowledge of Xiao Yuqing's penchant for poison. Poison was most effective when delivered unexpectedly. Otherwise, if struck by Xiao Yuqing's poison needles, even Lin Feng would be in dire straits. The toxins of an alchemist could indeed transmit through a beast master to their spirit beasts. Yuqing, hand over your humanoid beast crystal to Lin Feng. We ought to return now, Jin Zan instructed. Xiao Yuqing nodded in agreement. After spending the better part of a day, they returned to the forest where they had initially started. Several teachers were already waiting there. Once Lin Feng triumphed over Xiao Yuqing, they understood who the three victors of this selection process were. Congratulations, Jin Zan, Meng Huanyan, and Lin Feng for securing your places in the Underworld Mountain. The remaining two were to return to the academy. Wu Xian had already been sent to the academy for treatment, while Tu Wuji and Xiao Yuqing exchanged a few brief words with Jin Zan before following the teachers to the teleportation array back to the academy. Before departing, Tu Wuji turned to Lin Feng and said, "Kid, do not disappoint us. When we return, I shall seek vengeance." "No problem, but perhaps you should practice a bit more," Lin Feng replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to the others, only Xiongxing remained, guiding the three towards the foot of the Underworld Mountain. "Not bad. You truly made it through," Xiongxing remarked to Lin Feng along the way. "It's all thanks to the senior's graciousness," Lin Feng replied. "Haha, you rascal." Xiongxing chuckled before his expression turned serious. "Jin Zan has informed you about the Underworld Mountain, right? You are the lowest in rank. You must exercise utmost caution. Try to avoid contact with students from other academies." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. In the previous session, a senior who was close to Jin Zan encountered hostility from the members of the Sunlight Academy in the depths of the Nether Mountain, resulting in severe injuries to his spirit beast that are beyond healing, leading to his eventual withdrawal from school. Such a promising talent has thus been wasted. It is truly regrettable, Xiongxing lamented. Now it makes sense why Jin Zan is so invested in this expedition to the Nether Mountain. Subsequently, Lin Feng inquired of Xiongxing, "What is the situation regarding the summit of the Nether Mountain that Senior Jin mentioned?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Xiongxing began to explain. "Allow me to elaborate." Chapter 73, The Opening of the Nether Mountain. As they traveled, Xiongxing continued, "Although the Nether Mountain is rich in treasures, the most valuable of them are hidden at its peak. During the final week after the Nether Mountain opens, the path to the summit will become accessible. At that time, students from all three academies will ascend to compete for these treasures. At the summit, there exists a guardian beast. Defeating this creature will grant access to the treasure cave. Inside the cave, a variety of treasures will randomly appear, including beast soldiers and spirit beast eggs. Ultimately, the three academies will be ranked according to the number of guardian beasts they defeat. It seems that the treasure hunt at the Nether Mountain is far more complex than Lin Feng had anticipated." After providing a brief introduction, Xiongxing retrieved a transparent orb from the beast space and handed it to Lin Feng. "Your teacher he has returned from Yinyang City, and she entrusted me with this to give to you. Ning Shuang mentioned that in a time of crisis, shattering it will protect you once." Lin Feng accepted the orb. To the naked eye, it appeared to be an ordinary sphere, devoid of any discernible power. However, since it was given by teacher he, it must possess extraordinary qualities. Its true utility would only reveal itself in a moment of need. 3 days later, the group arrived at their destination. Before them lay an expansive plain shrouded in a thin veil of mist, with no mountains in sight. The Nether Mountain exists as a separate space, with each of the three academies possessing a key to its activation. Only when all three keys are employed simultaneously will the teleportation array leading to the Nether Mountain be unlocked, Xiongxing explained to the trio. As they conversed, two groups of people approached from a distance. Based on their attire, Lin Feng discerned that they were members from the other two academies. The Moonshadow Academy was represented by 4 individuals, led by a rather unremarkable female teacher, followed by 2 male students and 1 female. The Sunlight Academy was led by a burly bald man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, who, upon spotting Xiongxing, mockingly remarked, "The academy that always plays the role of the runner-up has arrived quite early." Behind the bald man trailed 3 male students, their eyes scanning Lin Feng and his companions with disdain. "Stop the nonsense. The Nether Mountain was originally meant to reward students who have contributed to their academies. Yet, you Sunlight Academy have turned it into a treasure hunt. How many students have perished in the Nether Mountain over the years?" Xiongxing glared fiercely at the bald man. The bald man smirked, extinguishing his cigarette, and nonchalantly replied, "A fine steed deserves a worthy rider. Precious things ought to be used by those who are deserving. If your Star Academy cannot compete with us, what can be done?" Just look at the Moonshadow Academy. They've been the perennial second and haven't complained. At this moment, the female teacher from the Moonshadow Academy, clearly growing impatient, interjected, "Enough. We shall see who is superior in a month." The bald man shrugged dismissively. "No problem. It's certain that we, the Sunlight Academy, will emerge victorious once again." With that, he produced the key to open the Nether Mountain, suppressing his inner fury. Xiongxing also revealed his key. When the female teacher presented her key, the three of them performed a hand gesture, causing the keys to rise into the air. The keys spun rapidly, emitting a blinding light. Beneath the brilliance, a teleportation array slowly materialized. The members of the Sunlight Academy stepped forward first. Having earned the privilege of priority entry due to their previous bounty, the three male students strode into the array with arrogance. Casting a glance back at Lin Feng and the others, "We'll see you at the Nether Mountain, Star Academy." At that moment, Jinzan's expression had lost all semblance of cheer, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the trio from the Sunlight Academy, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Feng was taken aback by the palpable tension among the three academies, particularly the deep-seated animosity between the Star Academy and the Sunlight Academy. Clearly, this journey to the Nether Mountain would not be as straightforward as he had imagined. Then, the female teacher provided a brief set of instructions to her students before they entered the teleportation array behind the Sunlight Academy. Xiongxing looked at Lin Feng and his companions, warning them, "Be cautious of those from the Sunlight Academy. They will stop at nothing for treasure. Rest assured, Teacher Xiong, this time, we will make those Sunlight rascals aware of the prowess of the Star Academy." Jinzan declared, his gaze resolute. "Very well, exercise utmost caution. I shall await your triumphant return." With that, under Xiongxing's hopeful gaze, the three stepped into the teleportation array in succession. As the last of the students entered, the array's light began to dim. The three teachers paid no heed to one another, each seeking a secluded spot to await their students' return. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow slipped into the array just before it faded into darkness. As Lin Feng entered the teleportation array, he distinctly felt the surrounding space begin to warp, his body becoming uncontrollable. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until, after what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng opened his eyes to behold a towering mountain peak before him. Suddenly, a jarring sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him, and he plummeted rapidly towards the base of the mountain. At that moment, it felt as though he were plummeting from 10,000 meters. At this rate, death seemed inevitable. Just then, a gust of wind emerged beneath him, cushioning his descent and gently lowering him to the ground. Once stabilized, Lin Feng began to survey his surroundings. He had now entered the Nether Mountain, where it appeared that upon entry, everyone would be randomly teleported to various locations. The area Lin Feng found himself in was entirely shrouded in darkness. Even the flowing river water was black. Moreover, the dark attributes in the vicinity were highly active, leading Lin Feng to deduce that he had entered an area rich in dark attributes, precisely the place he sought for the materials needed for spirit beast eggs. With this realization, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin from the beast space. Upon emerging, Xiao Jin displayed a palpable excitement. "Wow, the air is thick with the scent of treasures. Where shall I begin my search?" Chapter 74, Equal Exchange. "Oh, blood spirit grass, cloud crystal, fire tin wood. This place truly lives up to its reputation as the treasure-laden underworld mountain." After half a day's effort, Xiao Jin has already led Lin Feng to several treasures. Some items were deeply concealed, and without Xiao Jin's guidance, Lin Feng would have never discovered them. However, among these materials, there remains yet to be found the dark attribute materials Lin Feng desires. In a state of exhilaration, Xiao Jin exclaimed from Lin Feng's pocket, "There's a rich fragrance over there, hurry." Following Xiao Jin's directions, Lin Feng arrived at a small cave, where a glossy black plant grew at the entrance. Upon seeing the plant, Lin Feng's heart soared. Underworld flower, a dark attribute material. This is precisely what Lin Feng needed. He stepped forward to harvest it, only to have the ground suddenly tremble beneath him. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng, and he swiftly retreated. At that moment, a massive black scorpion, around 6 meters in size, erupted from the earth, its enormous pincers grasping at the spot Lin Feng had just vacated. The ghostly venom scorpion, a 3rd-tier, 5th-level beast, possessed both dark and poison attributes. The underworld flower was perched directly above the ghostly venom scorpion, evidently a lure to attract unsuspecting prey. This was the first beast Lin Feng encountered since entering the underworld mountain, and it seemed to possess the cunning to ambush. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed in the face of this creature. With a swift push off the ground, he charged at the ghostly venom scorpion alongside Xiao Mo. Their fists struck with precision, and the scorpion's armored scales proved no match for their relentless assault. The scorpion, caught off guard, was met with an unexpected barrage. In a mere 10 minutes, the ghostly venom scorpion lay incapacitated on the ground. Lin Feng casually plucked the underworld flower and placed it in his beast containment space. He then intended to deal with the ghostly venom scorpion and extract its beast crystal, only to be astonished when the moment he removed the underworld flower. The scorpion vanished like a wisp of smoke. Could it be that the spirit beasts in the underworld mountain are akin to those in the secret realms? Though puzzled by this phenomenon, Lin Feng did not dwell on it. The first dark attribute material had been secured, leaving 4 more to find. There was no rush, as he had 3 weeks ahead of him, ample time to search at his leisure. He continued onward, following Xiao Jin's guidance to the next location. After Lin Feng departed, the ghostly venom scorpion's form reappeared, enveloped by a swirling shadow that began to siphon its power. 2 days later, Lin Feng had acquired 3 types of dark attribute materials. Similarly, during the acquisition of these 2 materials, he encountered guardian beasts, and their corpses also vanished like phantoms. One day, guided by Xiao Jin, Lin Feng arrived at a location where a plant called silver moon grass grew. Consuming it would enhance a spirit beast's agility and perception. Just as Lin Feng plucked the silver moon grass, a chilling voice rang out, "Do not touch that silver moon grass." Before he could react, a student clad in the attire of the Moon Shadow Academy leaped in front of him. It was the sole female student of the academy. With silvery hair cascading down her shoulders, her face partially veiled by a thin gauze, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. A snow-white tiger spirit beast nestled beside her. "I'm sorry, but I have already harvested this silver moon grass. You should seek elsewhere," Lin Feng stated as he stored the grass in his beast containment space. "Can we negotiate? I can exchange other items with you," the girl implored. "This silver moon grass has tremendous significance for my spirit beast." Lin Feng remained vigilant, keeping a safe distance as he queried, "What will you offer in exchange?" The girl produced 3 items from her beast containment space and said, "These are the treasures I've found over the past few days. See if any can be exchanged for your silver moon grass." Only 3 items in 2 days. Lin Feng thought to himself, relieved he had encountered a spirit beast like Xiao Jin. Otherwise, he would not be faring much better. Among the 3 items the girl presented, Lin Feng noticed one he truly needed, a pearl imbued with a wealth of dark attributes. However, he feigned difficulty, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Alas, how unfortunate. My spirit beast is of the fire attribute. None of these items would be of use to me. I think I shall pass." With that, he turned to leave. The girl, evidently anxious, called out to him, "Wait. Would you be willing to exchange the silver moon grass for these 3 items? While they may be of no use to you, they can fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones." Lin Feng secretly chuckled. She was indeed easy to deceive. Clearly in dire need of the silver moon grass. "Very well," he reluctantly conceded. "Seeing as you desire this silver moon grass so fervently, I shall make the exchange." The girl beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you so much." She handed over the 3 items to Lin Feng, who in turn presented the silver moon grass. After all, the grass was of little consequence to him, and obtaining 3 items in return was an exceptionally good deal. Once the trade was complete, Lin Feng did not linger and swiftly made his way toward the next treasure's location. Meanwhile, the girl retrieved an alchemical furnace from her beast containment space, placing the silver moon grass along with the other items inside. Sitting before the furnace, she began concocting a potion. "Once I consume the moonlight pill, my white spirit will advance to 8 stars, enabling me to assist my brother in dealing with those from the Sunlight Academy." The girl gazed at her spirit beast, her eyes shimmering with determination. The underworld mountain spans a vast expanse, divided into several regions according to attributes. All who enter the underworld mountain are randomly assigned to different areas. At this moment, in a snow-laden region, 2 members of the Sunlight Academy walked side by side. Thank goodness for Chief Lei's guiding insect. Otherwise, in this blinding snow, how would I ever find you? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands, which had turned slightly red from the cold, addressing the person beside him. "Indeed, let us hasten to complete the task assigned by Chief Lei." Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan excitedly pumped his fist. "I hope the others from different academies do not disappoint us." Beneath an ice crystal tree, a boy in Moon Shadow Academy attire gathered the fruits that hung from its branches, placing them into his beast containment space. These ice fruits are a superior nourishment for beast tamers with ice attribute spirit beasts, and they can be sold for a handsome price. No doubt about it. Underworld Mountain is rich in treasures, the Moon Shadow Academy boy exclaimed joyfully. Little did he realize that 2 shadowy figures were stealthily approaching from behind him. Chapter 75. The Strike of the Sunlight Academy. "If only we could encounter those from the Star Academy," Zhang Yuan declared fiercely. "I will ensure they have no chance to reach the mountaintop's summit." It is said that among the participants from the Star Academy this year, there is one named Jin Zhan, who possesses a rare tri-attribute spirit beast and is quite a formidable opponent. So what? You know the strength of our Chief Lei, don't you? Among peers of the same age, who could possibly rival him? Xiao Chun concurred. Indeed, that statement holds merit. Hush, is there someone ahead? Zhang Yuan whispered to Xiao Chun, his gaze fixated on a distant figure, a boy engaged in fruit picking. Xiao Chun squinted, following Zhang Yuan's direction. Indeed, it appears to be from the Moonshadow Academy. What does it matter? Regardless of whether they are from Star Academy or Moonshadow, both are our targets. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Very well, let us strike together, ensuring this unfortunate fellow can only watch as others pursue treasure while he gains nothing. Xiao Chun agreed, and the two prepared to summon their spirit beasts. The boy, immersed in the joy of acquiring treasures, suddenly felt a chill creeping up from behind. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Being a student capable of entering the Nether Mountain, his strength was not to be underestimated. He rolled forward just in time as a fireball whizzed past him, crashing into the icy crystal tree behind him, which subsequently collapsed with a thunderous crash. Seizing the moment, he turned to see two figures from the Sunlight Academy watching him with malicious intent. A fiery spirit beast beside them exhaled steam, clearly the source of the earlier attack. From Sunlight Academy? How could you two be together? Lang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. In his understanding, students from the same academy would never be grouped together. Moreover, only 3 days had passed since the Nether Mountain had opened. The vastness of the mountain made such coincidences implausible. That is of no concern to you. Encountering us is merely your misfortune. Now, you shall struggle for survival in this snowy expanse. Zhang Yuan glared fiercely at Lang Yu, then gestured to his spirit beast to unleash another attack. Lang Yu instantly comprehended their intentions. They clearly aimed to thwart his treasure hunt. To gain entry into the Nether Mountain, he had devoted 3 years to training and completing tasks, finally accumulating the 50,000 contributions needed. With the Nether Mountain only just opened, he could not bear the thought of it all ending here. Aware that he was outmatched against the two students from Sunlight Academy, Lang Yu knew he must flee. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a spell formation, a brilliant light emanating from his brow. Soul-devouring Phantom Spider, 7-star poison attribute, level 3. Stage 7. As the soul-devouring Phantom Spider appeared, a gigantic spider web shot forth, enveloping the two from Sunlight Academy. Zhang Yuan's spirit beast, the 7-star fire attribute. Flame Sun Bull, level 3, stage 8, exhaled flames in response. Xiao Chun's spirit beast, a 7-star earth attribute, Bastion Dragon Lizard, also at level 3, stage 8. Prepared for the incoming attack. With a cold snort, Zhang Yuan commanded the Flame Sun Bull to unleash its fiery breath, igniting the web upon contact. The fierce flames consumed the web in moments. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lang Yu mounted the soul-devouring Phantom Spider and fled rapidly into the distance. Trying to escape, Xiao Chun bellowed, as the Bastion Dragon Lizard stomped the ground, creating a fissure that surged toward Lang Yu. The 8 legs of the soul-devouring Phantom Spider retracted swiftly, catapulting itself to evade the attack. Just as it dodged the assault from the Bastion Dragon Lizard, countless flaming meteors began to rain down from the sky. This widespread attack left the soul-devouring Phantom Spider with no option but to weave layers of silk for defense. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors continued to slam down, sending ice and snow flying, while the soul-devouring Phantom Spider emitted mournful wails. Damn those from Sunlight Academy. Lang Yu cursed amidst the cacophony of explosions. Rock shatter. Fearing the attacks lacked sufficient force, Xiao Chun commanded the Bastion Dragon Lizard to unleash its skill. The bombardment persisted for several minutes before the two finally ceased their assault. That should have sufficiently weakened him, Zhang Yuan declared as he halted his attacks. Even a defensive spirit beast would succumb to our onslaught, let alone a spider lacking in defense. That spider is likely nothing more than a charred husk now. As Xiao Chun spoke, he advanced toward the epicenter of the attack, eager to discover the fate of the Moonshadow Academy student. However, upon reaching the spot where Lang Yu had stood, they were taken aback. There was no sign of the student, only a massive ice cavern. Peering down into the abyss, they saw a bottomless river. Damn it, that lucky scoundrel actually fell. Xiao Chun lamented. It turned out this area had been concealed beneath a layer of snow, and their assault had fractured the ice, causing Lang Yu to plunge into the chasm below. His body was now adrift in the dark waters, who knows where. What a letdown. We finally encountered someone. Xiao Chun expressed his frustration. With the ice so thick, even if he fell, he would surely perish without a place to breathe. Let us pursue our next target, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun contemplated and ultimately agreed, dismissing the ice cavern from their minds. The two, unwilling to linger in the icy wasteland any longer, prepared to venture into another area. With the assistance of the treasure-hunting expert Xiao Jin, Lin Feng spent a week thoroughly exploring this dark attribute region of the Nether Mountain. Except for a few locations guarded by 4th-tier beasts that he could not infiltrate, he had thoroughly scavenged the rest of the area for treasures. He had also gathered a substantial quantity of dark attribute materials, sufficient for hatching spirit beast eggs, with even some left over. Moreover, Lin Feng had located several materials necessary for the evolution of the bloodthirsty beast lord scales. Such fruitful results were largely thanks to Xiao Jin's unique abilities. Witnessing Xiao Jin's prowess, the typically combative Xiao Mo ceased her bickering with her. Lin Feng felt he had spent enough time in the dark attribute region and decided it was time to move on to the next locale. Their next objective was to seek out ice attribute materials. Are you kidding me? I absolutely detest the cold. After a brief rest, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo, amidst Xiao Jin's scolding, set off toward the snowy region. Chapter 76, He Ningxiang's Departure, Ouyang Mafei's Decision. 2 weeks prior at Star Academy, He Ningxiang returned to the academy. At this moment, she was devoid of her former radiance, her face etched with fatigue, and even the once well-maintained corners of her eyes were now marked by fine lines. During her father's recovery, she had been solely responsible for the reconstruction of the entire Flame Sun City. The emergence of the Phantom Shadow Dragon, which had broken the seal, had wrought catastrophic destruction upon the city. Although in the end, Lin Feng, empowered by the sacrificial strength of the Lava Ghost Tiger, had slain the Phantom Shadow Dragon, thereby eliminating future threats, its attack on the volcano had caused most of Flame Sun City's structures to be obliterated. All of this required He Ningxiang's immediate attention. Though her father had regained much of his strength, he remained haunted by a sense of guilt, convinced that the Phantom Shadow Dragon's breach of the seal was a consequence of his own negligence. The demise of the Lava Demon Tiger and the sacrifices of the Beast Masters from the Flame Sun Academy plunged him into a profound abyss of guilt, forcing him to seek solace in the bottom of a bottle. All the burdens of Flame Sun City now rested heavily upon He Ningxiang's shoulders. Her return was not merely a homecoming. It was a farewell to her position as a mentor at the Starlight Academy. Her father's condition had deteriorated to the extent that he could no longer fulfill the responsibilities of a city lord. Thus, she resolved to return and reclaim her rightful place as the ruler of Flame Sun City, with the aim of restoring its former glory. Dean Mu understood the gravity of He Ningxiang's situation. Though he lamented the departure of such an exceptional teacher, he felt powerless to change her decision. After conducting a thorough handover of her duties at the academy, He Ningxiang remained for a few more days. During this time, she learned that Lin Feng and 5 third-year students had participated in the selection and had succeeded. This news brought her immense comfort, for her thoughts had long been occupied by Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei. She was acutely aware of the dangers Lin Feng faced amidst the throng of third-year students in the Netherworld Mountain, and so she entrusted Xiongxing with a transparent orb for Lin Feng. Simultaneously, she compiled all her insights from her training into a notebook, which she handed to Ouyang Mafei. A week later, the day of He Ningxiang's departure arrived. Ouyang Mafei, embracing her mentor, who resembled an elder sister, was streaked with tears. "Mafei, you are truly remarkable. You must strive diligently in the future. You can use my notes as a reference. I believe that one day you will surpass me and become the finest female beast master in our Starlight Academy, or even in the 5 major safe zones." He Ningxiang said, gently stroking Ouyang Mafei's head, her voice filled with hope. Ouyang Mafei was so choked with emotion that she could only nod repeatedly. "All right, do not cry. I am merely leaving the academy. When Lin Feng returns, the 2 of you can come to Flame Sun City to find me," He Ningxiang said, wiping away Ouyang Mafei's tears and forcing a faint smile. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt an overwhelming sadness. Her greatest regret was not being able to guide Lin Feng and Ouyang Mafei to graduation. Turning to Hu Chang, who stood nearby, she said, "Teacher Hu, I entrust these 2 exceptional children to you. You will be very pleased with them. Rest assured, Teacher He, I have great fondness for these 2 students, and I will dedicate myself entirely to their guidance." Hu Chang solemnly vowed. After finalizing everything, He Ningxiang reluctantly bid farewell to all, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, once she stepped outside the academy, she wiped her tear-streaked face, for she was about to don the mantle of a city lord, a guardian of her domain. Behind her stood the citizens of the city. She could not afford to display weakness before them. In the days following He Ningxiang's departure, Ouyang Mafei fell into a long silence. The time spent living with Lin Feng and He Ningxiang had enveloped her in a warmth akin to that of family. Ever since Lin Feng had bested her, every moment had been etched into her memory. He had always been there to protect her in times of danger. Under He Ningxiang's guidance, Ouyang Mafei had blossomed into a more cheerful version of herself, always remembering He Ningxiang's words, "Smile more." Yet, after He Ningxiang's departure, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Sitting on the sofa, she gazed at Lin Feng's room, lost in deep contemplation. The once lively villa now felt desolate. With only her remaining, Lin Feng had grown to a point where he could compete alongside third-year students, while she remained an ordinary first-year student. She could no longer accept this state of affairs. She feared that one day, Lin Feng, like He Shuang, would leave to protect something precious, leaving her helplessly watching from the sidelines. She resolved to make a change. She would elevate her cultivation. She wanted to be able to assist Lin Feng in the future. With renewed determination, she turned to Hu Chang, who was busy cooking, and declared, "Teacher Hu, I wish to take a leave of absence from school." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, events were unfolding at the academy. Following the map provided by Xiongxing before entering the Netherworld Mountain, Lin Feng arrived in an area blanketed in ice and snow. In this frigid expanse, he sought materials imbued with ice attributes for hatching. However, the typically lively Xiaojin fell silent upon entering this region, burrowing into Lin Feng's clothing for warmth. "Xiaojin, what troubles you?" Lin Feng inquired, unable to contain his concern. Xiaojin's voice trembled as she shivered within Lin Feng's garments. "I told you, I'm afraid of the cold. Why did you bring me here? I won't let you be cold while I'm around." Lin Feng reassured her, as Xiaoma conjured a wave of searing flames that raised the ambient temperature considerably. "Oh, this feels delightful. I didn't expect you to be so handy." Xiaojin, now warmed, offered rare praise to Xiaoma. "Sister Xiaojin, now that it's warm, can you tell Master where the treasure is?" Xiaoma eagerly asked. To this, Xiaojin retorted with irritation, "What do you take me for? In this icy wilderness? How can I possibly smell anything?" Xiaoma fell silent, and Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that the cold air would hinder Xiaojin's abilities. It seemed that henceforth, he would have to rely on his own wits to seek the treasure. Fortunately, despite the biting cold, it did not impede Lin Feng and Xiaoma's movements. In fact, within this icy realm, Lin Feng's ice powers flourished to their fullest potential. The snow on the ground was thick, reaching up to Lin Feng's calves, making his search arduous. After half a day, he had yet to uncover anything of value. Suddenly, Xiaoma, who was clearing a path with fire, exclaimed, "Master, come quickly. It seems something is frozen here." Hastening to Xiaoma's side, Lin Feng discovered that the snow around her had melted away, revealing a layer of ice beneath. Beneath Xiaoma's feet, a spherical object, encased in a web-like substance, was covered by the ice and measured a good 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Intrigued by this mysterious entity, Lin Feng knew he could not overlook any potential treasures within the Netherworld Mountain. "Let us melt this ice and see what we have." "Agreed." Xiaoma nodded, directing her flames to gradually melt the ice enveloping the object. As time passed, the object's full form finally emerged. Then, Lin Feng reached out to pull the object from the ice, only to find that it was far heavier than he anticipated. Despite his strength being capable of lifting over 1,000 pounds, he could not budge it. This only deepened his curiosity about what lay within. With Xiaoma's assistance, Lin Feng eventually managed to extricate the object from the ice and place it upon the surface. "I sense a hint of danger emanating from within this thing. You too be cautious," Xiaojin warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became alert. Just then, the object began to writhe, as if something within was attempting to break free. Prepare for battle. Lin Feng and Xiaoma focused intently, bracing themselves for whatever might emerge. A colossal spider leg emerged from within, followed by a second, and then a third. Once all 8 legs had extricated themselves, the cocoon began to be slowly absorbed by an unseen force. The massive arachnid materialized before Lin Feng. Hiss! The spider emitted a series of menacing hisses, its body marred by countless wounds, oozing dark green blood. It appeared to be on the brink of collapse, yet it mustered the strength to issue a warning growl toward Lin Feng. This was a spirit beast. Lin Feng discerned the identity of the spider before him, for beneath it lay a human figure. Clad in the garb of the Moonshadow Academy, Lin Feng recalled that this individual was one of the 3 from that institution. How had he come to be frozen here? Lin Feng extended his hand, soothingly addressing the spirit beast. "I mean you no harm. May I see your master?" Observing the Moonshadow Academy student, Lin Feng noted the myriad of injuries marring his body, his complexion ashen, and his breath faint. Clearly, he had sustained grievous wounds prior to being encased in ice. After enduring the freezing, he now teetered on the brink of death. Had it not been for this spirit beast's protection, he would have likely succumbed to frostbite long ago. The spirit beast understood Lin Feng's intent, retreating slightly before collapsing onto the ground. Its condition was hardly better. Lin Feng retrieved several recovery pills from his Beastmaster space and instructed Xiao Mo to feed them to the beast before approaching the injured Moonshadow student. Although the boy's injuries were severe, the most pressing concern was the frigid energy invading his body. If not addressed promptly, he would succumb to its lethal grasp. It could be said that the young man was fortunate to have encountered Lin Feng. Otherwise, even the Academy's healers would have been powerless to assist him in such a state. While the chilling energy was fatal to other Beastmasters, it served as a potent tonic for Lin Feng. He placed his hands upon the boy's chest, channeling the icy energy within him, gradually drawing it out for absorption. As the coldness dissipated, color slowly returned to the boy's face. However, blood began to flow from his wounds. Lin Feng hastily produced a hemostatic pill, placing it into the boy's mouth. Fortunately, Ouyang Mo Fei had prepared a plethora of medicinal supplies for Lin Feng's journey. Ranging from frostbite ointments to remedies for athlete's foot, he had stocked items for every conceivable need. After half an hour of diligent care, the boy's breathing finally steadied, and the bleeding ceased. Witnessing his master's improvement, the spider spirit beast gazed at Lin Feng with profound gratitude. Noticing that the boy remained unconscious, Lin Feng pondered the situation. Leaving him here would surely result in a fatal reinvasion of cold. After careful consideration, he resolved to carry him along. Though they hailed from different academies, Lin Feng could not abandon someone in such dire straits. He hoisted the boy onto his back, while the spirit beast, despite its own exhaustion, trudged along behind them. With two injured individuals in tow, Lin Feng's pace significantly slowed. Fortunately, on the following day, amidst a fit of violent coughing, the boy stirred awake on Lin Feng's back. "At last you've awakened," Lin Feng exclaimed, gently setting the boy down, his tone brimming with joy. The boy, having gleaned from the spirit beast's memories that it was this Star Academy student who had rescued him, mustered his strength to thank Lin Feng. "I am Lang Yu. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance." "It was nothing, merely a fortunate encounter," Lin Feng waved dismissively, then inquired. "I am curious, how did you end up encased in ice?" At this question, the boy's eyes flared with anger. It was the misdeeds of those from the Sunlight Academy. Lang Yu recounted the events to Lin Feng. "When the ice shattered, I fell into the river below. With no outlet for air, I quickly found myself unable to breathe. To protect me, my spirit beast enveloped us both in a cocoon. Had you not discovered us, we might have remained forever entombed in this ghostly mountain." Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation towards the Sunlight Academy for their actions. Even in one-on-one combat, he would have preferred to remain silent. Yet, to ambush two individuals together was utterly shameless. Moreover, it was peculiar that they had managed to gather so swiftly on the second day. Lang Yu pounded the ground in frustration, declaring, "If I ever encounter those from the Sunlight Academy, I will ensure they experience my wrath." The conflict between the Sunlight and Moonshadow Academies would indeed benefit the Star Academy. However, Lin Feng was reluctant to involve himself in such matters for the time being, as his focus remained on locating materials imbued with ice attributes. Now reassured that the boy had regained consciousness, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. "Here, take these healing herbs," he said, offering a selection of remedies. "I suggest you leave this area, it will aid in your recovery." Lang Yu nodded in agreement, then asked, "Might I know the name of my benefactor?" With a smile, Lin Feng rose to his feet, declaring, "I am Lin Feng of the Star Academy." After speaking, he set forth once more on his quest for treasure. Accompanied by Xiao Mo, Lang Yu watched Lin Feng's receding figure, etching the name into his memory. Chapter 78, The Spirit-Eating Beetle. As the saying goes, good deeds are rewarded. After parting ways with Lang Yu, Lin Feng discovered a cavern rich in ice attributes. Venturing deeper within, he beheld a plant embodying the essence of ice, moonlight ice grass. It possessed the remarkable ability to freeze anything. The profound, icy essence of this cave was entirely due to its presence. Finally, a bountiful discovery. Elated, Lin Feng approached the moonlight ice grass and reached out to pluck it. However, the instant his fingers made contact, they were instantly encased in ice. Such formidable cold. The mere touch was sufficient to freeze Lin Feng, who possessed an icy physique, attesting to the immense power contained within the moonlight ice grass. After securing it in his beast master space, Lin Feng shook off the ice clinging to his hand. The ice shattered against the cavern walls, which then began to crack with a resounding cacophony. Did I exert that much force? Lin Feng pondered, but as the cavern threatened to collapse around him, he wasted no time fleeing. Boom! Just as Lin Feng exited the cavern, it collapsed with a deafening roar. In the aftermath, a bottomless pit appeared where the cavern once stood. Peering into the abyss, Lin Feng noticed an ominous darkness within. Suddenly, he sensed that the pit seemed to be shifting upwards. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not the pit that was moving, but rather the dark entities within it that were crawling upward. Xiao Jin, nestled in his pocket, also beheld this sight and gasped, "What are those things? They're swarming, it's terrifying." Lin Feng was equally uncertain about the nature of these creatures, but instinctively understood that he must not allow them to make contact. Run. Without hesitation, Lin Feng bolted, while Xiao Mo swiftly transformed into her true form, carrying Lin Feng away at a rapid pace. Behind them, those ominous, dark entities had crawled out of the pit, surging forth like a deluge. What on earth were these creatures? Lin Feng retrieved the Xianguang mirror to investigate, and the information about these entities materialized before him. Spirit Eater Beetle, Cultivation level 2 to 3. Description: Dark attribute, a monstrous beast sealed beneath the earth by ice. In vast numbers, capable of devouring all living beings it encounters. Damn, so the moonlight ice grass was intended to seal these spirit eater beetles. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This place, the underworld mountain, was truly treacherous. Although the cultivation level of the spirit eater beetles was not particularly high, their sheer numbers were staggering. Now, as he surveyed the icy expanse, there was no trace of snow left, only a swarm of black spirit eater beetles. At this moment, Lin Feng had no choice but to flee. The instant he paused, he would undoubtedly be besieged by these beetles, and with his current cultivation level, survival would be utterly impossible. Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Just as he thought his fortunes were improving, he had inadvertently unleashed these creatures. How could he possibly search for ice attribute materials now, while being hunted by the spirit eater beetles? An hour passed, and Lin Feng had no idea how far he had run. The relentless pursuit of the spirit eater beetles continued behind him. Just then, not far ahead, a strikingly handsome young man was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast, commanding his spirit beast with great skill. The clash was intense, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Senior Meng, run. Meng Huanyan vaguely heard someone calling his name and turned to see Lin Feng. His heart soared with joy. Junior, come help me slay this beast. However, as they drew closer, he clearly heard Lin Feng's urgent warning. Senior Meng, stop fighting and run. At that moment, Meng Huanyan caught sight of the dense swarm of spirit eater beetles behind Lin Feng. The very fact that Lin Feng was in such a desperate flight indicated the gravity of the situation. He quickly commanded his spirit beast, the Azure Sea Ice Snow Dragon, to unleash a blast of frigid air, temporarily freezing the beast before him. He then mounted the Azure Sea Ice Snow Dragon and fled into the distance. Lin Feng dashed past the immobilized beast and joined forces with Meng Huanyan. Just as the beast broke free from its icy prison, it was met with the overwhelming swarm of spirit eater beetles. In the blink of an eye, the third level, 8-stage beast was completely devoured. Witnessing this scene, both Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan felt a shudder run through them, and their pace quickened. Junior Lin, what have you gotten us into? Even the usually composed Meng Huanyan couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. This was a situation far beyond the capabilities of beast tamers of their level. Lin Feng sighed and recounted the events. The only way now is for me to reseal them with the moonlight ice grass. Throughout their flight, Lin Feng had been contemplating strategies, and after much deliberation, this was the sole solution. He had to abandon the moonlight ice grass, otherwise, he would be perpetually on the run, achieving nothing. The moonlight ice grass? You managed to acquire such a treasure? Impressive. Meng Huanyan was visibly astonished. As an ice attribute beast tamer, he had certainly heard of this extraordinary material. Junior, what exactly do you plan to do? I will assist you. Meng Huanyan inquired eagerly. All right, Lin Feng responded, outlining his plan to Meng Huanyan. Thus, they commenced their efforts. The spirit eater beetles would relentlessly pursue any living creature until they were consumed. Utilizing this characteristic, Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan led the swarm in a wide arc, guiding them back toward the pit from which they had emerged. After more than an hour, Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan stood at the edge of the pit, casting glances at the densely packed spirit eater beetles behind them. Junior, be careful. With that, Meng Huanyan directed the Azure Sea Ice Snow Dragon to execute a skill. Snow Concealment. While using this skill, one could not move, but it would mask their presence for 5 minutes. Lin Feng had come across this skill in the library of the Star Academy, but being auxiliary in nature, he had not learned it. However, he deduced that Meng Huanyan, as an ice attribute beast tamer, would certainly have mastered it. Thus, Lin Feng urged Meng Huanyan to conceal himself with snow concealment, allowing the spirit eater beetles to focus solely on Lin Feng. The beetles surged toward him in a ravenous tide. At that moment, Lin Feng once again withdrew Xiao Mo into his beast space. Now, only Lin Feng remained at the edge of the pit, facing the oncoming swarm of spirit eater beetles. Chapter 79, Sealing the Spirit Eater Beetles. In Lin Feng's plan, resealing the spirit eater beetles required luring them into the pit. This necessitated someone to jump into the pit as bait, a perilous endeavor. Should one fail to escape, they would be devoured by the horde of spirit eater beetles without a trace. From his concealed position, Meng Huanyan watched Lin Feng confront the beetles alone, worry gnawing at him. The spirit eater beetles were drawing near, and Lin Feng slowly retreated. He found himself at the edge of the pit. One more step back would send him plummeting. Taking a deep breath, the chilling energy surged through his body. Then, with a sudden motion, Lin Feng fell backward, his body descending into the pit. The spirit eater beetles, drawn by his presence, followed suit, disregarding their surroundings. All they craved was flesh. Upon entering the pit, Lin Feng was surprised to discover that the space inside was vast, granting him room to maneuver. He quickly retreated to a corner of the pit and erected walls of ice around himself, needing to wait until all the Spirit Eater beetles had entered. The first batch of Spirit Eater beetles reached Lin Feng, gnawing at the ice walls he had conjured. The sound of their gnashing teeth echoed incessantly. Lin Feng looked up to see that many more beetles continued to fall into the pit. The ice walls before him had already been breached several times, compelling him to create more barriers. Fortunately, being in an icy region allowed Lin Feng's chilling energy to replenish rapidly. As time passed, Lin Feng kept track of the duration of Meng Huanyan's snow concealment. Just as it approached the 5-minute mark, though some Spirit Eater beetles still trickled in from above, Lin Feng could not afford to hesitate. If Meng Huanyan's concealment faded and the beetles turned their attention to him, the plan would be doomed. With a fierce shout, 2 wings of ice suddenly sprouted from Lin Feng's back. However, these icy wings were much smaller and appeared fragile compared to when he had previously sacrificed. This was due to his current cultivation level being insufficient to control such intricate formations. Yet, given the circumstances, they would suffice. As the icy wings manifested, the remaining ice walls shattered, scattering countless ice crystals toward the surrounding Spirit Eater beetles. Meanwhile, behind Lin Feng, the wings of ice flapped vigorously as his body ascended swiftly towards the opening above the pit. The spirit-devouring beetles, sensing the flesh and blood tantalizingly close, were desperate to escape, emitting hissing cries as they attempted to scale the walls of the pit once more. I must accelerate. There is no way I can allow these spirit-devouring beetles to ascend again. Lin Feng intensified the circulation of the icy energy within him, his wings flapping rapidly. And at last, he burst forth from the pit just before the beetles could reach him. Senior Meng, unleash the mightiest ice attribute skill to seal this cave. Lin Feng shouted as he emerged from the pit. At that moment, the snow concealment technique had just concluded, and Meng Huanyan was already prepared. The Azure Sea Snow Dragon beside him let out a furious roar, and the icy essence swiftly gathered around it. Frost Prison. In an instant, an icy barrier enveloped the entire pit, solidifying the air above. However, the spirit-devouring beetles had also crawled to the edge of the pit, violently battering against the icy surface formed by the Frost Prison. At this juncture, Lin Feng reluctantly retrieved the moonlight ice grass from his beast taming space. There was no alternative. To seal these spirit-devouring beetles, he had to temporarily resort to this precious herb. Yet, being such a formidable ice attribute material, Lin Feng had no intention of relinquishing it entirely. He resolved to return and reclaim it when the time was right. Lin, hurry. I can barely hold on. The Azure Sea Snow Dragon beside Meng Huanyan had turned pale, clearly struggling under the immense strain of the skill. Moreover, cracks were beginning to appear in the icy barrier due to the relentless assaults from the spirit-devouring beetles. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng placed the moonlight ice grass atop the Frost Prison. Upon its emergence, it radiated a powerful icy essence, and once again, a cavern of ice manifested, completely entombing the spirit-devouring beetles within. Those few beetles that remained on the icy surface posed no threat, easily dispatched by Lin Feng and Meng Huanyan. Once tranquility returned, Meng Huanyan leaned against the Azure Sea's Snow Dragon, shaken by the encounter. The sheer number of spirit-devouring beetles was terrifying. Fortunately, they were in the depths of the underworld mountain. Had this occurred in a safe zone, it would have been a cataclysmic disaster. He then turned to Lin Feng, who had once again surpassed his expectations. The decisiveness and skill displayed were astonishing, particularly the manifestation of the wings of ice, a feat Meng Huanyan had never witnessed before. Thus, he expressed his admiration. Junior Lin, you possess dual spirit beasts and have mastered the art of controlling them to an extraordinary level. The ability to conjure wings upon your spirit beasts. Might you be willing to share this technique with me? Lin Feng smiled wryly, realizing that Meng Huanyan had misunderstood, mistaking his icy energy for a skill of an ice attribute spirit beast. However, the icy energy was a product of the system, and he could not impart it to Meng Huanyan. So he concocted a vague method instead. It's merely a minor technique. If you immerse yourself in icy water with your spirit beast daily, you will gradually master it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Meng Huanyan pondered, then exclaimed in delight, ingenious. How did I not think of that? If I align my own attributes with those of my spirit beast, perhaps I can indeed unlock its true potential. Subsequently, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Feng, saying, Thank you, Junior Lin, for your invaluable guidance. I am deeply appreciative. You're too kind. Lin Feng replied with an awkward smile, hoping that his advice about the icy water would prove beneficial. By the way, Junior Lin, I heard from Wu Xian that you possess a spirit beast resembling a treasure-hoarding rat. Lin Feng's alertness spiked. Was Meng Huanyan contemplating seizing little Jean? However, Meng Huanyan then produced a herb from his beast-taming space and handed it to Lin Feng. Rodents, whether spirit beasts or otherwise, are notoriously sensitive to cold. Fortunately, I have an ice condensation grass, which can enhance a spirit beast's resistance to ice attributes. This may prove beneficial to you. Joy surged within Lin Feng. This herb was precisely what he needed. With this, little Jean would be able to operate effectively in icy regions, while also counteracting the effects of the dragon scale fruit she had previously consumed, tempering her temperament. Such a generous gift from Meng Huanyan left Lin Feng feeling somewhat bashful. Noticing Lin Feng's hesitation, Meng Huanyan firmly placed the ice condensation grass in his hands. This herb holds no value for ice attribute spirit beasts. It is perfect for your needs. Besides, you have taught me such an impressive cultivation method. Consider this a token of gratitude. Lin Feng was taken aback by Meng Huanyan's kindness. Thank you, senior. He paused before adding, would you care to join me in treasure hunting? Not wishing to accept such a generous gift without offering something in return, he proposed the idea. Meng Huanyan, however, shook his head. No, the items down the mountain can be purchased outside at a premium. My goal lies at the mountain's peak. This icy expanse provides an ideal environment to practice the method you shared. I intend to train here until I ascend to the summit. It appeared that Meng Huanyan was not short of resources. Seeing his refusal, Lin Feng felt it more prudent to refrain from further discussion. As for the method of immersing in icy water, he was uncertain of its efficacy. Nevertheless, with the Azure Sea Snow Dragon by Meng Huanyan's side, he would likely only suffer frostbite rather than fatal harm. After a brief respite, the two parted ways, each embarking in different directions. Meng Huanyan followed the map to an ice lake, commanding the Azure Sea Snow Dragon to carve out a sizable hole in the lake's surface. The dragon, reveling in its ice attribute, leaped into the frigid waters. To achieve optimal results, Meng Huanyan stripped down and plunged into the lake, the bone-chilling water sending shivers through him. Yet, in pursuit of the abilities Lin Feng possessed, he gritted his teeth and endured. The Azure Sea's Snow Dragon swam around him, gradually allowing a hint of coldness to seep into his being. Little did Lin Feng know that his offhand remark would, in the future, transform the traditional methods of spirit beast training. After parting ways, Lin Feng found a secluded spot and took out the ice condensation grass gifted by Meng Huanyan. Once you consume this, you shall no longer fear the cold. Since entering the icy expanse, little Jean had remained nestled atop little Mo to maintain her warmth. At this moment, she craned her neck towards the ice condensation grass in Lin Feng's hand, her nose twitching eagerly. I want that. Feed it to me. Clearly enamored by the herb's scent, little Jean urged impatiently. Lin Feng had always indulged his spirit beasts, so he plucked a leaf from the ice condensation grass and offered it to little Jean. It's so cold. She shivered. Yet her expression remained one of eager anticipation as she awaited Lin Feng's feeding. As a whole stalk of ice-condensing grass was consumed, a layer of frost enveloped Xiao Jean, and a pale blue radiance flowed within her being. Shortly thereafter, a surge of crimson light emerged. The two hues contended within Xiao Jean, causing her to oscillate between sensations of frigidness and warmth, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. I can't take this any longer. Xiao Jean cried out in anguish, tormented by the two forces, before plunging headfirst into a snowdrift. In this predicament, Lin Feng was powerless to assist, merely standing by and waiting. Approximately an hour later, a burst of red light erupted from the snow mound, dissipating into the air. Xiao Jean leapt from the snow pile, landing on Lin Feng's shoulder. Master, I thank you. Lin Feng was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Xiao Jean refer to him as master, though the term old lady remained unchanged. Xiao Mo, standing nearby, attempted to interject. Sister Jean, have you improved? Yes, little one. I shall refrain from scolding you henceforth. Xiao Mo exclaimed joyfully, having been thoroughly tormented by Xiao Jean's remarks during this period. Observing that Xiao Jean had ceased her reprimands towards Xiao Mo, Lin Feng concluded that the ice-condensing grass had indeed taken effect. Although her catchphrase had not altered, her temperament had markedly improved. Lin Feng inquired, how do you feel? Master, while I can still sense the cold, it no longer impedes my abilities. Xiao Jean replied candidly. That is splendid. Lin Feng exclaimed with elation, eager to once again revel in the joy of treasure hunting. Which direction shall we head now? Xiao Jean sniffed the air. We shall proceed forward. There is an ice cavern ahead containing ice attribute materials, though it is likely guarded by a beast, with a temper now tempered. Xiao Jin's reports were far more detailed than before. No problem. A mere beast is no match for us. With that, Lin Feng and his companions set forth in that direction. Meanwhile, in the realm of darkness, Nan Yi, who had exchanged silver moongrass with Lin Feng, had been dwelling in the initial cave for over a week. Beside her, her white tiger spirit beast was undergoing a transformation. Nan Yi gazed eagerly at her spirit beast, Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, and the spirit beast emanated a dazzling brilliance. The light illuminated the entire dark attribute region through the cave. Following this, a thunderous roar filled with majesty erupted. After consuming the elixir crafted by Nan-Yi, the spirit beast had successfully advanced after a week of transformation. The white tiger, colossal and imposing, measured over 5 meters in length, its entire body shining brilliantly, surrounded by a gentle golden glow. Light Sacred Spirit Tiger, Light Attribute. Star rating, 8 stars. Low grade. Cultivation level, 3rd stage, level 7. Bai Ling, you have finally advanced. Nan-Yi joyfully embraced the tigeress head. The tiger, named Bai Ling, affectionately nudged Nan-Yi's face with its large head, seemingly expressing gratitude for its advancement. This is wonderful. If Tiange finds out, he will surely be delighted. Nan-Yi exclaimed, let us go find Tiange. Owl. Bai Ling responded. Little sister, where are you headed? A sinister voice echoed from the cave entrance. Bai Ling instinctively positioned itself protectively in front of Nan-Yi, emitting a low growl. 2 figures emerged from the cave entrance, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun from the Sunlight Academy. Little sister, what with all this commotion? Do you need our assistance? Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun approached Nan-Yi with mischievous grins, accompanied by their own spirit beasts. Nan-Yi felt a sense of foreboding. The noise caused by Bai Ling's advancement had undoubtedly attracted these two. She hadn't expected to draw the attention of 2 students from the Sunlight Academy simultaneously. Vigilantly, she eyed them and coldly asked, what do you want? At that moment, Xiao Chun noticed Bai Ling in front of Nan-Yi and exclaimed in surprise, an 8-star spirit beast? No wonder there was such a ruckus. It seems you have encountered quite the fortune in this nether mountain. However, he continued, but your journey in the nether mountain ends here. Xiao Chun remarked, before we leave you in ruins, why not let us have some fun first? Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun gazed at Nan-Yi with lecherous expressions. I wonder what lies beneath that sheer veil. Zhang Yuan smirked, reaching out toward Nan-Yi's face. In an instant, Nan-Yi's eyes ignited with murderous intent. And Bai Ling sensed its master's humiliation, roaring fiercely and lunging at Zhang Yuan's outstretched hand. Zhang Yuan quickly withdrew his hand. Oh, still want to bite me? Even if it's an 8-star spirit beast, we'll just eliminate your beast first and then deal with you. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun declared menacingly. Their spirit beasts, receiving the command, lunged at Nan-Yi's spirit beast. At this moment, the light sacred spirit tiger stood undaunted before the 2 7-star spirit beasts, letting out a resounding roar that echoed throughout the cave. Light impact. A massive white beam of light shot forth from the light sacred spirit tiger's mouth, aimed at the 2 spirit beasts. Fortress Dragon Lizard, Barrier Technique. The earthy yellow light flickered on Xiao Chun's Fortress Dragon Lizard, instantly erecting a solid rock barrier to absorb the light sacred spirit tiger's attack. Following that, Zhang Yuan's fiery sun flame bull erupted in intense flames. Moo. Fire meteor. Countless flaming meteors appeared above the fiery sun flame bull, rapidly hurtling toward the location of the light sacred spirit tiger. The cave's confined space made it impossible for the light sacred spirit tiger to evade such a widespread assault. Nan-Yi quickly shouted, light barrier. A shield of light enveloped the light sacred spirit tiger. The fiery meteors struck the light barrier, producing a thunderous explosion. Just as Nan-Yi believed she had successfully thwarted the attack, a sharp spike erupted from beneath the light sacred spirit tiger, piercing its abdomen in an instant. Little sister, don't focus solely on above. Xiao Chun chuckled, having orchestrated the sneak attack with his Fortress Dragon Lizard. The injured light sacred spirit tiger coughed up blood, a gaping wound appearing on its abdomen. Bai Ling. Nan-Yi cried out in anguish, hastily retrieving a pill from her beast space to administer to the light sacred spirit tiger. However, the massive wound on its abdomen was far from easy to heal. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun, both of superior cultivation levels, posed an insurmountable challenge for Nan-Yi. And the injured light sacred spirit tiger was further unable to withstand their combined assault. Little sister, surrender your resistance. Let us indulge, and perhaps we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we will slay your spirit beast. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun advanced menacingly towards Nan-Yi, their spirit beasts at the ready. The wounded light sacred spirit tiger struggled to hold its ground, yet blood continued to pour from its abdomen. The two had blocked the cave's exit, leaving Nan-Yi with no choice but to retreat in despair. Even in death, I shall not allow the 2 of you to succeed. The depths of Nan-Yi's eyes ignited with a mesmerizing brilliance. Simultaneously, she cast a tender glance at her companion, the radiant spirit tiger, and softly uttered, Bai Ling. I am truly sorry. Thank you for your companionship. If there is a next life, I wish to be your master once more. The radiant spirit tiger, Bai Ling, comprehended his master's intention, nuzzling her cheek with his substantial head. In that moment, an extraordinarily pure light emanated from Nan Yi, illuminating the entirety of the cavern. Under this radiant glow, the wound on the tiger's abdomen began to heal gradually, and its size expanded significantly. Zhang Yuan shouted in alarm, "This is bad. She is unleashing the burning life skill. What a madwoman. Quickly, before the skill fully activates, we must attack." The burning life is a devastating skill possessed by beast masters, allowing them to sacrifice their entire life force to elevate their spirit beast cultivation by a substantial degree. However, once this skill is employed, the beast master will perish alongside their spirit beast once the effect dissipates. At this moment, Nan Yi's invocation of burning life reflected her intent to perish together with the two students from the Sunlight Academy. She would not permit anyone to tarnish her body, for it solely belonged to her Tiange. As her consciousness began to fade, Nan Yi thought, "Tiange, in the next life, you must marry me early." Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun understood all too well that if they allowed Nan Yi to burn her life force, they would undoubtedly reap no rewards, and their very survival was at stake. Thus, they hastily commanded their spirit beasts to unleash their most potent abilities, aiming to eliminate her before the burning life skill could fully manifest. Ox Demon Skyward Flame, Rock Shattering Kill. The formidable attacks from the Flame Bull and the Fortress Dragon Lizard surged towards the Radiant Spirit Tiger, which was absorbing Nan Yi's life force. "You two are courting death." An enraged voice thundered behind Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun. In that instant, a sphere of black flames and a colossal serpent-like bolt of lightning struck the Flame Bull and Fortress Dragon Lizard at lightning speed. The two spirit beasts let out anguished cries, their skills veering off course and slamming into the cavern wall instead. Boom! The debris within the cavern cascaded down, and the entire cave trembled as if it were on the brink of collapse. Turning to investigate, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun beheld a young man clad in the Moonshadow Academy uniform, his face contorted with fury as he glared at them. Behind him, two spirit beasts exuded an overwhelming aura. Xiao Chun recognized him instantly, terror seeping into his voice as he exclaimed, "Yang Tian, the captain of Moonshadow Academy. A beast master with dual 7-star spirit beasts." Chapter 82, Yang Tian, the dual 7-star beast master. Yang Tian's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 3, level 9, on the verge of a breakthrough to level 4. How could he have arrived here? Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun were struck with profound dread. Prior to their mission, their chief had specifically warned them to avoid provoking Yang Tian. His prowess was far beyond what they could contend with. Even their chief had to tread carefully in his presence, for a beast master wielding dual 7-star spirit beasts was an entity of terrifying might. At this moment, beside Yang Tian stood a 7-star mutated infernal flame tiger king, cloaked in black flames that bore a unique adhesive quality. The other was a 7-star dragon variant, the purple lightning flood dragon king. Both spirit beasts were far from ordinary, and an immense pressure enveloped Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun. Yang Tian, noticing Nan Yi's invocation of burning life, instantly paled and swiftly mounted the infernal flame tiger king, racing towards her. Upon reaching her, he pressed his right hand against several acupoints on Nan Yi's body. "I'm here. Please stop." With Yang Tian's timely intervention, the dazzling light emanating from Nan Yi began to dissipate. However, the burning life had already progressed significantly. Even if halted now, the life force drained would not return. In an instant, her once lustrous silver hair became dull and lifeless, the delicate veil falling away to reveal wrinkles on her exquisite face. Her smooth skin was marred by creases. The vitality of the radiant spirit tiger was similarly siphoned away, its body appearing aged and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Yang Tian, witnessing this sight, was consumed by fury. How could he not feel pain seeing his beloved in such a state? He berated himself internally for not arriving sooner to protect her. How desperate must she have been to resort to such a skill as burning life? Nan Yi opened her wrinkled eyes, once glimmering with brilliance, now dulled to a yellowish hue. "Tiange, is that you? I miss you so much. Please don't leave me." Her voice trembled as she reached out to caress Yang Tian's face, only for her arms to fall helplessly. Yang Tian quickly grasped her hand, placing it against his cheek, and soothingly replied, "My dear, I will not leave you again. Just wait, Tiange will avenge you." With fiery intensity, Yang Tian glared at Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun, his teeth clenched in fury. "You two from Sunlight Academy, prepare to meet your end." In an instant, his level 3, level 9 cultivation erupted, and the two spirit beasts, sensing their master's wrath, unleashed thunderous roars. Infernal Flame Break, Purple Thunder Flash. The two immensely powerful attacks surged towards Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun. With Yang Tian's presence, any hope of further assaulting Nan Yi vanished. They had no desire to face Yang Tian's wrath, so Xiao Chun hurriedly stuffed a handful of restorative pills into his mouth. Soon, The earth-yellow glow enveloping the fortress dragon lizard intensified, its claws digging furiously into the ground. Just as the two attacks were about to strike, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun dove into the tunnel excavated by the fortress dragon lizard, fleeing at breakneck speed. Boom. The already precarious cavern could no longer withstand the aftermath of the two spirit beasts' attacks, collapsing in a thunderous roar. Damn it! Yang Tian bellowed at the sight of the tunnel. However, faced with the crumbling cave, he too was compelled to escape. The infernal flame tiger king swiftly carried both Yang Tian and Nan Yi, racing towards the cave's exit, while the purple lightning flood dragon king seized the radiant spirit tiger and followed closely behind. At last, Yang Tian burst forth from the collapsing cave, only to find that the two students from Sunlight Academy had long since vanished. You Sunlight Academy scoundrels, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt you down. Yang Tian, cradling the unconscious Nan Yi, gazed into the distance, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Phew, we should have run far enough. Xiao Chun gasped, panting heavily. The fortress dragon lizard beside him was utterly exhausted. The two had sprinted underground for over an hour to thoroughly escape Yang Tian. Yang Tian truly is terrifying. We were fortunate to escape swiftly. Otherwise, we would have met our demise today, Zhang Yuan replied, equally shaken. We can be considered to have accomplished the task entrusted to us by Chief Lei. Although we did not encounter any individuals from the Star Academy, it appears that only Yang Tian remains from the Moonshadow Academy. That girl has expended so much vitality that even if she survives, she will undoubtedly be incapacitated. After taking a few breaths to steady himself, Xiao Chun spoke. Indeed, it has been over a week now. It is time we rendezvous with Chief Lei, Zhang Yuan remarked. He then produced the guiding insect given to him by Chief Lei and began to sense their leader's location. In the snow-laden expanse, Lin Feng strolled through the snow with Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin, his spirits lifted amidst the swirling snowflakes. Since Xiao Jin had overcome her aversion to the cold, Lin Feng had spent 5 days in this frigid domain. Perhaps due to the extreme chill, he had not encountered any other students from different academies during this time. Under Xiao Jin's guidance, he had gathered several treasures, including 2 ice attribute materials. However, compared to the dark attribute region, the treasures in this icy realm were conspicuously scarce. Even Xiao Jin occasionally found nothing of value within her sensing range. At that moment, Lin Feng was treading along an untraveled path, attuned to the ambient energies with Xiao Jin perched upon his shoulder. Master, something feels amiss. Someone is approaching. Xiao Jin suddenly alerted, her earlier playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. Lin Feng quickly withdrew from his reverie and inquired, how far away are they? Approximately 5 kilometers. There are 3 individuals, one of whom has a notably weak aura. Xiao Jin detailed after a careful examination. 3 people? They must be from a certain academy that has convened, Lin Feng pondered aloud. Master, 2 of them are familiar to us, Xiao Jin continued, sniffing the air. One is the girl with whom you exchanged items, and the other is that boy you saved not long ago. Lin Feng recognized them well, as aside from Meng Huanyan, these were the only 2 he had encountered during his journey through the Nether Mountain. It seemed that all 3 hailed from the Moonshadow Academy. Curiously, Lin Feng wondered what brought them to this icy region. He decided to conceal himself with Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin. Lang Yu, are you sure that the Lin Feng from the Star Academy is still here? Yang Tian asked anxiously while cradling the aging Nan Yi in his arms. He should still be around. From what I observed, it appears he is searching for something. Lang Yu replied, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. I hope so. If we don't find some medicinal herbs soon, we won't be able to halt Yi's aging. Yang Tian sighed, a hint of despair in his voice. Although Yang Tian had managed to stop Nan Yi from using her life-burning skill, the passage of time continued its relentless march. Without timely treatment, it would not be long before Nan Yi succumbed to the ravages of age. The trio had ventured into the snowy expanse to seek herbs that could cure Nan Yi, as well as to locate Lin Feng. Having learned from Lang Yu that he might have been in the icy region for nearly a week, perhaps he had already found some medicinal ingredients. If that were the case, Yang Tian had resolved to procure the herbs from Lin Feng at any cost. Those scoundrels from the Sunlight Academy are truly detestable. Lang Yu fumed, clenching his fists. They have driven Nan Yi to this state. At the mere mention of the Sunlight Academy, Yang Tian's eyes blazed with fury. He wished nothing more than to exact vengeance upon those responsible. Once Yi is healed, I will ensure that those from the Sunlight Academy pay dearly for their transgressions. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had overheard their conversation from his concealed vantage point. So, they are searching for me, Lin Feng pondered, considering that assisting them might yield considerable benefits, far superior to aimlessly scouring through the endless snow. Moreover, once the summit opened, the deep-seated enmity between the Moonshadow and Sunlight Academies would surely spark conflict, providing him with the perfect opportunity to strike down the guarding beasts and plunder treasures from the hidden cave. This arrangement seemed undeniably advantageous. Thus, Lin Feng cleared his throat loudly. The three individuals started and quickly turned their attention toward his location. Upon recognizing Lin Feng, Lang Yu's face lit up with joyous relief as he called out, "Lin, our benefactor, we have finally found you." He hurriedly approached Lin Feng, brushing the snow off his shoulders. "Benefactor, why were you lying here in the snow?" Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, realizing he could not admit to eavesdropping. "Oh, I was just enjoying the coolness," he fabricated a casual excuse. Lang Yu was filled with admiration for Lin Feng. A benefactor who could sleep soundly in such frigid conditions was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Yang Tian also joined them, and Lang Yu introduced Brother Tian. "This is the benefactor who once saved me, Lin Feng. Benefactor, this is our team leader for this expedition to the Nether Mountain, Yang Tian. He is a rare, dual-spirit beast tamer." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but scrutinize the young man before him. This was his first encounter with a beast tamer who possessed dual spirits. Yang Tian stood tall, with defined features and sun-kissed skin, his neatly groomed brown hair accentuating his appearance. Two distinct markings were faintly visible on his forehead, a characteristic of dual-spirit beast tamers. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Tian, filled with urgency, directly articulated his request to Lin Feng. "I believe I am older than you, so I shall refer to you as Brother Lin. We have come here in search of you to inquire whether you have discovered any of these medicinal herbs in this icy region." As he spoke, Yang Tian handed Lin Feng a parchment listing several herbs. Lin Feng accepted the note and noted that 2 of the herbs listed were currently in his beast space. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Yang Tian hastily added, "Brother Lin, if you possess any of these herbs, I am willing to purchase them at 10 times their market value." Lin Feng shook his head and retrieved the 2 medicinal herbs from the Beastmaster's space. "A tenfold price is rather excessive. I, Lin Feng, am not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. You may exchange them for items of equivalent value. After all, these herbs hold little significance for me. It is far better to use them to save a life." Lin Feng gazed at Nanyi, whose appearance had transformed into that of a woman in her 50s, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It was truly a pity that such a beautiful young girl had been reduced to this state. Yang Tian, upon seeing the herbs Lin Feng had produced, could not contain his joy. "Brother Lin, you are quite principled. I, Yang Tian, shall ensure that you do not suffer any loss." With that, Yang Tian waved his hand, and a dozen rare treasures were laid out upon the snowy ground. "Since I still require some herbs to concoct pills for E, I can only offer this much for now. Feel free to choose, Brother Lin. You may take them all if you wish." Lin Feng surveyed the treasures, each of which was of equal or even greater value than the 2 herbs he had just presented. However, he casually selected just 2 items, stating, "I shall take these 2. Yang Tian's respect for Lin Feng rose several notches. He had not anticipated encountering such a loyal person in the depths of the infernal mountains. Thus, Yang Tian handed Lin Feng 2 more items, saying, "Consider these as a token of gratitude for saving Lang Yu." Faced with this generosity, Lin Feng could not refuse. After accepting the items, he inquired, "What do you plan to do with the rest?" At this point, Yang Tian's expression grew somber. Now that they had acquired 2 herbs from Lin Feng, they were still missing 3. Given Nanyi's condition, it was clear she could not endure until the end of the infernal mountains. "Sigh. We can only search while seeking others to trade with," Yang Tian lamented, his gaze suddenly resolute. "If we cannot gather all the herbs in the end, I shall forcibly extend Yi's life." "Tiangu, are you considering that method?" Lang Yu exclaimed in shock. "But employing that method would mean sacrificing one of your spirit beasts. And what of it? What is that compared to Yi's life?" Lang Yu sighed. "If only we had a treasure-seeking rat, it would help us locate the required herbs." At that moment, little Jean, who had been nestled in Lin Feng's pocket, instinctively stood up upon hearing the mention of the treasure-seeking rat. However, she quickly remembered Lin Feng's warning not to reveal herself in the presence of others and hurriedly ducked back into hiding. Nonetheless, her brief appearance did not go unnoticed by Yang Tian and his companion. Though her fur and appearance differed from other treasure-seeking rats, Yang Tian recognized her as an evolved form, the Golden Seeker beast, possessing far superior searching capabilities. Moreover, it appeared that this particular seeker was extraordinary, even capable of speech. Yang Tian quickly approached Lin Feng, gripping his shoulder. "Brother Lin, is this the Golden Seeker beast?" Upon seeing Yang Tian's recognition, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. With confirmation in hand, Yang Tian excitedly implored, "Brother Lin, may I borrow her? I promise to repay you 100-fold." While Lin Feng could exchange the necessary herbs, he absolutely could not lend out little Jean. It was a matter of principle. "I'm afraid I cannot grant that request." Yang Tian realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. Such a request would be impossible for anyone to fulfill, especially in the infernal mountains. However, the Golden Seeker was crucial for him, and unwilling to give up. He resolutely summoned his spirit beast, the Dark Flame Ghost Tiger King, gently stroking its head. My good brother, I'm sorry. I shall find you another warrior in the future. The Dark Flame Ghost Tiger King understood its master's intent and nodded obediently. Then, using its paw, it removed a crown-shaped beast soldier from its head. Once separated from the spirit beast, the item shrank to the size of a palm and floated in the air. Yang Tian held the beast soldier, reluctant to part with it, yet he still offered it to Lin Feng. Brother Lin, this split crown was obtained by me during a nightmare-level secret realm. It grants the wearer's spirit beast the ability to unleash 2 skills simultaneously. I now present it to you, hoping that you will allow the Golden Seeker to assist us in finding the necessary herbs. Lin Feng had not anticipated Yang Tian to offer such a precious item. The abilities of this beast soldier were indeed formidable, if worn by a dual-attribute spirit beast. It could unleash dual-attribute fusion skills without any training. Yet, even faced with such temptation, Lin Feng did not immediately acquiesce. He expressed his thoughts. I will not lend you the Golden Seeker, but you may accompany me. If little Jean locates the herbs you seek, they shall be yours. The remainder will belong to me. If you can agree to this condition, I will accept this beast soldier. If not, I must take my leave. Without hesitation, Yang Tian agreed to Lin Feng's terms. Brother Lin is already very generous. I accept your conditions. Yang Tian knew that with the Golden Seeker by their side, their chances of finding the herbs would be vastly improved compared to searching alone. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Yang Tian would not relent. Seeing Yang Tian's agreement, Lin Feng finally accepted the split crown. However, he refrained from having little Mo wear it, as he sensed that his soon-to-hatch spirit beast egg would undoubtedly be of dual attributes. Only then would it be able to unlock the true potential of the beast soldier. Since one of the required herbs was located in a snowy region, the group commenced their treasure hunting journey. After days of travel, they finally arrived at the area where Lei Shoshi was located. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun, weary from their journey, found themselves in a desolate area engulfed in swirling sands. Following the guidance of the leading insect, they reached the center of this barren land. To their astonishment, amidst the sea of yellow sand, there existed a patch utterly devoid of it, shrouded in black mist, accompanied by the occasional roar of demonic beasts. At the heart of this black mist sat a young man, his long, jet-black hair cascading untamed. Wisps of dark energy spiraled from the ground into his body. Behind him, dozens of shadowy figures of demonic beasts swayed restlessly. Lei Shoshi's powers are truly formidable. I can scarcely breathe under this pressure. Xiao Chun gasped, clutching his chest. What brings you two here? The young man, enveloped in black mist, spoke with an icy tone. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun stood before him, their demeanor far from that of classmates. Upon hearing the young man's voice, they hurriedly knelt on one knee, trembling as they replied, We apologize, Lei Shoshi. We encountered Yang Tian from the Moonshadow Academy. Oh, the young man mused. To emerge unscathed from Yang Tian's presence speaks to your capabilities. What have your recent endeavors yielded? Returning to Lei, a male student from Moonshadow Academy was struck and plunged into the icy depths, his fate uncertain. Zhang Yuan lowered his head and remarked, The other female student has burned her life force and now lies in a dying state. As for the trio from Star Academy, they remained unscathed. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, there was no scara. His eyes were entirely black, exuding an eerie aura. Simultaneously, the surrounding dark energy and the shadowy beasts behind him surged into his body. In an instant, the yellow sand continued to swirl around him. Rising to his feet, the man appeared slender, the uniform of Sunlight Academy hanging loosely on his frame. Well done, you've weakened Yang Tian's power. To save his girlfriend, it seems that sacrifice is the only option. It appears Yang Tian no longer poses a threat, he said nonchalantly. As for those fools from Star Academy, they are mere trash. Their absence is of no consequence. You two should stay close to me. The beasts in this area have been transformed, and we shall proceed to the next zone. Understood. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Chun quickly replied. Subsequently, a massive shadow enveloped the man, engulfing the trio as they gradually vanished from sight. Chapter 85. The third trial in the fifth safe zone, Purple Smoke City, named for the perpetual shroud of violet mist that blankets the sky above. On the outskirts of the city stood an ancient estate, the most concentrated source of the purple mist within the entire city. The stone pillars at the entrance of the estate were intricately carved with two lifelike purple dragons, exuding an aura of majesty. At that moment, Ouyang Mafei, having completed her withdrawal from school, stood before the estate's gate, letting out a deep sigh. If circumstances permitted, she truly wished never to return to this home. Yet, to catch up with Lin Feng, she had to make a choice. With a resolute gaze, she pushed open a small side door of the building and stepped inside. Upon entering, the vast estate was eerily silent, as if no one had dwelled within its walls. Ouyang Mafei familiarized herself with the surroundings and walked toward a particular room. "Father, I have returned," she called, kneeling on the ground and bowing her head towards the room. "Humph, you still have the audacity to come back. Weren't you unwilling to stay in this home? Get out of here, you traitor to the family." A middle-aged man's voice echoed from within, his tone filled with cold indifference, as if the kneeling figure before him were not his own flesh and blood. Ouyang Mafei kept her head lowered, saying, "Father, I am sorry. I realize my mistakes. If you acknowledge your errors, does that mean you agree to make sacrifices for our family?" The middle-aged man asked, his voice heavy with scrutiny. "Yes, father. I am willing to be the family's sacrificial offering," Ouyang Mafei declared with unwavering conviction. As soon as Ouyang Mafei's words left her lips, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man clad in black, who stepped forth. He looked down at Ouyang Mafei, offering no assistance, but rather coldly commanded, "Then go prepare. The day after tomorrow, all the clansmen will gather for the ritual." "Yes," Ouyang Mafei replied, rising without uttering another word, nor exchanging glances, and returned to her room within the estate. Inside, dust had settled thickly, indicating that no one had tended to it in quite some time. Ouyang Mafei had anticipated this outcome. After a brief tidying, she sat on her bed, idly playing with the crystal from the cave centipede she had slain alongside Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I hope you find great fortune in the Nether Mountain," she murmured softly. "May I see you again in a year, if I am still alive." The time for the opening of the Nether Mountain had already passed the halfway mark, with only 3 days remaining until the summit emerged. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions had departed from the icy domain and entered a dense forest. They spent 2 days thoroughly searching the icy region and ultimately succeeded in locating the herb Yang Tian needed. Additionally, Lin Feng acquired 2 types of ice attribute materials. Only one more ice attribute material was required to hatch the spirit beast egg, and Lin Feng decided to utilize the moonlight ice grass for this purpose, intending to retrieve it before leaving the Nether Mountain. After all, once everyone had evacuated, the spirit-devouring beetles would vanish along with the mountain. Excellent. At last, we have gathered the final herb. After slaying a lurking beast, Yang Tian spotted the required herb and exclaimed excitedly, "Yi is saved." Throughout these days, Lin Feng discovered that all 3 students from Moonshadow Academy were adept in alchemy, a compulsory subject at their institution. The largest pill market among the 5 safe zones was also located within their academy. After Yang Tian harvested the last herb, he hastily retrieved his alchemy furnace from the Beast Master space, preparing to commence the alchemical process. Observing Yang Tian's diligent efforts, Lin Feng remarked, "Brother Yang Tian, since the herbs have been found, I shall take my leave." Hearing this, Yang Tian and Lang Yu quickly approached Lin Feng, expressing their gratitude once more. However, they understood that Lin Feng had already rendered them significant assistance, and it was inappropriate to impose further on him, as he undoubtedly had his own endeavors to pursue. Thus, they agreed to meet again when the Nether Mountain summit opened. After parting ways with Yang Tian and the others, Lin Feng sought a secluded spot, intending to use the final 3 days to enhance his strength. Although he could now contend with 3rd-tier, 6th-level beast masters, he learned from conversations with Yang Tian and the others that even the weakest among them, Lang Yu, was a 3rd-tier, 7th-level cultivator, while Yang Tian boasted a 3rd-tier, 9th-level cultivation. Furthermore, Lin Feng discovered that the 2 individuals from Sunlight Academy had already reached 3rd-tier, 8th-level cultivation, comparable to Jin Zan and Meng Huanyan from their group. Thus, the captain of Sunlight Academy undoubtedly exceeded 3rd-tier, 8th-level strength. This disparity in power instilled a sense of urgency within Lin Feng. With his own 3rd-tier, 1st-level cultivation, it was evident that he was insufficient to compete for treasures among them. Fortunately, during their treasure-seeking endeavors, Lin Feng had acquired numerous materials, just enough to elevate the bloodthirsty Lord's scales to the next level. Lin Feng accessed the Beast Soldier interface in the system and entered the Beast Soldier promotion function, depositing all the required materials. Ding ding ding. Beast Soldier promotion in progress. Estimated time, 3 hours. Seizing the opportunity during this interval, he decided to challenge the 3rd secret realm. Lin Feng caressed the ring on his hand, which he had obtained in the cave where he encountered Xiao Jin. At that time, he had not activated the beast crystals necessary to unlock the 3rd secret realm. However, he now possessed hundreds of beast crystals. Arranging the required beast crystals on the ground, Lin Feng focused his consciousness into the ring, causing it to emit a sound, detecting the necessary beast crystals to open the secret realm. Energy replenishment in progress. 3, 2, 1. Replenishment complete. Would you like to open it here? In an instant, the energy from 100 beast crystals was extracted, turning into mere ash. Although Lin Feng had no shortage of beast crystals at present, Witnessing 100 of them rendered useless in the blink of an eye tugged at his heartstrings. Yet, for the sake of enhancing his cultivation, all of it felt worthwhile. Thus, Lin Feng and Xiao Mo readied themselves for battle, with Xiao Jin perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder. Though combat was not her forte, she could still provide assistance from the sidelines. As Lin Feng affirmed this, the familiar illusion re-emerged. He felt as if he had returned to that cavern once more. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of drums echoed, heralding the commencement of the trial. Chapter 86, The Puppet Adversary. The drumbeats reverberated through the cave. The blood scorpion's tail in Lin Feng's hand gleamed ominously. Xiao Mo transformed into her true form. The ink fire jade Qilin, her fiery aura radiating an overwhelming intensity, capable of melting anything in its path. In her growth phase, Xiao Mo now exuded an even more regal presence befitting a beastly sovereign. What challenges lay ahead in this trial? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. In the third stage of the trial, defeating 3 adversaries would signify success. Matching opponents' success, the battle commenced. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Feng's mind buzzed with apprehension. The opponents were evenly matched. Could it be that he would face his own doppelganger? If that were the case, it could spell disaster. Fortunately, upon seeing the figure before him, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approaching him was a young man of similar age, accompanied by a cerulean spirit beast. The puppet was at the 3rd rank, level 5, and the spirit beast was a 7-star water blossom sprite. A notification rang out from the secret realm, so it was merely a puppet, its strength just right. Although the water attribute spirit beast countered Xiao Mo's fire attribute, strength was still a determining factor. Fire, when powerful enough, could evaporate water in an instant. As the battle commenced, Lin Feng's fervor ignited. He sprang into action alongside Xiao Mo, charging toward the young man's puppet. Yet, this puppet was no ordinary foe. As soon as Lin Feng made his move, the water blossom sprite prepared its skill. Raging tides. In an instant, a towering wave, 10 meters high, surged toward Lin Feng and Xiao Mo. What a splendid opportunity. Lin Feng bellowed, leaping onto Xiao Mo's head, who then tossed him into the air. Lin Feng soared toward the oncoming wave. As he ascended, a chill emanated from him, and upon contact with the wave, the frigid energy instantly froze it, creating a massive ice barrier. Lin Feng stood atop the ice, launching himself like a cannonball toward the water blossom sprite. Water's guardian. The water blossom sprite waved its hands, conjuring a barrier of flowing water to intercept Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo maneuvered around the side of the ice barrier. Roar of the fire Qilin. Bang! Xiao Mo's fiery breath clashed with the water's guardian, fire and water intertwining, creating a thick veil of steam. Ice crystal descent. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng unleashed his attack. Even among the same rank and level, this puppet was indeed a formidable opponent. However, it faced the combined onslaught of Lin Feng and Xiao Mo. In this steamy environment, the effect of ice crystal descent was maximized. Countless ice crystals pierced the water blossom sprite's body. Challenge successful, matching the second opponent. As the ice crystal descent immobilized the water blossom sprite, the secret realm's reward of cultivation energy surged into Lin Feng, revitalizing him from the previous battle's exhaustion. The surroundings transformed into an open valley. The puppet was now at the 3rd rank, level 6, accompanied by 2 spirit beasts, the 7-star blood-howling demon wolf and the 7-star swamp crocodile king. This new adversary was evidently more formidable, and with 2 spirit beasts to contend with, Lin Feng needed to be vigilant. As the 2 spirit beasts emerged, they immediately launched their assault. The blood-howling demon wolf let out a bone-chilling howl, enveloped in a crimson glow. Skill Bloodthirst. Empowered by Bloodthirst, the blood-howling demon wolf morphed into a streak of red light, moving so swiftly that Lin Feng struggled to track its form. The swamp crocodile king, on the other hand, burrowed underground to lay in ambush. Xiao Jin, who had been silent during the previous battle, urgently chimed in, Master. The wolf is at 11 o'clock to your right, and the crocodile is straight ahead. Lin Feng grinned, with Xiao Jin acting as a scout. He could see both spirit beasts' movements clearly. The synergy between Lin Feng and Xiao Mo had long transcended the need for extensive communication. They each targeted one of the spirit beasts. You think you can escape? Let us see how you run now. Lin Feng clapped his hands against the ground, instantly creating a thick sheet of ice beneath him. This technique had proven effective time and again, and this instance was no exception. The blood-howling demon wolf, caught off guard by the slick surface, faltered, revealing an opening. Lin Feng slid across the ice toward the blood-howling demon wolf, aiming the blood scorpion's tail at its abdomen. The sharp tip of the blood scorpion's tail punctured the wolf's skin, triggering a bleeding effect. Blood gushed forth. Without hesitation, Lin Feng followed up with several punches to the wolf's wound, exacerbating the injury. Howl! The blood-howling demon wolf shrieked in agony, its expression shifting to one of ferocity as it conjured a razor-sharp blood sword from its own blood. The sword lunged towards Lin Feng's neck the moment it materialized. In the face of this sudden attack, Lin Feng quickly evaded, the blood sword grazing his neck and leaving a shallow cut. That was a close call. Had he not dodged in time, his head would have been severed. A glint of determination shone in Lin Feng's eyes as he deftly avoided the blood sword while closing in on the blood-howling demon wolf. On the icy surface, the wolf could no longer maintain its previous speed, and Lin Feng's momentum easily overpowered it. Soon, he reached the wolf's abdomen, plunging his hands into the wound. Howl! The blood-howling demon wolf let out a pitiful wail. However, Lin Feng's relentless assault soon sapped it of the strength to even cry out. With a surge of frigid energy, the vast ice attribute coalesced within the wolf's abdomen, freezing its flowing blood into sharp spikes. The ice spikes erupted from the wolf's body, transforming it into a spiky hedgehog. Thud! The wolf's eyes glazed over as its lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Just moments ago, upon witnessing the wolf fashioning a sword from its own blood, Lin Feng recalled that blood was also a liquid. Thus, his icy energy would be exceptionally effective in freezing it. To his astonishment, it proved highly effective, and the power was substantial. As Lin Feng concluded his battle, a heart-rending scream echoed from Xiao Mo's direction. The swamp crocodile king had its limbs torn asunder by Xiao Mo, and more than half of its tail had been bitten off. The only remnant, its head, still exuded billowing steam. How could an ordinary 7-star spirit beast possibly contend with Xiao Mo, who was accompanied by beast soldiers? Challenge successful, opponents are being matched. Accompanied by the voice of the secret realm, another surge of cultivation energy flowed into Lin Feng's body. A radiant light erupted, elevating Lin Feng's cultivation level to the 3rd tier, 2nd stage, 9,500. The puppets summoned were a 3rd tier, 7th grade 7-star fire attribute Blazing Sparrow, a 7-star wind attribute Iron-Hoofed Steed, and an 8-star inferior dark-winged Scorpion Lion. Chapter 87. The Duel Against 3 Spirit Beasts. This battle unfolded amidst a dense forest, where the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 opponents that materialized before him, his heart racing in astonishment. 3 spirit beasts? And one of them is an 8-star? This was a first for Lin Feng. It seemed that the 3rd level of the secret realm was indeed formidable. However, should he vanquish this foe, the trial of the 3rd tier would come to an end. The moment the 3 spirit beasts appeared, they radiated an intense aura, causing the air pressure to spike dramatically. Let me see what capabilities you possess. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the 3 spirit beasts that emerged. As the king of beasts, Xiao Mo let out a thunderous roar, matching the ferocity of the 3 spirit beasts. Perched on his shoulder, Xiao Jin revealed a fierce demeanor, her golden fur bristling, ready to strike at any moment. Charge! With Lin Feng's furious shout, he, along with Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin, surged forward. The instant he beheld the 3 spirit beasts, Lin Feng had already devised a strategy. He intended to concentrate all his power to attack a single spirit beast. Having formulated his plan, Lin Feng executed it without hesitation. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing his beast transformation, with Xiao Jin by his side. Bestowing him with a stroke of luck, Lin Feng successfully transformed his left hand into its beastly form. The sensation of bulging muscles caused an explosive increase in the power of his left hand, while the matured Xiao Mo further amplified the enhancements bestowed upon Lin Feng. His left hand was now fully transformed, with fingers resembling the claws of a Qilin. Lin Feng's left hand strength had escalated over tenfold. His initial target was the 7-star fire attribute Spirit Beast. Thanks to Xiao Mo's innate fire immunity, the beast's attacks posed no threat to him. The other 2 beasts, one of wind attribute, moved with blinding speed, which could easily ensnare Lin Feng. The 8-star spirit beast was not one that could be dealt with swiftly either. In perfect sync, Xiao Mo and Lin Feng unleashed their skills upon the blazing sparrow soaring in the air, blazing flames of destruction. However, the puppet's response was equally swift, orchestrating the 3 spirit beasts without a hint of panic. Upon recognizing that Lin Feng's primary target was the blazing sparrow, it immediately issued a combat command. The 7-star wind attribute beast, the Iron-Hoofed Steed, unleashed its full power, summoning a tempest to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the blazing sparrow emitted a piercing cry, conjuring a fiery vortex before it. The skills from the 2 spirit beasts gradually merged, as fire borrowed strength from wind, causing the vortex to swell several times in size and power. Fire Tornado. Unexpectedly, the puppet initiated a dual attribute fusion technique. The blazing flames of destruction collided with the Fire Tornado, 2 immensely powerful fire attribute skills clashing together, incinerating all nearby trees. The scorching flames transformed the ground into a molten wasteland. Although Xiao Mo's skill had been enhanced by the elemental amplification chain, facing a fusion technique from two spirit beasts whose cultivation levels exceeded his by 5 tiers, he was clearly at a disadvantage. However, Xiao Mo's assault was far from over. Following the release of the blazing flames of destruction, utilizing his fire immunity, Xiao Mo executed the flame dance of the Qilin step, continuously shifting his form as he closed in on the blazing sparrow. Xiao Jin, under Xiao Mo's protection, also charged into the inferno. At that moment, the blazing sparrow was caught off guard, unable to anticipate that a spirit beast could traverse the flames to reach its forefront. Momentarily stunned, Xiao Jin seized the opportunity to unleash her skill, Lightning Strike. Take this. Knowing her attack could not inflict fatal damage on the blazing sparrow, she aimed for the base of its wing. Her form darted like a golden flash, creating a gaping wound in one of the blazing sparrow's wings. The sparrow let out a mournful cry, snapping back to reality and immediately retaliating. Flame Ray. The blazing sparrow spewed forth flames towards Xiao Jin. Being merely a support-type contract beast, Xiao Jin's strength was no match for the 7-star blazing sparrow. Unable to dodge in time, she was enveloped by the flames, instantly becoming a small fireball that crashed heavily to the ground. However, Xiao Jin's attack provided crucial preparation time for Xiao Mo's skill. Ultimate skill, Crimson Lotus Qilin Blade. A blade extending several meters materialized above Xiao Mo's head. The surrounding abundance of fire attribute energy only amplified the power of the Crimson Lotus Qilin Blade. The recent clash between Xiao Mo and the blazing sparrow had infused the area with vibrant fire attribute energy, which served as nourishment for the Crimson Lotus Qilin Blade. Perish. With a roar, Xiao Mo cleaved downward with the Crimson Lotus Qilin Blade. Whoosh! The blade, brimming with immense energy, struck the blazing sparrow with unstoppable force, cleaving it in two as its lifeless body plummeted to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Xiao Mo charged towards the 7-star wind attribute spirit beast, the iron-hoofed steed. However, after unleashing his ultimate skill, Xiao Mo found that much of his spiritual power had been depleted, and he was now embroiled in a challenging battle against the iron-hoofed steed, which was of a higher cultivation tier. As for Lin Feng, he had initially joined in the assault alongside Xiao Mo and Xiao Jin. But at the moment he surged forward, a massive maw appeared before him. Lin Feng had not anticipated that the 8-star inferior dark-winged scorpion lion had stealthily approached, utilizing the shadows cast by the surrounding trees. At such close range, Lin Feng could feel the foul stench emanating from the scorpion lion's maw. Should he be bitten, there would be no hope for survival. In this dire moment, the icy power of his ability once again saved Lin Feng's life. With a swift flick of his right hand, an ice-formed grappling hook latched onto a nearby tree. In an instant, Lin Feng yanked the hook back, propelling his body toward another tree. The dark-winged scorpion lion, realizing it had missed its strike, wasted no time. Its scorpion tail coalesced a black energy orb and hurled it toward the tree where Lin Feng had taken refuge. Boom! The massive tree was obliterated by the black orb. However, Lin Feng had already used the grappling hook to reach another tree. Flames surged from the Qilin claws of his left hand. Qilin's hook claw. Lin Feng leaped into the air, his body descending as he viciously clawed at the dark-winged scorpion lion's head. As an 8-star spirit beast, the dark-winged scorpion lion was no slouch. It deftly maneuvered its body to evade the blow, its wings fluttering as it shifted position. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his stance, attempting another horizontal strike at the dark-winged scorpion lion. This time, the dark-winged scorpion beast flapped its wings and, in the blink of an eye, retreated to a distance of approximately 10 meters from Lin Feng. Simultaneously, a skill materialized before it. Dark Devour. A small black orb emerged, gradually expanding, accompanied by a powerful gravitational force. This force tugged at Lin Feng's body, drawing him inexorably closer to the ominous sphere.